The war in the kingdom intensifies, and the northern orcs stir restlessly. Having traversed time and space to become the ninth son of a count, he lacks the qualifications to inherit his title. However, he unexpectedly acquires a daily intelligence system, which assists him in developing his territory and ultimately attaining nobility. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. Today, Rein strolled through the market in Luzern town, where he fortuitously purchased a fruit of life from the Miguel fruit shop. Upon consumption, he officially condensed a seed of life. 2. In the northern part of your territory, there lies a highly abundant iron mine within the Gorinb tribe. 3. In 10 days, your territory will be besieged by a horde of minotaurs. 4. In 7 days, a herd of unicorns will forage in the western part of your territory. 5. 6. Engel Dresrosa seems to be troubled by limitations imposed by his own strength. 7. Chapter 1. The fledgling eagle of Dresrosa Fortress. The morning sun casts its golden rays. On the training grounds, a young boy clad in knightly armor and a bucket helmet shouts commands, his visage reflecting unwavering determination. Perspiration streams down, yet none relent. As fledgling knights of the Count of Dresrosa, they must showcase their worth before reaching adulthood. Otherwise, even the most humble rank of knight may elude them. Should they lose their knightly qualifications, their status would descend to that of commoners, deprived of the kingdom's legal protection and favor, and the light of the goddess of life shall not grace them. This is an intolerable fate for all. However, it is evident that, despite the unacceptability of such a reality, some shall inevitably fail to become knights. After all, condensing a seed of life before the age of 18 and becoming a qualified apprentice knight is a challenge akin to directly gaining admission to prestigious universities in one's previous life. At least Jiangshan, or rather, in this moment, Dresrosa feels devoid of hope. As a time traveler, he never anticipated awakening in such a fantastical Western world as the son of the Count of Dresrosa Fortress. Initially, he was undoubtedly filled with delight, though his awakening was not attended by gentle maid, but rather a rather unsettling male servant. The sight of his 3-meter-wide bed, the exquisite fare that left him in awe, and the splendid attire were enough to convince him that this journey across time was not in vain. This disgraceful feudal existence is, indeed, utterly enchanting. Yet, the exhilaration did not linger for long. Soon, Tual realized that this blissful life might soon come to an end. For within the Dresrosa family, a long-standing tradition exists. That is, if a progeny fails to condense a seed of life and become an apprentice knight before the age of 18, they shall lose the family's protection, their knightly qualifications, and be cast out of the family. Only by becoming an apprentice knight can they continue to bask in the family's glory. Knights embody the extraordinary power of this world. Nobles' offspring can condense their own seeds of life through the consumption of life potions, supplemented by rigorous training, thus attaining transcendent strength. Halt! Rest! As thoughts swirl in Tuo's mind, the knight commander, Miguel, bellows with a resonant voice. Clang! Crash! The sounds resonate as fledgling knights of Dresrosa Fortress collapse on the ground, struggling to remove their helmets, and Tuo is no exception. At this moment, he gasps for breath, feeling as though his lungs might burst. Others fare no better. Each one strives to quell the sensation of their chests nearing explosion from exertion. Some sit cross-legged, desperately hoping to condense their seeds of life. Tuo glanced at his brothers, took a moment to steady himself, and then similarly sat cross-legged, attentively sensing the life force within him. Time ticked away, and soon, over half an hour had passed. Huff! Exhaling a breath of frustration, Tuo slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of resignation in his expression. Just like before, he failed to condense a seed of life. Even though he felt a greater influx of life force, it was still insufficient. At this pace, he estimated that it would take at least another year to condense a seed of life. Yet, time would not grant him an additional year. In 3 days, he would come of age. Failing to condense a seed of life would condemn him to being a wandering knight, stripped of the Dresrosa name, unless he could acquire a noble title from the kingdom, which would offer a slim chance of reclaiming it. However, losing knightly qualifications and attempting to obtain a noble title is akin to chasing a mirage. That is the realm of true nobility. Damn it, why didn't I come equipped with a golden finger when I traversed time? He muttered, his expression tinged with helplessness and discomfort. This beginning, just as he was beginning to savor a life of comfort, he is poised to become a wandering knight. The situation is truly unbearable. With a sigh, he prepares to rise, but the sticky sensation enveloping him is exceedingly uncomfortable. He desperately needs to wash up. Just as he is about to stand, a mechanical voice suddenly resonates in his mind. World matching in progress. Match successful. Character matching in progress. Match successful. Congratulations, You have acquired the daily intelligence system. Would you like to activate it? The mechanical voice is abrupt, and a torrent of information floods his mind. Accompanied by the mechanical voice and the influx of information, Ta, previously engulfed in sighs, suddenly opens his eyes wide, a wave of excitement unmistakably spreading across his face. A golden finger. He never anticipated that he truly possessed a golden finger. Activate, he exclaimed, almost unable to contain his eagerness. In that instant of utterance, buzz, a ripple emanated forth, and lines of text materialized. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. Khan Delilio shall awaken the seed of life at noon today, successfully becoming a qualified apprentice knight. 2. The maid Lilies and the male servant Ingli have developed a romantic interest in one another. 3. A pig beast within Delilio Fortress is about to give birth, expected to deliver 10 piglets in the afternoon. 4. Today, Rein strolled through the market in Luzern town, fortuitously purchasing a fruit of life from the Miguel fruit shop. Upon consumption, he officially condensed a seed of life. Within Michael's stable, his most cherished steed seems to have developed a few minor sentiments, necessitating the companionship of a young mare for a span of 2.5 years. Engel Dresrosa appears to be somewhat troubled, constrained by the limitations of his own abilities. Golden characters shimmered, followed by lines of text. As he gazed upon these words and the information materializing in his mind, there could no longer contain his joy. It was not merely the arrival of a golden finger, but more significantly, the function of this golden finger. The daily intelligence system, as its name suggests, allows him to acquire pertinent information each day. After midnight each day, he can refresh the intelligence for that day, and the system will sequentially provide him with no more than 10 pieces of relevant information regarding his surroundings. This ability is nothing short of a cheat. Information is the most vital form of wealth, regardless of the world or the individual. At this very moment, the information he has just accessed includes options that are urgent and capable of resolving his current predicament. His gaze fixated on the 4th entry. Thor's heart could not help but flutter with excitement. Chapter 2. The role of daily intelligence and the acquisition of life fruit. For Thor, the paramount concern at present was undoubtedly the condensation of a life seed to ascend to the rank of a squire knight. Achieving this goal seemed an arduous task. At his current pace, it would require at least a year. However, in just 3 days, he would reach adulthood. If he failed to become a squire knight by then, exile awaited him. 3 days were scarcely sufficient. Unless he could procure a high-grade life potion, rich in life force, hope was all but lost. Yet even his father, Engel Dresrosa, would find it exceedingly difficult to acquire such a potion, for had he been capable, he would not have been confined to the pinnacle of the Earth Knight rank. Thor's prospects appeared bleak. However, this time, he had a glimmer of possibility. The life fruit, a product of advanced magical flora, served as a primary ingredient for high-grade life potions. Even when consumed alone, its effects rivaled half that of a high-grade life potion, entirely sufficient to assist him in condensing the life seed. Just as the intelligence had indicated, that individual, Rein, had managed to condense the life seed directly. With this thought, Thor could hardly contain his excitement. He hastily rose and made his way back to his chamber. Young Master Thor. Young Master Thor. Along the way, both male and female servants bowed respectfully. Amidst their voices, he retraced his steps to his room. Under the attentive service of his attendants, he swiftly removed his armor, washed up, and donned noble attire. Without delay, he exited the Dresrosa's castle, 3 knights in tow. Although they were merely 3 squire knights, these would be the last days he could enjoy their company. Once the 3 days had passed without him condensing the life seed, not only would he lose these knights, but even his servants would be stripped of their positions, offered merely a handful of coins, and not much more. At this moment, however, Thor had no inclination to dwell on such matters. Mounted upon his white steed, he galloped swiftly toward his destination. As the Count, Engel Dresrosa's dominion extended far beyond just the Dresrosa's castle, encompassing 10 towns of varying sizes in the vicinity, likely spanning an area comparable to a small county in his previous life. Luzern town was one of these 10 towns, situated a mere 30 to 40 kilometers from the Dresrosa's castle. Riding his horse, he arrived at Luzern town in approximately an hour. Upon Thor's arrival, the town's official was taken aback and hurriedly approached him. Young Master Thor, the official exclaimed nervously, I have no business with you. I am merely here to take a stroll. Thor waved dismissively, sending the official away. Igrigages. The official nodded hastily, not daring to linger, and quickly retreated. Thor dismounted and began his search. Initially, he pondered how to locate the fruit shop run by Miguel. Although the town was not large, it was not insignificant either, and finding a specific shop was no simple task. However, His concerns soon dissipated, for he discovered that there was only one fruit shop in the entire town. It was evident that this was the one he sought. Thor strode into the fruit shop, instantly causing Miguel, the proprietor, to become noticeably anxious. "My lord, what do you require?" Miguel stammered, his voice trembling. Without answering, Thor meticulously observed his surroundings. Noticing Thor's silence, Miguel dared not interrupt and quietly followed behind him. The scent of the life fruit was subtle, but for Thor, who had studied the knight's breathing technique, it was easy to detect its unique essence. Before long, he sensed a peculiar fruit amidst a pile of pear-like fruits. His expression brightened, and he hastened over. "Pack these up for me. I want them," Thor commanded, gesturing to Miguel. Miguel, though somewhat disheartened, nodded vigorously and began wrapping the fruits. "Here, a silver coin." Thor received the coin and signaled one of the knights behind him. "At once, my lord." The knight hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and produced a silver coin. "My lord, this," Miguel exclaimed with delight, instinctively reaching out to accept it, though he hesitated. "Take it. The Dresrosa's family is not in the habit of robbing commoners." Thor suppressed his excitement and spoke with feigned calmness, before turning with his 3 knights to leave. "Thank you, my lord." Miguel expressed his gratitude, visibly moved. Yet Thor's figure had already vanished from sight. Having acquired what he desired, Thor swiftly departed the town, making his way back to Dresrosa's castle. Less than half an hour after he left, a somewhat shabby young boy arrived at Miguel's fruit shop. "Go away, I have nothing here," Miguel said impatiently. "Please, give me a sour fruit," the boy timidly requested, rummaging through his filthy clothes for what seemed like an eternity before finally producing an iron coin. Surprisingly, he has money, Miguel thought, taken aback, but after a moment's consideration, he decided to give the boy one of the leftover sour fruits. "Thank you," the boy said hurriedly before scurrying away. Yet in that moment, the trajectory of history altered. The boy, who was meant to fortuitously acquire the life fruit, found himself once again at the starting point. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor, having returned to Dresrosa's castle, could hardly wait to reach his chamber. After dismissing all the servants, his gaze fixated upon the life fruit. The other sour fruits were carelessly discarded aside. Gazing at this seemingly ordinary fruit, Thor felt a surge of emotion coursing through him, his heart swelling with exhilaration. The life fruit. This was indeed the life fruit. Even his father, Engel Dresrosa's, would be stirred by its existence. With this fruit, he could almost guarantee a high-grade life potion in return. Such value would entice even the Earth Knights, let alone others. In the outside world, it could incite fierce battles among numerous Earth Knights. If he presented this item, his father would undoubtedly be willing to keep him at Dresrosa's castle, even if only as a pest. Rules, in the face of substantial profit, perhaps lose their significance. At least, that was how Thor perceived it. Chapter 3. Consuming the life fruit and breaking through to become a squire knight. As thoughts whirled through his mind, a myriad of ideas intertwined. Ultimately, Thor chuckled softly, without the slightest hesitation, and directly placed the life fruit into his mouth. With a decisive bite, the fruit's flesh transformed into a warm current that spread throughout his entire being. In the next moment, Thor was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of heat, as the once faint life source energy within him began to stir vigorously. The life force contained within the life fruit was undeniably immense. As a primary ingredient in high-grade life potions, it possessed enough vitality to potentially elevate a land knight to the rank of sky knight. Such a vast reservoir of life energy was akin to an ocean for an apprentice knight who had yet to fully comprehend its existence. Fortunately, the life source within the fruit was exceedingly gentle, preventing any catastrophic explosion of his body, even if he could not absorb it. The abundant life energy swiftly merged with Thor's flesh and blood, laying a solid foundation for him. However, despite this, the torrents of heat remained intolerable. Sweat cascaded down in large droplets. Thor's body felt as if it were inflated with gas, an unbearable discomfort spreading continuously. Gritting his teeth, he hastily swallowed the entire fruit and then seated himself in a meditative posture. He struggled to focus his thoughts and began to employ the knight's breathing technique. The Dresrosa family's nightly method, known as the eagle breathing technique, was one of the highest forms of breathing practice, renowned for its efficacy in channeling life energy. The moment he activated the technique, Thor felt a sudden emptiness before him, as particles of life energy began to converge rapidly towards his chest. Time slipped by, though he could not discern how long it had been. His garments were drenched in sweat, only to gradually dry out, as the blood-red moonlight began to adorn the heavens. Dusk descended. In that moment, Thor suddenly opened his eyes. With that very act, he perceived the world new. He could distinctly see the minute dust particles suspended in the air and hear the sounds of insects chirping outside the window, noises that had previously escaped his notice. He could even discern the footsteps of servants in the corridor. In that instant, the entire world had transformed. No, it was not the world that had changed. Rather, it was his perception of it that had undergone a profound metamorphosis. His senses had been elevated to unprecedented heights. His body, too, was undergoing transformation. If one were to observe the interior of his body at that moment, they would discover a tiny green luminescent point the size of a grain of rice. Gently suspended at the heart's core, its soft glow permeating the blood within his heart, which was continuously infused and then spread throughout his limbs. This blood, now tinged with a green radiance, subtly altered his entire being. A knight. This was the extraordinary power that belonged to this world. Only those who had condensed the seed of life could be deemed apprentice knights. The strength bestowed by the life seed was unparalleled. It could imperceptibly transform a person's attributes, strength, agility, reflexes, perception, everything. Each apprentice knight possessed a power that ordinary individuals could not rival. Even when aligned with nobility, they were granted considerable privileges. In his recollection, every apprentice knight in his father's knight's order earned 10 silver coins a month, while a typical household of 3 managed on roughly the same amount for an entire year. A stark contrast indeed. This was the very reason he ultimately chose to consume the life fruit. Perhaps if he had given it to his father, he could have remained a mere dependent. Yet, setting aside the uncertainty of that possibility, the strict family rules of the Dresrosa meant no one could be certain his father would act accordingly. Moreover, even if he could, was becoming a dependent in this new world truly what he desired? The allure of extraordinary power in a vibrant world. What traveler through realms does not harbor such aspirations? Thor was no exception. Under such circumstances, the choice was clear. As for his father, endowed with a daily intelligence system, if he truly had ambitions, Thor believed opportunities would still arise. A smile crept across his face as he involuntarily clenched his fist. It was time to meet his father. Murmuring to himself, he rose and summoned a servant to assist with his ablutions and attire. When he finally exited his chamber, he appeared impeccably groomed, his demeanor evidently transformed. As he traversed the castle, the maids occasionally cast sidelong glances at him. Once he passed by, their whispers erupted. Young Master Thor seems different today. Indeed, he appears even more radiant. Young Master Thor looks considerably more handsome today. Thor's keen hearing, sharpened by his newfound status as an apprentice knight, allowed him to catch their remarks even after he had moved on. He was not particularly surprised by this. With the life seed condensed within him, a significant transformation was inevitable, noticeable even to ordinary people. This change would be even more pronounced should he ascend to knighthood. Only by reaching a higher level could one conceal such alterations. Yet, at this moment, as merely an apprentice knight, he was incapable of doing so. Nonetheless, he saw no reason to hide. In fact, he was merely 2 days shy of his coming of age, and he needed to demonstrate his strength to his father, Engel, the lord of the Dresrosa castle and Count of Dresrosa. With purposeful strides, he made his way to the 3rd floor of the castle. This was the highest point of Dresrosa castle, where Count Engel often resided. In days past, at this hour, Engel would be found in his study, engrossed in reading. This day was no exception. Count Engel was at the bookshelf, perusing a tome titled A Comprehensive History of the Continent. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the nobleman's thoughts were not anchored to the book, but drifted elsewhere. 90 years had passed. A melancholic voice echoed, tinged with a sigh and profound concern. After this lament, the room fell into silence once more. Until knock, knock, knock. A gentle sound resonated from the door, followed by the voice of the steward, Charlie. My lord, young Master Thor requests to see you. The voice was soft, yet it drew Count Engel's attention back to the present. Thor? Come in. Engel's brow furrowed slightly. He had never placed much importance on his 9th son, given the latter's lamentable lack of talent, ranking among the lowest of his offspring. However, after a moment's consideration, he acquiesced. Chapter 4. Count Engel of Dresrosa. Creak. The wooden door emitted a sound as it opened, revealing Thor's figure. His gaze quickly landed on a middle-aged man standing before the bookshelf. This was the first time he had encountered his nominal father since his arrival in this world. Count Engel of Dresrosa, the 4th of his line. Indeed, it is the 4th generation. The Dresrosa family does not possess a history as illustrious as other noble lineages. Since the inception of the first patriarch, merely 3 centuries have elapsed. The family ascended to prominence 300 years ago due to the kingdom's wars, establishing the current esteemed status of the count in such a brief period, a remarkable feat within the entire Tulip Kingdom. Counts, dukes, and marquises belong to the upper echelons of nobility. Countless aristocrats with millennia of lineage can boast no more than a count's title. Of course, none of this concerns Tor at this moment. His gaze is primarily fixed upon his father. Engel Dresrosa exudes a sense of calmness, with a robust physique, slightly graying hair, and piercing eyes that emanate an aura of authority, further accentuated by an enigmatic presence. As a pinnacle of the Earth Knights, Engel Dresrosa is a renowned figure throughout the Frostmoon province, one of the most distinguished individuals in the region. The weight of his presence is palpable. Greetings, father. Tor inhaled deeply, suppressing the rapid beating of his heart, and bowed respectfully. Remarkable. You have indeed broken through. It appears you shall not become the 29th expelled scion of the family. Engel Dresrosa's initial surprise swiftly transitioned to a composed demeanor. A mere apprentice knight would not warrant much of his attention, hence no surprise was to be had. It is all thanks to your guidance, father. Tor's heart raced. Yet he quickly interjected. I have not guided you. I never anticipated you would achieve the rank of apprentice knight. You need not express gratitude. Count Engel Dresrosa waved his hand dismissively, then fell into contemplation. Tor remained silent, patiently waiting beside him. Tor, I originally believed you would not attain the rank of apprentice knight, and I had prepared a parting gift. However, since you have succeeded, you likely will not require it now. You have two choices. After a moment of reflection, Count Engel Dresrosa spoke slowly. Please, father, speak candidly. Tor's heart surged with anticipation, and he spoke with renewed respect. Our Dresrosa family emerged from the kingdom's wars, and our current territory has been earned through the endeavors of our descendants. Since the first patriarch 300 years ago, the family has granted each scion the opportunity for choice, and you are no exception. From this day forth, you may choose to remain within the family as a guardian knight, receiving a gold coin monthly, or you may opt to become a pioneering knight. 20 years ago, the kingdom established the northern province in the northern frontier, and the family will provide you with certain support should you choose to pursue this path. Engel Dresrosa's words flowed steadily. Two choices, two divergent paths. As he listened to his father's deliberations, Tor found himself lost in thought. He had not anticipated such an array of options. He had prepared himself to become a guardian knight. Yet now, there was a new possibility. However, confronted by this choice, he hesitated. The first option was undoubtedly stable, yet it also imposed limitations. As a son of the Dresrosa family, he could not inherit a title, with the highest achievement being that of a knight commander. Regardless of how noble a knight commander might be, they do not embody true aristocracy. In Frostmoon Province, barring another outbreak of kingdom warfare, his fate would likely remain unchanged. Conversely, the latter option promised greater heights. Tor had some understanding of pioneering knights. This unique class of knights could attain the title of Baron simply by claiming sufficient territory and subjects. Though the title may be of the lowest rank, it still conferred nobility, recognized not only by the Tulip Kingdom but also by others. Yet, the perils inherent in this path were equally daunting. The northern province had only been established for 20 years, rife with monsters and chaotic order. Even the tale sung by Bard spoke of numerous pioneering knights who met their demise each year. Should he venture forth, he might very well become one of them. Observing Tor's contemplation, Count Engel Dresrosa did not rush him, but instead waited quietly, his gaze returning to the chronicles of the continent. Time passed slowly until, after a moment, Tor suddenly raised his head. Father, I have made my decision. I shall become the eagle that soars for the Dresrosa family, forging new accomplishments for our lineage. As he spoke, Count Engel Dresrosa shifted his gaze to Tor, a smile gracing his face. Seeing that smile stirred something within Tor, prompting reflection. Tor, you are indeed the fledgling eagle of our Dresrosa family. As your father, I am proud of you. Go forth. You may remain in the castle for a month. After that, I, your father, shall prepare a generous gift to aid the fledgling eagle of the Dresrosa family in taking flight. Count Engel Dresrosa spoke with a smile, then waved his hand. Thank you, father. I shall not disturb you any longer. Tor nodded and exited the room. Once Tor had departed, Engel Dresrosa resumed his focus on the chronicles of the continent. After a short while, the butler, Charlie, entered. Engel Dresrosa paused in contemplation and then looked up. Have Michael come to me. Also, visit the storeroom. Retrieve the third box from the left in the second row. No, rather the third box in the third row. His thoughts flowed into words. Yes, Charlie replied, somewhat surprised, yet he responded with due respect and promptly left. Before long, Michael arrived in the study. Count. Michael addressed him with reverence. Take a seat. Michael, how many official knights are there currently in the Blazing Fire Knight Order? Count Engel Dresrosa pondered for a moment. his tone inquisitive. 234, my lord. Michael nodded, contemplating before stating the figure. 234? Very well, extract 30 from that number. And additionally draw 300 from the fledgling Knight Order. The fledgling eagle of our Dresrosa family is about to take flight, and, as a father, I must provide him with a gift. His voice carried a light-hearted tone. Understood, Michael replied, somewhat taken aback, yet he nodded quickly in agreement. Chapter 5, An Important Intelligence. Tor, unaware of the preparations his father was making for him, returned to his chamber, his heart still in turmoil. Pioneering Knights. He had never fathomed he would be presented with such an option, and yet he had chosen it. Of course, the reason for this lay in the prospect of fortune ahead. Without the golden finger, Thor would naturally not consider the second option. Indeed, the potential returns are exceedingly high, yet the risks are equally formidable. Lacking sufficient strength, venturing as a pioneering knight would merely amount to delivering provisions. However, with the golden finger, everything transforms. Particularly, his unique ability, the daily intelligence system, refreshes local information at random intervals each day, a boon of unimaginable value for pioneering knights. If he can acquire a fruit of life within the small town, just imagine the riches he could glean from the entirety of the northern province. His identity, strength, and status would be effortlessly attained, making this venture far more promising than remaining at the castle of Dresrosa. Moreover, the daily intelligence system would enable him to avert the risks that others might encounter. Thus, the choice becomes self-evident. Yet, despite the clarity of his decision, Thor felt a twinge of anxiety. Being a pioneering knight is inherently more perilous than residing in a castle, and numerous dangers lurk in the shadows. After a brief contemplation, Thor summoned his personal attendant. Peter, please fetch me some books regarding the northern province and pioneering knights from the library. Thor instructed his devoted servant. Yes, Master Thor. I shall be swift, Peter replied, somewhat taken aback, yet hurriedly departed. Approximately half an hour later, a substantial stack of books appeared before Thor. Perhaps due to the influence of extraordinary powers, this world resembled the medieval era of his previous life, albeit with notable differences. Paper was widely available. And although the Dresrosa family had existed for merely 3 centuries, their collection of tomes was quite impressive. Even books pertaining to the northern province and pioneering knights were not in short supply. Taking a deep breath, Thor immersed himself in the texts. Although he was prepared and aware of the significance of his golden finger, gaining as much knowledge as possible was still essential. As night fell, stars twinkled above his bed. After partaking in the meal Peter had delivered, Thor returned to his reading. It was not until the moon hung high in the sky that he finally set down the last book. The Northern Province, he murmured, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Having perused various volumes, he had garnered a considerable understanding of the Northern Province and the role of pioneering knights. The Northern Province was established by the Kingdom of Tulip in the untamed regions of the north, merely a little over 20 years ago, making it one of the newest provinces. It teemed with monsters, necessitating a plethora of knights and individuals to develop and cultivate the land, thus giving rise to the existence of pioneering knights. The kingdom, under the benevolent light of the goddess of life, offered every pioneering knight a singular opportunity to attain noble status within the realm. Should one successfully establish a town in the northern province with no fewer than 5,000 inhabitants, they would be granted the title of Baron, ascending to the ranks of the burgeoning nobility. Consequently, countless knights had flocked to the northern province over the past 2 decades. However, the outcomes were far from idyllic. In the vast expanse of the northern province, only 56 barons had been bestowed titles in these 20 years. To put this into perspective, the province of Frostmoon alone likely boasted no fewer than 300 viscounts, with barons potentially numbering in the thousands. Yet within the northern province, a mere 56 barons had been recognized, and of those, it appeared only 36 remained alive, with the fates of the remaining 20 being all too predictable. This statistic excluded the many knights who had not received titles, whose losses were undoubtedly far greater. Chaos, disorder, and danger were the truest reflections of the northern province. Just contemplating this made Thor's brow furrow in trepidation, even leading him to question his own choices. The peril seemed exceedingly high. As a mere apprentice knight, could he truly survive in such an environment? Just as his thoughts spiraled into doubt, a mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding! The intelligence system has been updated. Would you like to access it? The voice inquired. Open. Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he eagerly activated the system. The first opening of the intelligence system had yielded immense rewards, and he had long anticipated the second. Now, that moment had finally arrived. As he uttered the command, a humming sound resonated. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. The maid Loris and the servant Engel of Dresrosa Castle have developed feelings for one another. 2. A servant from Dresrosa Castle buried a pouch containing 10 silver coins beneath the locust tree at the right side of the training ground. 3. Dresrosa Castle. 4. Rein did not manage to procure a seed of life in the town yesterday. His fate remains unchanged. And the future Sky Knight is destined to be killed by his drunken father, Hunter. 5. In Michael's stable. His most cherished horse seems to be experiencing some emotional distress and requires companionship from a mare for 2.5 years. 6. Engel Dresrosa appears to be troubled by limitations in his own strength. 7. 10. In Rosentown, villager Philadelphia has made an unexpected discovery. He found that accumulating manure seems to accelerate crop growth, and he is cautiously concealing it, fearing others might find out. Golden characters appeared, presenting today S intelligence once more. Just like the previous day, there were 10 entries. Thor's gaze was earnest as he scanned through the information. Many entries overlapped with those from the previous day, with only a few differing. His attention lingered predominantly on the new pieces of information. Manure, Thor muttered softly, shaking his head at the peculiar tidbit. The information network in this world was severely restricted, particularly at the lower echelons, making this revelation rather commonplace. His gaze continued to traverse the remaining entries. However, as he delved deeper, his initial calm and anticipation were abruptly transformed, and his pupils widened in shock. What the hell? The Sky Knight. In an instant, words from his past life escaped his lips. His eyes fixated intently on the fourth piece of intelligence. He widened his gaze and instinctively rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misread. Yet, despite multiple attempts to clear his vision, the text remained unchanged. At that moment, Thor felt a parched sensation in his throat. The Sky Knight. What had he just seen? The future Sky Knight. The striking letters nearly caused his heart to halt in its rhythm. Chapter 6. The Future Sky Knight. In this realm, extraordinary powers manifested in the form of knights, each with a stringent hierarchy. Beginning with the Apprentice Knight, who harnesses the essence of life. The ranks include Apprentice Knight, Knight, Great Knight, Earth Knight, Sky Knight, and Sanctum Knight. Attaining the status of Earth Knight signifies one of the kingdom's premier combatants. For instance, his father, Engel Dresrosa, is an eminent peak Earth Knight. The Earth Knights have reached such heights, and the Sky Knights represent the pinnacle of the kingdom's strength. Each Sky Knight embodies the true essence of the realm, serving as the very foundation upon which its continuity depends. Thor could hardly have anticipated that today's daily intelligence report would reveal the presence of a Sky Knight, particularly the very figure who, just yesterday, fortuitously obtained the Fruit of Life. The report clearly indicated that he had intercepted the Fruit of Life belonging to another, thus altering the latter's fate. What was destined to be consumed and change the course of destiny had returned to its origin. Perhaps I should give it a try, Thor murmured to himself, a flicker of restless ambition igniting in his eyes, even contemplating an immediate departure. However, after a moment's reflection, he ultimately quelled the impulse. He summoned a servant to attend to his morning ablutions. As night fell and the dawn's light bathed the world, Thor awoke from his slumber. Unlike his usual routine, he did not train that day. As a now qualified knight, such practices were no longer necessary. He glanced over the daily intelligence report once more before setting off with his 3 knights, their destination, the town of Luzern. An hour later, his presence graced the town of Luzern once again. Upon the arrival of Master Thor, the town's official could not help but feel a twinge of unease as he approached. I seek a boy named Rein, son of Hunter, Thor declared, seated upon his steed, his voice calm and composed. Yes, Master Thor, I shall locate him at once. The official replied, albeit perplexed, before hastily departing. Approximately half an hour later, he returned, bearing a document. Master Thor, Hunter resides in the village of Falling Leaves to the west of the town. Please follow me, the official announced respectfully. Very well, Thor nodded, promptly urging his horse to follow the official towards their destination. Meanwhile, in the village of Falling Leaves, within a dilapidated dwelling, a thunderous crash echoed. You worthless fool. You can't even procure a drink. An enraged voice bellowed, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Inside the room, a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol and disheveled, was berating a boy who cowered silently in the corner. Speak. Why are you silent? Where's the drink? The man's fury continued to escalate, and in a fit of rage, he hurled a bottle at the boy. Crash! The bottle shattered upon impact with the boy's head, eliciting a muffled groan as crimson blood trickled from a wound. Yet the man showed no sign of concern. You're all useless. Rein, I tell you, without me, you would starve to death. Go, fetch me some liquor. His voice thundered again. But the boy remained hunched in the corner, which only fueled the man's wrath further. What, you refuse to go? If you don't, I'll sell you off. I hear the noble lords have a penchant for such things. Hurry. He raised another bottle, ready to strike again. However, just as the bottle was about to be thrown, a flash of white light appeared, and the bottle shattered midair. Stop, a deep voice commanded. The middle-aged man froze momentarily before his anger flared anew. What? You dare bring outsiders into my home? Rein, it seems you truly do not regard me. He prepared to lift the bottle once more, but at that moment, a cold voice pierced the air. I said stop. Did you not hear me? The tone was laced with an icy chill. Suddenly, several figures emerged in the cramped room. The drunken man finally recognized the intruders, and his intoxication began to dissipate. Clang! The bottle fell from his grasp as he collapsed to the ground. My lord! The man trembled, his body shaking as waves of fear engulfed him. Yet, Thor paid him no mind. He stepped over the man and approached the corner where the boy lay. Are you all right? He asked gently. The boy looked up, startled, but quickly attempted to kneel. However, weakness from prolonged hunger and the recent beating caused him to stumble and fall to the floor. Thor swiftly caught him, checking his condition. The flow of life force reassured him. The boy was not in mortal danger, merely unconscious. He handed the boy to a nearby knight and, after a brief contemplation, turned to another knight. Provide him with a gold coin. From this moment on, Rein shall have no further ties to him. Thor spoke calmly. At once, the knight nodded, swiftly retrieving a gold coin and tossing it onto the floor. My lord, it is a blessing for Rein to follow you. Rest assured, I shall never contact him again. The middle-aged man crawled eagerly towards the gleaming coin on the ground, gratitude spilling from his lips as he hurriedly collected it. Thor chose to ignore him, deeming him unworthy of his attention. The gold was offered solely out of respect for the boy, and nothing more. With the boy in tow, Thor departed swiftly, leaving the man to revel in his newfound wealth, blissfully unaware of the monumental loss he had just incurred. For he had just let slip an opportunity to claim a Sky Knight, a being capable of standing atop the kingdom itself. Little did he fathom that the son he had once scorned would one day ascend to such heights. In his current mindset, trading his son for a coin seemed an exceptional bargain, a mere pawn for a few drinks, far beyond his wildest dreams of gold. Chapter 7. Taming the Guardian Knight. Upon returning to the castle, Thor entrusted Rein to the servants, who promptly provided him with the necessary care. An hour later, Rein slowly emerged from his slumber. The luxurious bed felt foreign and uncomfortable to him, and the delightful aromas wafting through the air made his throat tighten with hunger. Suddenly, he swallowed reflexively, but when he finally took in his surroundings, he was taken aback and scrambled to his feet, panic flashing across his face. For he found himself in a lavish chamber, surrounded by opulence beyond his wildest imaginings. Any single item in the room was worth more than he could ever hope to possess. To his astonishment, he found himself adorned in resplendent attire, garments that were typically reserved for the aristocracy, those noble gentlemen he had only glimpsed from afar in days gone by. It was said that each piece was obtainable only through the expenditure of silver coins. Throughout his life, he had been most familiar with iron coins, and he had scarcely seen a copper coin in the past 3 years, let alone silver, which was a realm beyond his wildest dreams. Yet, amidst his bewilderment, a soft creak resonated as the door opened, and a figure dressed as a servant entered. Do not be anxious, young Master Tor. Please finish your meal before meeting him, came a gentle voice, the servant speaking with utmost respect. Listening to the deference in the servant's words, Rein felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. At the servant's gesture, he noticed the dining table laden with an abundance of food. No longer were there the nearly inedible black loaves, but instead exquisite dishes, many of which featured meats. Gulp. Instinctively, his throat convulsed again, and Rein felt an overwhelming urge to step forward, though he hesitated. Can I eat this? He ventured cautiously, uncertainty lacing his tone. Of course. This feast has been prepared for you by young Master Tor. Please indulge quickly, lest it cool and lose its delightful flavor. The servant continued to smile encouragingly. Observing the servant's demeanor and radiant smile, Rein could no longer resist the pangs of hunger and began to eat in a frenzy. However, as the food entered his mouth, tears unexpectedly streamed from his eyes, which he fought back with determination. He devoured the meal hastily. Ordinarily, he would savor such a lavish spread, but the servant's words compelled him to hasten. After a brief moment, he set down his utensils and followed the servant towards Tor. In the training grounds, Tor was diligently practicing his knightly skills. Having condensed the seed of life to become an apprentice knight did not exempt him from the need for continued training. In fact, persistent exercise and the gathering of more life force were crucial to his advancement towards true knighthood. Even with his unique advantages, Tor remained steadfast in his efforts. Nearby stood the Knight Commander, Michael, who observed Tor's training with mild surprise. He was well acquainted with this young lord, having seen his talents wane over the past few years. It was astonishing to witness such rapid progress in recent days, as Tor had transformed into a competent apprentice knight, his dedication evident in his improved practice. It appears young Master Tor has truly matured, Michael mused. While reflecting, his brows furrowed slightly as he noticed the servant approaching with Rein. However, he paid little heed, and although Tor noticed, he continued his practice undeterred. Your knightly skills have become remarkably proficient, young Master Tor. With continued practice, you should have the opportunity to advance to knighthood within a decade, Michael exclaimed with a grin. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Michael, Tor replied, though he did not place too much stock in Michael's praise, being acutely aware of his own talents. After speaking, his gaze instinctively drifted towards Rein and the servant. Master Tor, my lord, the servant and Rein spoke in unison. Indeed, it seems you have made a splendid recovery, Tor remarked, nodding with satisfaction as he regarded Rein. Clad in noble garments, with golden curls and lively eyes, Rein exuded an air of delicate elegance, a stark contrast to his previously disheveled state. My lord, Rein instinctively began, yet he faltered, unsure of what to say. Would you be willing to become my knightly protector? If so, I can arrange for someone to teach you the ways of knighthood. Observing Rein's hesitant demeanor, Tor smiled and spoke directly, eschewing any need for subterfuge. In this quasi-medieval age, there was no necessity for theatrics and winning hearts, nor was there a need for excessive display. He was of noble birth, and Rein was a commoner. This distinction encompassed much. In that moment, Michael cast a surprised glance at Rein. Meanwhile, Rein's head shot up, his eyes wide with shock and a glimmer of joy directed at Tor. My lord, he exclaimed, his heart racing. Though a commoner, he was well aware of the significance of knighthood, which represented the lofty heights of aristocracy. He had never dared to dream he might one day belong to such a revered class. Why would you not wish to? Tor's voice was filled with warmth as he observed Rein's astonished expression. I would. I swear by the goddess of life that I, Rein, shall become your loyal, knightly protector. As Rein spoke, a verdant glow enveloped the surroundings, and a diamond-shaped mark materialized upon his forehead. In this land, under the blessing of the goddess of life, every oath sworn in her name resonated with profound significance. At that moment, Rein had truly pledged his allegiance to Tor. Witnessing this, Tor appeared momentarily taken aback. But soon his face broke into a smile. Everything was proceeding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. At this instant, Rein had genuinely become his guardian knight. The oath of protection, witnessed by life itself and grounded in loyalty, could only be forged by one with an unwavering heart. It was a voluntary commitment, impossible to enforce. Once established, it signified that Rein had truly become his most devoted knight. Ha ha ha, splendid. From this day forth, you shall be my guardian knight, my very first. Tor exclaimed with delight. Uncle Michael, might I trouble you to instruct Rein in the coming days? Tor nodded with a smile, turning his gaze towards the slightly taken aback Michael. Making a request. Certainly. Michael hesitated briefly, casting a glance at Rein before nodding in agreement. Chapter 8. Rein's terrifying talent. Having entrusted Rein to Michael, Tor chose not to linger, for he had immense faith in Michael's capabilities. As his father's right-hand man, Michael's prowess spoke for itself. He was a land knight and the second most formidable figure within the entire Dresrosa castle, second only to Tor's father. More importantly, he was exceptionally skilled in the art of teaching. After being instructed by Michael, some of Tor's brothers had even reached the pinnacle of knightly prowess. Under Michael's tutelage, the knightly order had expanded considerably. Entrusting Rein to Michael was sure to lay a solid foundation for him. However, even Tor had not anticipated the sheer extent of Rein's extraordinary talent. In less than half a month, while Tor was still engaged in the preparations for the expansion of the knightly order and acquiring valuable information through his intelligence network, Michael summoned him. What? Rein is about to break through to become a trainee knight? Hearing Michael's words, Tor couldn't help but tremble, his astonishment escaping as he spoke. Indeed, young Master Tor, I can hardly believe it myself, but it is the truth. The life force within Rein has reached ample levels. He should be able to break through to trainee knight within the next 3 days at the latest. I am preparing to request a bottle of low-grade life potion from the Count. Michael was equally shaken, despite having witnessed Rein's extraordinary talent over the past few days. This moment still left him profoundly astonished. Even as a knight of the earth, he was aware that Rein had never practiced any knightly techniques. Yet, in merely half a month, the young man was on the verge of breaking through to trainee knight. Such talent was almost unfathomable. It is worth noting that even he, a figure of considerable strength within the kingdom, took 3 years to condense his life seed, and the Count himself seemed to have spent a whole year to achieve the same. The prospect of condensing a life seed in just half a month left him utterly astonished. "Thank you, Uncle Michael. I understand. I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone besides Father." Thor took a deep breath, expressed his gratitude, and then paused thoughtfully before speaking. Although Rein had already become his guardian knight, he preferred to keep this news from spreading to avoid any unforeseen complications. "Very well," Michael replied after a brief contemplation, casting a glance at Thor before nodding in agreement. "Thank you, Uncle Michael," Thor responded, his head nodding in appreciation. "No need for thanks," Michael said, giving Thor a deep look, his heart stirred with emotion. He was well aware that Rein had been brought up in the impoverished class by young Master Thor. However, as the most loyal knight of the Dresrosa family, there were certain matters he understood he should not pry into. Curiosity was best left unvoiced. After exchanging a few more words with Thor, he made his way toward the castle. Since he had mentioned applying for the low-grade life potion, he would not delay. Thor, for his part, chose to check on Rein before resuming his own tasks. Meanwhile, in the study, Michael had arrived at Count Engel Dresrosa's office to report the developments. "What? You say Thor's guardian knight is about to break through to trainee knight?" The Count was taken aback upon hearing Michael's report. He was familiar with his son's guardian knight and had even sent someone to investigate him. However, he had not paid it much mind, considering him merely a guardian knight and a child of the lower class, of little consequence. Yet he could hardly have anticipated that, in just half a month, Michael would bring him such news. Michael was aware of the circumstances. Rein had not previously engaged with any knightly cultivation methods. And yet, in merely half a month, he was poised to break through to trainee knight. After the initial shock, Count Engel Dresrosa found himself breathing heavily. "Yes, I have confirmed it. Based on the current situation, there is nearly a 70 to 80 probability of a breakthrough." Michael nodded once more, watching his knight commander pacing back and forth. The Count's eyes flickered with intensity. Michael remained silent, patiently waiting. Moments later, Count Engel Dresrosa halted. "Charlie," he called out. The door soon opened, and the butler Charlie entered. "Fetch a bottle of low-grade life potion from the first counter, the 7th from the first row. No, wait, the 3rd from the first row, and the 5th from the second counter," the Count instructed. "Yes," Charlie replied, somewhat astonished, yet nodded promptly. "Michael, I am aware of this matter. I will have Thor deliver the low-grade life potion shortly. You may return for now," the Count said to Michael. "Understood." Michael nodded, not particularly surprised, and quickly departed. After Michael's exit, Count Engel Dresrosa instructed a servant to summon Thor. Thor, who had been busy with preparations, had to set aside his tasks to hasten to the study upon hearing his father's call. When Thor arrived, Charlie had already returned with the items. "Father," Thor greeted respectfully. As he spoke, Count Engel Dresrosa did not respond immediately, instead casting a profound gaze upon his son. Thor dared not interrupt and continued to bow his head. Fortunately, the Count did not linger in his scrutiny, but instead mused aloud. "Thor, you have done well. Here is a set of silver armor and a bottle of mid-grade life potion. You may present them to your guardian knight." As he spoke, Thor's head snapped up in surprise, his expression betraying his astonishment at the generosity of his father. Silver armor and a mid-grade life potion. He had not anticipated such a grand gesture from his father. A full set of silver armor was worth over 100 gold coins, let alone the mid-grade life potion, which was invaluable even for the advancement of a great knight to an earth knight. Easily worth over 1,000 gold coins, and often in short supply. The fact that his father instructed him to bestow these upon Rein left him utterly speechless. "Father," Thor instinctively began, his gaze turning toward Count Engel Dresrosa, a mix of hesitation and astonishment clouding his features. "Thor, you must understand that while Rein has become your guardian knight, the title of guardian knight merely signifies loyalty and does not imply anything further. As a competent lord, you must demonstrate your grace, your magnanimity, and your authority." The Count's words resonated with a weighty significance. Thor paused, momentarily taken aback, before his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Clearly, his father, Count Engel Dresrosa, was imparting a lesson to him. Thor harbored no resistance to this guidance. As a noble, the wisdom and experience possessed by the Count far surpassed his own, even as a time traveler. Observing Thor's expression, Count Engel Dresrosa revealed a look of satisfaction. After a brief contemplation, he spoke again. "Thor, the path of the expanding knight is fraught with challenges. To truly become a qualified knight of exploration, your foremost lesson must be the art of winning hearts. At present, you are the young master of the Dresrosa castle. shielded by the illustrious legacy of the Dresrosa family. Yet, once you embrace the role of a knight of exploration, that radiance will recede, leaving you to rely on your own intellect to forge your own dominion and lead your subjects. Rein, indeed, possesses remarkable talent, the likes of which I have never witnessed before. If you can genuinely win him over, he shall become your greatest ally in the future. Your own gifts may not be as formidable, and I initially harbored little hope for you, but my child, you seem to have surprised me greatly. The words began with solemnity, only to blossom into a smile. Upon hearing his father's words, Tor felt a jolt of surprise, instinctively opening his mouth to respond, only to be halted by Count Engel Dresrosa. Everyone harbors secrets. I do not need to pry into yours, for you are my child. Now, and forever, strive diligently. I look forward to seeing my offspring soar as the eagle of the Dresrosa family. Count Engel Dresrosa chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on his son's inquiries, instead signaling that he was free to depart. Yes, father, I shall not disappoint you. Tor nodded, his expression earnest. Shortly thereafter, a servant hurriedly approached, assisting Tor in donning his silver armor and preparing a life potion. As Tor departed, Count Engel Dresrosa's eyes glimmered with a hint of mirth. It appears I have underestimated him. What a delightful surprise. Charlie, he softly called, then beckoned once more. Yes, my lord. The steward Charlie entered, his voice imbued with respect. Fetch me the second chest for my primary storeroom. Count Engel Dresrosa's thoughts returned, his smile brightening. At once, Charlie nodded and swiftly exited. Tor, I hope you do not let me down, murmured Count Engel Dresrosa, once again engrossing himself in the book at hand. Meanwhile, the departing Tor remained blissfully unaware that his father's investment in him was about to increase, thanks to Rein's emergence. Had he known, he would surely have reveled in joy. Even so, he was already in high spirits as he made his way to the training grounds with his servant. At that moment, Rein was still immersed in his training. Compared to a fortnight prior, Rein's physique had visibly strengthened, shedding his previous gauntness. His vigor and spirit had undergone a notable transformation, much to Tor's satisfaction. After a brief wait, Rein paused to catch his breath, disregarding the sweat beading on his brow as he hurried over. Young Master Tor, Rein greeted respectfully, performing a knightly salute. Excellent. It seems you have been working diligently these past few days. Here, this is your reward. Tor smiled, then waved his hand. Two servants swiftly approached, presenting a large and a small box before Rein. Young Master Tor, this. Rein instinctively hesitated, but was promptly stopped by Tor. You are my guardian knight. You cannot remain in such poverty. Take a look. Tor interjected with a grin. Then, thank you, young master. Although Rein felt a pang of uncertainty, he ultimately acquiesced to Tor's words and cautiously opened the larger box. As it swung open, a gleam of silver emerged, instantly captivating his gaze. This was a suit of silver armor, one he could utilize even if he ascended to the rank of a great knight in the future. Tor chuckled again. Thank you, young master. Rein quickly expressed his gratitude, his hands trembling slightly. At that moment, he was no longer a novice, having trained under Miguel. He understood the value of the silver armor all too well. The exhilaration and gratitude swelling within him were palpable. Now let us see what lies within the other box. It is even more suitable for you at this moment. Tor gestured towards a smaller box. Yes, despite his trepidation, Rein carefully opened the wooden box. It was small, and inside lay a tiny glass vial containing a vibrant green liquid. Upon seeing the green liquid, Rein felt a wave of confusion wash over him, soon replaced by a breathless astonishment. The green liquid, far more precious than the silver armor, instantly conjured thoughts of a certain item, though he struggled to believe it. For that item was beyond his wildest imaginings. This is a life potion, Rein exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Tor, his breath quickening. Indeed, this is a mid-tier life potion, worth nearly 10 times that of a low-tier one. With it, you can assuredly step into the realm of a trainee knight. Tor mocked, contemplating the life potion before him. Truth be told, had it not been for the daily intelligence system, he might have considered keeping this vial for himself. After all, even he had never partaken of such a potion. Each year, every direct descendant of the Dresrosa family received a life potion, but those were low tier, their value incomparable. With this one, he could confidently advance to the mid-tier of trainee knights. Chapter 10. A month's time, gifts of farewell. Inside the study, a knock echoed against the door. My lord, Charlie's respectful voice rang out. What news? Count Engel Dresrosa inquired, his gaze still fixed on the book. Young Master Tor has indeed presented the life potion to Rein, the steward announced with reverence. Understood. You may leave. Count Engel Dresrosa nodded, and Charlie promptly exited. Thor had not anticipated that this conversation would serve not only as a lesson from his father, but also as a test. The value of a mid-tier life potion was undeniably significant, and even as the fledgling of the Dresrosa family, he had never encountered one. Whether he would choose to keep it for himself was uncertain. Retaining it would undoubtedly enhance his knightly prowess. However, for a lord, the priority lies in resources and foresight for the future. Should he fail to navigate this, his father may reconsider his investments. Yet, such a test was rendered superfluous in the face of Tor's daily intelligence system. For him, those considerations were entirely unnecessary. The daily intelligence system provided him with immeasurable advantages. A bottle of intermediate life potion, though significant, held little importance for him, while the daily intelligence system had not provided him with further assistance in recent days. This was merely due to his confinement within the castle of Dresrosa. He remained confident that once he ventured forth to the northern province, the daily intelligence would yield much more, and he would not dwell on the present limitations. As time flowed gently onward, Thor immersed himself entirely in preparations, awaiting the refresh of daily intelligence. Yet much like before, the ensuing 10 days brought him scant rewards, merely the discovery of items valued at several or a few hundred gold coins. The likes of life fruits and prodigies, such as Rein, had not resurfaced. This was, in fact, quite natural. With a population of merely hundreds of thousands in the small towns under the dominion of Dresrosa Castle, the appearance of life fruits and geniuses like Rein was already a miracle, and miracles could not be expected to occur perpetually. Thor felt no disappointment. As he had anticipated, the true stage awaited him in the northern province. An uncharted world, teeming with resources and opportunities beyond imagination, would soon unveil itself through his daily intelligence. As night gradually passed, the final day of his time in Dresrosa Castle arrived. Early in the morning, Thor was summoned to his father's study. "What do you require? If it is within my power, I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes." The gentle voice of Count Engel Dresrosa turned towards his son, in conjunction with his words. The butler Charlie handed a list to Thor. Yes, a mix of nervousness and expectation stirred within Thor. He understood this was his father's, and by extension, the Dresrosa family's support for his endeavors as a pioneering knight. These provisions were crucial to his development in the foreseeable future, and he regarded them with utmost seriousness. After all, despite possessing the daily intelligence system, the extent of his family's support would fundamentally determine the speed of his advancement. His gaze fixed upon the list. He beheld line after line of text. 10,000 gold coins, 50 bottles of low-grade life potions, 3 bottles of intermediate life potions, 34 knights, 100 squire knights, 300 preparatory knights, a set of golden armor, 34 sets of silver armor, 100 sets of bronze armor, and 300 sets of black iron armor. As he absorbed this information, Thor's breath quickened. It was simply overwhelming. Even a rough estimate placed the total value well above 100,000 gold coins. For context, the annual financial revenue of the entire Dresrosa family territory was likely less than 100,000 gold coins, and this sum had already far surpassed that. Not to mention the worth of 34 knights, 100 squire knights, and 300 preparatory knights, which constituted nearly 1/10 of the Dresrosa family's knightly force. Even without including any grand knights, he instantly lifted his gaze, breathless, to his father. "I have proclaimed that the fledgling of the Dresrosa family is poised to soar. As the patriarch of the Dresrosa family, it is my duty to provide you with this gift. How do you find it? Are you satisfied?" Count Engel Dresrosa spoke again with a gentle tone, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, even in the face of such considerable wealth, which was equally significant to him. "Thank you, father. I am truly satisfied." Thor inhaled deeply, his voice imbued with respect. In that moment, his gratitude was genuine. While he had anticipated a substantial farewell gift from Count Engel Dresrosa, he had not envisioned such a grand sum. This fortune would serve as ample initial funding for his endeavors. "Your satisfaction is all that matters. Come, let us witness your future subordinates. Today they shall, in the presence of the goddess of life, become your most loyal knights." Count Engel Dresrosa smiled and rose. "Yes, father." Thor nodded, promptly stepping aside to make way. The count advanced, and together they exited the castle to the training grounds outside. There, 34 knights, 100 squire knights, and 300 preparatory knights awaited. Upon the arrival of Count Engel Dresrosa and Thor, the assembled 400 knights knelt in unison. "Step forth. This is your stage." The count encouraged his son with a smile. "Yes, father." Thor nodded, his heart swelling with emotion as he stepped forward. In that instant, a young leader drew forth his sword. "I pledge." A deep, solemn voice resonated. In the next moment, voices echoed across the training grounds. As the sounds mingled, a golden scroll unfurled above their heads. The power of the contract began to intertwine. Compared to Rein's guardian contract, this was an oath of fealty, established upon the contract. Its binding force was considerably weaker than the guardian contract. However, it was nearly impossible to expect complete loyalty from over 100 individuals, even as Thor had demonstrated his benevolence. Yet for the present, this was already sufficient. With the contract solidified, Thor waved his hand, distributing the armor, weapons, and all provisions granted by his father, including 34 bottles from the 50 low-grade life potions. Chapter 11. Departure to the Northern Province. Indeed, it appears I need not impart any further lessons. From this day forth, you shall be the soaring eagle of the Dresrosa family. I shall await the day you ascend to baronhood within our family. On that day, I will celebrate your triumph. Count Engel Dresrosa imparted his final counsel to his son at the castle's entrance, his satisfaction with Thor growing ever deeper. The distribution of life potions had exceeded even his expectations. Such actions were undeniably prudent at that moment. The hearts of over 400 knights were completely captured by his son, ensuring an easier passage through the challenging initial phase. Yes, father, Thor respectfully nodded, his heart brimming with excitement. A new realm awaited him, destined to be his stage. After a month of preparation, he was filled with anticipation. Go forth. I await your good news, Count Engel Dresrosa said with a smile. Yes, father, Thor replied, this time omitting the formal address. With those words, he turned, grasped the reins, and with a resounding neigh, the horses surged forward. The 400 knights followed closely behind as they set forth on their grand journey, while Count Engel Dresrosa stepped forward at a measured pace, until the figure ahead gradually vanished from sight. Let's go. For the young eagle must ultimately soar into the azure sky. With a gentle voice, Count Engel Dresrosa smiled and turned back towards the castle. Indeed, my lord, replied Michael, also smiling. The two figures disappeared. Meanwhile, Thor led 400 knights away from Dresrosa Castle, setting forth towards the northern province. Dresrosa Castle is situated in the Frostmoon province, while the northern province lies above it. There is no need to traverse other provinces. However, as a burgeoning province, Frostmoon boasts a vast expanse, requiring a month to traverse completely. Nevertheless, Thor was not in a hurry. After all, his father, Count Engel Dresrosa, had prepared for him not only weapons, armor, and gold, but also a wealth of supplies. A month's time, or even half a year, would suffice for sustenance. As for concerns regarding safety, there was little to fret about. At least within Frostmoon province, significant issues were unlikely to arise. Upon entering the northern province, with 400 knights at his command, Thor would possess a considerable force, sufficient for self-protection. However, Thor felt a tinge of disappointment. Even after departing from the Dresrosa family domain, his daily intelligence reports yielded little of value. Unfortunately, on one hand, as a traveler, he could not delve deeply into the territories of other nobles. On the other hand, while Frostmoon province was also an emerging province, it had been developed for several centuries, making it challenging to uncover hidden treasures. In a month, he had only amassed information worth approximately 1,000 gold coins. While substantial, it paled in comparison to the initial expectations. Yet this phenomenon would change dramatically upon entering the northern province. 1 month later, on the very first day of his arrival in the northern province, the daily intelligence refresh brought a glimmer to his eyes. Ding! The intelligence system has been updated. Would you like to open it? The mechanical voice rang out, just as it had on previous days. Open. Thor responded lightly, not expecting much. However, at the moment his words fell, a hum resonated. Daily intelligence updated. 1. 50 miles ahead, in 3 days, 2 boar beasts will engage in a dispute, leading to an imminent battle. In 4 days, you shall receive 2 fresh boar beast carcasses. 2. In 3 days, 30 miles ahead, a school of spiky butterfly fish will swim through a small river. If captured, they can slightly enhance one's aptitude. 3. In 7 days, a mysterious elder will be gravely injured 70 miles ahead. Saving him will yield unexpected rewards, though it may bring certain crises 30 years hence. 4. In 1 day, a star moon fruit will ripen 1,000 miles to the right. 5. 6. 7. Lines of golden characters unfurled, presenting a stark contrast to previous encounters. Thor, who had initially been indifferent, found his gaze captivated. He had anticipated another mundane day with little of interest. Yet a mere glance revealed several enticing prospects that ignited his enthusiasm. Indeed, as he scanned through the intelligence, a smile broke forth, unable to be contained. Just as he had imagined, upon entering the northern province, the gifts of information were undeniably superior, even if many of the opportunities were beyond his current reach. The few he could pursue set his heart racing. For instance, those two boar beasts 3,000 meters away. If memory served, they were peak first-tier magical beasts, each valued at over 100 gold coins. More importantly, their meat could significantly enhance life force, and it was remarkably gentle. Securing two would adequately supply his provisions for the journey to the central city of Luzern in the northern province. Not to mention the spiky butterfly fish mentioned in the second piece of intelligence. His preparations over the past month were not in vain. He recalled that this fish was unique to the northern province, each one immensely valuable beyond mere monetary measure. If the meat of the boar beast could accelerate the gathering of life force, the flesh of the spiky butterfly fish could elevate a knight's aptitude. Clearly, the latter was far more precious than the former, as aptitude was the eternal determinant of how far a knight could advance. The enhancement of such aptitude was invaluable. In addition, the other options stirred his excitement, particularly the star moon fruit, whose worth rivaled that of the spiky butterfly fish, serving as a primary ingredient for high-grade life potions. Only slightly inferior to the life fruit. In the kingdom, it could incite fierce competition among Earth Knights. At an internal auction, it was often priceless. Just contemplating it made Thor's throat tighten. Alas, with a soft sigh, Thor could only shake his head. A day's journey of 1,000 miles was no trivial feat. Even a Sky Knight would find it a daunting task. By the time he arrived, he might only be able to feast on dust. Chapter 12. The first step of the Pioneer Knight. In a narrow stream that had been completely diverted, a multitude of formal knights now glimmered with excitement. Moments later, a voice of astonishment rang out. My lord, we've caught them. Truly, it is the spiky butterfly fish. With surprise, Thor, who had been resting, immediately stood up and strode over. In the stream, a knight was holding a peculiar fish, entirely pale blue and approximately the size of a palm. My lord, I've caught one too. As Thor approached, another knight exclaimed with excitement. My lord, my lord. A chorus of voices erupted, and within moments, 7 or 8 knights were exclaiming in delight. Yet, only these few had appeared. The stream had revealed but a handful of spiky butterfly fish. Nevertheless, this was enough to elicit joy. These were spiky butterfly fish, each fetching between 5,000 to 10,000 gold coins at the kingdom's premier auctions. More importantly, their immense utility lay in the fact that even a slight elevation in a knight's talent would be a permanent enhancement. As each knight gazed at the spiky butterfly fish, they could not help but swallow hard. And when they caught sight of Thor's eyes, only admiration remained. They were unaware of how their lord had come to know of the spiky butterfly fish's existence here. All they recognized was that their lord had led them to this place, informing them of the fish's presence, and it was indeed true. This was their lord's first venture into the northern province. Contemplating this, they felt an overwhelming sense of shock and aspiration. Initially, there was a sense of trepidation among the crowd regarding their journey to the northern province. Yet in this very moment, that anxiety quietly dissipated. Of course, Thor paid no heed to such sentiments at this juncture. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the knights to prepare the spiny butterfly fish for their meal. He had no intention of keeping the fish for himself, but rather intended to distribute it among his comrades. On one hand, only the first fish held any value, and on the other, stepping into the northern province allowed Thor to sense the knights' unease. The appearance of the spiny butterfly fish would undoubtedly alleviate their apprehensions. More importantly, these knights constituted the foundation of his future endeavors, and given their trustworthiness, it was needless to elaborate on the merits of bestowing such benefits upon them. Although there were only 7 fish in total, the act of sharing them meant that each individual would likely only savor a taste. Yet the mere presence of it made all the difference. Indeed, as Thor resolved to share the fish, a jubilant cheer erupted from the 400 knights. If one could observe their loyalty and morale, they would witness the number soaring. However, even without such visibility, the palpable change in atmosphere was unmistakable. With a smile, Thor indulged in his portion. The flesh of the spiny butterfly fish was tender, melting in his mouth. As he swallowed, a warm wave coursed through his limbs, accompanied by a refreshing clarity in his mind. The vitality within him surged uncontrollably. Not daring to delay, Thor swiftly settled into a meditative posture and activated the knight's breathing technique. Time passed slowly. After about half an hour, Thor's eyes suddenly flew open, his expression illuminated with surprise. At this moment, his life seed had once again expanded, propelling him closer to the midpoint of his apprenticeship as a knight. Under the current circumstances, by the time they reached Luzern City, he might very well achieve a breakthrough into the mid-tier of apprenticeship. However, this flicker of joy had yet to spread. In the next instant, a surge of life energy erupted nearby. Thor's astonishment was abruptly halted as he turned his gaze toward the source, his lips twitching slightly. At that moment, Rein also opened his eyes, surrounded by a radiant green aura, a manifestation of life energy. This signified that Rein had officially advanced to the late stage of apprenticeship. Indeed, he had progressed to the late stage of apprenticeship. Prior to their departure, with the aid of a mid-tier life potion, he had swiftly ascended to the early stage of apprenticeship. On the 10th day of their journey, he had already reached the midpoint, and now, in less than 20 days, he had once again broken through to the late stage. At this rate, by the time Thor reached the midpoint of apprenticeship, Rein would likely have already attained the pinnacle of his apprenticeship. Such a pace of cultivation left Thor momentarily speechless. This was a stark reminder that comparison often breeds despair. Taking a deep breath, Thor shook his head. "My lord." At that moment, the newly advanced Rein exhibited a glimmer of surprise upon meeting Thor's gaze. He quickly offered a salute. "Indeed, continue to strive diligently, and I hope you can attain the pinnacle of knighthood by the time we reach our territory." Thor's voice was gentle as he reassured him. "Yes, my lord." Rein responded with fervor, his respect for Thor palpable. If one could measure loyalty, his would undoubtedly be at maximum capacity. After encouraging a few more words, Thor beckoned everyone to proceed once more. Along the journey, Thor also came across 2 boar beasts from the intelligence reports. This discovery elicited another round of astonished cheers from the knights and provided them with yet another hearty meal. Contrary to their expectations of enduring harsh and frigid days, the first day in the northern province was instead spent in fruitful endeavors. This transformed the apprehension of the 400 knights into a sense of anticipation for the future. At this moment, it seemed as though everyone could feel a promising future beckoning them. Hope, yearning, and aspiration replaced the previous feelings of anxiety, tension, and uncertainty about what lay ahead. This was precisely what Thor needed. Building a territory was a journey from nothing to something, and the hardships encountered along the way were unimaginable. The first hurdle was instilling unwavering resolve within the hearts of the vassal knights. Vassal knights, after all, were still human. They were not the sworn guardians under the witness of the goddess of life, bound by a lifelong contract of loyalty, yet only to that extent. The challenge lay in igniting their inner motivation, an issue every pioneering knight must confront. Having perused extensive material, Thor naturally understood this. Fortunately, aided by his daily intelligence updates, addressing this matter was considerably simpler for him than for other pioneering knights. As night descended, the first day in the northern province gradually came to a close, ushering in the second day. Much like the first, the second day bore its own bountiful rewards. Though not as directly enhancing as the spiny butterfly fish, the gains were nonetheless substantial, and each individual partook in the spoils. Chapter 13. The Despair of Near Morton. The first day passed in anticipation, and the second followed suit. The subsequent days unfolded similarly. As time progressed, it soon marked the 6th day. Within this span, under the guidance of the daily intelligence system, all had undoubtedly reaped considerable rewards, not merely in terms of wealth, but also in cultivation. Among the 100 apprentice knights, one had even officially broken through to become a formal knight, increasing Thor's count of formal knights to 35. Even those apprentices and formal knights who had not yet broken through exhibited notable advancements in their abilities. This was beyond anything they could have imagined while dwelling in the Dresrosa castle. Merely 2 months since departing from the Dresrosa family, their lord had bestowed upon them all of this. Such outcomes instilled in them an ever-present hope for the future. In this regard, Thor felt the same. The spiny butterfly fish had slightly enhanced his talents, and coupled with the gains of the past few days, his progress as a knight had been remarkably swift. He was now drawing ever closer to the midpoint of apprenticeship. At this pace, he might even achieve a breakthrough before arriving in Luzern city, surpassing his original expectations. Not to mention the progress made since leaving the Dresrosa castle. However, what caused his lips to twitch was the realization that Rein was advancing even faster, likely to reach the pinnacle of apprenticeship in just a few days. It was conceivable that by the time they reached their territory, he might already be a formal knight. The disparity in talent left him speechless. They were simply not in the same league, a testament to Rein's potential to become a Sky Knight. As night descended, Thor, having completed his breathing practice, suddenly opened his eyes. The new intelligence system reappeared. "Ding! The intelligence system has been updated. Would you like to access it?" The mechanical voice echoed, just as it had on every preceding day. "Open," he instructed softly. The moment his words fell, a humming sound resonated. A ripple spread forth. "Daily intelligence has been updated. 100 miles ahead, A group of earth dragons will pass through. 2. In 3 days. 3. Tomorrow. A mysterious elder will be gravely injured 3 miles ahead. Rescuing him will yield unforeseen rewards, yet 30 years hence, the future may present certain crises. 4. 1 day later. 1,000 miles to the right, hellish dragon creatures from subterranean caverns are wreaking havoc. 5. 1,000 miles from Luzern City, in Leaffall Valley, lies a small iron mine guarded by goblins. 6. In 3 days, a herd of unicorns will pass by the banks of the Rhine, lingering for 3 hours before departing. 7. In 7 days. As before, Thor swiftly noted the bounties presented. Though he was uncertain whether it was due to their proximity to Luzern City that the yields appeared somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, even a lesser bounty was far more than what he had encountered during the Frostmoon province. His gaze scanned the information, eventually settling on 2 specific entries. Yet, after committing these to memory, his attention inevitably gravitated towards a recurring line in the intelligence. Tomorrow? He murmured hesitantly, his eyes lingering on the 3rd entry. The gravely injured elder could bring unexpected rewards, but 30 years later, the future might herald a certain calamity. As the time drew near, he found himself hesitating. Mysterious, gravely injured, unforeseen disaster. Even a mere thought would reveal the elder's significance. Yet the potential calamity left him torn between the decision to save or to abstain. To refrain from rescuing him might mean missing a momentous opportunity, while to intervene should disaster truly await with his current meager strength. He might be ill-equipped to manage the fallout. His thoughts whirled. Thor glanced at Rein beside him, then at the ominous 30-year mark, pausing only briefly before reaching a resolution. As night progressed, the blood moon descended, ushering in a new day with the dawn. The group set forth once more, their trajectory noticeably altered, now directed towards the location of the mysterious elder as indicated in the intelligence. Ultimately, Thor's decision was clear. He would rescue the elder. The rationale was simple. He possessed a golden opportunity. Should any issues arise, the golden opportunity would provide guidance, and if matters proved insurmountable, he could always divide resources. Besides, who could ascertain how distant the future might be? What appeared as a calamity now could very well transform into a boon later. Thor harbored a robust confidence in this regard. In contrast, the immediate rewards held paramount importance. The group advanced at a steady pace, swiftly covering the 3-mile distance, gradually drawing closer to their destination. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure staggered unsteadily. With a soft thud, he collapsed on the ground. Damn that hygel. Neil Moten felt a sinking sensation within, acutely aware of the poison coursing through his veins. Had he been in his prime, these toxins would pose little threat. After all, a Sky Knight's life force could dispel all. However, that was in times of vigor. Now his life seed was nearly withered, and his life force all but exhausted, rendering these toxins exceedingly lethal. Was this how it would end? A sense of unwillingness washed over him. Sophia, forgive me, Neil Moten murmured, a bitter smile gracing his lips. To think that a dignified Sky Knight of the Empire, one who might likely transcend to a Saint Knight, would find himself ensnared in such a predicament. Amidst his grim humor, a profound sense of bitterness welled within. Yet, bitterness was futile. He could feel the poison encroaching upon his heart and lungs. And in less than 20 breaths, he would meet his demise, beyond even divine intervention. At this moment, unless he could return to the Empire and receive the finest care from a priest, there was little hope for recovery. Yet such a return was impossible. He was far from an empire, amid savage lands. His consciousness began to fade, laced with a sense of futility. No matter how much he wished otherwise, he could only succumb to the growing darkness. Until, just before his awareness slipped away entirely, he perceived distant figures emerging. Those figures instilled within him the final thought. He was likely finished. For only the pursuit squad of the temple could be present here. Yet, that was the sole thought that lingered. The poison was not merely spreading to his heart and lungs, but was also advancing towards his brain. His consciousness sank into oblivion. Chapter 14. Approaching Luzern City. My lord, there are people ahead. A shout pierced the air, prompting the entire knight brigade to ready for battle. Hearing the knight's words and noticing the figure lying prone ahead, Thor's heart stirred. He instantly realized that this must be the gravely injured mysterious elder. Do not be alarmed. Let's see what has transpired. Thor waved his hand, his tone solemn. Yes, a knight nodded, promptly signaling a few comrades to advance. Soon, those sent forth returned. My lord, that man appears to be poisoned. His life is in jeopardy, came the respectful report. Bring him here. Thor pondered briefly before issuing a command to the knight captain beside him. Yes, Steve nodded and swiftly gathered a team to assist. Before long, the elder was brought forth by several knights. At last, Thor beheld the visage of the mysterious elder. Clad in dark armor, the elder's hair had long since turned white, and his face was gaunt, a brownish hue threatening to envelop his features. Observing this scene, Thor's brow furrowed deeply. It was evident that the elder had likely succumbed to the poison. Whether he could be saved was uncertain. Thor felt a flicker of doubt, yet turned to Rein beside him. "Zen," he called out. "My lord." Rein responded respectfully. "Place him in the rear wagon, and also fetch that fruit I acquired a few days ago for him to consume," Thor declared, having reached a decision. He even retrieved a similarly precious item he had recently obtained. This was the divine wood fruit he had discovered in the forest 3 days prior. Its value, while not rivaling that of the life fruit, was akin to that of the star moon fruit. The only difference being that star moon fruit typically grew in abundance on a single tree, while divine wood fruit was singular, only born from ancient trees imbued with life energy for over 1,000 years. Each contained a vast reservoir of life force, serving not only as a primary ingredient for intermediate life potions, but also as a supplementary component for higher-grade life potions. Generally, barring severe injuries, a single divine wood fruit could suffice to restore one's vitality. Yet, the elder's condition was indeed dire, and Thor could not guarantee the fruit would suffice. However, since he had resolved to save the elder, he was prepared to give it a try. After all, losing one divine wood fruit was not a significant concern. "Yes." Rein nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, Thor promptly set about arranging matters. "I hope he hasn't perished. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain," he muttered to himself, casting a final glance before withdrawing his gaze. There was little more he could do at this juncture. As for utilizing a high-grade life potion, well, not only did he lack such a remedy, but even if he possessed one, he would be loath to gamble on it. After all, the extent of the old man's potential surprises remained uncertain, and the efficacy of a high-grade potion was difficult to fathom, even for him at present. Thus, it was out of the question to employ it indiscriminately. This was but a minor interlude. The group set forth once more, and now they were ever closer to the municipal district of Luzern City in the Northern Territory. At their current pace, they could reach it in no more than 10 days. Consequently, Thor opted to accelerate their speed, ceasing further searches, for as they neared Luzern City, the surrounding bounty had diminished significantly and lost its allure. In this context, they covered the 10-day journey in merely 7, with Luzern City now clearly in sight. Throughout those 7 days, the group pressed onward. Fortunately, all were at least preparatory knights, thus fatigue was not a concern. The decrease in spoils was of little consequence to anyone, as they all understood the impossibility of perpetual gains. The previous abundance had already been more than enough to astound. Thor himself remained unperturbed, for the prior successes had demonstrated the tremendous utility of the daily intelligence system in the Northern Territory. They were not yet in uncharted lands, and should they venture into such territories, the rewards would only multiply. Given that they had not even begun, there was no reason to worry. The sole matter weighing on his mind was the enigmatic elder. As the 7th day slipped away, the old man's vitality remained faint, showing no signs of awakening. Were it not for the faint pulsations of life energy he sensed, Thor might have doubted the elder's survival. The toxins he had encountered were formidable. Even a mere brush with them sent shivers down his spine, leading him to believe that even a formal knight would struggle against them. No, not struggle, but undoubtedly succumb. In such circumstances, the prospect of awakening was increasingly daunting. Should he fail to revive, his investment and risk would be rendered futile. Thankfully, the intelligence reports had not indicated any imminent dangers, or else he would have been compelled to consider abandoning the old man, for it hardly seemed worthwhile. However, since there were no warnings of peril and the old man remained alive, Thor chose to linger after a moment's contemplation. After all, tradition dictated that one must attempt a rescue. On the 8th day, as they caught sight of Luzern City, Ren's aura suddenly surged. In an instant, green light radiated outward, accompanied by waves of life energy that surged forth, his presence rapidly ascending. A breakthrough. Thor opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward Rein, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Just moments ago, he had sensed Ren's presence at the mid-tier of a Squire Knight, estimating that a full day would be required for a breakthrough. Yet now, Rein had catapulted to the pinnacle of the Squire Knight stage. If his previous conjectures had been mere speculation, it was now nearly certain that Rein would achieve the status of a formal knight before they reached their territory. A formal knight, that was a significant milestone. Given Ren's current rate of advancement, one could only hope for similar progress in 10 years. This was with enhanced talents. Previously, Such a feat would have taken decades. Shaking his head, Thor sighed. Meanwhile, the members of the Knight Order were equally astonished. Even Steve, the Knight Captain, looked on in awe at Rein. Throughout their journey, he had come to appreciate Rein's talent. Yet each successive breakthrough continued to astonish him. He was aware of Rein's training regimen and knew that he had only been at it for less than 3 months. Reflecting on his own progress, he realized that he had barely grasped the proper knightly breathing techniques in that same time frame. He had yet to even glimpse the threshold of the Squire Knight stage, let alone reach its pinnacle. Chapter 15. The choice to establish a territory. The Northern Territory was established 2 decades prior, and after 20 years, it still bore the visage of untamed wilderness, with only Luzern City, the provincial capital, showcasing traces of civilization. Yet these traces were scant, compared to the Frostmoon province, where the nobility held sway. Luzern City appeared disordered, barbaric, and filthy. Indeed, it was filthy. The streets were littered with heaps of excrement, and a foul stench permeated the air. If the Frostmoon province offered a glimpse of a kingdom's splendor, Luzern City was undoubtedly its last remnant of decay. Stagnant waters flowed, and the faces of the free citizens appeared gaunt and haggard, reminiscent of the serfs in the Frostmoon province. Clearly, even as free citizens, they led exceedingly difficult lives. As the newest province of the kingdom, the Northern Territory lacked the protection of royal law. Instead, local lords were the absolute rulers here. Oppression, exploitation, and chaos were the prevailing themes. In such a scenario, life in Luzern City, as the municipal center, was exceptionally arduous. Now, it was the 9th day since Thor and his companions had entered the Northern Territory. After a long journey of 40 days, they finally arrived at Luzern City. However, upon entering, the entire party fell into a somber silence. Even Rein was affected. His own life had been exceedingly tough, yet it now seemed far better than that of the free citizens here. He could distinctly perceive the lack of light in the eyes of the people. As their group arrived, the inhabitants merely numbly retreated. Sir, Rein spoke in a low tone, his youthful countenance shadowed by gloom. Let us proceed to the municipal center to register. Thor replied, equally subdued, despite having gleaned some knowledge of the Northern Territory from books. The direct impact of the sight before him rendered him speechless. Yet, it was evident that this was beyond his control. Not even his father would be entitled to intervene in the affairs of the Northern Territory, for a marquis presided over it. Understood, Rein nodded. After Thor arranged for his Knight Order to be stationed, he led Rein and Steve toward the heart of Luzern City. The city was modest in size, and the municipal center stood out prominently. The building, constructed entirely of blue stone, exuded both elegance and solemnity amidst the lowly dwellings surrounding it. As the 3 approached, they were swiftly halted by 2 guard knights. Greetings, I am Engel Dresrosa, here to register as a pioneering knight, Thor declared, presenting his family crest. To avoid any potential issues along the way, he had refrained from displaying it until they reached Luzern City, where it was necessary to establish his identity. The eagle emblem shone brightly in the sunlight, causing the 2 knights to startle and promptly pay their respects. Esteemed Knight Engel Dresrosa, I beg your pardon for my impertinence. Please do enter. A knight spoke respectfully, his heart tinged with trepidation. The Engel Dresrosa family hold an illustrious reputation throughout the kingdom, and he dared not offend them. Thank you for your kindness. Tor nodded. You are too gracious, my lord. Please, this way. The knight hastily replied, leading the 3 into the municipal center. The municipal center was exceedingly vast, nearly as expansive as the Engel Dresrosa castle itself. Within the grand hall, figures moved to and fro, comprising both staff and numerous knights. As Tord approached, the family crest adorning his chest immediately drew the attention of many. Some even paused in their steps, paying homage to Tord with a knightly salute. Although the Engel Dresrosa family held merely the title of count, their renown rivaled that of several noble houses. Even a frontier knight from their lineage warranted their utmost respect. Tord returned their salutations in kind. Under the guidance of the knight, they arrived at a window. Good day, esteemed Knight Engel Dresrosa. You may select one of the uncharted targets in the northern province for registration. A blonde maiden at the window spoke carefully, her tone imbued with humility. Thank you. Tord nodded, accepting the map the maiden offered. As a frontier knight, one could not embark on explorations without due diligence. The kingdom had established comprehensive regulations. Any individual aspiring to become a frontier knight must first register in Luzern City and select their target for exploration. This choice would ultimately serve as the core of their future domain. Only by thoroughly exploring the selected area could one fulfill their duties as a frontier knight. Tord was well aware of this protocol. He extended his hand to accept the map, his gaze drawn to its details. The map was substantial, far more precise than he had anticipated. The entire northern province was marked with a series of green and red circles. The red circles denoted areas already chosen, while the green circles indicated those yet to be selected. Observing the map, Tord noted that the eastern and southern regions of the northern province were nearly entirely encircled in red, leaving a considerable number of green circles in the western and northern parts. This was quite understandable. Although only a handful of individuals had received noble titles within the northern province, this figure did not reflect the total number of frontier knights. Even with a high attrition rate among frontier knights, the continuous influx of new candidates meant their numbers were ever increasing. Tord estimated that there were likely no fewer than 1,000 frontier knights in the northern province. The sheer scale of the territory was immense. In a previous life, it would have been nearly double the size of the northern frontier. Such vast expanses could not be claimed by just a few dozen or even a few hundred individuals. Even with over 1,000 knights, less than 1/10 had been developed. Of course, these matters were of little concern to Tord. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he meticulously analyzed the information he had gathered in recent days, his gaze sweeping over the green circles on the map. Unlike others who might select at random, he had an advantage. With an information system at his disposal and having diligently organized his findings, he was equipped with a clear direction for his choice. Now, all that remained was to narrow it down. As time passed slowly, the blonde maiden awaited patiently, refraining from urging him. Once Tord had scanned all the red circles, he made his decision. The main river valley shall be my choice. Tord spoke softly, handing the map back to the blonde maiden. Yes, esteemed knight Engel Dresrosa. I will attend to this immediately. The maiden nodded eagerly, swiftly springing into action. Chapter 16, Future Territorial Development Plan. Knight Engel Dresrosa, your registration is complete. For the next 20 years, as long as you reside here, the main river valley shall eternally belong to you. After 20 years, the kingdom will review your domain, and if it meets the criteria, you shall be granted a noble title. Of course, you may apply for this earlier, provided you meet the necessary conditions. The blonde maiden respectfully presented a parchment scroll. As the initial territory chosen by a frontier knight, the process was uncomplicated. This scroll served as the contract. Thank you. Tord expressed his gratitude, accepting the parchment. The main river valley was the culmination of his meticulous selection process, refined through daily intelligence reports. On one hand, its vast expanse was appealing. Despite the presence of 3 noble lords and several frontier lords on the left, the area extending northward remained largely unoccupied. The main river had carved an enormous bay within the region, characterized by level terrain and fertile soil, making it exceptionally suitable for large-scale agriculture. The only drawback was the potential for flooding, but for Tord, a traveler from another world, this was hardly a concern. Moreover, the primary reason for his selection lay in the intelligence reports, revealing not only the presence of Starmoon fruit, but also a richly endowed iron mine within the goblin tribes to the east. The allure of Starmoon fruit was undeniable, and even an iron mine would entice a count, let alone himself. Considering all these factors, his choice was evident. You are too kind. I look forward to your return. The blonde maiden remarked hurriedly. Tord smiled and nodded before departing the municipal center with Rein and Steve. Along the way, more knights saluted him, and Tord reciprocated each gesture. Upon exiting the municipal center, they soon reached the knights' encampment. My lord, my lord. Upon his return, knights swiftly bowed in respect. Tord waved his hand dismissively before entering the camp. The knights began preparing their meals. As Tord partook of his first meal in Luzern city, he fell into deep contemplation. With the registration of frontier knights complete, he could finally consider himself a true frontier knight, recognized by the kingdom's laws. For the next 20 years, he would enjoy certain noble privileges. If he could successfully develop his territory within this time frame and pass the kingdom's evaluation, he would attain the title of Baron in the kingdom. This also signified the impending commencement of his lordly career. How to cultivate his domain would be a matter requiring careful consideration in the foreseeable future. He had already prepared extensively for this during his time in Engel Dresrosa Castle. However, upon reaching this pivotal moment, he felt the need to organize his thoughts further. He also contemplated spending a day in Luzern city to see if the intelligence system could yield further surprises. As nightfall approached, Luzern city lacked suitable accommodations. Yet, with a certain expenditure of gold, arrangements could be made. Particularly as a scion of the Engel Dresrosa family, this task was rendered simpler. The surroundings, however, could not compare to the grandeur of Engel Dresrosa Castle. Nevertheless, it was an improvement over the wilderness. Time passed gradually, and soon it was the early hours of the morning. With a hint of anticipation, Thor observed as the daily intelligence system refreshed once more. Buzz. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. A group of earth dragons will pass by 150 miles ahead. 2. In 3 days. 3. Tomorrow. 4. In 1 day, 1,000 miles to the right, an ethereal dragon has departed from its lair, unable to return, carrying treasures it has gathered, along with one of its offspring. 5. 1,000 miles from Luzern city, on the west side of the main river valley. There lies a large iron mine guarded by goblins. 6. Tomorrow, a herd of unicorns will pass by the Rhine river, stopping for 3 hours before departing. 7. In 2 days, there will be a sale of slaves in the slave market of Luzern city. The third female slave in the third position on the left is a half-elf girl with a rare and exceptionally high mage talent. As Thor scanned through the text, his gaze brightened when he reached the 7th item. A flicker of surprise crossed his expression. Not merely a half-elf. For certain nobles, an elven girl or a half-elf would undoubtedly send their adrenaline surging, but not for Thor. Or more accurately, he valued strength and territorial expansion above all else. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the path of night. What delighted him was that this half-elf girl possessed an exceedingly rare mage talent, with a high potential. In the kingdom, or rather across this continent, knights were the mainstream. However, this did not imply that they were the only path to cultivation. Witches and mages also represented forms of cultivation, embodying extraordinary power. Yet, compared to knights, mages and witches were exceedingly rare, particularly within the kingdom. Mages were so scarce that they were virtually unseen. Nevertheless, every mage was an invaluable asset for the nobility and the kingdom as a whole. For only mages could concoct magical potions and life elixirs. This reality rendered mages exceptionally precious. Thor could scarcely fathom encountering a being with such high mage potential in Luzern city. Surprise at that moment was indeed palpable. After all, if he could secure and recruit this half-elf girl, his future development would be beyond imagination. A mage, that was a mage. The mere thought of his territory potentially nurturing a mage sent a thrill through Thor. 2 days? He whispered softly, then made his decision. In just 2 days, he could simply arrive at his territory a bit later. There was no need to rush. With this resolution, Thor began to await developments in Luzern city. The 2 days passed swiftly. Thor also took the opportunity to experience the life within Luzern city. Frankly speaking, the disparity compared to the Frostmoon province was stark. This was evident not only in the demeanor of the free citizens, but also in their living conditions. One could perceive that the resources in Luzern city were not overly abundant. After 20 years of development, it was clear that the Marquis had not paid much attention. However, this was quite normal. A Marquis, cast into such a place, would likely be indifferent. Chapter 17, Purchasing Serfs. To the right of the municipal center stood a modest building. Slightly more humble than the opulence of the municipal center, yet it attracted a larger flow of people. Numerous knights filled the space, many adorned with noble crests. Even someone of Thor's Dresrosa family seemed less conspicuous here. Of course, merely less conspicuous did not mean that no one took notice. As Thor and his companions entered, a servant promptly approached to greet them. "Welcome, esteemed knight. How may I assist you?" The servant's voice was respectful, and his demeanor showed no hint of negligence. "I have heard that you possess a variety of slaves. I wish to purchase a batch of serfs." Thor spoke gently, not in a hurry to seek out the half-elf girl, but instead addressing another matter, acquiring serfs. The development of his territory required more than just knights. Knights ensured personal safety and sufficient military might for expansion, but a substantial number of serfs were also essential. Development, indeed, necessitated construction, and without serfs, such progress was impossible. Certainly, we are the largest slave market in the northern province, and the serfs we have are undoubtedly the most robust, fully capable of meeting your needs. Please follow me. The servant replied with a smile, leading Thor forward. Thor nodded, and together with Rein and Steve, they followed. Soon, with the servant's guidance, the trio descended to the basement. The magical crystals illuminated the space, revealing a series of iron cages containing figures bound by ropes. Each one appeared diminutive, emaciated, with lifeless eyes. Their expressions were blank, clearly contrasting with the servant's claims of robustness. However, Thor did not dwell on this. The words of a slave trader were to be taken with a grain of salt. Given the state of the free citizens in Luzern city, it was unlikely that the slaves would fare much better. As long as they were adequate, that would suffice. "Esteemed sir, the serfs in this section are priced at 10 silver coins each, while those over here are 1 silver coin each. How many do you require?" The servant, showing no embarrassment, respectfully continued, gesturing to the side. Hearing the servant's words, Thor couldn't help but sigh. Even though he had anticipated this, the price still startled him. In the Frostmoon province, a serf typically cost around 1 silver coin, Yet here the price had skyrocketed to 10 times that amount, though there were some priced similarly. Upon seeing the 1 silver coin serfs, Thor couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If the serfs in this section were barely acceptable, those in the other section were entirely unacceptable. Each one was skin and bones, some even missing limbs. Thor shook his head. I'll take these. I require 500. After a moment's contemplation, he stated his desired quantity. With over 400 knights at his command, theoretically, he could manage thousands of serfs. However, he had to consider his limited gold and the undeveloped state of his territory. It goes without saying that his gold was limited. Although his father had provided substantial support and he had acquired a fair amount on his journey, he only possessed a little over 10,000 gold coins. While this sum was considerable, it was insufficient for the development of his territory, and he needed to reserve funds for future growth, making it impossible to spend exorbitantly on serfs. As for the territory itself, it remained largely untamed. An influx of personnel would pose survival challenges. All these factors were vital to consider. Yet, despite these constraints, the prospect of such a significant transaction visibly excited the servant. Esteemed sir, I shall promptly assist you in procuring 500 serfs, amounting to a total of 5,000 silver coins, equivalent to 50 gold pieces. The attendant's demeanor grew increasingly reverent. 50 gold coins constituted a substantial transaction, one that could potentially elevate his standing, thus filling him with delight. By the way, aside from these serfs, do you have any other slaves available? Seemingly struck by a thought, Thor casually inquired. Other slaves? The attendant appeared puzzled, but soon his eyes brightened with understanding. Certainly. We have just received a batch of exquisite female slaves. Would you care to take a look? The attendant spoke with a smile. Female slaves, you say? Let's have a look. Thor feigned contemplation before nodding in agreement. Please hold on. The attendant promptly replied, hastening away. Meanwhile, Thor began to wait in eager anticipation. Moments later, the attendant returned, presenting a fresh batch of slaves. In stark contrast to the previous lot, these slaves appeared much more presentable. Each one was tattered in attire, stirring a palpable sense of longing. Gulp! Behind him, Rein couldn't suppress a swallow. Thor surveyed the scene, remaining largely unfazed. After all, he had witnessed far more in his past life. These female slaves were merely ordinary in his eyes, especially as his objective lay elsewhere. Shall we change to another batch? Thor spoke in a tranquil tone. Certainly. The attendant nodded eagerly, swiftly summoning personnel for a replacement. Soon, a new group was brought forth. Esteemed sir, this batch comprises premium selections, with several handpicked from the royal court, and the prices are exceedingly reasonable. The attendant spoke with utmost respect. Next batch. Thor casually scanned, shook his head, and spoke once more. The attendant could only call for another replacement. After a considerable wait, a new group finally arrived. In comparison to the first batch, which had consisted of around 50 individuals, this third batch numbered merely 20. Thor's gaze quickly fixed upon the third girl from the right. She was a young maiden clad in gray cloth, her countenance unremarkable and hardly standing out amidst the crowd. As Thor's gaze fell upon her, the girl instinctively lowered her head, just like the other female slaves. Esteemed sir, this is the final batch. Should you remain unsatisfied in 7 days, a new batch of orc female slaves will arrive. The attendant spoke softly, infused with a hint of anxiety. The price for female slaves is undeniably higher than that of their male counterparts, and given that Thor had not shown interest in the last 2 batches, he harbored little hope. This one will do, and this one too. Additionally, the 5th and 7th from the first row of the first batch, the 1st, 3rd, and 9th from the second row, as well as the 3rd, 6th, and 12th from the first row of the second batch. How much in total? Amidst his apprehension, Thor suddenly declared. Chapter 18. The Half-Elf Maiden Anna Karenina. Greetings, esteemed sir. Your total expenditure amounts to 120 gold coins. Since your spending exceeds 100 gold coins, you should be granted the status of a VIP in our Habu's trading company. Please accept this. It will entitle you to a 10% discount on your next purchase. The attendant's voice brimmed with deference. His demeanor grew increasingly respectful. 100 gold coins signify a major client, and he dared not show any signs of negligence. Thank you. Thor nodded, subsequently departing the premises with Rein and the others. As for the serfs and female slaves, the knightly order would handle their transfer, given that they numbered in the hundreds and the 3 of them could not transport them alone. The reason for the expenditure exceeding 100 gold coins lay in the fact that the 20 female slaves he selected possessed a higher value. He had chosen the most aesthetically pleasing among the 3 batches. Notably, the most expensive female slave was valued at 5 gold coins, while the rest were no less than 50 silver coins, including the half-elf maiden. Comparatively, That particular elven maiden was exceedingly ordinary, bearing visible wounds, thus significantly reducing her worth. However, Thor remained unconcerned. The half-elf maiden's magical aptitude outweighed any superficial charms. Were it not for the necessity of having individuals to attend to him upon arriving at his domain, combined with the desire for aesthetically pleasing companionship, he would not have considered purchasing any other female slaves. His sole objective had always been that half-elf maiden. Upon returning to the encampment, Steve and Rein soon arrived with several knights from the order, bringing the serfs and female slaves back. Yet, even after leaving the slave market, most of the slaves exhibited vacant expressions. The female slaves fared slightly better, but only marginally. Unbeknownst to them, among the 20 female slaves, one with an exceedingly ordinary appearance bore a flicker of light in her eyes. This won't do. I must find a way to escape. But the slave contract remains in that man's possession. What can I do? Thoughts swirled ceaselessly within Anna's small mind. At that moment, she felt a growing sense of urgency. An unforeseen event had led to her capture by slavers, and in order to avoid detection, she had obscured her appearance with magic. However, this enchantment would only last for 7 days. Once it wore off, her identity as a half-elf would be exposed, with dire consequences. Escaping from the slave market seemed nearly impossible. During this time, she had hoped for someone to purchase her, providing her a chance to flee. Yet, when the opportunity finally arrived, Anna was left dumbfounded. The individual who bought her was accompanied by hundreds of knights. Escape? This was nothing short of jest. However, if she did not flee, her magic would only hold for 3 days at most. After that, it would undoubtedly dissipate, and her half-elf identity would be impossible to conceal. The thought of the peculiar predilections of the nobility sent a shiver down Anna's spine. She wished to avoid such a fate. Just then, amidst her panic, a figure stepped forward. Sophia, Alice, Gorinb, Rein called out. Anna's heart raced, and she quickly rose alongside the other 2 girls. Master requires your services. Please follow me. Rein stated, unblinking. Yes. The other 2 girls responded with joy, while Anna's eyes widened in surprise. Instinctively, she considered casting a spell to check if her disguise had failed. However, there was no time for consideration. Rein led the way, guiding the 3 to where Thor waited. Master, Rein spoke with reverence. Allow them to enter, Thor commanded. Certainly. Rein nodded, gesturing for the 3 girls to step inside. Nervously and apprehensively, Anna entered, while the other 2 displayed expressions of delight. Master, as the figure entered, the 2 individuals promptly offered their greetings. Master, Anna, somewhat flustered, quickly followed suit. Rise. From this day forth, you shall be my personal maids. Thor spoke, casting a glance at Anna before gently continuing, Yes, master. The 3 promptly responded, with the other 2 radiating increasing joy. Although the terms maid and slave differ by merely a single character, their treatment is as disparate as night and day. A slave is merely an object of amusement, whereas a maid holds a different status altogether. To become a maid for such a prominent figure is, for them, an exceptionally promising future. As for Anna, her previously anxious heart now brightened with newfound hope. At this moment, she seemed to discern a way to acquire the slave contract. Personal maid, this title held potential. With time, she might indeed find solution. As for the obscuring magic, now that she had become the personal maid of a noble, obtaining materials to cast such spells would surely not pose a problem. If anything, it might just require a bit more time. Attend to my ablutions. By the way, Alice, prepare the bath. I require a wash today, Thor commanded, then seemingly recalling something. He spoke with warmth, his gaze shifting to Anna. At Thor's words, Anna instinctively faltered. What? Is there an issue? Thor inquired, his expression a blend of amusement and curiosity. Having gained some understanding of half-elves, he recognized that their beauty is often striking, yet Anna's appearance was rather ordinary, leading him to suspect that she had employed obscuring magic. Knowing a bit about this spell, he couldn't resist teasing her. And no, there's no problem. Anna's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head. If not, then let us proceed, Thor said before striding toward the bath. With her cheeks aflame, Anna struggled to follow him, feeling the envious gazes of the other 2 upon her, which made her face burn even more. Inside the bathing chamber, the heavy armor was cast aside, revealing his bronze-toned, muscular skin, which caused the naive girl's blush to extend to her neck, her trembling hands barely able to grasp the towel. Yet Thor paid her little mind. His thoughts were racing. He pondered how to win over the girl before him. Unlike a guardian knight, although she was a slave, it did not equate to her submission. Gaining her loyalty would not be straightforward. Forcing the matter was clearly not an option. On one hand, as a time traveler, he found such actions difficult to accept. On the other, the repercussions could be dire. He needed a more refined approach. Chapter 19. Journey to the Territory. Splash. The water flowed as the girl fumbled through her tasks, her trembling hands barely brushing the surface, her cheeks flushed with a deep hue that even crept to her neck. Meanwhile, the 18-year-old boy was lost in thought, a myriad of ideas racing through his mind. Moments later, a smile broke across his face. He had formulated a plan. It was absurd for a modern man to impose himself upon a medieval maiden. That would be nothing short of farce. His mind teemed with countless notions. Noticing that the girl was struggling, Thor chuckled lightly. "All right, you may leave now," he announced. The unexpected words left the girl momentarily stunned, prompting an instinctive response. Splash. The water splashed as Thor abruptly stood up. She gasped, bolting from the room. "Sophia, Karen, you may come in," he called out, and the other two maids swiftly entered. With their assistance, he donned his attire before stepping out. Yet at that moment, as Anna beheld Thor emerging, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush, her gaze shyly avoiding him. Thor smiled, but chose not to acknowledge it, instead heading directly to his study. Tomorrow, he intended to journey to the territory, and today required careful planning. He also wished to see if the morning's intelligence reports would yield more information. As night descended, Thor prepared for the ensuing tasks in the study, with the three maids attending to him. Anna occasionally stole glances at Thor, her mind racing until she finally calmed herself. However, her cheeks remained flushed, and thoughts of the earlier scene, the powerful physique, the bronze skin, and the overwhelming aura of masculinity, flooded her mind. As she contemplated, the fading blush on her face rekindled. "Anna, you must not succumb to such thoughts. You still need to escape." "Yes, Anna, you must find a way out," she mentally urged herself. Yet, a subtle turmoil stirred within her heart, one she herself remained oblivious to. Of course, at that moment, Thor was unaware of her inner conflict. As time progressed, dawn finally approached. The daily intelligence system refreshed as expected. Buzz. A ripple spread, and in the next moment, lines of text appeared before his eyes. He scanned the information until he had absorbed all its contents, then returned to his chamber and fell into a deep slumber. The night slipped away, giving way to a new day. At the break of dawn, Thor instructed Steve to procure supplies. The development of the territory required more than just manpower. Seeds, tools, food, and a myriad of other essentials were needed. However, it was evident that in the entire northern province, both the price of slaves and other goods were markedly elevated. The disparity was staggering. The price of slaves was nearly tenfold, and the costs of goods had surged to more than 3 times their normal value. Frankly, had it not been for the kingdom's laws, Thor might have considered returning to the Frostmoon province to purchase supplies and bring them back. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. The Count Engel Dresrosa had not chosen that path, indicating it was virtually impossible. With such inflated prices, he had no choice but to accept the situation begrudgingly. As dusk descended, a grand procession set forth their destination, the main river valley. Compared to their arrival in Luzern City, this scene was undoubtedly magnified. The inclusion of 500 serfs brought the number of horses and men close to 1,000, and with a significant amount of supplies in tow. The entire caravan stretched nearly 1,000 meters, an incredibly striking sight. Yet, with hundreds of fully armed knights present, no one dared entertain any nefarious thoughts. The journey was remarkably smooth. Even when encountering ferocious beasts, they quickly retreated upon sensing the collective aura of the group. The only creature that charged was swiftly dealt with by the knights. Thus, after nearly 10 days of travel, the party finally arrived at their destination. The main river valley, located at the northernmost point of the northern province, offered a climate remarkably suitable, in stark contrast to the frigid conditions of the north. The relentless flow of the main river had rendered the soil here exceptionally fertile, lush with aquatic vegetation. As the morning sun cascaded down, a gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, invoking an exquisite sense of comfort. Upon their arrival, as they beheld the vast expanse of the plains, a satisfied expression graced Thor's face. Such a colossal stretch of land, if fully cultivated, could sustain the livelihoods of tens of thousands. It was undoubtedly an exceptional locale. Initially, Thor had felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, they were relying on a rudimentary map. The true nature of the land remained uncertain. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that their choice had been astute. "Steve," Thor called out. "Yes, my lord." Steve promptly approached. "Gather all the serfs," Thor commanded, his inner resolve solidifying. "Certainly," Steve nodded and swiftly set about his task. "Come, Rein. Let's explore this place." After instructing Steve, Thor beckoned Rein and began to stroll through the main river valley. Yes, Rein nodded eagerly, his presence now that of a fully fledged knight. Just as he had anticipated, the day prior to their arrival in the main river valley marked Rein's official breakthrough into knighthood. His exceptional talent was nothing short of astonishing. Yet at this moment, Thor had grown accustomed to it. After all, Rein's ascendance would only serve to benefit him further. As the sunlight bathed them, the two walked through the valley. After about an hour, Thor had thoroughly surveyed the area. The conditions surpassed his expectations. At this juncture, he realized that there was no immediate need to construct irrigation facilities, for the regions likely to be affected by flooding were merely those in proximity to the main river. The vast plains beyond remained untouched by the waters, providing ample space for initial development. Moreover, the soil was a rich dark brown, indicating significant fertility. It could be anticipated that even with preliminary cultivation, the forthcoming harvest would be substantial. My lord, the serfs have gathered. Steve approached, his voice imbued with respect. Good. Let them commence. First, enclose this area. Thor nodded, gesturing to the surrounding land. Understood. Steve quickly agreed. Chapter 20, Territorial Development. Under Thor's command, the serfs swiftly mobilized. Simultaneously, Thor summoned the knightly order. With over 400 members, this represented a considerable labor force that Thor would not squander. While other nobles might see the knightly order solely as a martial asset, for Thor, a cadre of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities should be harnessed for construction. Anything less would be a waste. After all, the construction speed of 400 knights endowed with exceptional powers would likely surpass that of thousands of serfs. Thor had already devised a plan for their deployment. As the knights convened, Thor's intentions rippled through the assembly. Even Steve could hardly believe his ears. My lord, are you truly serious? Steve stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend what he was hearing. His lord had proclaimed that he would teach the falcon breathing technique to him and offer other formal knights the opportunity to learn as well. In that instant, Steve questioned whether he was hallucinating. In this world, knights represented extraordinary power, and the knightly breathing techniques were undoubtedly the keys to transcending the mundane. The falcon breathing technique, while not as esteemed as the eagle breathing technique, was still a premier method, with a significant probability of enabling its practitioners to ascend to the rank of Earth Knight, a prestigious status just beneath the Sky Knights. At that moment, Steve felt his lips go dry. Indeed, it is true. Steve, I have taken flight, and those who follow me must also aspire to broader horizons. Knights, great knights. No, that is not enough. I wish for you all to become entities that gallop across the earth and soar through the skies. Shall we pursue a more expansive future together? Thor spoke with a gentle yet earnest tone, his expression imbued with gravity. He was not jesting. For others, even for other families, a high-level knightly breathing technique would be akin to a treasure, rarely divulged. However, for him, it was merely a resource, with the daily refresh of the information system. He had an abundance of resources. What he needed to do was maximize their utility. Thus, he resolved to establish a merit system. Anyone who achieved a certain level of merit would have the opportunity to learn the falcon breathing technique under the watchful gaze of the goddess of life, provided they did not disseminate it. The initial beneficiaries would be Steve and Rein. One his knight captain, the other his most significant subordinate. If not for the eagle breathing technique, which he had not been granted permission to share, he would have been inclined to propagate it as well. Upon hearing Thor's words, Steve finally grasped that he was not dreaming. Yes, my lord, I swear to follow you to the death. Wherever your sword points, there too shall I go. By the goddess of life, I pledge my eternal loyalty to you. Steve knelt on one knee, performing the most solemn, knightly gesture before Thor. Thor did not deter him, accepting the homage with grace. Soon, the news spread rapidly through the knightly order. In an instant, the entire order was abuzz with excitement. Even though Thor had only granted Steve and Rein the opportunity to learn the falcon breathing technique, the mere prospect sent ripples of exhilaration through knights, aspiring knights, and even novice knights alike. The loyalty towards Thor surged to unprecedented heights. The falcon breathing technique was a coveted asset. Few within the Dresrosa family had ever truly acquired it. Others were not entitled to such a privilege. No one had anticipated that upon reaching their territory, their lord would bestow upon them such momentous news. Even the mere opportunity was enough to send every knight into a frenzy of excitement and fervor. Even as Thor subsequently issued a series of construction orders for the territory, the enthusiasm remained palpable. A renowned knight, without uttering a single complaint, joined the fervent construction efforts alongside others. With the addition of 400 knights, particularly the 36 official knights, the development of the entire territory accelerated exponentially. After all, each squire was akin to a heavy machine, and the official knights surpassed even that. Their contributions to construction were unmatched by ordinary laborers. Within a mere 3 days, the camp began to take shape, with wooden houses erected and the entire area enclosed by serfs. At its heart stood a castle with a completed foundation. At the current pace, the castle would be finished in no more than half a month, with surrounding structures likely completed as well. This was undoubtedly a direct result of the knights' involvement. Otherwise, had the serfs undertaken the task, it might have taken 6 months to achieve even this state. If 6 months were to pass, the prospect of cultivating crops this year would vanish. In fact, most pioneering knights experienced little to no yield in their first year, often relying solely on supplies from Luzern City. Consequently, prices in Luzern City remained exorbitantly high, as consumption far exceeded production, necessitating the transport of vast quantities of goods from other provinces of the kingdom, naturally inflating costs significantly. However, that was the plight of others. For Thor, prior to his departure from the Dresrosa castle, he had made thorough preparations. This year, he had no intention of mirroring the other pioneering knights by refraining from planting. His month of preparation involved not only perusing a multitude of books, but also clarifying some memories from his past life. In his meticulous planning, he was confident of reaping rewards this year. Henceforth, all he needed to do was adhere to the original plan step by step. As nightfall approached, another day drew to a close. Tomorrow marked the 4th day, and according to the season, it was time to begin preparations for planting crops. Otherwise, any further delay might jeopardize the harvest. Within the humble dwelling, Anna cast furtive glances at a figure in the distance. At that moment, the individual remained oblivious to the girl's unusual demeanor. A parchment scroll was laid upon a stone table, revealing a rudimentary map. This was the fruit of his labor over the past few days, representing his vision for the territory ahead. The imposing castle loomed at the center, surrounded by a grid of squares designated for housing the serfs, as well as large tracts of arable land he had delineated. Upon closer inspection, there were precisely 500 squares. Perhaps it was time to take action, Thor whispered, his eyes glinting with determination. The thought he had long contemplated was solidified in that moment. Alice, he called out. Oh yes, my lord, Anna responded, somewhat flustered, instinctively rushing over. Unbeknownst to her, she had gradually become accustomed to addressing him as my lord. Assist me with my ablutions, Thor said calmly. Of course, my lord, Anna replied softly, her gaze lowered. Chapter 21. The construction of the territory too, as dawn's first light broke, a gathering of serfs assembled in the cleared area. Compared to their initial purchase, the faces of these serfs now bore a hint of color. The steady supply of food over the past 10 days had visibly strengthened their bodies. Though little else had changed, most still exhibited a dazed demeanor, their eyes devoid of spark. The moment they became serfs, they had effectively lost everything, leaving no room for hope or vision of the future. They were mere automatons, obediently following orders. This day was no exception. Amidst the assembly, Thor's figure emerged before the serfs. Yet, even then, their expressions remained largely unchanged. In their stupor, Thor raised his hand. In an instant, several knights brought forth a brazier, while another knight approached with a wooden box. Upon opening the box, a series of parchment scrolls were revealed. As the serfs beheld the scrolls, a flicker of emotion stirred within them, for these were their slave contracts. Observing the contracts, the crowd of 500 stirred restlessly. Thor remained unfazed, gesturing for a knight to step forward and present some of the scrolls. Sabina, Borns, Linus, Soulmates, Solard, Sebaphia, Thor pronounced in a low voice. With each name he uttered, the crowd of serfs erupted in a wave of agitation, especially those whose names had been called. Those whose names I just called, step forward, Steve commanded. In the ensuing chaos, several serfs stepped forward, exclaiming, My lord! My lord! Upon emerging, they prostrated themselves on the ground, their previously blank expressions now tinged with panic. Do not be alarmed. Due to your exemplary performance over these days, I have decided that from this day forth, you shall no longer be serfs, but free citizens, blessed by the goddess of life. May the goddess of life be with you, Thor announced, a smile gracing his face, his voice resonating loudly enough for all to hear. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, particularly those whose names had been called, who trembled in astonishment. And my lord, what do you mean? One serf stammered, eyes darting toward Thor on the platform. It is indeed true. In the presence of the goddess of life, you are liberated from this day forth, Thor declared solemnly, then tossed the slave contracts into the flames of the brazier. With a whoosh, the flames erupted, swiftly engulfing the contracts. As the fire blazed, a crimson light enveloped those who had just stepped forward, and in that moment, the invisible shackles of servitude dissipated, leaving them feeling inexplicably lighter. Yet, at that moment, they could focus on nothing but the spectacle before them, their eyes wide with incredulity as they gazed upon the figure of Thor and the roaring flames. Their thoughts momentarily faltered. It was only after a brief pause that the crowd erupted into chaos. My heavens, what is he doing? Oh my God, is this? The contracts, they have been burnt. Voices erupted in astonishment and disbelief, with countless previously numb serfs now expressing shock, bewilderment, and terror, especially those who had just been freed from their slave contracts. Their hearts racing with newfound hope and emotion. The moment they became slaves, their lives were irrevocably shattered, devoid of a future or any semblance of hope. For the entirety of their existence, they were bound to toil for their masters, shackled by the slave contract, which rendered any thought of escape utterly futile. Yet, at this moment, they witnessed something extraordinary. No, it would be more accurate to say they experienced a profound transformation. The contract was set ablaze by the young knight of the frontier, signifying that from this instant onward, they were no longer slaves, but free individuals. A flush of exhilaration swept across their faces as joy and excitement surged forth uncontrollably. Suddenly, one among them reacted, prostrating on the ground and addressing Thor with utmost reverence. Thank you, my lord. May the goddess of life be with you. Your brilliance shines like the sun. In quick succession, the other serfs followed suit, their eyes glimmering with hope, gratitude, and anticipation. Thank you, my lord. May the goddess of life be with you. Thank you, my lord. May the goddess of life be with you. The chorus of voices resonated, as those who had stepped forward exhibited a fervent zeal. Even the remaining 400 souls, previously numb, were now animated with expectation and longing. Witnessing this scene, a smile graced Thor's face. This was precisely the moment he sought, the liberation of the serfs. In this world, it is likely that 99% of the nobility would never undertake such an act, for serfs could be exploited without restraint. Once liberated and transformed into free citizens, they would no longer be so easily subjugated. However, as a time traveler, Thor recognized the unparalleled productivity that liberation would unleash. The 500 serfs were valued at merely 50 gold coins, a cost he could easily bear. At this moment, he chose not to free them all at once, but instead to ignite within them a sense of purpose. The effects were already evident and remarkably promising. As the cheers echoed, he raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. May the goddess of life be with you, and from this day forth, you shall be the subjects of Eagle's Peak. Here lies land that belongs to you. In the coming 6 months, I will distribute food, seeds, and tools, and teach you how to cultivate the land. You shall owe a modest tax to the territory, and all that remains will belong to you, my subjects. As for the others, you too shall receive land, though for now, it shall belong to your master. Yet, I promise, if you excel in this year's planting, each of you will have the opportunity to become free citizens of Eagle's Peak, possessing land of your own. I await the day you all become my loyal subjects. With a decisive gesture, Thor summoned several knights who promptly approached to distribute wooden plaques, each inscribed with values corresponding to parcels of land. Of course, aside from those newly liberated, the land remained the property of Thor. Yet, he had painted a vision of promise for all the serfs. The impact was undeniably striking. Over 400 serfs were filled with excitement, anticipation, and exhilaration. As for those who received land, their astonishment was beyond words. They had never imagined that their lord would not only liberate them from slavery, but also grant them land, seeds, tools, and provisions, a reality they could scarcely have dreamed of. Chapter 22. Goodness, could he be dead? With the liberation of the serfs complete, the stage was set for a grand construction initiative to unfold. Unlike the initial gloom, every face now radiated excitement and anticipation for the future. In this moment, they reclaimed hope, even though they remained serfs. Those who had shed their shackles vividly illustrated that with enough effort, they too could attain freedom and become citizens of Eagle's Peak. This allure was undoubtedly greater than any other. Under such circumstances, Thor's policies were swiftly implemented. His vision for development diverged from that of most lords of this era. Drawing upon memories from a past life, he meticulously planned and organized the growth of his domain. In stark contrast to the chaos of other territories, Eagle's Peak emerged as a model of order. Additionally, he established numerous latrines and mandated that all individuals utilize them for sanitation, significantly enhancing the cleanliness of the region. Yet, Thor's motives extended beyond mere tidiness. He understood that the collection of human and animal waste would yield the finest organic fertilizer. As a time traveler, He was well aware of this, having assisted his grandparents in cultivating soil in his previous life. This advantage was not to be squandered. Though many were perplexed by his methods, as the Lord, his authority was absolute. No one dared to voice dissent, not even the newly liberated citizens. The knights were even less likely to question his decisions. Under this framework, the territory rapidly progressed in its development. Fields were cultivated, and a multitude of houses sprang up around the region, including Thor's castle. By the end of the first month, the outer structures were nearly complete, with only the interior remaining to be finished, believed to be accomplished within 3 months. At that point, Eagle's Peak would truly take shape. Typically, it would take frontier knights 3 to 5 years to reach such a stage, and some lords might even require a decade to accomplish this feat. The construction of a castle was not a task completed overnight. It was nearly impossible to achieve without thousands of hands. Acquiring such a workforce among frontier knights was no simple endeavor. The cost of 500 serfs amounted to 50 gold coins for thousands. The expense would soar into the hundreds or even thousands of gold coins, compounded by various material costs. This financial burden was not one that everyone could shoulder. Only the wealthiest families, those of viscounts and above, possessed such capital. Yet, in the northern province, the number of such noble families was limited. Most were wandering knights or merely members of baronial families, making construction an arduous challenge. Thor, however, was different. He was not only bolstered by his father's substantial support, but had also promised every knight the opportunity to learn the fierce eagle breathing technique. Even without further elaboration, he had effectively mobilized the knights' enthusiasm. The inclusion of knights in his efforts was a significant advantage that surpassed that of ordinary serfs. The pace of construction has undoubtedly accelerated manifold, a necessity for Thor. His ambitions extend far beyond merely establishing a domain. His true objective is to complete the development tasks with alacrity and ascend to the ranks of nobility. The kingdom conducts evaluations every decade, and with only 3 years remaining until the next assessment, he is determined to fulfill his expansion goals and become a recognized noble within that time frame. As night gradually enveloped the land, another day slipped away. The following morning, as sunlight streamed down, the entirety of Eagle Ridge once again plunged into the fervent activity of construction. Thor, while inspecting his territory, was also contemplating the subsequent developments. However, during his leisurely stroll, the hurried figure of Rein approached him. "My lord," Rein exclaimed, a note of urgency in his voice. "What is it?" Thor inquired, curiosity piqued as he halted his stride. "My lord, the elder you brought with you. It seems his condition has worsened," Rein hastily articulated. "Worsened?" Thor's expression shifted as he processed the news. "Let's go and see." Without delay, he set off towards the room where the elder was housed. After all, he had invested a precious divine fruit and, only days prior, had to administer an additional bottle of intermediate life potion due to the elder's deteriorating state. If the elder were to pass away, his investment would be in vain. Their figures moved swiftly, soon arriving at the elder's chamber. Yet, upon witnessing the elder's condition, Thor's countenance darkened. The brown discoloration that had previously receded was now once again showing signs of resurgence. "Rein, quickly fetch another bottle of life potion." "No, bring both of them." Thor hesitated slightly, but ultimately gritted his teeth and commanded. "Yes." Rein responded, taken aback but promptly complying. In a short while, he returned with a wooden box. "Administer these 2 bottles of life potion to him." Thor's heart ached. These were his last 2 bottles of intermediate life potion. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, there was no room for reluctance. "Understood." Rein nodded eagerly, swiftly opening the box to retrieve the potions. He approached the elder's bedside and began administering the life potions carefully. As the intermediate life potion was consumed, the toxins on the elder's face were noticeably subdued, no longer spreading. "My lord?" Rein instinctively glanced at Thor. "Use it." Thor sighed, now left only to hope for the elder's survival. Otherwise, he would suffer a significant loss. Seeing Thor nod again, Rein wasted no time in administering the last bottle of intermediate life potion. After both potions were administered, a palpable change ensued. The toxins not only stabilized, but began to recede gradually. Moreover, a renewed vitality began to emanate from the elder. Thor exhaled in relief, realizing that he had just used 3 life potions, which he had initially intended to reserve for himself and his subordinates. That moment of desperation had wiped out his reserves. Had the elder not responded to the treatment, his loss would have been monumental. "Ensure he is well cared for. Should anything arise, contact me immediately," Thor instructed as he prepared to depart. "Yes." Rein nodded vigorously. Chapter 23. A month passed swiftly. The administration of 2 intermediate life potions had left Thor anxious. and in the ensuing days, he closely monitored the elder's condition. Fortunately, he was relieved to observe that the elder's state had not deteriorated further. Rather, it had shown marked improvement, with an increasing vitality resonating throughout his being. Clearly, the elder was likely to survive. With this realization, Thor finally relaxed. As previously stated, he had invested significantly in the old man. The thought of his demise was not one he wished to entertain. Rein, ensure he is well taken care of, Thor commanded after confirming the elder's stable condition. Yes, Rein replied promptly. After checking on the elder, Thor turned his attention back to the pressing matters of his domain's development. The pace of construction intensified significantly under his direction. Particularly, the emancipation of several slaves invigorated the remaining workers, igniting their enthusiasm. In this fervent atmosphere, a month flew by, during which Eagle Ridge underwent remarkable transformation. Fields were cultivated and structures rose from the ground. Even the crucial Eagle Castle was beginning to take shape, and it would not be long before it was fully constructed. More importantly, the wheat seedlings in the fields, although planted later than ideal, thrived beyond expectations. Thanks to Thor's prior knowledge, within a month, the seedlings had grown to an impressive height of an inch. In the fields, the smiles of the workers grew increasingly radiant. Filled with hope for the future, they no longer required supervision. Many serfs eagerly ventured out to labor each morning. Our Lord is truly miraculous. With just a bit of fertilizer, the wheat has indeed grown faster. Indeed, back in my homeland, it would take at least 2 months for wheat to reach this size. But here, in just a month, look how healthy they are. Yes, our Lord is truly remarkable. He is favored by the goddess of life. By the way, have you heard? What is it? I heard from a knight that our Lord will once again grant freedom to a select group of the most exemplary individuals in 3 months. Is that true? Absolutely. I've heard it too. Our Lord is so benevolent. May the goddess of life be with him. May the goddess of life be with our Lord. On the land, amidst lively conversations, the once pervasive apathy and despondency had vanished, replaced by collective hope for a brighter future. Especially after Thor informed all the slaves that he would liberate another group in 3 months, excitement surged among them, and they eagerly anticipated the life that lay ahead. At this moment, the entirety of Eagle Ridge had undergone a profound transformation, distinct from other territories of pioneering knights. This transformation, as it stands, is merely in its nascent stages. It is foreseeable that the forthcoming changes will be even more profound. With the memories of his past life, Thor possesses a vision for territorial planning and development that surpasses that of many nobles in this era. Even the most elite among the nobility, those at the pinnacle of the kingdom, cannot compete with the wealth of knowledge housed within the mind of this time traveler. More crucially, with each awakening of daily intelligence, he has acquired significant information regarding various resource points. This intelligence is sufficient to underpin his actions, undoubtedly leading to even greater transformations. As dawn gradually unfolds, the early morning arrives once more. Ding! The intelligence system has been updated. Would you like to open it? The mechanical voice resonates, as it does every day. Open. Thor whispers in response. Buzz. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. Within 50 miles of your territory, there exists a colony of timid goblins who possess control over a substantial iron mine. 2. In 3 days, a herd of unicorns will pass through the upper reaches of the main river valley, led by a unicorn chief at the peak of the 2nd tier. 3. 3 miles to the left of Eagle Ridge, there's a habitat of moles. 4. 100 miles to the right, a spectral dragon has departed its lair, now occupied by a group of earth dragons, which guard the treasures it has amassed. 5. 1,000 miles from Luzern City, in the Leaf Fall Valley, there lies a small iron mine protected by goblins. 6. In 3 days. 7. In 7 days. The lines of text appear. The main river valley, selected as its territorial domain, is undoubtedly rich in resources, with most options presenting lucrative resource points. Several options even ignite a spark of excitement within him, such as the substantial iron mine controlled by the timid goblins. In this era, iron mines hold immense value, particularly large ones, as they typically conceal mithril, a magical material capable of forging silver weapons. A large iron mine is enough to stir the interest of even a count, and Thor is no exception. Should he secure that iron mine, it would provide a long-term, stable economic foundation for his territory, an immeasurable asset. Beyond the goblin iron mine, there are also the previously discovered spectral dragon lair and the unicorns. Each of these holds significant worth. However, one must eat a meal one bite at a time, and progress must be made step by step. Most of these resource points are not currently within his grasp. For instance, the territory of the spectral dragon is guarded by earth dragons, which, upon maturity, are of at least Tier 3, with their leader potentially reaching Tier 4. Not even his father would dare to approach carelessly, for these are formidable beings. Even a mere trace of dragon blood grants the earth dragons tremendous power, making them far superior to ordinary magical beasts. Typically, only Sky Knights possess the capability to confront them, and even then, only those of high rank. Chapter 24. Strategizing for the large iron mine. Of course, alongside the formidable challenges he currently faces, there are also resource points accessible to him at present. Whether it be the 3rd, 5th, 7th, or 8th options, they're all within his reach. Even the 1st and 2nd options hold potential for acquisition. As his gaze traverses the 2nd and 1st options, it ultimately settles on the 1st. In comparison to unicorns, the iron mine undoubtedly bears greater significance for the development of his territory. The sole concern lies with the large goblin tribe. Typically, the number of goblins in such tribes ranges from the thousands to several thousand, making the prospect of conquering a large goblin tribe somewhat daunting with his current strength. Yet, it is merely a challenge. Given the immense value at stake, it becomes an issue of little consequence. After all, aside from the mine being a source of currency, it would also greatly aid in the development of his territory and the cultivation of farmland, serving as a crucial economic pillar for Eagle Ridge. As it stands, the entire Eagle Ridge is still operating at a loss, relying solely on agricultural cultivation, which may not suffice for the territory's growth. To secure a brighter future for his domain, it is vital to establish a sustainable industry. This represents the optimal choice. Even if sacrifices must be made, it is best to secure these resources as early as possible. As night deepens, Thor resolves to take decisive action. When the morning sun illuminates the land, Thor rises and summons Steve. "My lord." Steve greets respectfully. "Gather a group of men to investigate the area 50 miles to the east of my territory. There appears to be a colony of timid goblins. I wish to ascertain their numbers." Thor commands. "Understood." Steve responds, somewhat surprised, yet promptly agrees. Having witnessed his lord's remarkable capabilities on numerous occasions, he harbors no reservations this time. As he watches Steve depart, Thor begins to wait. To seize the iron mine, he must be thoroughly prepared. The first step, of course, is to ascertain the number of timid goblins. If there are merely 1,000, then without a doubt, his 400 knights could easily resolve the matter. However, should their numbers reach several thousand, alternative strategies will need to be considered. Let us hope it's not too many. Thor murmurs thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Steve swiftly leads a team to explore the eastern region, 50 miles away. This reconnaissance takes nearly 3 days. It is only after this period that Steve returns in haste, bearing astonishing news. The number of timid goblins in the eastern colony far exceeds Thor's expectations. Even after 3 days of preliminary investigation, Steve can confirm that their numbers surpass 3,000 to 4,000, and may even reach 5,000 to 6,000. Upon hearing this, Thor is taken aback. Goblins are among the weakest of orcish beings, often regarded as the lowest tier within orc tribes. However, the sheer quantity alters the equation. If the numbers indeed reach several thousand, even timid goblins could pose a formidable threat. With his current force of just over 100 apprentice knights and fewer than 40 official knights, attempting to conquer such a horde, while possible, would come at a significant cost. More importantly, to expect 400 men to subdue thousands of timid goblins is akin to a fool's dream. Once these timid goblins cannot be thoroughly dealt with, the large iron mine will inevitably face incessant assaults, potentially attracting the attention of other goblins and even more formidable beasts. That would pose the gravest danger. At this moment, the Eagle's Ridge is ill-equipped to confront other beastmen. In the chamber, Thor's brow was slightly furrowed, while Steve stood by quietly, offering no interruption. "Steve, do you have any strategies to eliminate those goblins without allowing them to escape? Or at least to prevent any large-scale flight?" After pondering for a moment, Thor's gaze turned to Steve, his voice laced with inquiry. Upon hearing Thor's words, Steve instinctively began to respond, but midway through, his voice faltered, his brow knitting in concentration as he fell into deep thought. After a brief interval, Steve found himself at a loss for solutions. "I apologize, my lord," he finally uttered, shaking his head. "Very well. You may take your leave for now. I shall contemplate further." Thor gestured for Steve to depart, not harboring any expectations that the latter would devise a solution. Although Steve possessed a commendable talent, it was merely that talent he evidently lacked in other aspects. This was to be expected. For the initial construction of the territory, brute force was all that was required. Thus Count Engel Dresrosa had selected knights with promising abilities for him. As for other talents, It was likely that they would be identified once he ascended to the Baroncy and returned to his family. Understood. Steve nodded, retreating slowly. It was only after Steve had left for a while that Thor, lost in thought, gradually exited the chamber and began to stroll through the territory. At this moment, the land resembled a burgeoning small town, the roads bustling with life. The faces of the people were filled with vitality and anticipation. My lord, lord of the territory, master, master, calls rang out as figures traversed the land, be they knights, subjects, or serfs, all bowing in respect. The atmosphere was in stark contrast to the time when he first arrived. Particularly among the serfs, their eyes gleamed with fervor. Have you heard? The Lord will grant another amnesty to the serfs in 3 months. I wonder if I will be among them. I heard. I hope I am included. Then I too could become a free citizen of Eagle's Ridge. Alas, I wonder if I have any hope. Their voices mingled, and Thor's contemplative demeanor involuntarily broke into a smile. Yet, amidst the spreading joy, a brilliant idea flickered in his mind, causing him to halt in his tracks. For at that moment, he had conceived a plan, one that could ensure contingency. As thoughts continued to swirl, his gaze fell upon the toiling serfs, and a smile blossomed once more. Chapter 25. The Return to Luzern City. Thor had contemplated numerous ways to secure the iron mine. The simplest method would be to return to the Dresrosa family and solicit his father's assistance. A large iron mine held considerable value, and even a typical count would be tempted. He believed his father would be eager to acquire the mining rights. However, such a notion was fleeting and quickly suppressed. This was not due to reluctance. There were many reasons. Firstly, as an aspiring knight, he was not permitted to return to the family until he became a baron, and the family would not offer continued support, relying on a large iron mine, while his father, Count Engel Dresrosa, would indeed provide assistance, would undoubtedly diminish his standing in his father's eyes. Secondly, it was merely a large iron mine. He was certainly capable of acquiring it himself. The only obstacle was how to deal with the thousands of goblins. To seek his father's assistance for such a minor issue would jeopardize his future territorial endeavors. If every problem led him back to the family, what progress could he claim? Count Engel Dresrosa had already bestowed much upon him. This time, he wished to rely on his own capabilities to resolve matters. Yet, the path to resolution was fraught with complications. As previously mentioned, how to contain the majority, if not all, of the thousands of goblins was a significant challenge. Timid goblins were generally exceedingly cowardly. Though his cohort of over 400 knights could undoubtedly overpower a tribe of thousands of timid goblins, it was evident that capturing them all was improbable, and even retaining a substantial number seemed unlikely. Should a sufficient number of goblins manage to escape, information regarding the iron mine would inevitably leak. Given its proximity to Luzern City, while it might not attract high-level beastmen, even the attention of lower-tier beasts or other goblin tribes would be a source of concern. Only by eliminating a significant portion of the goblins and minimizing the possibility of escape could he secure the time necessary for stable development. However, devising a solution proved to be a vexing endeavor. After much contemplation, Thor had yet to arrive at an effective strategy. It was not until he observed the fervent serfs that an idea emerged inescapably. Indeed, the serfs, timid goblins were the lowest tier of beastmen, considered among the weakest within goblin tribes, often serving as sustenance for other goblins. Such creatures could easily be managed by an average adult man wielding a weapon. Since the goblin numbers were overwhelmingly high, why not mobilize a sufficient number of serfs? Thousands of goblins would be no match for several thousand serfs combined with his 400 knights. They would be wholly annihilated. In fact, he would not need that many. Merely 5,000 or even possibly 3,000 would grant him a substantial assurance of complete eradication of the goblins. The cost for 3,000 serfs would amount to a mere 300 gold coins, an expense he could easily bear. Although he had recently procured a vast quantity of supplies and invested heavily in territorial development, his current treasury was still robust, with several thousand coins available for purchase. With this realization, he hesitated no longer. He summoned Steve once more, even calling for Rein to join him. My lord, the two quickly bowed, their expressions filled with respect. Rein, prepare yourself. Select a few formal knights, and bring along all the apprentice knights. I intend to travel to Luzern City to procure some supplies, and you shall accompany me. Steve, during my absence, you shall oversee the construction of the territory. Thor swiftly conveyed his orders. Yes. Steve and Rein nodded promptly, understanding the significance of the task. Steve, seek out Alice and have her retrieve the items from the second cabinet in my chamber. I hope that, by the time I return, you will have become a great knight. Just as the two were about to depart, Thor seemed to recall something and added this final note. Understood. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint you. Steve responded eagerly, unable to suppress his excitement, though he was uncertain of what the Lord intended to bestow upon him. The Lord's words nevertheless conveyed the promise of something truly extraordinary, potentially capable of aiding him in achieving a significant breakthrough. Indeed, this was the case. Over the past few weeks, through the daily intelligence system, Tor had amassed a considerable collection of valuable items. Like his father, he meticulously stored each one. Among these treasures, nestled within what he referred to as his second cabinet, lay a divine fruit from the sacred tree, procured over a fortnight prior. With this divine fruit in his possession, the probability of Steve achieving a breakthrough to the rank of Grand Knight before his return was significantly heightened. Should Steve succeed, it would undoubtedly bolster their chances immensely. As for Alice, she had matured into a commendable maid, and Tor had no intention of exposing her secret. Instead, he would allow her to maintain the charade. After all, he was quite pleased with the transformation of the half-elf maiden over the past month. He was confident that it would not be long before he completely won her over. He felt no urgency. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Steve and Rein swiftly departed. Half an hour later, their ranks fully assembled Tor, accompanied by Rein and over 100 knights, set forth once more, their destination, Luzern City. This time, Tor's ambitions extended beyond merely purchasing serfs. He also needed to acquire essential supplies. The resources had dwindled considerably over the past month, necessitating a replenishment. The procession, grand and imposing, traversed from the main river valley towards Luzern City. Compared to their initial journey, which had taken nearly 10 days, their return speed was markedly swifter. By the 5th day, they had already glimpsed the outline of Luzern City. Previously encumbered by 500 serfs and a plethora of supplies, their movement had been significantly hindered. However, this time, unburdened by such constraints, their pace was entirely different. Indeed, had they wished to hasten their journey, they could have reached Luzern City in a mere 3 days. Yet, there was no necessity for such urgency. On the 6th day, the party entered Luzern City. In contrast to over a month ago, the city appeared to be bustling with increased activity. Whether due to a rise in the number of pioneering knights or other factors remained uncertain, but it was of little concern to Tor. The only notable difference was that his presence drew more attention. As dusk fell, a multitude of gazes converged upon him. My heavens, is that not the emblem of the Dresrosa family? Indeed, I recognize it, the emblem of the eagle, truly befitting of an earl's house. To have such a retinue of knights accompanying them. Whispers of awe and admiration filled the air, mingled with indifference and hostility. Chapter 26. New Intelligence Reports. Within the Tulip Kingdom, countless nobles existed, yet most were merely barons or viscounts. Attaining the rank of earl was a distinction not easily earned. The Dresrosa family, as a burgeoning noble house, naturally garnered its share of envy. However, these matters bore little significance for Tor. In the Frostmoon province, he might need to exercise caution. But in this chaotic northern province, given his current prowess, as long as he did not confront the Marquis of the North, he felt no trepidation regarding any other noble. With nearly 40 formal knights and over 100 squire knights in his ranks, their strength, though not sufficient to sweep through the north, surpassed that of 70% of the lords there. Should Steve achieve a breakthrough to Grand Knight, he would likely surpass 90% of the pioneering lords, making it unlikely for even some titled nobles to rival him. Not to mention, within his domain, he currently had a comatose figure of at least peak Earth Knight status, possibly even a Sky Knight. Thus, he had no cause for concern. As he listened to the murmurs around him, Tor led his knights swiftly into Luzern City, quickly locating the place where he had previously lodged. Much like a month prior, they set up camp once more. As twilight descended, darkness approached. Whether for purchasing serfs or procuring supplies, it was evident that such activities could not commence today. They would have to wait until tomorrow. Tor felt no urgency and settled in. As night fell, the hour of midnight arrived, and the daily intelligence system updated as scheduled. Buzz. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. In your territory, 50 miles away, a colony of timid goblins resides, possessing a large iron mine. 2. In 7 days, a herd of unicorns will pass through the upper reaches of the main valley, their leader having reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. 3. 3 miles to the left of Eagle Ridge lies a burrow inhabited by moles. 4. 100 miles to the right, a spectral dragon has left its nest, now occupied by a group of earth dragons, which possess treasures it has gathered. 5. 1,000 miles from Luzern City. 6. Tomorrow, on the western side of Luzern City, an elderly man will be selling his treasure map, which is actually a trap set by the Hurricane Bandits. 7. Lachos Assad has smuggled a stash of blazing oil from the South Moon province through a shop and is seeking buyers to avoid detection. Tomorrow night, he will find a suitable customer and make a substantial profit. As the intelligence appeared, Tor's gaze swept across it. Most of the information was familiar, yet a few items piqued his interest. For instance, the 6th entry surprised him. He had not anticipated encountering a scam operation in this world. Tor's lips twitched as his attention shifted to the 7th entry. Blazing oil. He murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with excitement. During his journey to the northern province, Tor had gathered considerable knowledge about this world. He was well aware that blazing oil was a vital strategic resource, derived from subterranean magma and only safely extracted in the South Moon province. It burned with an intensity surpassing that of oil from his previous life, making it an exceedingly crucial strategic asset. Typically, even nobles found it challenging to acquire. The revelation that such information existed here, coupled with the smuggling operation, ignited a spark of interest in him. If he could obtain blazing oil, it would undoubtedly facilitate his forthcoming plans. Lachos Assad. The Assad family? A slight frown creased Tor's brow as he fell into contemplation. He recalled some details about the Assad family. Like the Dresrosa family, they were also of noble status, and their standing was subtly perceived to be above that of the Dresrosa family. On one hand, the Assad family lineage has endured for nearly 7 centuries. On the other hand, it is known that there are currently 5 Earth Knights within the Assad family, while the Dresrosa family boasts merely 2. Of course, these statistics are not the crux of the matter. What holds significance is the apparent discord between the Assad and Dresrosa families, though it does not reach the level of sworn enemies. Thus, procuring the blazing oil from the Assad family proves to be a formidable challenge, as they may not be inclined to sell it. Hein? A voice called out. Shortly thereafter, Rein swiftly entered the room, even at the late hour of night. It was evident that Rein had remained steadfastly by his side. Tomorrow, you shall seek information. I require urgent details regarding Lachos Assad, Tor commanded. Yes, my lord. Rein responded promptly, his expression imbued with respect. Following his instructions to Rein, Tor collected his thoughts and commenced his training. His innate talent was, indeed, rather modest. Time had elapsed since he began his journey, and Rein had even ascended to the rank of knight, while Tor's own prowess remained stagnant at the intermediate level of a squire. Not to mention, he had yet to ascertain how long it would take to reach the late stages of knighthood. However, this was to be expected. His talent had never been high, and even with the nurturing of the fruit of life and the influence of the thornfish, his progress had only been marginal. There remained a considerable chasm between him and the exceptional talent that Rein possessed. According to the intelligence reports, Rein had attained the status of Sky Knight, a level of talent surpassing that of his father, Count Engel Dresrosa, by a significant margin. After all, Rein's ascension to Sky Knight did not imply that others were confined to that rank as well. Tor understood that even some Sky Knights might not possess talent superior to Rein's. Thus, he resolved to take it easy. Although power ruled this world, he was confident that with the daily intelligence system at his disposal, there would come a day when his abilities would catch up. There was no need for haste. As night gradually gave way to dawn, the morning sun poured its golden rays. At the break of day, Rein dutifully followed Tor's instructions and set out to gather information on Lachos Assad. As the sun rose higher in the sky, it was only by noon that Rein returned. How'd it go? Tor inquired, observing Rein's return. My lord, I have acquired all the necessary information. Lachos Assad is the 9th son of the current head of the Assad family and has not been valued by them. It appears he has come to Luzern City for trade purposes and is currently managing a modest shop. Rein reported respectfully, relaying the details he had gleaned throughout the morning. Tor listened attentively, and after a moment, he let out a long sigh, a smile soon gracing his face. Let's pay a visit to His Excellency Lachos Assad, he said in a gentle tone, rising from his seat. Yes. Rein quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. On the Art of Deception, I, Tor, am a professional. In a sizable house on the western side of Luzern City, Lachos Assad paced restlessly, his face etched with worry. As a scion of the Assad family, he remained overlooked due to his status as a bastardy son. Even his father, the current head of the Assad family, held little affection for this unexpected child born of a maidservant. Despite having become a squire before the age of 18, he was still denied the opportunity to pledge loyalty to the family and was unable to join his siblings in managing the Assad merchant caravans. Instead, he found himself in a small shop in Luzern City. Heavenly Realms. This was Luzern City, situated in the recently developed and impoverished northern province. The shop he managed was pitifully small. Truth be told, he was exceedingly reluctant to accept this fate. Yet what could he do? Lacking the courage to become a pioneering knight, he had no choice but to obey the family's orders and proceed to Luzern City to take over that insignificant establishment. However, upon confronting reality and arriving in Luzern City, he discovered that the circumstances were even more arduous than he had anticipated. The entire commerce of Luzern City was virtually monopolized by the Habu's trading company. Selling goods had become an almost insurmountable challenge. After 6 months, the gold coins he had brought with him had dwindled nearly to nothing, while the shop's revenue barely amounted to a meager few dozen silver coins. Under such conditions, not only was it impossible to thrive, but mere survival posed a significant dilemma. 3 months ago, upon realizing that the entire northern province seemed devoid of certain special goods, he conceived a bold idea to smuggle these unique items into the northern province for sale, particularly military supplies. Given the precarious state of the northern province, he believed such items would sell quite well. Moreover, as a member of the Assad family, even if he was not regarded highly, being the son of the current head made it relatively easy to procure certain items. With a plan in mind, he wasted no time in taking action. His first target was the blazing oil. In comparison to other military supplies, the price of blazing oil was not exorbitant, and its utility was extensive, suitable for various environments. He estimated that 10 pounds of blazing oil could be obtained from his family for around 10 silver coins, yet he could sell it for 50 or even 100 silver coins in the northern province, a potential tenfold profit. Furthermore, the unique nature of the blazing oil would allow it to be mixed with ordinary water, enabling its extraction upon reaching Luzern City, thereby evading the scrutiny of border patrols. Indeed, 7 days prior, he successfully transported the first batch of blazing oil and had extracted it 3 days earlier. Yet, at this juncture, a problem arose: the need for a suitable buyer. He believed that there would be ample demand for blazing oil. However, that was merely his assumption. In reality, finding a buyer proved to be quite challenging, especially one trustworthy enough to engage in such dealings. Smuggling goods, particularly something of such significance, carried the risk of dire consequences if exposed. Were he a noble, he might have had some protection, but alas, he was not, and thus, the gallows would await him. His father would likely not intervene on his behalf. At this moment, he began to feel a twinge of regret, lamenting his impulsiveness. As he continued to pace, the worry etched on his face remained unabated. After a while, Assad turned to his loyal knight attendant, one of his few trusted companions. "Ram, is that person truly reliable?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. "My lord, that individual is indeed trustworthy. Moreover, that individual does not possess a noble title. Behind him is merely a baron. Even if the information were to leak, we could simply deny it. No one could substantiate that those items were ours to sell, nor could anyone prove that they were, in fact, fire oil, right?" Ram spoke with a tone of utmost respect. Indeed, listening to Ram's words and reflecting on the preparations he had made, he could not help but relax his demeanor slightly. However, amidst this moment of ease, a servant hurriedly approached. "My lord, Sir Engel Dresrosa requests an audience with you," the servant announced respectfully, promptly handing over a missive. Engel Dresrosa? Of the Dresrosa family? Assad was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in mild confusion. He was well aware of his family's standing, and the Dresrosa family was not exactly on amicable terms with them. The sudden appearance of a member from the Dresrosa family seeking a meeting left him perplexed. "Let him in. Prepare accordingly." Assad furrowed his brow for a moment, but eventually nodded. The etiquette of nobility compelled him to comply. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of curiosity about the purpose of this visit. Soon, Tordel and Rein were ushered into the chamber by the servant. "Esteemed Lord Assad, I apologize for the imposition. This is merely a small token of my esteem. I hope it does not offend," Tordel greeted with a smile, gesturing for Rein to present a wooden box. The servant accepted it and then offered the box to Assad. "Sir Engel Dresrosa, you are too kind." Assad replied with a smile, casually opening the wooden box, intending to close it again as he usually did. Yet, upon seeing the contents within, his movement halted abruptly. His pupils widened in disbelief. Thud! The box fell from his grasp as he stood up, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and alarm as he gazed at Tordel. "You!" Assad instinctively spoke, momentarily at a loss for words. "There is no need to be anxious, my lord Lachos. I have come solely to discuss business with you. There is no ulterior motive." Tordel's soothing voice resonated, his demeanor remaining composed and cheerful. Observing Tordel's smile, Assad took a deep breath, suppressing his rising panic and unease, then waved a hand, dismissing those around him. Only after everyone had exited the room did his gaze return to Tordell. Business, Sir Engel Dresrosa? This does not seem like the demeanor of a business discussion. His voice was low, tinged with a coldness that revealed a glimmer of menace in his eyes. No, no, my Lord Lachos, you misunderstand. I have stated that I am here to discuss business, and indeed, this is business. For instance, I am willing to purchase 500 pounds of that particular item. Chapter 28. The Art of Deception. I, Tordell, am a master of it. For instance, I am willing to purchase 500 pounds of that particular item. Tordell's voice rang out, his expression still unruffled, even in the face of Lachos Assad's palpable hostility, which he regarded with indifference. An insignificant scion of the Assad family posed virtually no threat to him. More importantly, Tordell had faith that his counterpart would not act recklessly. Indeed, at the moment Tordell's words fell, Lachos Assad's body jolted in shock. What did you say? The words slipped from his lips, laced with disbelief. What I said? My Lord Lachos, should be quite clear, should it not? Tordell maintained a smile, his gaze fixed upon Lachos Assad. Are you speaking the truth? Lachos Assad inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within him before he spoke again. This is 50 gold coins. Consider it a deposit. Tordell, more direct now, produced 50 gold coins from his pocket and placed them before Lachos Assad. Upon seeing the glimmer of gold, Lachos Assad's breath grew heavy, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. He was torn, hesitating. 500 gold coins was indeed a tantalizing offer. Were it not for the fact that his counterpart was a member of the Dresrosa family, he might have already acquiesced. Yet, the Dresrosa family connection left Lachos Assad questioning the veracity of Tordell's words, instilling a sense of distrust. What if Tordell was merely trying to bait him into selling fire oil? The potential consequences of exposure were too dire to contemplate, and yet, he was aware that the Dresrosa family member already knew of this transaction. Furthermore, this was 500 gold coins. His internal conflict deepened, seemingly sensing Lachos Assad's turmoil. Tordell chuckled softly, his expression turning solemn. My Lord Lachos, if I understand correctly, you are not held in high regard by your family. Even your coming-of-age celebration occurred in this modest shop in Luzern City. Do you truly wish to remain confined to this establishment? His voice resonated, pulling Lachos Assad from his indecision. Hearing Tordell's words, he furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Lachos Assad's countenance darkened. He perceived a hint of condescension in the words of this Dresrosa family member. At that moment, his tone became somewhat brusque. No, my Lord Lachos. You must have misunderstood. What I mean is, we can collaborate. Tordell waved a hand, directing his attention back to Lachos, his words flowing steadily. Collaborate? Upon hearing this term, Lachos felt a flicker of intrigue. Yes, collaboration. I, Engel Dresrosa, am engaged in the development of the territory, and you know that such endeavors require vast resources. Yet, the accursed Habu's trading company is akin to a vampire, profiting from my meager gold by charging prices tenfold above the market rate. It is a desecration of the goddess of life. Tordell nodded, his voice imbued with indignation. Lachos Assad's lips twitched at Tordell's vehement words. Indeed, Sir Tordell, they're desecrating the goddess of life. However, I must remind you that the entire northern province belongs to Marquis Lehman, and the Habu's trading company is under his dominion. Not only can you not contend with the Habu's trading company, but even our families cannot hope to rival a Marquis, Lachos Assad remarked with a wry smile, a hint of resignation coloring his expression. No, my Lord Lachos, you are mistaken again. I never suggested that we should oppose the Habu's trading company. Your friend Engel Dresrosa requires certain items, and as a friend, you would offer a few in goodwill. In gratitude, I provide my friend with some gold coins. Surely, this is a normal exchange among friends, is it not? Just like this time, my friend Lachos Assad has gifted me some precious life essence, and I have presented him with 50 gold coins. As long as we're not engaging in the slave trade, I believe the Habu's trading company would not take issue. Tordell chuckled lightly. Hearing his words, Lachos Assad grasped the underlying meaning. A smirk graced his features. Sir Tordell, you are truly clever. You want me to assist you in smuggling while you bear none of the risk. Should this be discovered, even if I were convicted, the burden would fall solely upon me, not on you. I beg your pardon, but I, Rajuz, am not interested in such an alliance. Ram, please escort His Excellency Thor. With a voice that commanded attention, Rajuz rose once more, preparing to conclude this meeting. Farewell, Lord Rajuz, Thor said, smiling and shaking his head as he turned to leave. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he halted his steps and spoke again. Ah, Lord Rajuz, there is something you may not be aware of. I, Thor Dresrosa, am the 9th son of Engel Dresrosa. It is indeed an honor to have garnered my father's esteem, who has bestowed upon me a great knight, 50 formal knights, and hundreds of squire knights. I believe I shall have no trouble in the forthcoming royal assessments. I had assumed that Lord Rajuz would be eager to collaborate with the Baron. It seems that I have misjudged your interest. Until we meet again. With that, he turned away without a trace of hesitation. What? The words caused Rajuz's pupils to constrict in shock. He fully understood the implications of a great knight, 50 formal knights, and hundreds of squire knights. Thor paused, quickly adding, "If you doubt my words, Lord Rajuz, you may visit Eagle Ridge at any time." Thor turned, his expression still adorned with a smile, exuding an air of utmost confidence. Observing Thor's self-assured demeanor, Rajuz felt a tumult of emotions within him. Disbelief, suspicion, and a twinge of envy. Indeed, envy and jealousy. Reflecting upon his own circumstances and then upon the young knight before him, those feelings surged forth uncontrollably. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. Soon, he suppressed these emotions, fully aware of his needs. This understanding was precisely why he had taken the considerable risk of smuggling. At this moment, he would not allow his emotions to overshadow his reason. With a deep exhale, Rajuz calmed himself, allowing a smile to return to his face. "You speak the truth, Lord Thor, my friend. This is merely a gift between friends. The life essence you require can be delivered tomorrow. Might I inquire as to the location?" His tone was now devoid of the previous stiffness and formality, replaced by utmost warmth, akin to that of long-lost friends reunited. "Thank you, my friend. I believe the Maple Leaf territory, located 50 miles outside Loren City, would be quite suitable." Hearing Rajuz's words, Thor felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, that location would be perfect. "Of course, my friend." Chapter 29. Purchasing Serfs. Returning to the territory. Within the confines of the chamber, Rajuz dismissed Ram, and the two engaged in a lengthy conversation. It was not until an hour had passed that Thor emerged from Rajuz's presence, a smile illuminating his face. This time, he had not only procured a substantial quantity of blazing oil, but had also forged a partnership with Rajuz. As a member of the Assad family, which is deeply entrenched in commerce, even though Rajuz Assad may not be held in high regard, the resources he could command were significant. With this avenue opened, procuring supplies in the future would become considerably easier. As for the matter of smuggling, the kingdom's laws only ever penalize the smugglers, never the purchasers. After all, this is a world governed by aristocratic despotism, where the noble lawmakers would never impose regulations upon themselves. Smuggling follows suit. Those capable of purchasing contraband are invariably nobles, as common folk lack the means to do so. The reasoning behind Rajuz's agreement was simple. He had painted a picture of immense possibility. Within 3 years, should he attain the title of Baron, Rajuz, as the architect of his trade route, would reap unimaginable rewards. Even setting aside such considerations, the mere desire to resolve his current predicament would compel Rajuz to acquiesce. His earlier hesitation stemmed solely from the fact that he belonged to the Assad family, while Thor was of the Dresrosa lineage. However, such reservations paled in comparison to the overwhelming allure of the opportunity presented. Rein, shortly, take gold coins and 30 knights to the Maple Leaf territory and retrieve goods. Tool instructed, addressing Rein. "Yes, sir." Hein promptly nodded. After issuing his orders, Thor made his way toward the Habu's trading company. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. The blazing oil was a fortuitous surprise, enhancing his plans, yet to ensure everything was secured, he needed to purchase some slaves. As he stepped inside the Habu's trading company, a figure in the distance caught sight of Thor and rushed toward him, excitement evident in their demeanor. "Sir Thor Dresrosa, welcome." The attendant gasped, slightly out of breath, eager to make his acquaintance. Internally, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. The last time this esteemed client had spent an astonishing 120 gold coins, a figure he would never forget, even after his recent promotion. "Oh, what a coincidence. I have come to acquire more serfs. May I inquire how many you have available?" Thor inquired with a smile, following the attendant deeper into the establishment. "Indeed, Sir Thor Dresrosa, we do have slaves available. How many do you wish to purchase this time?" The attendant replied cheerfully, leading Thor below ground. The crystals illuminated the space, revealing rows of slaves. "This time, I require some more robust individuals. By the life of my goddess, the slaves you provided last time were far too frail. They could not even defeat a mere green goblin. Nearly 500 of them perished." Thor lamented, his expression tinged with exasperation. Upon hearing this, the attendant's lips twitched, suppressing a curse aimed at the vampires. "Ah, Sir Thor Dresrosa, those were already quite robust. However, as a valued guest, we at the Habu's Trading Company will certainly meet your request. A new batch of serfs has just arrived, They're indeed stronger. With just a bit of buckwheat daily, they can thrive, and while they may not be able to combat green goblins, dealing with timid goblins should not pose much of a challenge. Though the price, the attendant gestured, and soon a figure darted away. Moments later, a new group of slaves was presented. Compared to the previous frail individuals, these were evidently much more robust. Quite satisfactory. How many do I need? Thor inquired, nodding in approval. 30 silver coins each, and should you require more, we can offer a discount. The attendant spoke cautiously. How much of a discount? I have been plagued by a horde of wretched green goblins invading my territory. I must clear them out, but I require numerous serfs to do so. Thor expressed in frustration, exhaling deeply. The attendant's expression brightened at the mention of goblins. If you were to purchase 500, how about 28 silver coins? The attendant pondered for a moment before hastily responding. No, you may not fully grasp my words. Those accursed green goblins belong to a large goblin tribe. I do not require 500 or even 1,000, but rather 3,000. Thor shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. His words instantly widened the attendant's eyes, causing his breath to quicken. Why, you want how many? The attendant stammered. How about 20 silver coins each? I shall purchase 3,000 outright. No need for further discounts. Thor observed the attendant's stuttering figure and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though his voice hesitated before he spoke through clenched teeth. Please, wait. I need to report this. The attendant, now understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly departed. It was no jest. At 20 silver coins apiece for 3,000 individuals, that amounted to 600 gold coins, a substantial transaction even for the entire Habu's trading company. He swiftly sought out the manager of the Habu's trading company to relay the news. Upon receiving the report, the manager was equally taken aback and hurried over. Honorable Knight Engel Dresrosa, your request has been approved by the Habu's trading company. As our esteemed guest, we shall still grant you a discount. For 3,000 high-quality slaves, you need only pay 540 gold coins. The manager spoke with utmost respect. I'm truly grateful, Thor replied with a smile, not declining the offer. Saving some coin was indeed beneficial. The price of such slaves had already multiplied tenfold. You are too kind. Do you have any other requirements? The Habu's trading company manager inquired earnestly. Not at the moment. I will return when I have need, Thor replied, shaking his head with a smile. Oh, by the way, esteemed Knight Engel Dresrosa, there will be an auction in Luzern City in 3 months, featuring precious life potions. Should you have the time, you are welcome to attend. The manager nodded with a smile, as if recalling something, and quickly added, an auction. In 3 months? Thank you for the reminder. If I am free, I shall certainly attend. Thor nodded in agreement, not refusing the invitation. After all, with a daily intelligence system at his disposal, attending such an auction might yield unexpected treasures. Chapter 30, Mobilizing the Serfs. The first campaign begins. After acquiring the serfs, spending 540 gold coins, Thor proceeded to purchase a substantial quantity of supplies, particularly food. With the addition of 3,000 souls, his population surged from nearly 1,000 to close to 4,000, leading to a significant increase in consumption. In truth, the demand for food constituted the bulk of the expenses. Each individual required approximately 4 to 5 pounds of food daily for 3,000 people. That amounted to 1,200 pounds per day, translating to 36,000 pounds a month. The price of food in the entire northern province had nearly tripled, if not more. Originally, a pound of buckwheat in the Frostmoon province cost around 3 copper coins, but now, the price had soared to over 10 copper coins, occasionally even reaching 12. This was merely for buckwheat. The price of wheat was even higher. The cost of wheat in the Frostmoon province was likely around 10 copper coins per pound, while in the northern province, it stood at 50 copper coins. The daily consumption for 3,000 individuals, even if limited to buckwheat, would exceed 360,000 copper coins in a month, equating to over 3,600 silver coins, culminating in an expenditure of 36 gold coins monthly. If wheat were involved, the cost would escalate to over 180 gold coins, representing just a month's consumption. Over the course of a year, that would amount to more than 1,000 gold coins in expenses. Truth be told, even a typical Viscount family might struggle to sustain such costs. Even the pioneering offspring of an earl's family would find it challenging to manage in the short term. After all, not every family possessed the financial prowess of Count Engel Dresrosa, who could readily allocate tens of thousands of gold coins. For an earl's family, that represented an immense financial outlay. Under such circumstances, the majority of pioneering lords found it difficult to endure and meet the kingdom's assessment standards, a dilemma indeed. However, for Thor, he could manage for the time being. His father, Count Engel Dresrosa, had directly provided him with over 10,000 gold coins. Not only could he sustain himself for a year, but even 2 years of expenses were evidently sufficient. With an iron mine in his possession, the subsequent economic concerns would not pose significant issues, further alleviating his considerations. In the evening, Rein returned with dozens of knights, bringing back a supply of fire oil. Simultaneously, the 3,000 robust slaves from the Habu's trading company were also transported. The following day, the group set off once more, heading back towards Eagle Ridge. This time, compared to their initial journey to Eagle Ridge, the scale was undoubtedly larger. Along the way, they encountered no magical beasts. Since they had already harvested the area previously, the daily intelligence reports yielded no new findings on this return journey. After 10 days, the group successfully returned to Eagle Ridge. The arrival of over 3,000 individuals instantly invigorated the entire Eagle territory, particularly for the original 500. Tension ensued as they suddenly found themselves competing against 3,500, a 7-fold increase in numbers. How could they not feel anxious? Tor, however, paid little heed to their competition. Upon returning to the camp, he promptly summoned Steve. Upon Steve's arrival, Tor's expression brightened. The fluctuations of life force emanating from Steve were markedly more intense, signifying that he had evidently crossed a crucial threshold. Steve, have you broken through? Tor inquired with a smile. Yes, my lord, Steve responded, filled with gratitude and excitement. The great knight had believed he would require several more years, perhaps even a decade if luck did not favor him, to achieve this breakthrough, yet he had never imagined that after merely a few months of following Tor, he would have ascended to the rank of Great Knight. It felt unreal. Excellent. It seems you have not disappointed me. Stabilize your newfound strength over the next few days. We shall commence our actions in 3 days. By the way, remember to send someone to gather more detailed information about that goblin tribe. I need more accurate intelligence. Tor nodded, his tone now solemn. Understood. Steve quickly affirmed, swiftly retreating. With the confirmation of Steve's breakthrough, the last flicker of worry within Tor dissipated. What remained was the preparation for their impending action. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Steve fully solidified his status as a great knight and also acquired a relatively clear understanding of the large, timid goblin tribe. The estimated number of large goblins is likely between 5,000 and 6,000. While this figure is substantial, it falls short of the terrifying threshold of 7,000 or 8,000 that had been anticipated. Concurrently, the surrounding terrain has been thoroughly assessed. Within the chamber, Steve and Rein have gathered, ready to commence their operation. Is everything prepared? Weapons at the ready? Thor inquired, directing his gaze towards Steve. Sir, we are fully prepared. Steve replied with a respectful nod. Excellent. Let's set forth. Thor affirmed, his heart racing with anticipation. This would be his inaugural battle in the pursuit of expanding their territory. Should they successfully seize the iron mine, it would catapult the development of their domain into a rapid phase, bearing immense significance. Yes, yes, Steve and Rein echoed, their enthusiasm palpable as they moved closer. Meanwhile, over 3,000 serfs had congregated at Eagle Ridge. In just 3 days, news of Eagle Ridge had spread, igniting excitement among even the newly arrived serfs. The prospect of escaping their servitude, albeit a slim one, was enough to kindle their hopes. During these 3 days, the serfs had worked with unprecedented diligence, and when summoned by their lord, none dared to slacken their efforts. Figures gathered, each individual infused with anticipation, curiosity, and a hint of anxiety. A little over a month prior, during a similar assembly, some had been liberated into free men, and the possibility of this happening again stirred their hopes. Although a month remained until the promised liberation, the present moment was ripe with dreams and aspirations. Amidst this anticipation, their lord, the master of Eagle Ridge, approached from afar. My lord, my lord. The voices rang out as knights and serfs alike bowed in respect. Every gaze directed at Thor brimmed with hope and expectation. Ascending the platform, Thor surveyed the faces of the serfs below, a smile gracing his features, a response he had longed for. He had refrained from immediate action upon his return, needing time for preparation and for the information to disseminate. After all, mobilizing a group of apathetic individuals is no simple task. However, once hope ignites, mobilization becomes far more attainable. By the grace of the life goddess, I shall grant you a new beginning. You shall once again bask in the radiance of her light. Today, I shall initiate a campaign against the goblin tribe. I vow that any who can slay 3 cowardly goblins in this endeavor shall be liberated from their serfdom. Furthermore, those who vanquish 10 goblins shall not only be freed, but shall also be permitted to join the Order of Squires, granting them the opportunity to become knights. Will you stand with me in this battle? Thor's voice resonated, empowered by the essence of life, reaching every ear present. In an instant, the eyes of the 3,500 surged with fervor, particularly among the 3,000 in the rear. Even the 500 at the forefront were not untouched by the fervor. Although Thor had previously promised that hard work could lead to liberation, the timeline and means have been uncertain. This time, however, he provided a clear path and achievable conditions. 3 cowardly goblins to slay, though it would require combat. The mere thought of facing cowardly goblins did not instill overwhelming dread. Rather, it appeared as an attainable goal. Moreover, their lord's promise of joining the ranks of the squires for those who could slay 10 cowardly goblins ignited a fire within them. Such a prospect, becoming a knight, represented a genuine opportunity to ascend the social ladder. The conditions set forth were so compelling that not only serfs but even free men would go wild for it. At that moment, Eagle Ridge was alive with fervor. My lord, we shall fight alongside you." The resounding voices of 3,500 surged forth, their breaths heavy with excitement. "Very well, I, the Lord of Eagle Ridge, have heard your response. May the life goddess shine upon you." Thor nodded and, with a swift gesture, instructed the newly appointed squires to distribute the weapons he had procured in Luzern City. The expense had been considerable, but entirely necessary for the current moment. As weapons were allocated, the serfs, alongside the newly liberated free men, were engulfed by excitement and exhilaration. "Let's depart," Thor proclaimed, drawing forth his knightly sword, his voice ringing with resolve. In that moment, he was invigorated, envisioning victory. With a formidable force comprising a grand knight, over 30 full-fledged knights, more than 100 apprentices, and 200 squires alongside 3,500 serfs, they faced only 5,000 to 6,000 cowardly goblins. Failure was not a thought he entertained. He was confident that, with the aid of incendiary oil, every goblin could be vanquished, eliminating future threats. The army set forth with great fervor, their objective clear, the large goblin tribe. Covering several dozen miles, they approached the tribe's location by the following day. Thor raised his hand, signaling everyone a halt, and swiftly ordered the 3,000 to encircle the goblin tribe in a fan formation. His strategy was straightforward. The main knightly order would spearhead the assault on the goblin tribe, igniting the area with incendiary oil to create chaos, followed by a concerted effort to eliminate the goblins, with 400 knights engaging directly and 3,500 serfs in support. Swift action would guarantee that not a single cowardly goblin would escape. "Rein, I entrust these men to you. I will assign 3 knights, 30 apprentices, and 100 squires to follow your command. Do not let me down," Thor instructed, casting a glance towards Rein. "Yes, my lord," Rein replied, his expression reflecting excitement. This was his first time leading the knightly order, and the presence of over 3,000 serfs signified the immense trust their lord had placed in him. Amidst a cauldron of tension, tinged with excitement, Thor issued his command, his gaze swiftly shifting to Steve. "My lord," Steve respectfully addressed him, "ensure the supplies are in order and verify the flammable oil. We shall depart in 2 hours." Thor promptly relayed his orders. "Understood." Steve nodded vigorously. In the ensuing moments, Steve and Rein sprang into action. Rein, accompanied by over 3,000 men, began to disperse into the surrounding areas, while Steve commenced the meticulous inspection of supplies and equipment. As time gradually slipped away, 2 hours swiftly elapsed. Thor mounted his warhorse with a deft motion, followed suit by over 200 knights. "Victory is ours." Thor's voice resonated. "Victory!" The 200 echoed in unison. In the next instant, the knights surged forth like a tempest, charging towards the distant gathering of formidable goblins. The earth trembled violently beneath the thunderous gallop of the knights. The span of several miles was crossed in no time, and the cacophony soon startled the timid goblins within their lair at the mining site. Inside the cavern, a congregation of goblins, notably more robust than their ordinary counterparts, gathered. At the center stood a larger goblin, holding a staff, eyes closed in concentration. Suddenly, a frantic goblin burst into the chamber. "It's bad. It's bad. Humans are coming. Humans." The panicked goblin's words ignited a wave of chaos among the goblins. The very mention of humans sent them into a frenzy. Goblinkind, the lowest echelon of orcish beings, were often treated as mere fodder within orc tribes, and faced with humans, they were all but slaughtered. Even the goblin leader felt a twinge of panic upon hearing of their approach. "Run! The humans are here. How could they possibly be here?" The goblin leader exclaimed in distress. "What shall become of our iron mine? Oh, goblin god, have you forsaken your children?" Panic spread like wildfire through the lair. as even the goblin leader darted about in a flurry of anxiety. For the goblins, while some might exhibit bravery, the timid goblins were far from fearless. As the most wretched of their kind, they lived in perpetual dread of humans. Just then, a deep rumble echoed from above, shaking the very ground beneath them. "Quick, flee!" The goblin leader's alarmed voice pierced through the chaos as he dashed from the cavern, followed closely by his fellow goblins. Yet, as they bolted outside, a sea of flames erupted before them, the searing heat engulfing those who dared escape. Panic and terror permeated the goblin tribe. The inferno erupted violently, and the goblin leader burst forth from the flames. However, in that very moment, a blade of light surged from the distance, cleaving downwards towards him. With a resounding crash, the goblin leader was suspended mid-air before plummeting into the inferno below. Steve emerged from the flames, charging directly at the goblin leader. Meanwhile, the 200 knights commenced a widespread massacre upon entering goblin territory. Under Thor's command, they not only engaged in combat but also unleashed torrents of flammable oil. Within mere moments, the goblin domain was engulfed in a raging inferno, sending thousands of goblins into a frenzied panic, scurrying about like headless flies. Many were consumed by the flames, while those who managed to escape faced the relentless onslaught of the knights. Among the 200 knights were over 30 seasoned knights and numerous apprentices. Their extraordinary prowess made the slaughter of the timid goblins akin to harvesting wheat, with even the 100 or so reserve knights finding it an effortless task. Thor himself joined in the fray, channeling life energy into his greatsword. Though he could not unleash a beam of light like Steve, he dispatched goblins with relative ease, having already claimed the lives of over 10 within a short span. Around him, others fared even better. In the distance, Steve dispatched a second-tier goblin leader with merely 3 strikes, and each swing of his sword felled dozens more. The carnage spread relentlessly. Faced with orc kind, particularly the utterly inept timid goblins, there was no need for captives or slaves. Extermination was the sole objective. The flames illuminated the sky as countless goblins met their demise. Yet this was a sizable goblin tribe, and some timid goblins managed to scatter in various directions, their numbers still significant. However, this did not guarantee their escape. As they burst forth from the inferno, they were met by Rein and his band of over 100 knights, alongside 3,500 eager, red-eyed serfs. Though less intimidating than Thor's contingent, their sheer numbers proved formidable. The moment the timid goblins emerged, these serfs pounced upon them like ravenous wolves, and the slaughter resumed. Under the flickering flames, the ground became saturated with green blood, while the fierce combustion of flammable oil rendered the scene visible for miles. Yet, no one paid it much heed. In this extraordinary world, anything was possible. The battle, nay, the slaughter, endured for an entire day and night. As the flammable oil began to dwindle, so too did the massacre of the timid goblins draw to a close. The once vibrant landscape transformed into an abyss of darkness, littered with the remains of timid goblins and puddles of their green blood. After a relentless day and night of carnage, not a single timid goblin escaped. All perished in the massacre. The land was stained a mottled brown-green. At the epicenter, Thor's golden armor was similarly drenched in the green ichor, as were the knights surrounding him. Before them, some serfs began stacking the slain goblins together and dousing them in flammable oil, igniting a conflagration that blazed brightly. The goblins gradually transformed into blazing flames. Rein, Steve, continue the extermination and ensure that no goblins remain, commanded Thor, his gaze fixed upon the billowing fire as he swiftly issued orders. Additionally, seal off this area. No one and nothing must approach. Understood. Both Steve and Rein responded promptly. The two then began to act with alacrity. After delegating the task to Steve and Rein, Thor took a brief respite before setting off with several knights and a few knowledgeable serfs, following the daily intelligence reports to investigate a substantial iron mine. The purpose of this expedition was precisely to explore that considerable iron deposit. He needed to assess it thoroughly. The serfs who possessed expertise in exploration were acquired during his last visit to Luzern city, costing him a hefty 30 gold coins, an exorbitant price, indeed, but deemed necessary. As he advanced, Thor soon arrived at the site of the vast iron mine. He promptly issued further instructions, and shortly thereafter, the 3 serfs began to survey the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Thor waited in anticipation. As nightfall approached, it became evident that the reconnaissance would take considerable time. By evening, the 3 serfs returned, brimming with exhilarating confidence and astonishing news. The iron mine extended over several miles, with reserves likely exceeding 50 million pounds, an initial estimate, which could very well be larger. Categorizing it as an absolutely vast iron mine nearing the thresholds of a super-large mine. Generally, a large iron mine's reserves are around 30 million pounds, with 80 million pounds considered super-large. This site could nearly qualify as such, and its value surpassed his initial expectations. Even Thor found himself breathing heavily at this revelation. Chapter 33. Unexpected Delightful Intelligence. The value of iron ore is exceedingly significant in any realm, and this extraordinary world is no exception. Particularly, a large iron mine holds even greater worth. Iron itself serves as a currency unit, and more importantly, the mithril iron that can be extracted from such a mine is one of the primary materials for crafting silver armor. Possessing a large iron mine signifies an opportunity for a continuous production of silver armor within the territory. In contrast to black iron and brass armors, silver armor is truly extraordinary, functioning as hard currency within the entire market. The value of black iron armor is minimal, generally around 10 silver coins. Even in the northern province, a set of black iron armor does not command an exorbitant price, typically only 20 to 30 silver coins. Brass armor is slightly more expensive, valued at 2 to 3 gold coins. However, silver armor is a different matter entirely. In the Frostmonth province, a set of silver armor can reach prices exceeding 100 gold coins, and in the northern province, the cost is even higher. The mithril iron required for crafting a single set of silver armor, even if not forged into armor, has a purchasing price from the Habu's trading company exceeding 80 gold coins, and selling it to other nobles could yield as much as 100 gold coins or more. If transformed into silver armor for sale, the value often exceeds 300 gold coins. Even the most robust serfs in the northern province can be purchased for 20 silver coins apiece, meaning 300 gold coins could secure 1,500 serfs. Regarding a large iron mine, even considering the least productive cases for mithril iron, it would undoubtedly yield over 20 sets of silver armor. This is for the minimum size of a large iron mine. Given the reserves at this site, Thor had no doubt that the mithril iron could produce at least 50 sets, if not more. Such wealth would entice anyone in the northern province, save for Marquis Lehman. Thor was no exception. His father, Count Engel Dresrosa, had indeed provided him with considerable startup capital. No one would ever refuse such wealth, especially one exceeding tens of thousands of gold coins. He had no doubt that if this information were to leak, surrounding nobles and pioneering knights would declare war upon him. In the northern province, apart from Luzern city, chaos has become the defining characteristic. Of the 50 or so nobles granted titles, only 30 remain. The rest may have perished in the pioneering wars, yet one cannot guarantee whether their demise resulted from mutual annexation. The slaves in Luzern city are not solely transported from other provinces of the kingdom. Many are originally from the northern province. However, this is seldom mentioned, and no one dares to raise it. The vanquished have long since passed into the embrace of the undead. Their traces on this land will inevitably be washed away by the passage of time. Thor was unwilling to become one of them. After further confirming the reserves, he began issuing new commands. First and foremost was to encircle the entire iron mine, establishing it as his territory. Next, he dispatched knights and prospective knights to explore the surroundings, ensuring that no information would leak. Once these matters were attended to, the hour had steadily advanced into the deep of night. The stars adorned the firmament, and as the night deepened, the familiar system notification chimed once more. Buzz. Daily intelligence updated. 1. At dusk tomorrow, upstream of the main river valley, a herd of unicorns will pass by, led by a unicorn chief at the peak of the second tier. 2. 3 miles left of Eagle Ridge, there exists a burrow inhabited by gophers. 3. 200 miles to the right, a spectral dragon has vacated its nest, now occupied by a horde of earth dragons, among which lies its collected treasures. 4. 1,000 miles from Luzern city, in the Leaffall Valley, there's a small iron mine guarded by goblins. 5. Deep within the lair of timid goblins on the left, there seems to be an unexpected surprise. 6. Magical elements are converging within the large iron mine. In 3 months, a quantity of exquisite gold will be born. 7. 30 miles to the right of the large iron mine, there is a small gathering of azure goblins in the forest. The familiar daily intelligence system updated as expected, and Thor's attention was drawn to it. His gaze swept through the entries, lingering a moment longer on the spectral dragon. He had been watching that dragon's cave for some time. When the spectral dragon first departed, he had wished to pursue it, but the distance, 1,000 miles, was perilous, especially as it required deeper penetration into the northern province. Given his current strength, the risk was too great. After arriving at the main river valley, the distance had narrowed to 100 miles, allowing him to reach it in a day or two. However, it was soon seized by a horde of earth dragons, and even the spectral dragon's egg had vanished, forcing Thor to abandon that thought. Yet the daily intelligence refreshes continued to spark his imagination, though for now, he could only entertain fleeting thoughts. After a brief pause in his gaze, Thor shifted his attention to the remaining contents of the daily intelligence report. Upon reaching the 5th, and particularly the 6th entries, his breath grew noticeably heavier. Refined gold, unlike mithril, is a superior magical material. It is typically one of the primary components in the crafting of golden armor. If mithril is already exorbitantly priced, the cost of refined gold reaches a staggering figure. A quantity sufficient for forging golden armor holds a value comparable to that of a vial of mid-level life potion, which amounts to over 1,000 gold coins. This valuation does not even account for the additional cost of transforming it into armor. Once crafted, its price escalates even further. At the auctions in the Frostmoon province, a complete set of golden armor often fetches prices exceeding 5,000 gold coins, whereas the highest price for a mid-level life potion barely reaches 3,000. 5,000 coins could nearly purchase 2 vials of mid-level life potion. Such pricing is, of course, reasonable, considering that a mid-level life potion can only offer a slim chance, approximately 10%, for a pinnacle Great Knight to transcend into Earth Knight. In contrast, golden armor can genuinely withstand the assaults of an Earth Knight, making their values incomparable. Only high-level life potions can surpass the worth of golden armor, as they offer a 50% or greater chance for a pinnacle Earth Knight to ascend into a Sky Knight. Chapter 34, The Goblin Race. The price of refined gold is exceptionally steep, and its formation conditions are exceedingly stringent. Generally, it can only be found in super-large iron mines, and even then, its presence is not guaranteed. Thor had not anticipated that the large iron mine he had recently acquired might harbor the potential for refined gold. After a moment of astonishment, a glimmer of delight emerged on his face, overshadowing his concern for the 5th entry. Before long, Steve hurried over. "My lord." Steve's respectful voice, tinged with barely contained excitement, broke the silence. "What has happened?" Thor inquired, his expression tinged with confusion as he withdrew his gaze from the daily report. "My lord, we have discovered a group of goblins." Steve's lips pressed together, his excitement and joy difficult to conceal. "What? Is that true?" Initially indifferent, Thor now stood upright, his words spilling forth. "It is indeed true, my lord. Follow me." Steve nodded vigorously and urged Thor to follow. "All right, let us see," Thor exclaimed, his heart racing with exhilaration. Goblins, after all, are among the lowest of the orc species, technically classified within the goblin race. However, they differ from goblins in that they were once the slaves of giants, forced to mine Kaga or for extended periods. This prolonged exposure to Kaga or has rendered the goblin race astonishingly intelligent, enabling them to create engineering marvels and alchemical artifacts that enjoy worldwide acclaim. The development of human alchemy originally drew inspiration from goblins, and even the current state of human alchemy cannot rival that of the goblins. Each goblin is a born craftsman and weaponsmith. Thor had not expected that, in comparison to the 6th entry. The true treasure of this daily report lay in the unexpected delight of the 5th entry, particularly when he descended into the depths of the cavern and beheld the peculiar creatures, strikingly similar to goblins yet with blue skin. His smile was impossible to suppress. The value of a large iron mine is beyond imagination. Even without considering mithril or refined gold, the output from such a mine is inherently valuable. However, selling iron ore and transforming it into black iron armor for sale are two entirely different matters. Although he had established a trade channel with Rajuz Assad, large-scale raw material transactions are prone to complications. The optimal solution would be to sell to the Habu's trading company, yet the price of iron ore, under the pressure of the Habu's trading company, is not particularly high and could even be considered low, resulting in significant losses. He had initially contemplated whether he could procure some blacksmiths from the Habu's trading company or leverage his memories from a past life to devise something. However, the costs associated with skilled prospectors from the Habu's trading company are exorbitantly high, and the prices for blacksmiths would be even steeper. As for the latter, although they are both iron mines, the two worlds are fundamentally different, with distinct basic principles. He was uncertain whether he could successfully create anything. Yet at this moment, these concerns faded into insignificance. Goblins, after all, are the most suitable blacksmiths one could hope for. They are capable not only of crafting black iron armor, but also silver armor, and perhaps even golden armor. Esteemed knight, we can work for you. Please do not harm us. An elder goblin stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Thor, his voice trembling with trepidation. The goblins were palpably anxious. They had been captured by timid goblins and forced into weapon crafting. However, They were taken aback when those timid goblins were subsequently slain by humans. They wished to flee, but the heavy chains binding their feet rendered escape impossible. Soon after, they found themselves cornered by humans within the cavern, filling them with dread that they too might meet a similar fate as the goblins. After all, they're goblins as well. Very well, I can guarantee your survival and even provide you with sustenance, but you must work for me in return. How about this? You shall serve me for 30 years, and after that, I will grant you your freedom. Thor felt a surge of inspiration and directed his gaze towards the elder goblin, speaking slowly. Unlike ordinary goblins, the goblins are a valuable race of beasts that Thor was determined to keep. The best approach would be to establish a slave contract, but given the critical nature of weapon crafting, it would be prudent to adopt a somewhat gentler stance to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. As for the 30 years, Thor believed that after spending some time in the Eagle territory, these goblins would likely become reluctant to leave the calm and stable environment. After all, compared to human territories, the northern lands are fraught with chaos, where goblins are often enslaved. Even timid goblins can capture them, not to mention other orcs. The presence of ferocious magical beasts only compounds their plight. In contrast, falling into human hands might be the best fate for these goblins. Most goblins are actually willing to work for humans, so when they heard Thor's words, their spirits lifted. The elder goblin beamed with joy. Esteemed knight, your benevolence must surely be under the protection of the goblin god. I, Asachi, am willing to serve you. The elder goblin bowed deeply, his demeanor imbued with humility. A wise choice, Thor replied with a smile, a pleasant surprise gracing his heart. Indeed, this was a remarkably fortuitous turn of events. Although the number of goblins was modest, totaling just over a dozen, it was sufficient to meet the initial requirements for his burgeoning construction endeavors. More importantly, these goblins would enable him to transform a substantial quantity of iron ore into exquisite black iron armor. When the time came to sell these fine black iron armors through the trade routes established by Legio's Assad, their worth would be undeniably significant. Consequently, his territory would possess a fully integrated economic industrial chain, no longer plagued by financial deficits. In fact, a considerable portion of the income could be reinvested into further development of the territory, establishing a virtuous cycle. It could be said that at this moment, even Thor had not anticipated the immense delight that seizing this large iron mine would bring. Chapter 35, New Intelligence, Return to the City. The appearance of the goblins undoubtedly brought Thor an unexpected delight. However, the surprises did not cease there. Soon after, he learned that the elder goblin at the forefront was a level 4 alchemist, a rank akin to that of magical beasts. Alchemy among goblins also adhered to a hierarchical structure, typically classified into 5 levels. A level 1 alchemist could forge rudimentary items, such as black iron armor, while a level 2 alchemist could create more intricate pieces, like brass armor. A level 3 alchemist was capable of crafting magical items, such as silver armor, which belonged to the realm of magical creations. As for a level 4 alchemist, they could rightfully be termed a master of alchemy, holding an esteemed position even within the entirety of the Tulip Kingdom. Remarkably, the level 4 goblin alchemist skills surpassed those of a human alchemist at the same level, potentially enabling them to forge magical crystal cannons that would pose a challenge even for human level 4 alchemists. Indeed, these magical crystal cannons were of far greater value than golden armor. Typically, the price of a single magical crystal cannon exceeded 7,000 gold coins, with prices in the northern province potentially soaring to over 10,000 coins or even more. Yet, the significance of the magical crystal cannon lay not merely in its monetary value, but rather in its formidable capabilities. With just a few of these cannons, the security of his territory would be assured. Even in the face of a massive orc tribal assault, the likelihood of withstanding such an onslaught would be considerably high. During wartime, the impact of magical crystal cannons was unimaginable. For instance, in the recent assault on the Goblin tribe, merely 3 magical crystal cannons would have sufficed to utterly annihilate the entire large tribe of timid goblins without requiring much assistance from serfs. However, crafting a magical crystal cannon demanded not only a level 4 alchemist, but also a variety of exceedingly rare materials, which Thor presently lacked. Nonetheless, the absence of these materials now did not preclude their acquisition in the future. As long as he could amass the necessary components, subsequently, he would be able to forge the magical crystal cannon. The possession of such a weapon would elevate the safety of his territory to unimaginable heights. How could such a prospect not fill him with ecstatic joy? Moreover, as a level 4 alchemist, the items he could create extended beyond just magical crystal cannons and golden armor. A plethora of alchemical products awaited, all of which were crucial for the advancement of Thor's territory. It could be said that these developments addressed the most pressing deficiencies in his territorial expansion, leading to an unwavering smile that had graced his face for days. Of course, his smile was mirrored by that of the serfs. On the very day the war concluded, Thor announced the liberation of 273 serfs, among whom 27 promptly joined the reserve knights. This circumstance plunged the entire contingent of over 2,000 serfs into a state of jubilation, rendering the loss of over 100 serfs in the recent campaign a matter of little concern. As for the formal knights, apprentice knights, and reserve knights, Thor generously distributed some of the resources he had acquired, leaving each of them thoroughly satisfied. For them, following their lord to become pioneering knights represented the most significant and fortunate event of their lives. Under the guidance of their lord, they received opportunities they had once deemed unimaginable. Even their growth in knightly prowess surged forward at an astonishing pace, a feat unimaginable within the confines of the Dresrosa castle. This outcome only intensified their fervor and admiration for their esteemed lord. In an open area, once Thor had organized everything, he prepared to depart. "Steve," he called, directing his gaze towards Steve. "My lord." Steve hastened forward. "I leave this place in your capable hands. Ensure nothing goes awry. I will assign you 30 formal knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 200 reserve knights," Thor stated solemnly, pausing momentarily before finalizing his decision. Given the paramount importance of this location over his own territory, he resolved to allocate the majority of his forces to the iron mine. With the presence of Steve, a formidable knight, alongside 300 knights for assistance, safety would be guaranteed. "Yes," Steve responded with palpable excitement, his voice resonating with determination. "Do well, and I hope you will one day stand alongside Uncle Michael," Thor encouraged, patting Steve on the shoulder. "I will not disappoint you, my lord." Steve's heart swelled with pride at being compared to the illustrious knight Michael, a feeling of profound honor coursing through him. After arranging matters concerning the iron mine, Thor instructed a portion of the serfs to commence mining operations. Ideally, the best miners would be the goblins, as even timid goblins were born miners, exhibiting a fearlessness that was invaluable. Unfortunately, lacking slave contracts hindered his ability to acquire goblins. The control exerted by the Habu's trading company over the slave trade made purchasing slave contracts impossible. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to utilize serfs. This predicament elucidated his decision to eliminate all timid goblins. Without slave contracts, allowing them to work in the mines posed excessive risk. Should any escape, the exposure of the large iron mine would spell considerable trouble for him. To mitigate such risks, it was prudent to rely on serfs for the time being. He would explore the possibility of obtaining slave contracts later for replacement. Once everything was arranged, Thor, accompanied by Rein and the newly liberated serfs, returned to his territory. As before, Thor promptly allocated land to them. Upon receiving their rightful lands, the liberated serfs were swept into a wave of elation. They had truly been freed, liberated from the shackles of slavery, and reborn as free citizens, once again basking in the radiant light of the goddess of life. "May the goddess of life bless you. May the goddess of life bless you. May the goddess of life bless you." A chorus of voices arose, as over 200 individuals transformed into the most fervent of citizens, becoming the inaugural denizens of Eagle Ridge in the truest sense. Though there had been a handful before, there were merely a few. Now, however, there were more than 200. This burgeoning community of free men infused the territory with a newfound vibrancy. At that moment, Eagle Ridge undeniably set forth on the path of true progress. All that remained was to follow a systematic approach, and the entirety of Eagle Ridge would embark on a trajectory of rapid development, not to mention the daily intelligence system at his disposal. With the aid of this daily intel, in 3 years, no, perhaps even within a year, Eagle Ridge might surpass some baronial domains. Chapter 36. 2 months of territory development. The journey of the pioneering knights was undoubtedly arduous. After all, those who chose the path of a pioneering knight were seldom heirs to noble titles, and their resources were exceedingly limited. Even the noble knights from the ranks of ordinary earls faced significant challenges. Only the pioneering knights from Marquette territories enjoyed comparatively better circumstances. However, this did not apply to Thor. Upon departing from the Frostmoon province, Count Engel Dresrosa bestowed upon him substantial support. Coupled with the memories from his past life and the insights provided by the daily intelligence system, Thor's advantages were unparalleled by other nobles. Even the pioneering knights from Marquette territories could hardly compare to him. This was evidenced by the fact that, after merely 2 months, the territory had already begun to take shape. After all, Even noble knights from Archaeate domains would require at least 6 months, if not longer, to achieve such a level of development after becoming pioneering knights. Yet for Thor, everything seemed to unfold as a natural progression. At this moment, having secured a large iron mine and acquired a substantial number of goblins, his development undoubtedly entered an even more accelerated phase. Initially, Thor had no intention of trading, but the high-quality iron ore from the expansive mine, combined with the goblins' craftsmanship, was sufficient to produce the various tools required for the territory. These implements further expedited the overall construction of the domain. In just 2 months, the entire territory had undergone significant transformation. At its core, the majestic castle had been completed half a month prior. Surrounding the castle, houses sprang up, forming the semblance of a small town. Free men and serfs worked in the fields, their faces adorned with smiles. In the wheat fields, the crops flourished remarkably, exceeding all expectations. It was anticipated that by the end of the year, the harvest would yield a bountiful return. At this juncture, Eagle Ridge had truly begun to take shape. Nearly 300 free men and 3,000 serfs formed the foundational bedrock of the entire domain. Unlike other territories, both free men and serfs in Eagle Ridge possessed a profound sense of belonging and a fervent admiration for their lord. Opportunities for the liberation of serfs and the chance to acquire the nightly breathing technique were once inconceivable to them. Moreover, their lord had even allocated women to them. Indeed, women were distributed. After acquiring the large iron mine, Thor returned to Luzern city once more, this time to purchase a significant number of female slaves. The price of female slaves was undoubtedly higher than that of their male counterparts, though this largely depended on their appearance. Generally, those of average looks were not overly expensive. Thor, with a sweeping gesture, procured 500 female slaves. Of these, 100 were designated for duties within the castle, while the remainder was rewarded to his knights. Even those serfs who had joined the preparatory knightly order during this pioneering campaign received female slaves. Thor, their lord, further promised that any serf who worked for 10 years would qualify for freedom and receive a female slave, with exceptional performers receiving theirs even sooner. Such news was far more enticing than the mere prospect of liberation from serfdom, sustaining enthusiasm that persisted even a month later. For Thor, investing a few gold coins to win the hearts of all within the territory proved to be a worthwhile endeavor. It also ensured the successful establishment of the domain. After all, the construction of territory was not solely reliant on slaves and knights. It required families to sustain a continuous influx of inhabitants rather than perpetual purchases. This was an essential consideration, as no noble territory could be entirely founded on serfs alone. As a time traveler, Thor was acutely aware of this fact from the outset, and had already begun planning accordingly. As the night progressed, the chill of late summer settled over the northern province. Beneath a star-studded sky, Thor practiced the nightly breathing technique. After a moment, he exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the life force within him, he couldn't help but shake his head. His body's innate talent was indeed somewhat lacking, despite various enhancements. His cultivation speed remained less than ideal. At this rate, he would likely require 2 to 3 years to break through to the status of a formal knight. It was worth noting that he had consumed life fruits, thorny flounders, and other sources rich in life force recently acquired from the northern province. One could only imagine how long it would take him to reach the status of a formal knight previously. However, this was entirely normal. Geniuses were exceedingly rare in any world, while ordinary talents were the majority. His aptitude could be considered merely average. He wondered when the daily intelligence would provide insights on enhancing his cultivation. Muttering to himself, Thor's gaze drifted toward the daily intelligence. As his focus sharpened, the daily report refreshed once more. Daily intelligence updated. A series of messages appeared. As night faded, a new day dawned, and with the arrival of dawn, Eagle Ridge was enveloped in a fervent busyness. Each individual brimmed with hopes and aspirations for the future. In the newly formed families, laughter and joy resonated. In yesterday's report, Thor had planned to venture upstream to the main river valley, for a group of green goblins had re-emerged there. He needed to lead the knights in a cleansing expedition to prevent these goblins from hindering the territory's development. Yet before he could act, the hasty approach of Rein, accompanied by urgent news, compelled him to pause. You mean to say that the old man has awakened? Thor's voice emerged with a hint of surprise as his gaze instinctively shifted towards the approaching Rein. Yes, my lord, he has awakened. Ryan swiftly nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing Ryan's confirmation once more, a flicker of joy crossed Thor's countenance. After all, the mysterious elder had made considerable sacrifices. Having been in a state of unconsciousness for several months, Even Thor could not help but worry that his efforts might have been in vain. Thankfully, at this moment, he had finally regained consciousness. Ryan, Thor contemplated for a moment before addressing him. A group of green goblins has appeared upstream in the main valley. This time, I need you to lead the knights in a thorough extermination. Ensure they do not disrupt our territory. Thor instructed decisively. Understood. Ryan replied with a nod before departing with his company towards the main valley upstream. Chapter 37. Awakening within the castle, in a spacious chamber. Neil Morton gradually stirred from his slumber. Am I not dead? A look of confusion dotted Neil Morton's face. In his recollections, the last moment he remembered was his body being tainted by mandrake poison. Theoretically, without the intervention of a high-ranking priest or an ample supply of life force, he should have perished long ago. Yet at this moment, it seemed he had not returned to the embrace of the goddess of life. He could still feel his body, perceive his surroundings, and even sense that he was within a castle. Have I been rescued? Curiosity filled Neil Morton as he pondered this mystery. Suddenly, he felt a presence, and his gaze darted towards the doorway. At that very moment, the wooden door creaked open, and a figure appeared before him. It was a young knight, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, with a tall stature and a handsome visage, exuding an air of composure. It appears, my lord, that you have awakened. How do you fare? A gentle voice resonated as Thor spoke with a smile, directing his gaze towards Neil Morton. I'm immensely grateful for your rescue. I'm feeling much better, Neil Morton replied, slightly bowing in a knightly manner. Upon hearing Thor's words and observing his demeanor, along with the surroundings, Neil Morton comprehended the situation. You are too kind, Thor chuckled, shaking his head. No, this is not mere courtesy. Without your assistance, I would likely have succumbed in the jungle, Neil Morton insisted earnestly, shaking his head. As a Sky Knight, he was acutely aware of his predicament at that time. Without the intervention of the person before him, he would surely have met his end. Moreover, he could only imagine the considerable cost his savior must have incurred. His life seed had nearly withered away, and without a substantial infusion of life force, it could not have been reactivated. Yet ultimately, his life seed had been revived, and the implications were clear. Neil Morton was not one to disregard a favor. Seeing the earnest expression on Neil Morton's face, Thor let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, this mysterious elder was not someone devoid of gratitude, which was undoubtedly a positive outcome. My lord, you may call me Thor. Upon hearing of your awakening, I have instructed the servants to prepare a meal. I will be honored to invite you, Thor stated warmly, extending an invitation to Neil Morton. Thank you, Sir Thor. Neil Morton hesitated momentarily before nodding in appreciation, having noticed that Thor bore no noble insignia. However, as his savior, he held him in great respect. After nearly 2 months without sustenance, even with the life potions, Neil Morton felt an acute pang of hunger. It is my honor, Thor replied with a smile, subsequently guiding Neil Morton to the dining hall. Once seated, a variety of dishes were promptly laid before them. May I inquire where you hail from, my lord? Thor's gentle voice inquired as he elegantly donned a napkin and began to partake of the meal, his curiosity evident in his gaze towards Neil Morton. I come from the eastern regions of the Tulip Kingdom, far from here. It is a place adorned with blooming plum blossoms, Neil Morton responded, his voice tinged with nostalgia as his thoughts briefly drifted to his distant homeland, conjuring the image of a familiar figure, leaving him slightly melancholic. My apologies for my presumptuousness, and for any discomfort caused. Thor observed Neil Morton's expression and quickly interjected. No, Sir Thor, it is not an unpleasant experience. You have misunderstood. I have yet to express my gratitude for your rescue and hospitality. Is there anything I may assist you with? If it is within my power, I shall do my utmost, Neil Morton replied, shaking his head before turning his earnest gaze towards Thor. You are too modest, my lord. Assisting others is a virtue inherent to every knight, is it not? Thor remarked with a smile. Indeed, Neil Morton paused, then chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement without further discussion. The two continued their meal, and after dining, Thor bid farewell to Neil Morton. Neil Morton was remarkably strong. Thor even suspected he might be a Sky Knight. Even if he were not, he was undoubtedly a pinnacle knight akin to his father. Thor naturally wished to retain such an individual. He did not seek merely to repay a kindness. Rather, he desired more. And since he sought more, patience was paramount, particularly after their interaction. Thor found Neil Morton to be quite amiable, which sparked numerous thoughts in his mind, including the desire to keep him permanently. At present, what Eagle Ridge lacked most was not resources or population. In terms of resources, he was currently endowed with a substantial amount of gold from his father and had recently acquired a large iron mine. With potential trade routes opening, Eagle Ridge would scarcely want for anything. As for population, that was even less of a concern. The opening of trade routes would bring a continuous influx of wealth, ensuring a swift increase in population. In contrast, what Eagle Ridge truly needed was high-end combat power. Residing in the northern province, he was already considerably stronger than many other lords, even surpassing typical Baron territories. However, the genuine dangers in the northern province did not stem from pioneer knights or lords, but rather from the province itself. Once the territory of the orcs, the northern province was rife with monstrous beasts and a multitude of orcs. Though large-scale orc incursions had been eradicated, the total number of orcs remaining was difficult to estimate. Among these orcs were timid goblins, as well as formidable races like titans and behemoths, not to mention the abundance of magical beasts. Among the high-ranking magical beasts, the threat they pose to territories is indeed substantial. Although it is certain that Rein will become a Sky Knight in the future, that is merely a prospect, not the present reality. Currently, the strongest individual in the entire Eagle Ridge is merely Steve, a Grand Knight. When it comes to dealing with magical beasts, he can only contend with second-tier creatures, and encountering a third-tier beast would likely be perilous. The northern province undoubtedly harbors third-tier magical beasts and third-tier orcs. In this moment, confronted by a formidable powerhouse, Thor's desire to remain is certainly genuine, especially upon discovering that this individual appears quite agreeable. Chapter 38. The Astonishment of Nirmoten. Of course, intentions are one thing. Meals must be consumed bite by bite, and paths traversed step by step. The presence of a being as powerful as Nirmoten signifies that staying is not an endeavor easily achieved. It cannot be accomplished overnight. More importantly, he requires a deeper understanding of this existence to feel at ease. After instructing the maidservant, Thor promptly departed. As the Lord, especially a pioneering one, he had numerous matters to attend to, and it was impossible for him to remain in the company of this individual indefinitely. As for whether this person might pose a threat to the territory, Thor harbored no concerns. A being who is at least at the pinnacle of a Grand Earth Knight, and possibly even a Sky Knight, would find little in his modest domain that could entice them. Regarding the exposure of his advantages, there was even less to worry about. His golden finger was merely an information system that provided daily intelligence. Who could fathom how he acquired it? Who could say whether it stemmed from some unique talent? Across the continent, there exists a multitude of individuals endowed with various talents, so there was truly no cause for concern. Thor departed, and after a brief respite, Nirmoten began to roam the entirety of Eagle Ridge. As he walked, he garnered a general understanding of the territory. It appeared to be an emerging noble domain, likely established for less than a year. The territory's scope was limited, suggesting that it was probably under the stewardship of a baron. Given that the lord did not bear a noble insignia, he might even be merely a pioneering knight. Within the empire, pioneering knights also exist. Nirmoten was somewhat familiar with them. They're a brave lot who carve out their own territories in untamed lands. Yet, they are equally impoverished. Although this place is not the empire, but a distant kingdom, this fact is unlikely to alter significantly. This piqued his curiosity. He undoubtedly possessed the means to obtain a substantial amount of life essence. How could a mere baron possess such treasures? And why would he part with them? It is important to note that, even within the empire, barons seldom have great wealth. And it would be questionable whether they could afford a few bottles of low-level life potions, let alone the even poorer pioneering knights. In his current state, low-level life potions would not suffice. He required at least intermediate ones. A single bottle would be inadequate. Several would be necessary to effect recovery. Such expenses would amount to thousands of gold coins within the empire, and in this kingdom, the cost could soar to several thousand. It was likely that a lord's annual yield would not even reach such sums. Confusion spread within him, deepening his curiosity about this lord. As he continued his inquiries, the scene of the territory soon captivated his attention. Ahead, figures were busily engaged in various tasks, clearing waterways and constructing houses. Initially, he paid little heed, dismissing them as mere laboring slaves. However, amidst the fluctuations of his mental energy, he discerned a faint emanation of life essence from these individuals. The presence of life essence was unexpected, and for a moment, he questioned his perception, but soon realized he was indeed correct. These people exuded waves of life essence. In fact, several appeared to have attained the rank of formal knights. This revelation astonished him. Since when did formal knights engage in the labor of slaves? It is worth noting that such a scene would be inconceivable even in the empire. Yet, here it unfolded before him, and each individual bore no trace of distress. All knights wore expressions of warmth and aspiration, devoid of any sense of oppression. "What is this?" he instinctively exclaimed, evident in his demeanor. With renewed steps, Nirmoten continued his exploration. The subsequent sights left him even more astounded. Though this place was diminutive, even smaller than some baronies within the empire, it presented many phenomena he had never witnessed, nor even heard of before. At that moment, it felt as though he beheld a new world unfolding before him. He observed free citizens engaged in laughter and merriment, devoid of the humility and trepidation seen in other territories. He witnessed the free citizens tending to the fields, with their waste scattered about. He also noted the small rooms scattered throughout the territory, said to be places for the Lord to accommodate the needs of the people. My heavens, such facilities were absent even in the capital of the empire. Yet here, in this nascent territory, he was witnessing them. At this moment, it seemed as though he beheld the sun rising gradually. Whether slaves, free citizens, or knights, every smile gracing their faces was unlike anything he had encountered elsewhere. Even the capital of the empire did not boast such genuine expressions. Look, Knight Rein has returned. Let us go. Let us hurry and see. Yes, Knight Rein always brings back plenty of game. This time, he reportedly went to hunt the green goblins. I wonder if he'll return with some spoils. Ha ha, surely. Tonight, we shall feast. Nearmoten's heart trembled at this commotion, while the crowd began to stir. He perked up his ears as the voices flooded in. Knight Rein? Nearmoten pondered, pausing briefly before deciding to follow the throng towards the outskirts of Eagle Ridge. Soon, Nearmoten beheld a young knight, riding alongside dozens of knights who were galloping back to the territory, their mounts laden with game. Upon their arrival, the spoils were quickly distributed. Each knight wore a smile, devoid of the haughty demeanor he had observed among other noble knights. Though noble, they were not arrogant. Each one appeared remarkably approachable. Were it not for their armor, Nearmoten might have doubted their status as knights. Eagle Ridge, Nearmoten murmured softly, silently observing. After the distribution of food, the crowd gradually dispersed. Knight Rein cast a curious glance at Nearmoten, then nodded with a smile before departing with his fellow knights. Nearmoten watched as Rein and the others faded from view. Subsequently, he resumed his leisurely wanderings throughout the entire territory. Naturally, there was aware of Nearmoten's sauntering. However, it bore little consequence for him. There were no secrets within the domain, and what he needed to contemplate now was how to retain this individual, if not to have him as his guardian knight. At the very least, to ensure he would stay. Chapter 39. Generous conditions indeed. The question of how to keep Nearmoten was a significant dilemma. To be candid, Thor had yet to devise a suitable strategy, for Neil was akin to his father, Count Engel Dresrosa, and might even surpass him in strength. Such a formidable figure was not easily swayed. Yet, surprisingly, the means to retain him turned out to be astonishingly simple. On the third day of Nearmoten's awakening, in the training grounds, Rein was diligently practicing. As fate would have it, Nearmoten happened upon him and found himself momentarily halted in his tracks. Almost instantly, his gaze was drawn to Rein, and a look of astonishment soon graced his features. Such a profound source of life energy. This, Nearmoten murmured in disbelief, utterly taken aback. He had encountered geniuses before. After all, he himself was the most illustrious rising star of the empire and its most notable prodigy. He had been introduced to the knight's breathing technique at the tender age of 12, condensed life seeds to become a squire at 13, attained knighthood at 15, ascended to the rank of great knight by 20, and entered the realm of earth knights by 35. Now, at a mere 80 years old, he had earned a claim as a sky knight, hailed as the most promising candidate to ascend to the status of a holy knight beneath the gaze of the goddess of life. In the empire, while there were those with talents surpassing his, they were few and far between. Yet now, what was he witnessing? That extraordinarily rich source of life, energy, surged forth from the breath of this young boy. The magnitude of it was astonishing, even to a sky knight like him. It was not merely that it exceeded his own capabilities. It was evident that the life energy he commanded was far beyond what would be expected at his level. Goddess of life, is this the radiance bestowed upon you? Nearmoten pondered, hesitating for a moment before ultimately approaching. As he neared, Rein had just completed his practice and offered a knightly salute to Nearmoten. Your Excellency, Rein inquired with curiosity. Sir Rein, would you be willing to study under me? I assure you, within a decade at most, you shall be a knight capable of soaring through the skies, and even reach the pinnacle of a holy knight under the guidance of the goddess of life. Nearmoten spoke with fervor, his eyes brimming with hope as he regarded Rein. Study? Rein was momentarily taken aback by Nearmoten's words. However, the surprise was fleeting, and he quickly shook his head. I truly apologize, but I am the guardian knight of my lord and cannot accompany you in your studies. No, Rein, I can seek the approval of Lord Thor. I am certain he would consent, for you are a child illuminated by the radiance of the goddess of life. Neil Morton hastily responded to the refusal. Yet, Rein shook his head once more. Faced with Rein's dismissal, Neil Morton gritted his teeth and sought out Thor. Within the castle, Thor was engrossed in organizing various matters concerning the territory when Neil Morton approached him. "Please come in," he said, and soon Anna ushered Neil Morton inside. Upon seeing Neil Morton enter, Thor looked somewhat puzzled. "My apologies for intruding upon your work, Your Excellency, but I have something of great importance to discuss," Neil Morton stated, his excitement palpable. "Not all. What is it that weighs so heavily on your mind, Sir Neil?" Thor gestured for him to continue, his curiosity piqued. "It is this. Your guardian knight, Rein, is a child blessed by the radiance of the goddess of life, and his achievements will undoubtedly be as vast as the Aegean Sea. I wish for him to accompany me in my studies." Neil Morton spoke with fervor, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Thor, initially taken aback by Neil Morton's request, quickly regained his composure. However, once he comprehended the situation, a flicker of delight welled up within him, soon overshadowed by a sense of difficulty. "Sir Neil, I am afraid that may prove quite challenging. You should know that Rein is my guardian knight, rescued from the clutches of his wretched, drunken father. Although his talent is indeed remarkable, I cannot permit him to follow you for his training," Thor replied, his voice tinged with regret. No, Lord Thor. To keep Rein here would be to disrespect the blessings of the goddess of life upon him. Should you agree, I could return to the Empire at once and even present you with a Sky Knight as your guardian. I could even provide you with a more advanced, knightly breathing technique. Surely your current one cannot transcend the Holy Knight level. But I could bestow upon you a Holy Knight's technique right now," Neil Morton urged, his urgency escalating. Thor's brow twitched as he listened to Neil Morton's words. The conditions being offered were exceedingly generous. So generous, in fact, that they momentarily took the breath from his chest. The Sky Knight needed no elaboration, and the prospect of a technique capable of breaking through to Holy Knight status was profoundly tempting. If he were to accept, he could almost instantly become one of the most powerful figures in the kingdom. Not merely a baron, but potentially a viscount, count, or even a marquis. However, such temptation was swiftly quelled. The immense cost Neil Morton was willing to pay indicated that Rein's value was even greater than he had initially surmised. Under these circumstances, sacrificing a promising future for immediate gain seemed wholly unnecessary. More importantly, this individual had previously eluded his grasp. Now, it seemed there was a chance to retain him. "I appreciate your generous offer. Truthfully, it is indeed quite enticing. However, this is not a decision I can make alone. It ultimately depends on Rein's own wishes." "Does it not?" Thor's voice was gentle, laced with a sigh. This sigh only served to heighten Neil Morton's anxiety. "Lord Thor, as long as you consent, Rein will not defy your command," Neil Morton implored once more. No, Sir Neil, you misunderstand. I will not compel anyone. As you have seen within my territory, all is free, even the serfs, let alone my most loyal knight," Thor replied firmly, shaking his head. This revelation caused Neil Morton to falter, as the truth of the matter seemed undeniable. He found himself in a quandary. In the midst of his internal conflict, Thor feigned contemplation. After a moment, he spoke again. "Very well, Sir Neil, you may stay for a time to teach Rein. My territory, though humble, is still passably habitable. I pledge that as long as Rein is willing to accompany you in the time to come, I shall consent to your wishes at any moment." Chapter 40. Unceasing Surprises. "My Lord Thor, is what you say truly the case?" Upon hearing Thor's words, Neil Morton, who had been in a state of inner turmoil, instantly raised his head. His expression filled with unexpected delight. "By the life goddess, this is indeed true," Thor affirmed with a smile. "May the life goddess bless you," Neil Morton exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "May the life goddess bless you." Thor reciprocated with a gesture of respect. Afterward, he bid farewell to Neil Morton. Once Neil had departed the room, Thor could no longer contain his smile. The situation was beyond even his expectations. The method to retain Neil Morton turned out to be so delightfully simple. Although he had agreed to let Rein leave, in truth, based on his understanding and the gratitude he held towards Rein, it was inconceivable that Rein would abandon him. As long as Rein remained, Neil Morton, who had been tasked with educating him, could not possibly leave either. Thus, it amounted to a clever means of keeping Neil Morton around. While it may not have been as efficient as a direct retention, it sufficed for Thor. After all, as long as the individual remained, many matters could subsequently be addressed with ease. This realization kept a smile upon his face throughout the day. Amidst the spread of his joy, it seemed that the surprises for the day were far from over. As evening approached, another delightful surprise swiftly emerged. "My lord, the supplies from the iron mine have arrived. Would you like to inspect them?" A knight entered, speaking with a tone of reverence. Arrived? Let's go see. Thor's smile deepened, and he promptly rose to his feet. Following the knight's lead, he made his way to the storage area. Before him lay an array of wooden crates, with several squire knights busily unloading them. Upon Thor's arrival, one knight hurried over. My lord. The knight performed a knightly salute and respectfully spoke. How many do we have? Thor inquired, gazing at the heavy crates with curiosity. After nearly 2 months, he was eager to learn the total yield from the expansive iron mine, as it represented the backbone of his future economy. My lord, this time we have crafted a total of 100 sets of black iron armor, 1 set of silver armor, along with 200 assorted agricultural tools. Knight Steve has informed me that starting next month, the production will increase, with an anticipated output of 200 black iron armors and more silver armors. The knight reported respectfully, providing the figures. Upon hearing this information, Thor's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated such a bountiful first yield. 100 sets of black iron armor, worth 20 to 30 silver coins each, amounted to 2,000 to 3,000 silver coins, not to mention the silver armor, worth 300 gold coins, along with the various agricultural tools. With an increase in production expected, his monthly income could potentially reach 300 to 400 gold coins, or even more, without relying on other sources. The iron mine alone could yield over 3,000 gold coins annually. It was no wonder that even the count would be tempted. The income from counts was indeed substantial. Some well-managed counts could earn tens of thousands of gold coins a year, with a minimum of around 10,000 gold coins being commonplace. However, this was the total yield. Now, just one iron mine could reliably generate 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins a year, a considerable sum. Of course, reaching such a figure would be difficult without the goblin tribe. After all, even with mithril iron, the raw materials had little markup. It was the presence of goblins that enabled all of this, and counts in the inland provinces had a challenging time acquiring goblins. Only those situated in the northern provinces, combined with a stroke of luck like Thor, could gain access to these goblins. With a smile, he instructed that the supplies be properly stored before departing from the site. However, these past few days had indeed been fortuitous, with good news arriving in quick succession. From Neil Morton's visit in the early morning to the subsequent arrival of supplies from the iron mine, and then the following day, another delightful occurrence unfolded. Thor to Residential Rosa, my friend, it has been 2 months since I last visited. Please forgive my absence. As you know, I have been exceedingly busy preparing a large quantity of supplies and fulfilling our agreement. Thankfully, with the blessings of the life goddess, everything has proceeded smoothly. Therefore, I have decided to visit you at the beginning of next month. Your friend, Lachos Assad. This was a letter sent from Luzern City, penned by Lachos Assad, the individual with whom Thor had previously established a partnership. Thor had not anticipated that this person would arrive so soon. He was undoubtedly looking forward to this meeting, as it represented a crucial step in building his territory, especially after acquiring the expansive iron mine. Having such a merchant was of paramount importance to him. While he could sell his supplies to the Hobbs Trading Company in Luzern City, doing so would significantly diminish their value. Even the black iron armor crafted by the goblins would only fetch 10 silver coins at best. However, selling to nobles from other territories could yield prices above 30 silver coins. As for the silver armor, the price disparity would be even greater. The Hobbs Trading Company would not offer a high price for silver armor, yet the demand from other lords could drive the price skyward. All of this represented a wealth of gold coins. Moreover, it was anticipated that the iron mine would continually produce a steady stream of black iron and silver armor. He himself could not possibly utilize them all and would need to sell them to acquire more gold coins for procuring supplies and developing his territory. Lachos Assad was undoubtedly the optimal choice. First, he was a member of the Assad family, which, despite its lack of prominence, still possessed commercial resources. Second, due to his lesser status, Lachos' strength would not be formidable, at least not in the initial stages, alleviating concerns about any ulterior motives. Third, being of lesser importance meant that what he offered would hold significant value for Lachos. Some items that others might shy away from, Lachos might readily accept. Particularly concerning controlled substances like incendiary oil, Lachos had shown the audacity to procure them, which Thor found quite promising. He had not merely painted a picture of possibilities. He genuinely possessed the capability to realize them. Chapter 41. The Arrival of Lachos Assad. Thor eagerly anticipated Lachos Assad's arrival. Amidst this anticipation, time swiftly passed, and soon the month drew to a close, ushering in a new one. As the new month began, a merchant caravan appeared on the road from Luzern City towards Eagle Ridge. Of course, there had originally been no road here. However, as Thor traversed the path several times, a trail was soon forged beneath his steps. Lachos Assad proceeded slowly along this very path. At this moment, his entourage was relatively modest, consisting of merely 40 to 50 individuals, with only a dozen knights among them. Nevertheless, they were burdened with numerous carts. The deep ruts left behind clearly indicating that they were laden with substantial cargo. At the forefront of the procession, Lachos Assad rode a magnificent snow-white steed. "My lord, with just one more day, we should be able to reach Eagle Ridge," Ram respectfully announced. "Understood. Accelerate our advance. Let's strive to arrive at Eagle Ridge by tomorrow noon. I trust my friend will extend the finest hospitality to us," Lachos Assad replied with a smile. Yet, beneath his words lay a flicker of concern and trepidation. This anxiety was not solely for his own predicament, but also stemmed from an apprehension regarding Eagle Ridge. On that fateful day, it was a certain figure who had ignited within him visions of a brighter future, compelling him to sell fire oil to a scion of Dresrosa. However, as time progressed, doubts began to creep into his mind regarding the assurances offered by that member of Dresrosa. The Dresrosa family, in comparison to the Assad family, was considerably less formidable. Could they truly offer such substantial support to a mere heir? After all, that was a grand knight accompanied by dozens of formal knights. Even for an earl, such might was not insignificant, at least in his understanding. His own second brother had also chosen to cultivate knights and garnered the favor of their father. Yet the resources he received amounted to merely over 20 formal knights and a little over 100 apprentice knights, along with a sum of gold coins that barely reached 10,000. The words of Tor Dresrosa left him in a state of skepticism. Thus, after a moment of inner conflict, Lachos resolved to come and see for himself. On one hand, he sought final confirmation. On the other, he wished to ascertain the true state of Tor Dresrosa's domain and whether it could indeed assist him in realizing his ambitions. If not, he would need to contemplate alternative paths. Perhaps I might explore other territories, he murmured to himself, lost in thought. Yet my strength remains too feeble, and I possess little that could sway those lords. Such a course of action bears considerable risk. Time swiftly passed, and before long, a day had elapsed. As the midday sun ascended, Lachos and his party finally beheld the main river valley, along with the fields and structures scattered throughout. However, the moment Lachos laid eyes on Eagle Ridge, his gaze widened in astonishment, even prompting him to rub his eyes in disbelief. For the territory that unfolded before him was entirely beyond his expectations. It was not the disarray or desolation he had imagined, but rather a realm marked by cleanliness and uniformity, with fields of golden wheat gracing the landscape. In the distance, a colossal castle stood proudly at the center, imposing, majestic, and solemn, wholly at odds with the visage of a nascent lordship. Were it not for Lachos' certainty that he had arrived at Eagle Ridge, he might have doubted whether he had stumbled upon the domain of a baron. "My heavens, he has transformed this place into such an abode," Lachos exclaimed incredulously. "A castle! There is even a castle!" His heart brimmed with astonishment. Lachos was well aware of Tor Dresrosa's recent endeavors. He understood that Tor had become a pioneering knight and had achieved this within a mere span of 4 months. Yet, the sight before him suggested that even the most seasoned lords would struggle to achieve such results in 2 or 3 years. Amidst the awe-inspiring scene, an unmistakable thrill spread across his countenance. At that moment, several knights galloped toward him from afar. Upon recognizing the approaching figures, Lachos' smile grew ever more radiant, and he quickly dismounted. The distant riders soon reached him, also dismounting in haste. Tor advanced swiftly and embraced Lachos. "Welcome, my friend," he greeted warmly, his voice imbued with sincerity. "I too have been eagerly anticipating our meeting, my friend. To be honest, you have utterly astonished me. In just 4 months, your domain has developed to such an impressive scale," Lachos remarked with genuine admiration. "The blessings of the goddess of life have granted me smooth sailing in all my endeavors. Come, I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you, my friend." "You must be famished," Tor replied with a smile, gesturing for Lachos to follow. "It is my honor." Lachos nodded, beaming. Tor then led Lachos and his entourage into the heart of the territory. Upon entering, Lachos was met with even greater astonishment. The entire domain surpassed his wildest imaginings. Clean, spacious roads echoed with laughter and cheer. From the people he encountered, there was no trace of the numbness, despair, or vacant gazes typical of other territories. Instead, he saw hope, aspirations, and profound respect for Tor Dresrosa. This was nothing short of miraculous. He knew that merely months prior, these individuals had been slaves. Why had slaves become so vibrant? This realization shifted Lachos' gaze toward Tor, imbuing it with new depth. As he approached the castle, Astonishment washed over him once more. Nights passed by, many of whom were formal nights. Even though Tor had previously mentioned possessing over 40 formal nights, witnessing so many in person left him utterly shaken. These were formal nights. Given the current scale, Eagle Ridge was truly comparable to any baronial domain. In fact, in certain respects, it might even surpass the development of some baronial territories. This was simply unfathomable. Amidst his shock, his smile grew ever brighter. For the prosperity of Eagle Ridge undoubtedly boded well for him as well. All prior anxieties, tensions, and uncertainties evaporated in that moment, replaced by a burgeoning sense of anticipation, a hope for the future. With Eagle Ridge's current stature, he could almost guarantee that Tor would undoubtedly rise to the rank of Baron. And with the backing of a baronial domain, his own trade could genuinely flourish. Chapter 42. The Construction of Trade Routes. Within the castle, a grand banquet was in full swing. Platters of food were being brought to the table, each dish inciting yet another wave of astonishment in Lachos. For these delicacies included not only the flesh of wild boars but also various meats from first and second-tier magical beasts, their worth immeasurably high. Eating such fare felt as though he were consuming gold coins, causing him a pang of regret. He found himself on the verge of speaking several times. Yet he forcibly restrained himself. However, once the banquet concluded, Lachos could no longer contain himself. "My friend, thank you for your hospitality. It is an immense honor. Pardon my audacity, but if these provisions were to be sold, they could easily fetch 1 or 2 gold coins. In the realm of Eagle's Ridge, gold is of utmost significance," Rajos stated earnestly. "Oh no, my friend. While gold indeed holds great importance, the act of hosting friends is far more vital. Would you not agree? Moreover, dear friend, I believe there exists something of even greater significance, more befitting of you." Tor's gaze rested on Rajos, and as he listened to his words, a smile involuntarily crept across his face, clearly indicating the effectiveness of his approach. Thus, he chose not to conceal his intentions any longer, chuckling lightly as he spoke again. "More significant?" Upon hearing Tor's words, Rajos instinctively prepared to respond, but at that moment, his eyes widened in surprise, and his breath became somewhat labored. "Rein, bring forth the items." Tor directed towards Rein, who stood nearby. "Yes." Rein nodded swiftly, soon darting away. Moments later, a cadre of knights arrived, each bearing wooden crates. "What is this?" Rajos inquired, gazing at the crates with a hint of confusion. "Open them. Let my friend take a look." To a guest shut. In no time, the knights began to unveil the crates, revealing a cascade of black visages before the eyes of all present. Rajos stood momentarily stunned, then instinctively stepped forward. "What is this?" he exclaimed, his hand reaching out to touch the armor. And his eyes widened once more as he turned his gaze towards Tor. The finely crafted black iron armor, forged by goblin hands, would command a value exceeding 15 silver coins even in the Frostmoon province. In these northern lands, I dare say it could demand 40 or even 50 silver coins, with eager buyers aplenty. "My friend, what do you think of this?" Tor inquired, a smile gracing his lips, causing Rajos' heart to nearly cease beating from disbelief. "My friend, you jest." Rajos struggled to contain the tremors within him, casting a glance around at the exquisite black iron armor, still incredulous. "Yist. No, this is no jest. I possess 100 pieces of exquisite black iron armor that can be yours." Tor countered with a shake of his head, gesturing once more. At his signal, Rein swiftly opened the last crate. As the sheen of silver emerged, Rajos found himself teetering on the brink of disbelief. If the exquisite black iron armor had stirred his heart, the appearance of the silver armor rendered his mind utterly blank. The silver armor, a true artifact of magic, a strategic asset that would only grace the auction houses of Luzern in the northern province. And yet here, it was before him, with Tor indicating it was intended for him. At that moment, his mind was a void. With his discerning eye, he recognized the unparalleled quality of the armor. Both the black iron and silver armors were of such caliber that acquiring them would be no simple feat, even for the Assad family, let alone transporting them into the northern province, an endeavor nearly impossible. "How now, my friend? I once promised to assist you in establishing your trade routes. Now is the time for me to fulfill that promise. I believe with these, the lords would be most eager to procure goods from you." Tor's cheerful voice cut through Rajos' stupor. Tor's words gradually brought Rajos back to reality. The astonishment in his eyes persisted, yet he swiftly steadied his emotions. Drawing a deep breath, he looked earnestly at Tor, speaking with gravity. "Truly, this is astonishing beyond belief. I feel as though I am dreaming. Allow me to confirm once more. Can these truly be entrusted to me?" His voice trembled with trepidation, his expression a portrait of unprecedented tension. Indeed, this is genuine. However, you must propose a reasonable price to acquire them, Tor replied with a smile. The reassurance ignited Rejo's excitement. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke with urgency. Of course, for the black iron armor, I can offer 30 silver coins. No, 50 silver coins. As for the silver armor, how about 500 gold coins? His words rushed forth, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Just as Tor had mentioned, acquiring these items would undoubtedly open the trade routes in the northern province. A value immeasurable by mere gold. He was determined to secure them, even at a premium. Yet, in his fervor, Tor shook his head, observing Tor's refusal. Rejo's clenched his teeth, preparing to make another offer, but Tor raised a hand to halt him. My friend, you are exceedingly generous. Yet this price is excessive. I cannot allow my friend to suffer a loss. Here is my proposal. For the black iron armor, I can sell you 100 pieces at 30 silver coins each. As for the silver armor, the Habba's Guild's price is 300 gold coins, so let us settle at that. Tor's light laughter accompanied his words, leaving Rejo's momentarily dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe his ears. War Tor you. He stammered, at a loss for words. We are friends. How could I allow a friend to be at a disadvantage? Tor chuckled, shaking his head, fully aware of the long-term benefits. Within the vast iron mines, it was not merely the silver armor that would be available. The black iron armor would continuously flow forth. A single windfall would serve no purpose. A steady stream was far more advantageous. 30 silver coins for each piece of black iron armor would still yield profit for Rejo's, while Tor too would greatly benefit. This was more than sufficient. He could forge a complete trade route with Rejo's, and that would lead to true prosperity. Now was merely the beginning. There was no need for haste. I am truly grateful. Indeed, we are friends. Rejo's finally regained his composure, speaking with fervor. His eyes filled with gratitude as they met Tor's gaze. Chapter 43. The Construction of Trade Routes 2. Rejo's Assad was undeniably exhilarated. His arrival at Eagle's Ridge had surpassed all expectations, transforming his initial trepidation, anxiety, and hesitation into a tapestry of anticipation and boundless aspirations woven through Tor's descriptions. 100 pieces of exquisite black iron armor, accompanied by a piece of fine silver armor. While not in abundance, it was certainly sufficient to satisfy one or two nobles. The crux lay in the fact that having such items was a game-changer. It would unlock the doors to the majority of nobles in the northern province. Once he could access the noble lords, the subsequent trade would flow with remarkable ease. The only hindrance was his current lack of power. But these were challenges that could be surmounted. If necessary, he could appeal to his family once more. You are exceedingly generous. I scarcely know how to articulate my current emotions. Rejo's Assad sighed softly, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions he had never before experienced. We are friends, are we not? He ventured, his tone laced with a hint of uncertainty. And, my friend, perhaps there is something you may not yet fully comprehend. I am capable of providing you with trade on a monthly basis, not just silver armor or black iron armor. Thor shook his head with a smile. Yet the words he spoke next caused Rejo's Assad's body to tremble once more. Monthly? Rejo's exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, his speech faltering. He had already begun to envision the prosperous trade routes ahead, yet he never anticipated that the surprises would continue. Naturally, I have mentioned that my father is quite generous. Providing some black iron and silver armor is certainly within his means. Thor chuckled, nodding in affirmation. Oh, my friend, your father is indeed generous. His generosity evokes a tinge of envy within me. What must I do? I, Rejo's Assad, am willing to serve my friend. Rejo's felt another wave of emotion wash over him, ultimately expressing a complex mix of admiration and envy. At this moment, he could only envy Thor's fortune. Beyond that, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately convey his feelings. My friend, you misunderstand. This is merely a transaction. However, I do have a proposal. Would you be interested? Thor said with a smile and a contemplative tone. Please, go ahead. Rejo's urged eagerly. My friend, as you can see, my territory is beginning to develop. However, this construction requires a vast amount of materials and resources. The accursed Habu's trading company will surely demand an exorbitant price, which I find utterly intolerable. Rejo's, my friend, your Assad family is a trading family. I believe we could entirely establish our own trade route within the northern province. I can provide you with knights, strength, and materials, while you could construct the entire trade network for the northern province. It is vast, and if we can communicate with other lords, I am confident they would be amenable to it, especially since the Habu's trading company is unlikely to venture into these wild territories. Thor spoke slowly, laying out his vision. The northern province was immense, nearly the size of 10 Frostmoon provinces, and boasted over 30 noble lords with titles, as well as an incalculable number of pioneering lords. The sheer scale of resources and materials within such a vast province was unimaginable. If they could forge a mutual trade route, the development of his Eagle Ridge would surge into a new era of prosperity. Moreover, Thor could use the expansion of this trade route to test the extent of daily intelligence gathering, to see if it would shift with his evolving circumstances, though these considerations remained unknown to others. Upon hearing Thor's words, Reikios's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My friend, did I hear correctly? You are willing to assist me in establishing the trade route?" Reikios asked incredulously. "Of course, you're my friend, are you not? And this trade route pertains to my territory as well. Here's the deal. If you are willing, we can entirely establish a trading company of our own. I can provide materials and personnel. You would simply oversee the company's operations." Thor nodded with a smile, then, after a moment of contemplation, presented a proposal that made Reikios's heart race. "A trading company?" Reikios inquired, his excitement palpable. "Yes, a trading company, with each of us holding a 50% stake." Thor confirmed with a grin. "My friend, I must say this is quite enticing. How about this? As friends, I wouldn't want you to feel at a loss. I would only require 30%. However, my friend, you would need to provide adequate knights for the security of the company." Reikios inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and regarded Thor with earnestness. "Security, of course. 10 official knights, 30 squire knights, and 100 reserve knights to serve as your initial force. Should the company expand, I can increase the numbers." Thor pondered momentarily before nodding, revealing his own figures. At that moment, while some knights had been reassigned to the iron mines, Eagle Ridge still retained a considerable number of knights available for duty. "Absolutely. That is more than sufficient. My friend, such a force surpasses that of most pioneering lords," Reikios remarked with genuine admiration. His words were not mere flattery. The majority of pioneering knights typically boasted only one official knight, and those with 2 or 3 were considered formidable. Lords who could command over 10 official knights were usually of noble standing. Yet here was Thor, offering him 10 official knights outright. The generosity left Reikios momentarily speechless. Yet, silence or not, the allure of power soon enveloped him. With such strength, along with black iron and silver armor, he could undoubtedly carve out a market in the northern province. The trading company could indeed be established. As long as he could make a mark within the northern province and achieve notable success, he would surely earn the favor of the Assad family. Chapter 44, New Intelligence. A day later, Reikios departed with a sense of exhilaration. Before leaving, he left behind a considerable amount of food and supplies, clearly prepared for Eagle Ridge. As he departed, he took with him 100 pieces of black iron armor, 1 set of silver armor, and over 100 knights. Embarking on his journey to carve out a trade route, Thor extended his most heartfelt wishes for success. The establishment of this trade route was crucial for the future development of Eagle Ridge. After Reikios Assad's departure, Thor began to await the commencement of the auction in Luzern City, simultaneously planning for the development of his territory, in tandem with the daily intelligence system. The growth of Eagle Ridge showed no signs of stagnation. Time swiftly passed, and soon a month had elapsed. During this time, Reikios sent word of good fortune. The construction of trade routes was proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. Within less than a month, he had already connected with 3 pioneering knight territories, and it was expected that he would establish trade routes with over 30 pioneering lords by the end of the year. With a stroke of luck, he might even connect with several noble lords. Meanwhile, within that month, Eagle Ridge completed its foundational development. If it had once resembled a mere hamlet, it now stood as a fully fledged small town. Moreover, it has expanded to twice its previous size, occupying land that rivals that of certain baronial estates. What astonished Thor even more was the remarkable training speed of Rein. Under the tutelage of Neil Morton, Rein's cultivation progressed at an almost rocket-like pace. At this juncture, his prowess was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-level of a formal knight, and it was believed that it would not be long before this first guardian knight ascended to that rank. At the current rate, reaching the pinnacle of formal knighthood within a year and achieving the status of a great knight within 3 years appeared to be highly plausible. Within a decade, a breakthrough to the Earth Knight level was inevitable, and perhaps within 30 years, he could even ascend to the rank of a Sky Knight. The prospect of a Sky Knight emerging in just 30 years was exhilarating to contemplate. Sky Knights, after all, represented the utmost echelon of strength within the kingdom. The presence of such a knight would undoubtedly elevate his title to that of a marquis, with the potential of attaining the rank of a duke. Indeed, the 3 dukes in the kingdom achieved their status due to the birth of a Sky Knight, who had rendered significant contributions during the kingdom's wars. The existence of a Sky Knight would without a doubt solidify a foundation for greatness. Merely thinking about such an outcome ignited a thrill within him. Naturally, Neil Morton was even more exhilarated. After mentoring Rein, he discovered that Rein's talent surpassed his wildest expectations. If he had previously speculated that Rein might have the potential to break through to the domain of the Sacred Knights, he could now assert with near certainty that Rein would indeed surpass that threshold. Such talent was likely unparalleled, even among the Empire's most gifted individuals. Sacred Knights were an extraordinary class. Even he, who was reputed as the most promising candidate to transcend the Sacred Knight status in this generation, understood that his own chances were at most 10%, if not less. The realms of Sky Knights and Sacred Knights were worlds apart, and even within the Empire, such beings were exceedingly rare. Each one was deserving of the highest honors bestowed by the Empire. Once Rein, this exceptional genius, arrived in the Empire, the uproar he would generate would be unimaginable, and the resources available to him would be staggering. For a fleeting moment, Neil Morton entertained the notion of forcibly taking Rein away. However, he ultimately suppressed this impulse. On one hand, he was not that kind of person. On the other, the current situation in the Empire was far from optimistic. Rein's hasty entry might not be advisable. Even he himself should refrain from stepping into that realm just yet. In the end, he resolved to remain. Of course, at this moment, Tor was blissfully unaware of these developments. He harbored no excessive concerns regarding Neil Morton, for he was confident that any potential issues would be flagged by the daily intelligence reports. With several months passing without any alarming news about Neil Morton, it was clear that there were no issues to be worried about. Indeed, this turned out to be the case. Night gradually waned, and a new day approached its conclusion amid a slight chill. At this moment, the daily intelligence reports were duly updated. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. 500 miles north of your territory, a pack of boar beasts will pass, and their leader seems poised to break through to the 3rd tier. 2. In the western part of your territory, within the estate of Barren Wells, a serf has unexpectedly discovered a method to graft fern roots with fire spirit trees, significantly enhancing the latter's yield. 3. In 7 days, the slave market in Luzern City will feature a special group of slaves, among whom is a boy named Alan, endowed with the talent to befriend all living things. As a breeder, he can not only cultivate, but also has a certain probability of enabling species evolution. 4. In 7 days, a piece of thunderstone will be auctioned at the Luzern City auction. It is one of the primary materials for crafting magical crystal cannons. 5. In 7 days, a herd of unicorns will forage in the western part of your territory. 6. Engel Dresrosa seems to be facing some troubles stemming from limitations in his own strength. The lines of text unfolded, revealing new intelligence. As anticipated, information about the auction indeed emerged. What delighted him immensely was that this auction featured items capable of capturing his interest. Thunderstone, a marvelous gem from the Aegean Sea's Thunder Prison, was imbued with potent thunderous energy and served as a crucial material for constructing magical crystal cannons. Obtaining Thunderstone would essentially allow him to commence the crafting of such a weapon. Furthermore, there was an unexpected surprise: the talent for fostering harmony with all living things, which could facilitate species evolution. This prospect immediately drew his attention to the herd of unicorns. For some time, he had refrained from capturing that group of unicorns, primarily due to the absence of a breeder. Wild magical beasts cannot be raised without a breeder. Thus, he had no choice but to leave them be. However, at this moment, the prospect of a boy possessing the perfect talent for breeding was akin to a timely gift. These were unicorns, after all. Generally, unicorns were first-tier peak magical beasts, with their leader having reached the second-tier peak. Should he replace the knight's warhorse with a unicorn, the strength of his eagle peak would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. Chapter 45. A return to Luzern City. 3 months prior, the steward of the Habu's Merchant Guild had informed Tor that there would be an auction in Luzern City 3 months hence, featuring invaluable life potions for sale. Tor was deeply intrigued, as auctions were invariably rife with opportunities for serendipitous finds. This was especially true for someone like Tor, who had access to daily intelligence. As the daily reports were once again updated, this fact was substantiated. Both the boy named Alan and the Thunderstone stirred his heart. Thus, in the following 2 days, Tor diligently prepared for his journey to the auction. 2 days later, he personally set out with Rein, Neil Morton, 5 formal knights, and 30 trainee knights. Originally, due to the division of the mining area and merchant guilds, his number of trainee knights had dwindled. However, with a significant expenditure, the preparatory knight group had seen 10 individuals condense their life seeds and ascend to trainee knight status over these past months. Consequently, The number of his trainee knights had increased from a little over 100 to more than 120, making it feasible to mobilize 30 of them. Of course, in addition to personnel, Tor also brought along supplies for the journey to Luzern city, such as black iron armor and silver armor. After several months, he still had a fair amount of gold coins, but whether this would suffice to purchase Thunderstone, the boy named Alan, and ample living supplies remained uncertain. He needed to make thorough preparations. As for Neil Morton, he naturally volunteered to accompany Tor. With a formidable bodyguard at his side, Tor had no reason to refuse. After months of interaction, he was now certain that Neil Morton was undoubtedly a Sky Knight. In the entire Northern Territories, there was nothing safer than having a Sky Knight by one's side. Even in the event of an immediate invasion by beastmen, there is a guarantee of sufficient safety. This is the Sky Knight, a true embodiment of valor standing tall above the kingdom. In the entirety of the Tulip Kingdom, there are only 5 officially recognized Sky Knights. And even accounting for any hidden ones, their numbers cannot exceed 10. Each individual is of paramount importance, representing the most solid foundation of the realm. With such a figure present, stability is assured above all else. Naturally, the journey from Eagle Ridge to Luzern City was devoid of peril. To ensure the seamless conduct of the auction, Luzern City had dispatched a multitude of knights to clear the surroundings. Even if some nefarious elements lingered in the shadows, they were compelled to remain subdued. Thor and his companions bore no burdens. Even the supplies did not impede their progress. In merely 4 days, they arrived at Luzern City. Upon gazing at the city ahead, Nearmont couldn't help but shake his head. The Lord here is truly inadequate. How could such an important city in a province be constructed in this manner? He remarked with a sense of dismay. His experiences at Eagle Ridge led him to believe the Tulip Kingdom was similarly deficient, but it became evident that he had overestimated the situation. Eagle Ridge was merely an exception. Other regions were not so lacking. Thor chuckled, choosing not to engage with Nearmont's comments. It was quite the jest for one to critique the likes of Marquis Lehman when he himself lacked the capacity to do so. With a flick of his reins, the group steadily advanced toward the city. In stark contrast to his previous arrivals, Luzern City was now bustling with activity. The city gates brimmed with throngs of people, featuring a myriad of merchants and pioneering lords similar to himself, as well as numerous nobles adorned with emblems. Not far off, Thor spotted a grand contingent of knights, numbering in the hundreds, their banners billowing in the wind, revealing their identity. Dorton, he murmured, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind, as he could not recall the name of this family from his memory. However, the curiosity was fleeting, soon quelled. The northern province was a wild expanse, representing boundless opportunities. It was not only home to various magical beasts and orcs, but also contained relics from ancient civilizations. Unlike other provinces, where ruins had been thoroughly excavated, the northern province remained largely untouched. Anyone could rise to prominence here. In fact, among the 56 barons conferred by the kingdom, a significant portion emerged not from established nobility, but from wandering knights. It was quite possible that this Dorton was one such individual, a fact that was hardly surprising. So many people, exclaimed Rein, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he surveyed the surroundings. Ha, Rein, the population of Canaan City in the Empire far exceeds that of here. And there are even beautiful elves there. Nearmont replied with a light chuckle. Teacher, Rein shot a bemused glance at his mentor. Ha, I was merely jesting. Nearmont quickly added, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his tone. Let us proceed. Accommodations have been arranged, and we must settle in as the auction commences tomorrow afternoon. Thor smiled, not overly concerned, and addressed his companions. Subsequently, he led the group toward the noble passage. In this world, societal hierarchies are starkly delineated. Commoners and nobles do not traverse the same path. Nobles possess their own designated routes, which are not only more spacious, but also exempt from scrutiny. Leading his entourage, Thor followed Dorton as they gradually entered Luzern City. Once inside, Thor could undeniably sense the city's vibrancy, compared to his previous visits. The population of Luzern City had evidently increased manifold, with throngs of people filling the streets. The once numb crowd now seemed imbued with smiles. As many free citizens were displaying goods for sale, countless knights strode through Luzern City, their numbers having swelled significantly. Thor even spotted several nobles adorned with emblems, some bearing the distinctive insignia of the northern province. This indicated that they were likely not just ordinary nobles, but those officially recognized by the northern province. The implications of this distinction were significant. A noble's insignia merely indicates their lineage. Such status is not permanent. Should they sever ties with their family, their nobility would be revoked after 3 years unless they attained a title, which would allow their noble identity to endure. For instance, if Thor were unable to secure a baronial title within 3 years, he would lose the name Dresrosa and cease to be a noble unless he were to regain a title thereafter. Chapter 46. The Auction in Luzern City. In this familiar place, Thor and his companions swiftly settled in as the evening glow descended, marking the close of the day. The daily intelligence system had been updated. Words flickered as pieces of information reappeared. However, nothing emerged to surprise him anew. This was quite normal, as it was merely an auction. Luzern City hosted such events annually. The presence of a boy with an affinity for all things in the Thunderstone was astonishing enough. It was unlikely there would be anything of greater significance. The night gradually enveloped the city, giving way to a new day. As dawn broke, the entirety of the Habu's trading company was already packed to capacity. A multitude of pioneering knights and nobles congregated here, each bearing expressions of anticipation and excitement. Have you heard? What is it? You might not know this, but the Habu's trading company released news a few days ago that this auction will feature 3 bottles of intermediate life potions and 30 bottles of low-level life potions. Is that true? Of course it is. The Habu's trading company would never deceive us. My goodness, 3 bottles. Indeed, this will be quite a spectacle. Those noble lords are bound to go wild. Amidst the clamor, Thor, along with Rein and Nearmont, found themselves amidst the crowd, listening to the discussions swirling around him. Thor was not particularly surprised. Life potions, regardless of the location, held immense value. Intermediate life potions were sufficient to incite fierce competition, even in the Frostmoon province. This was the case, and the northern province was no exception. However, he was slightly puzzled as to why no one mentioned the Thunderstone. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, Thor followed Rein and Nearmont as they entered the auction, guided by attendants. Ascending to the second floor, they found themselves in private rooms, reserved solely for families of earls and above, or noble lords of territories. Other pioneering lords were relegated to the first floor. Sir Thor, here is the item up for auction. Please feel free to peruse it and see if it meets your satisfaction. Should you have any commands, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall be just outside. The attendant spoke respectfully, handing a catalog to Thor before slowly retreating. After a brief smile of acknowledgement, Thor turned his gaze to the catalog. Upon opening it, he found a display of 21 auction items. His eyes quickly settled on the 4th and 16th items. The 4th item was an auction of slaves, notably the only sale of male slaves, comprising 500 robust serfs, reputed to possess exceptional agricultural skills, with a starting bid of 200 gold coins. The 16th item was none other than the Thunderstone, with a starting price of 1,000 gold coins. Observing this price, Thor couldn't help but exhale in relief, for he still possessed nearly 5,000 gold coins, which theoretically posed no significant issue. As he relaxed, the auction commenced promptly. A golden-haired maiden ascended the stage. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, the auction of the Habu's trading company officially begins. Now, let's present our first item, 10 exquisite female slaves. With a starting bid of 3 gold coins, and each subsequent bid must exceed by no less than 1 silver coin. Her melodious voice resonated as 10 attractive female slaves were brought forth onto the elevated platform. Soon, the air was filled with voices. 3 gold coins. 4, 5 gold coins. The auction swiftly took off. Thor, however, did not partake, showing little interest. The first item ultimately sold for 5 gold coins and 20 silver coins. Next came the second item, another group of female slaves whose beauty was evidently superior in number, yet Thor remained largely indifferent. It was not until the 4th item was introduced that his demeanor shifted to one of focus. From a southern moon province, these robust serfs possess commendable agricultural techniques. Starting at 200 gold coins, with each bid increment no less than 1 gold coin. The woman's voice rang out, and in the next moment, the entire hall fell into silence. 500 serfs, with a starting price of 200 gold coins, was undoubtedly steep. Yet, the agricultural expertise they offered was essential to every lord. I bid 200 gold coins. After a brief silence, a voice broke through. I bid 220 gold coins. 230. 240. I bid 250. 251. 252. The voices echoed, though the prices began to dwindle. 200 gold coins was no trivial sum, even with exceptional agricultural skills. Recouping that amount would not be achievable within a year or two. As the voices gradually subsided, Thor's room echoed with Ren's declaration. 300 gold coins. At this proclamation, the entire auction hall fell into an abrupt silence. Many shook their heads in resignation, while others turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, their eyes gleaming. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? These are exceptionally strong slaves, possessing invaluable agricultural skills, an essential asset for any territory. The woman's voice inquired, but no one responded. 300 gold coins was already pushing the limit. She refrained from continuing her inquiry, instead striking the wooden podium to begin counting. 300 gold coins once. 300 gold coins twice. 300 gold coins thrice. Congratulations to the patron for acquiring this item. The voice rang out once more, and the auction proceeded. At this juncture, the attendant knocked on the door. Thor waved his hand. Rein quickly approached, handing over the remaining gold coins to the attendant, who respectfully retreated. The auction continued, with various items being sold, including an array of materials and equipment. Thor even spotted black iron armor and silver armor up for bid, the 7th and 11th items, respectively. 20 sets of average quality black iron armor and 3 sets of similarly average quality silver armor sold for 10 gold coins and 1,000 gold coins, respectively. Indeed, the 3 sets of average quality silver armor fetched an astonishing 1,000 gold coins, prompting even Thor to feel a twinge of envy. This was nothing short of highway robbery. Given that such silver armor was valued at over 300 gold coins each, it seemed overly generous to sell his for less than 400 gold coins. Chapter 47. This era truly has its fools. Despite his envy, Thor ultimately restrained his thoughts. Silver armor was not comparable to black iron armor. A squire clad in silver armor could even rival a standard knight. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of selling it. He merely intended to keep it for emergencies. Not for resale. At this moment, he was not in want of gold coins, nor did he see the necessity to do so. Amidst Thor's envy, the auction's excitement surged rapidly, especially following the silver armor's appearance. The unveiling of healing potions sent a wave of hushed breaths across the auction hall. Now presenting our 13th item, low-grade healing potions, 10 vials, with a starting price of 1,000 gold coins, and each bid increment must exceed 10 gold coins. The woman's voice resonated, and in an instant, the auction hall erupted into fervor. 1,500 gold coins, 1,600, 2,000 gold coins, 2,200 gold coins. In a mere moment, the price soared from 1,000 gold coins to 2,000, showing no signs of abating. Hearing the escalating bids left Thor astounded. The nobles and pioneering knights from the northern province truly possessed wealth. While low-grade healing potions were indeed expensive in the Frostmoon province, with a typical price around 200 gold coins per vial, they had now effortlessly surpassed that mark. However, Thor had no intention of participating. Low-grade healing potions were undeniably significant, yet they held little allure for him. Unless it were a high-grade potion, it would be a different matter. As the bids continued to intermingle, once the price reached 3,000 gold coins, the voices gradually quieted. Ultimately, they sold for 3,110 gold coins. The 14th item, still 10 vials of low-grade healing potions, concluded at 2,732 gold coins. The 15th item, once again 10 vials of low-grade healing potions, reached the highest price of 3,510 gold coins. Following the 15th item was the Thunderstone, which Thor eagerly anticipated. Now presenting our 16th item, a wondrous stone from the Thunder Prison of the Aegean Sea, infused with potent thunderous energy. Essential for crafting magical crystal cannons and magical devices, starting at 1,000 gold coins, with each bid increment no less than 10 gold coins. The woman's voice announced, as several brawny knights dragged a massive stone, towering half a man's height, into the sight of the audience. Upon the inky black stone, arcs of electricity flickered with an unsettling brilliance. The surrounding air seemed to grow, suddenly sweltering. The Thunderstone. Could it truly be the Thunderstone? Good heavens! Such a marvel has appeared in the northern province. Alas, I lack an alchemist. Otherwise, I would surely seize it. Indeed, I am in the same predicament. Gasps of astonishment, accompanied by sighs, reverberated through the room. The Thunderstone possesses numerous applications, yet most remain unattainable without an alchemist. As the Lord of Expansion, where would they procure an alchemist? Amidst their discussions, the voice of Rein resounded once more. 1,200 gold coins. The utterance silenced the crowd instantly. 1,200 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This extraordinary stone hails from the Thunder Prison of the Aegean Sea, imbued with potent thunderous energy, and is also one of the primary materials for crafting magical crystal cannons. A woman's voice emerged, yet no one dared to respond. Just as her disappointment threatened to culminate in a rapping on the wooden podium, another voice rang out. 2,000 gold coins. The moment the words were spoken, Thor's gaze shifted towards a distant chamber. There a young man was smirking slightly, even raising his wine glass in a silent toast. 2,500 gold coins. Thor did not allow Rein to speak again, Instead, he calmly announced a new bid. 3,000 gold coins. From the esteemed Lord of Dresrosa, should you wish. I could continue to increase the offer. A gentle voice, tinged with a hint of provocation, resonated. 5,000 gold coins. My Dresrosa family does not resemble certain impoverished souls. What 1,000 gold coins? Thor's composed words broke the suffocating silence that enveloped the assembly. No one dared to utter a sound. Each breath in the room grew labored. Meanwhile, those on the second floor began to take great interest in the unfolding drama, including several titled nobles who exchanged knowing glances toward the two rooms. Who do you call impoverished? 8,000 gold coins. An irate voice blurted out from the distant youth. Yet, halfway through his proclamation, his expression shifted dramatically. The woman on the platform could not suppress a smile, her voice ringing out quickly. 8,000 gold coins, going once. 8,000 gold coins, going twice. 8,000 gold coins, third and final call. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of room 5 for securing this item. Now, let us proceed to the 17th item for auction. At this moment, Thor was no longer overly concerned, his brow furrowed slightly. Even he had not anticipated such a turn of events. The identity of the opposing bidder, marked by insignia, was immediately recognizable. A count from the Frostmoon province, belonging to the Emerson family, an adversary of the Dresrosa family. Thus, the moment the challenger spoke, Thor understood that even if he could secure the item, it would come at a steep cost, which was certainly not his desire, leading him to decisively withdraw. Young man, it seems someone has snatched your prize. Moten remarked with a smirk directed at Thor. Some things are not so easily obtained. Thor chuckled lightly, his gaze falling upon Rein. Zen, please assist me in discovering which territory this fool from the Emerson family hails from. Additionally, I wish to ascertain how many supporters he commands. His voice was gentle, yet a glimmer of coldness spread through his eyes. To dare claim what is his, they must be quite reckless. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young man's expression darkened. He had merely intended to raise the bidding, never expecting to be outbid at 8,000 gold coins. At present, he did not possess such an amount. For this expedition, his father, Count Emerson, had allocated him only 8,000 gold coins, and with recent expenditures on supplies and slaves, he found himself with less than 6,000 coins remaining. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Upon hearing the sound, the young man grew tense. Sir Colin, the attendant spoke with a smile. The youth stammered instinctively, but faltered halfway through, unsure of how to continue. Chapter 48. The Thunderstone Secured. Sir Colin, are you jesting with me? The attendant's demeanor grew cold, his eyes narrowing with a hint of hostility. The Thunderstone is not worth 8,000 gold coins. 3,000, at most 3,000 gold coins, Colin Emerson declared, his expression betraying a hint of insecurity. However, as his words progressed, he seemed to regain some confidence, speaking with newfound firmness. Yet, the moment his declaration fell silent, a figure emerged within the room. Overwhelming aura erupted. Thud. Colin Emerson's face blanched. Even the knight beside him turned pale, instinctively attempting to move, but finding himself frozen. Sir Colin, the Habu's Trading Company is not a place where you can create disturbances. Not even your father, Count Emerson, would have the right to disrupt affairs here. Since you cannot afford the gold, kindly take your leave. Your deposit is forfeited, and as compensation for disrupting this auction, you must pay 3,000 gold coins. Should you have any objections, feel free to summon Count Emerson. The elder spoke calmly. No objections. Colin Emerson felt cold sweat trickling down his brow, his words stammering. Sir Colin, should there be another incident, the Habu's Trading Company will not welcome you again. The elder's voice faded into silence. After the elder vanished, Colin Emerson collapsed onto the floor, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, his complexion utterly pale. The knight beside him trembled visibly. Moments later, Colin Emerson slowly rose, casting an angry glare toward Thor's chamber before hastily exiting the auction. Shortly thereafter, at Thor's room, a knock echoed at the door. The attendant arrived with several knights in tow. Upon seeing the Thunderstone, Thor paused momentarily. Esteemed Sir Thor, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasantness that transpired. May I inquire if you still desire the Thunderstone? A payment of 3,000 gold coins will suffice. The attendant spoke with a smile. Indeed, I desire it. Zen. Thor mused thoughtfully as he glanced toward the distant room, then broke into a smile, signaling to Rein beside him. Rein quickly stepped forward and paid the 3,000 gold coins. My sincerest apologies. This is a platinum card from the Habu's Trading Company, which grants you a 20% discount on future purchases. The attendant nodded with a smile, handing Thor a brand new platinum card. Very well, Thor replied with a smile. Soon. The attendant departed. Young man, you didn't expect this scene, did you? Neil Morton remarked with an odd expression. Thor chuckled and shook his head, opting not to elaborate. Truth be told, he was indeed taken aback. However, he had a good inkling of the situation. 8,000 gold coins were not something just anyone could produce. It was evident that the fool from the Emerson family was unlikely to manage it. Under such circumstances, the Habers Merchant Guild had directly facilitated the transaction. Yet, while the items had been retrieved, this matter was far from over. Stealing from him? Ah, yes. He was not one to forget grievances. His eyes sparkled with myriad thoughts intertwining. Meanwhile, the auction continued. Thor, however, found little interest in the subsequent items. Even when the final 3 lots consisted of 3 bottles of intermediate life potions, which fetched 2,700 gold coins, 3,100, and ultimately 3,800 gold coins, he remained indifferent. Intermediate life potions indeed held immense value. A single bottle could birth a formidable knight, and there was even a chance for a peak knight to transcend to an earth knight. Yet, this bore little relevance to him at present. His own knightly prowess was merely that of a trainee knight, and even Rein was still far from becoming an earth knight. As for Steve, although he had advanced to a great knight, the gap remained substantial. More importantly, he was running low on funds. After a few months of expenditures, his 10,000 gold coins were dwindling. Particularly, the purchase of a slave cost him 300 gold coins, and the Thunderstone had set him back 3,000 gold coins. Originally, he had 5,000 gold coins left, but now he had barely over 1,000. He still needed to procure supplies for his return to the territory, but his remaining gold was scant. With such a meager amount, aspiring to buy an intermediate life potion was utterly unrealistic. Not to mention, he couldn't even afford a low-grade life potion. Let us depart. It is time to return, Thor declared, rising from his seat. Rein and Neil Morton followed closely at his side. The trio soon exited. As Thor departed, others swiftly vacated the auction hall as well. In a lavish residence, Corlin Emerson's countenance was exceedingly grim. Sir, the situation has been clarified. The Thunderstone was indeed delivered to Thor Dresrosa by the Habers Merchant Guild. A knight reported respectfully. Upon hearing his subordinate's briefing, Corlin Emerson's expression darkened further. Very well. I need to ascertain the location of that fellow's territory. Corlin's voice was icy, his fury palpable. As a scion of the Emerson family, cherished by his maternal line, he had never endured such humiliation. Yes, the figure promptly responded, swiftly departing. Territorial matters were hardly shrouded in secrecy. Corlin soon acquired the pertinent information. The main river valley. How fortuitously close. Thor Dresrosa. Corlin Emerson muttered to himself, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Meanwhile, Thor received information from Rein regarding his territory. Leafhold, 130 miles away. 2 great knights, 20 formal knights, and 100 trainee knights. Thor mused, his brows furrowing at Rein's revelations. That fool's strength was unexpectedly formidable, boasting not only 2 great knights, but also 20 formal knights and 100 trainee knights. It was evident that this fool had garnered significant attention from the Emerson family, and not just a trivial amount. Otherwise, he would not have been granted a great knight. While the Emerson family was slightly stronger than the Dresrosa family, they were not on par with the Assad family. They possessed only 3 Earth Knights and had a family history of merely 4 to 5 centuries. The presence of a single great knight was immensely significant. To have 2 at their disposal indicated substantial backing. Beyond this display of strength, what concerned Thor most was the location of the rival's territory. The proximity of Leafhold to his own Eagle Ridge was a mere 100 miles, at most a 2-day journey. At this moment, gazing at the map, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he regarded the position of Leafhold. Chapter 49. The Boy with an Affinity for All Things. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Thor cast one last glance at the map, ultimately suppressing the chill within. Refocusing his gaze on Rein. Has the slave been delivered? He inquired, a note of anticipation in his tone. At this moment, he was far more interested in the boy with an affinity for all things than in that fool. Yes, he has already been found. The boy named Alan is ready to meet you, my lord, Rein replied, nodding respectfully. Let him in. Thor deliberated briefly before consenting. Soon, a pale-faced boy of around 15 or 16 years was ushered into the room. Master, Alan said nervously, immediately kneeling upon seeing the noble youth in the room. Rise. Thor's gentle voice resonated, his gaze fixed upon the boy. Alan, do you wish to become a free man, perhaps even a knight? Thor's words, delivered in a soft tone, caused the anxious Alan to momentarily freeze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he raised his gaze to the noble lord before him. Are you serious? Master, I can become a free man, a knight? Alan stammered, trembling with disbelief. Indeed, but it requires your effort. Thor affirmed with a smile. Master, what must I do? Alan inquired directly, prostrating himself on the ground, his voice quivering with eagerness. Serve me. I'll have a herd of unicorns that need tending. Should you care for them well, I can release you and your parents from your bonds, granting you freedom. Moreover, if you excel, such as helping the unicorns advance, I may even impart to you the knight's breathing technique and arrange for formal knight training, Thor stated earnestly, his gaze steady upon the boy. Having acquired the slave, he was already aware of Alan's potential. This group of slaves included not only Alan, but also his parents. Yet, no one had realized Alan possessed an affinity for all living things. Master. Upon hearing Thor's words, Alan trembled, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Thor. Thor's statement was simple, yet Alan understood that his master likely knew his secret, one even his parents were oblivious to. He had the ability to facilitate the evolution of living beings. This revelation left him incredulous. He could not fathom how his master had come to know, nor could he discern his master's intentions. Anxiety gripped him more tightly. Fear not. Amidst this vast continent, there are always those favored by the goddess of life. You are not unique. Simply fulfill your responsibilities, and I will honor my promises. Thor seemed to perceive the unease of the individual before him, letting out a light chuckle before speaking earnestly once more. It is my honor to serve you, my master. Upon hearing Thor's sincere words, Alan's anxious heart was momentarily calmed, prompting him to prostrate himself upon the ground with unprecedented reverence. Rise. If you follow me diligently, you shall possess a future as grand as that of an eagle. Thor nodded with a smile. Yes, my master. Alan hurriedly stood up, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The previous tension and anxiety dissipated in that instant. A secret had long been concealed in his heart, one he had dared not reveal for fear of any potential complications that might bring about tremendous calamity. At this moment, he could finally express it, and the pressure weighing on him suddenly lessened considerably. For Thor, having this individual wholeheartedly devoted to his service was essential. After all, if the other party continued to withhold such power, it would be detrimental to the development of his territory. Now was indeed the best choice. He could even begin preparations to capture unicorns upon his return, initiating their domestication. The unicorn leader had the potential to advance to a third-tier magical beast. Although the odds were slim, Alan's situation was different. Should the unicorn ascend to a third-tier magical beast, it would be comparable to the might of a human land knight. If he could forge a contract, then, not only would his territory flourish, but his own strength would also see significant enhancement, granting him a true foothold in the entire northern province. As for his promises, they were certainly not made lightly. Within Eagle Ridge, the merit system was gradually being perfected. As long as Alan could accumulate sufficient merit, it would not pose a significant issue. Having secured Alan, Thor then commenced the final procurement for their departure. With a fair amount of time still remaining before the wheat was harvested, a substantial quantity of food was necessary, along with various materials, such as the magical crystal cannons. These could primarily be acquired in Luzern City. The purchase of these items consumed nearly 2 days. By the third day, they departed Luzern City in grand procession. As 3 days elapsed, the splendor of Luzern City gradually faded. Numerous pioneering knights, lords, and nobles began to leave the city, rendering the streets increasingly desolate. Thor and his entourage set forth, their return undoubtedly slower than their arrival. After roughly 9 days, they finally returned to Eagle Ridge. Over the span of these days, Eagle Ridge had not undergone any significant changes. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. After settling 500 serfs, Thor began addressing the governmental affairs that had accumulated over the past 10 days, dispatching personnel to transport Thunderstone to the iron mine. It was no joke. Having secured the primary materials, the next step was to forge the magical crystal cannon. There was no need to elaborate further. Both Eagle Ridge and the iron mine needed preparations to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Once these matters were resolved, Thor's gaze shifted towards the group of unicorns. Intelligence had been consistently reported, but he had previously refrained from capturing them primarily due to the inability to domesticate magical beasts. Raising them was exceedingly challenging, and without sufficient capability, any rash attempt would result in severe losses. However, with Alan now acquired, all these issues became trivial. As for Colin Morrison, there was no rush. He had ample time. Once his strength was further enhanced after a period of development, that individual would become unnecessary. After all, the northern province was rife with chaos, and the frequent assaults by orcs would likely go unnoticed as they eroded a territory. What belonged to Engel Dresrosa would not be easily seized. Chapter 50. The Capture of Unicorns. The operation swiftly commenced. 3 days later, intelligence indicated that the unicorns were foraging for food. At this moment, a multitude of knights gathered within Eagle Ridge, even summoning Steve from the mine. After all, among the unicorns was a second-tier peak unicorn leader. Without Steve, capturing them with merely a dozen formal knights would be exceedingly difficult. Only with Steve's involvement did they possess a sufficient grasp of success. On that dawn, a grand procession set forth. This time, they mobilized a great knight, 15 formal knights, over 30 apprentice knights, and 100 preparatory knights, essentially deploying the majority of Eagle Ridge's strength. Under Thor's leadership, they swiftly arrived at the upper reaches of the main river valley, where the unicorns were known to forage that day. From a distance, they beheld 2 to 3 dozen unicorns grazing on the lush aquatic grass. Most unicorns were first-tier magical beasts, with only the unicorn leader reaching the second tier. Their speed was remarkable. A first-tier unicorn could rival the velocity of an average second-tier magical beast, while a second-tier unicorn surpassed most third-tier magical beasts. In the entire northern province, they were among the most common magical creatures. Moreover, due to their swift nature, many were kept in captivity by the minotaurs. They were also favored by the northern nobility for domestication. It was rumored that under the command of Marquis Lehman, there existed a cavalry of 300 unicorn riders. Thor had long been aware of this group of unicorns, yet without specialized caretakers, the domestication of magical beasts was unfeasible. Thor had no choice but to abandon the idea until this journey to Lawrence City, where he acquired Alan, who had an affinity for all things. Rein, take your men and douse the surroundings with fire oil. Steve, ignite the flames. You shall lead the charge to capture that unicorn leader. If we can secure it, the rest will become considerably easier, Thor whispered, swiftly issuing orders. Thor had devised a detailed strategy for capturing the unicorns over the past few days. Although unicorns were relatively weak, their speed was unparalleled. A typical first-tier unicorn could outpace an average second-tier magical beast, while a second-tier unicorn speed was nearly on par with that of third-tier magical beasts. Under normal circumstances, not even 10 great knights could hope to capture these unicorns. However, unicorns possessed a critical vulnerability. Those without contracts were particularly fearful of fire. Flames would send them into a frenzy, rendering them hesitant. By enveloping the area in fire, these unicorns would be unable to escape. Given their current strength, capturing these dozens of unicorns would not pose a significant challenge. Thor swiftly commanded, and Rein began to act, leading over 100 preparatory knights to commence the pouring of fire oil. During the recent expansion war, a substantial amount of fire oil had been preserved, and the arrival of Lehos Assad had further augmented their supply. The timing was perfect. A copious amount of blazing oil was poured upon the grassy expanse. Due to a considerable distance, the group of unicorns remained largely oblivious. Time flowed slowly. Soon, half an hour had elapsed. A vast arc began to form along the path of the unicorns, drenched in the fiery liquid. Upon witnessing Rein raise his hand from a distance, Thor's voice resonated. Act now. In the next instant, flames ignited the blazing oil. The inferno rapidly engulfed the surroundings, spreading with alarming speed. Meanwhile, others also set ablaze the oil in their vicinity. Boom! A sea of flames surged forth, the towering flames reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters. At that moment, the unicorns finally sensed something was amiss. With a cry, the unicorn leader, flustered, felt the surge of magical elements beneath its hooves and prepared to flee. However, the encroaching firestorm plunged it into a state of sheer anxiety. The other unicorns echoed this sentiment. Thor gestured, and a contingent of knights, including Steve, surged towards the group of unicorns. Lasso ropes were swiftly cast. Thwack! One by one, the unicorns found themselves ensnared, as they felt the tightening around their necks. Panic ensued among them, particularly the unicorn leader, as magical elements swirled beneath its feet, gathering the wind element for a swift escape. Yet the flames reflected in its eyes momentarily stalled its actions. In that fleeting hesitation, a lasso encircled its neck. It began to thrash wildly. Steve, fueled by the essence of life, firmly restrained the lasso. The unicorns galloped frantically, their life energies erupting. Before long, several first-tier unicorns could no longer endure and collapsed with a resounding thud. The knights rushed forward, binding the fallen unicorns together. With this initial success, the subsequent unicorns fell one after another. Ultimately, only the pinnacle second-tier unicorn leader remained. All eyes were anxiously fixed upon it, including Thor's. The group of unicorns held immense significance, but so did the unicorn leader. This was a second-tier pinnacle unicorn leader. Should it ascend to the third tier, The security of the northern province would be assured, causing Thor's anxiety to mount. The unicorn leader, still fleeing wildly with Steve, grew increasingly frantic as the firestorm encroached and shrank. Finally, after enduring for another half-hour, the unicorn leader crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Steve, who had been tugging relentlessly, exhaled in relief, disregarding the depletion of his life energy, and swiftly bounded. At that moment, all unicorns had been captured. Thor too breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, the group began extinguishing the flames. Half an hour later, the inferno dissipated. Smiles graced the faces of all present, including Thor. For they had successfully captured a total of 23 unicorns, including a second-tier pinnacle unicorn leader. A remarkable bounty indeed, especially considering that these unicorns could be exchanged in the future. The mere thought of riding a unicorn filled them with exhilaration. Chapter 51, The Merit System. The acquisition of 23 unicorns, including a second-tier pinnacle unicorn, was undeniably monumental, and a smile broke upon Thor's face. Everyone would receive merits. 1 point for preparatory knights, 3 points for apprentice knights, 10 points for formal knights, and 30 points for Steve. Thor declared. As he spoke, the countenance of everyone brightened with even greater joy. Merit points. At this moment, all the inhabitants of Eagle Ridge had become well acquainted with the system established by their lord. Only by accumulating sufficient merit points could one attain everything. Slaves seeking to shed their shackles and become free citizens required 30 merit points. Only free citizens were eligible to join the preparatory knight order. Typically, acquiring 50 merit points among free citizens granted one the right to join the order. Once admitted, preparatory knights could exchange merit points for various items from their lord, while apprentice and formal knights would have even more options. For instance, the Falcon's breathing technique could be taught to formal knights upon acquiring 300 merit points. Similarly, the silver armor could be exchanged for 200 points upon becoming a Grand Knight. This system had gradually evolved over the past few months. With a daily intelligence system at hand, Thor had gathered numerous valuable items, effectively filling many gaps and causing a rush for merit points among all. However, acquiring these merit points was no simple task. Generally, a preparatory knight earned only 1 point per month, an apprentice knight 3 points, and a formal knight merely 10 points. Free citizens and serfs earned even less. Free citizens could only gain merit points through assisting their lord in construction, while serfs earned a fixed point annually unless war or unexpected surprises provided additional merit points. Absent any unforeseen events, these serfs would toil for 30 years before possibly attaining the status of free citizens. 1 point for preparatory knights, 3 for apprentice knights, 10 for formal knights. This was no insignificant sum, nearly equating to their monthly earnings in merit points. Smiles spread across the faces of each knight. All right, let us return to the city, Thor commanded with a wave. The group gradually made their way back to Eagle Ridge, leading the captured unicorns. Upon returning to the territory, Thor first instructed Steve to take the men back to the mine to prevent any mishaps. Only then did he bring the bound unicorns to the stables he had prepared in advance. There, Alan awaited anxiously. My lord. Upon seeing Thor approach, Alan quickly prostrated himself on the ground. Rise, Thor commanded. These unicorns are temporarily entrusted to you. I shall assign you 10 serfs, and I will grant you 3 merit points each month. Should you succeed in breeding more unicorns, doubling each time, I shall award you 10 merit points. Furthermore, for advancing to the second tier, you will receive 10 merit points. For advancing to the third tier, 50 merit points. Thor chuckled lightly, continuing with a meaningful tone. Yes, my lord. Within the depths of his heart, Alan felt a surge of excitement. He was already well aware of the rules governing Eagle Ridge. Earning 3 merits each month was significantly higher than that of other serfs. Furthermore, by facilitating the increased breeding and advancement of unicorns, he could amass even greater merits. In due course, not only would he liberate himself from the shackles of serfdom, but his parents would also share in this newfound freedom. Hein, please arrange for personnel to be dispatched here, and also send a few knights to stand guard, lest any unforeseen incidents arise. Thor nodded in satisfaction, summoning Rein with a wave. Yes, Rein responded promptly, swiftly setting about the arrangements. Once all matters were organized, Thor resumed his meticulous oversight of the entire territory. The affairs of Eagle Ridge were indeed considerable, and they required his personal attention. As dusk settled in, Thor contemplated the necessity of appointing some administrative officers. Gazing at the myriad of tasks before him, he fell into deep thought. Initially, he had not considered the need for such officers, believing that the early stages were merely exploratory and that only the later phases would require intricate governance. However, the rapid development of Eagle Ridge had outpaced his expectations. Even at this juncture, numerous matters demanded attention, such as food consumption, merit tallying, and resource allocation, all of which required competent individuals to manage. At that moment, he found himself lacking personnel with the requisite skills. The two most capable subordinates were not suited for administrative duties. As his thoughts flowed, he pondered how to address this pressing issue. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to take action. Grasping a quill made of goose feathers, he began to pen a letter. The role of an administrative officer was not easily filled. While theoretically, any price could secure one from the Habsburg Trading Company, Thor was reluctant to play the fool. Esteemed father, I am Thor Dresrosa, your son. With the blessings of the goddess of life, I am progressing smoothly in the expansion of our territory. However, I now find myself facing some minor challenges. Eagle Ridge has grown to accommodate 3,000 souls, and the multitude of affairs requiring management is becoming increasingly overwhelming. I humbly seek your assistance, dear father. The words flowed swiftly onto the page. Subsequently, Thor summoned a squire, instructing him to deliver the letter to Luzern city for mailing. Although he had become a knight of exploration, he had not intended to request his father's help under normal circumstances. Yet in this instance, turning to his father seemed the wisest choice. Unlike the iron mine, which he could manage himself, the need for administrative officers was beyond his capabilities. Although he could purchase one from the Habsburg Trading Company, he questioned their reliability. A failure in that regard would be no trifling matter. In contrast, assistance from his father would inspire greater confidence and help avert any unforeseen complications. With the letter completed and dispatched, the hour grew late once more. As the midnight chimes echoed, the system dutifully refreshed its intelligence updates. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. 500 miles to the north of your territory. A pack of boar beasts will pass through, their leaders seemingly on the verge of a third-tier breakthrough. 2. In the western territory of Barren Wells, a serf has unexpectedly discovered a method to graft fern roots on a fire spirit trees, thereby enhancing their yield. Chapter 52. The Magical Crystal Cannon. As time progressed, returning to the territory saw everything settling into a steady rhythm. Eagle Ridge was entering a phase of rapid development, with vast tracts of farmland being cultivated and various constructions gradually falling into place. At this pace, it was conceivable that within a year, the initial expansion of Eagle Ridge would be fully realized. Thor was fortunate to have not only the support of his father, Count Engel Dresrosa, but also the advantage of a daily intelligence system, an asset unmatched by others. As the night unfolded, while Thor diligently attended to matters of the territory, a piece of good news arrived. The magical crystal cannon had been completed. On a vast expanse of land the following morning, several knights slowly dragged forth a colossal, pale blue object reminiscent of a cannon from a bygone era. This was the magical crystal cannon. At that moment, Asachi, the goblin chief, accompanied the cannon closely. My lord, this magical crystal cannon requires the infusion of a magic core, preferably one of second tier or higher, with a range of 2 kilometers, Asachi reported carefully to Thor. A second tier magic core, you say? Hein. Thor nodded, gesturing with his hand. Swiftly, Rein approached, delivering several second tier magic cores. During this period, Eagle Ridge had been engaged in the relentless extermination of magical beasts. Thus acquiring such cores was feasible. Asachi promptly accepted the magic cores and began his operations. Moments later, a pale blue magical array illuminated atop the cannon, with radiance rapidly converging. Boom! A resounding roar echoed, and in the next instant, the magical crystal cannon unleashed a terrifying beam of blue light. Boom! Boom! Dust erupted in the distance as the fearsome blue light engulfed everything in its path. Moments later, as the azure light dissipated, the earth before them lay in ruins. Witnessing this spectacle, Thor's brow twitched involuntarily. Such might far surpass that of any artillery from his previous life. Even a second-tier magical beast would likely be obliterated, and even the most formidable knights might struggle to evade its wrath. As for others, they would likely be swiftly annihilated. Impressive. Asachi, how many more of these magical crystal cannons can be crafted? Thor inquired, directing his gaze towards the goblin with curiosity. The Thunderstone was not particularly large, thus it could not yield an endless supply. Thor was eager to ascertain how many cannons could be produced from it. Perhaps 4 more. Asachi pondered briefly before respectfully responding. For you say? Very well. Ensure that another is transported here. Furthermore, for your significant contributions, you shall receive 100 merit points. For each additional magical crystal cannon produced, you'll earn 50 merit points. Thor nodded, conveying his approval. Although 4 seemed a modest number, it sufficed. 2 cannons would be stationed at the mine and 2 at Eagle Ridge, ensuring unwavering protection at both sites. "Thank you, my lord," Asachi exclaimed with delight, offering his gratitude. Merit points held immense value for them, as Thor had promised that with sufficient merit, they could establish their own territory, a domain belonging to the goblins. The mere thought was exhilarating. After painting a grand vision for Asachi, Thor directed Rein to ensure the careful loading of the magical crystal cannon in preparation for any potential upheaval that may arise. Indeed, it is a sudden upheaval. In this world, there are no impenetrable walls. The black iron armor cannot cease its trade, as it constitutes his economic foundation. As long as he continues to engage in commerce, it is inevitable that he will attract the attention of others. Once someone takes notice, uncovering certain truths will not pose a significant challenge. For instance, the presence of a large iron mine, or the fact that he possesses goblins or alchemists. And with any speculation, it is evident that some individuals will find it impossible to restrain themselves. This is the inevitable outcome. Over the span of several decades, more than 50 barons have been appointed in the northern province, and countless pioneering lords have emerged. Yet now, fewer than 1/10 remain. It is undeniable that many of these pioneering lords and nobles have been annihilated by orcs and other magical beasts, but the mutual absorption among them is certainly not insignificant. In this lawless northern province, as long as the stakes are sufficiently high, anything is possible. Just a single iron mine and an alchemist are enough to incite some lords, and even nobles, to act impulsively. In fact, Thor is also awaiting an opportunity. The construction of trade routes is not an effortless endeavor. Although Lachos Assad appears to be sailing smoothly at present, this does not imply the absence of obstacles. He must announce his arrival to the northern province and demonstrate his strength. Only then can Lachos Assad's trade route stabilize, and indeed, only then will his Eagle Ridge truly establish itself. Though it has been founded, such territories emerge in abundance each year. The ability to maintain stability is paramount. Who knows who will arrive first? Perhaps he could let that fool have a go at it. As he muttered to himself, Thor could not help but recall that imbecile from the Emerson family in Lawrence City. Perhaps starting with this individual would not be a bad choice. The Emerson family holds a sufficiently high status and possesses considerable strength, making them an excellent stepping stone for his declaration of arrival. However, Thor quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. That fool, he would naturally have to deal with eventually, but not at this moment. For now, he must ensure absolute security. After all, the Emerson family is a count family like his own, and they're even slightly stronger than the Dresrosa's family. Notably, he has learned that the reason this fool boasts 2 great knights is largely due to the support of his maternal lineage, which is a prominent force in the Frostmoon province. Though the fool's apparent strength may be lacking, one can never be certain of hidden powers. Choosing him as the first step would not be the wisest decision. It is fraught with potential pitfalls. In the room, Thor's gaze shifted to the map. At this moment, compared to the previous rudimentary depiction, it is undoubtedly far more detailed. This is the result of several months of work he commissioned. It not only illustrates the surrounding landscape, but also contains information on various pioneering lords and nobles. In his vicinity, or rather around the main river valley, there are 3 baronial territories and 7 territories held by pioneering lords. The baronial territories belong to the Lauren family, the Valmir family, and the Glatton family. Among these, aside from the Lauren family, the other 2 are established by pioneering lords. The Lauren family, originating from a count family in the southern Moon province, differs from the Emerson family. It is significantly weaker than the Dresrosa's family, possessing only 1 great Earth Knight, and that knight is merely in the initial stages, rendering them the weakest among count families. Thor's eyes swept across the map until they settled on the Lauren family. Chapter 53. Preparations begin. Choosing the Lauren family serves a dual purpose. Their proximity to the mine is alarmingly close, merely 20 to 30 miles away, and over time, it is inevitable that they will notice something amiss. Moreover, they are strong enough but also sufficiently weak. Indeed, they are strong due to being one of the remaining 30 barons in the northern province. Their power is indisputable, having developed for nearly 20 years. Their position in the main river valley subtly surpassing others. Should he manage to subdue the Lauren family, the pioneering lords in the entire main river valley will face no further issues, even those 2 nobles included. Their weakness lies in the fact that, as far as he understands, the Lauren territory currently boasts only over 100 apprentice knights, around 30 formal knights, and just 1 great knight. Such a force appears to be the most favorable choice, at the very least, far more suitable than that foolish Emerson. With this thought in mind, Thor hesitated no longer. He quickly summoned Rein and began issuing commands. In the following days, a substantial number of black iron armors were transported in, undoubtedly exceeding the previous quantities. By the end of the month, when Lachos Assad arrived, he was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. "My friend, you cannot be jesting." Gulp. Lachos Assad could not help but swallow hard, his breathing becoming labored. This trade route had opened up a new world for him, revealing endless opportunities. Just from this single venture, his profits had already surpassed 500 gold coins, and even though he had to share 70% with Thor, he was still immensely thrilled. Yet, this excitement was only magnified by the greater surprise that awaited him on this visit. Thor had not only fulfilled his promise of 100 black iron armors, but had even provided an additional 100, and more crucially, 3 silver armors. Silver armors, indeed. Given the current fervor surrounding silver armors, Lachos felt his breath quicken. 200 black iron armors and 3 silver armors. All of these could be entrusted to him for sale, but he had one condition to fulfill. Thor's voice was gentle as he spoke. "My friend, tell me, and I shall comply." Lachos Assad, brimming with excitement, spoke almost impatiently. This was no jest. 200 black iron armors and 3 silver armors left him with no room for hesitation. Yet an inevitable suspicion flickered in his mind, quickly suppressed. "I need you to." Thor gestured, and Lachos Assad swiftly stepped forward as Thor began to elucidate his plans. "My friend, is what you say truly genuine?" Listening to Thor's words, Lachos Assad's pupils widened in disbelief as he gazed at Thor, his voice tinged with caution. What had he just heard? Thor was asking him to divulge the existence of a large iron mine and the acquisition of a group of goblins to Baron Luzern. He felt as though he might be losing his mind, or perhaps it was Thor who had gone mad. This was utterly unimaginable, leaving him completely bewildered. "Naturally. It is true. Just follow my instructions," Thor replied with a smile. "I understand." Lachos Assad cast a profound gaze upon Thor before nodding in acquiescence. Internally, however, he could not suppress a surge of excitement. He was not a fool, and he firmly believed that Thor was no simpleton either. There must be a reason behind such actions. A bold thought spontaneously emerged in his mind, but he swiftly quelled it. He glanced deeply at Thor once more, feeling increasingly intrigued by this enigmatic figure. "My friend, business can wait. It is time to indulge in a sumptuous lunch," Thor said with a light-hearted chuckle, leading Lachos Assad into the banquet hall. The following day, Lachos Assad departed from the Eagle Ridge, laden with a substantial supply of goods, heading towards various territories. With the experience of his initial visit, his return undoubtedly garnered significant attention from the lords. However, this time, Lachos refrained from selling the silver armor, opting instead to trade only the black iron armor, and even then, he sold but a mere 100 pieces, retaining the rest. This continued until his caravan arrived at the domain of Baron Lawrence. "Oh, my friend, Lachos Assad, it is an honor to welcome your presence," Pape Lawrence exclaimed, approaching with a smile and embracing Lachos. Lachos reciprocated the gesture, and moments later, they parted. "Your Excellency, Baron Lawrence, behold what I have brought for you this time. You shall be most satisfied," Lachos Assad declared with palpable excitement. "Could it be silver armor crafted by the hands of goblins?" Pape Lawrence inquired, his eyes brightening with anticipation at Lachos' words. "You are correct, Baron Lawrence. 3 pieces, a complete trio of silver armor from the goblins. By the goddess of life. The previous lords paid 400 gold coins for these, which I have chosen to retain, for we are friends," Lachos Assad proclaimed with exaggerated flair. "Ha, how delightful. Indeed, we are friends. Lachos, I have prepared a lavish feast," Pape Lawrence responded, his eyes sparkling, a smile gracing his lips. During this time, he had set his sights on a territory inhabited by a tribe of minotaurs, requiring a substantial quantity of armor and weaponry. The prices in the city of Lawrence were exorbitant, and he had nearly resolved to purchase them at any cost. However, a month prior, Lachos had come to him, offering 20 pieces of black iron armor, not only at an affordable price, but of exceptional quality. The only disappointment was his inability to procure a single piece of silver armor, which had instilled in him a sense of hope. He paused his endeavors, eager to see if Lachos could provide such armor again. To his astonishment, the unexpected delight arrived swiftly. Within a month, Lachos returned, this time presenting 200 pieces of iron armor and 3 pieces of silver armor. My heavens, 3 pieces of silver armor. He could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 54. Preparations begin. 3 pieces of silver armor. Such a treasure. With these, he felt confident in conquering the Minotaur territory, even if the losses would be significant. Yet, should he succeed, the iron mine they occupied would undoubtedly fall into his hands. From his investigations, It was a medium-sized iron mine, while it could not yield mithril. Even the iron ore alone was worth over 1,000 gold coins. At the banquet, Pape Lawrence and Rakios Assad engaged in conversation. Observing that Rakios had taken on a slight intoxication, Pape, with a touch of curiosity, ventured, "My friend, forgive my boldness. But how did you manage to transport the black iron armor and silver armor past the blockade of the Habu's trading company? It must have been quite a challenge." "Indeed, it is quite extraordinary," Pape Lawrence mused, his curiosity piqued. "Your Excellency, Baron Lawrence, these goods were not transported from afar. I would not dare contravene Marquis Lehman's regulations. I procured them from a friend of mine who commands a group of goblins and oversees an iron mine. Such matters are trivial," Rakios Assad mumbled, slightly tipsy. "A friend? A large iron mine? Goblins?" Pape Lawrence's brow twitched, the implications stirring within him. "My friend, I am curious to know who this baron is. For I have not heard of him," Pape Lawrence inquired, stifling his growing excitement. Yet, to his surprise, he found Rakios had succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table. "Rakios! Rakios!" he whispered several times, but received no response. Frowning, Pape Lawrence signaled for Rakios to be taken to rest. "My lord father." A young man quickly approached as Rakios was escorted away. "What progress has there been on the matters I tasked you with?" Pape Lawrence turned to his eldest son, his pride evident in his tone. "I have made inquiries. The first territory visited by Rakios Assad was the Eagle Ridge of Dresrosa. The initial shipment of black iron armor also departed from the territory of Green, suggesting its origins may lie with the Amorson family or the Dresrosa family. Additionally, the Orvido and Claw territories are also possibilities," Lawrence reported respectfully to his father. Since the acquisition of the black iron armor, Pape Lawrence had sent his eldest son to investigate the Amorson and Dresrosa families. Pape Lawrence frowned slightly. These were not families to be trifled with. "By the way, what the timid goblin tribe outside our territory? Have we gathered any information on the situation following the recent fire?" "Father, we have discovered that the Eagle Ridge has likely taken control of that territory. They were presumably attacking the timid goblins," Lawrence dutifully reported to his father. "Eagle Ridge has seized it? Wait, you mentioned that Rakios Assad's first visited territory was the Eagle Ridge of Dresrosa, where he made his initial sale of black iron armor." Pape Lawrence's mind sparked with realization, prompting him to inquire eagerly. "Indeed, father." Lawrence nodded, though confusion lingered. With his son as confirmation, Pape Lawrence approached the map, his eyes alight with newfound clarity as he observed the markings he had added in red. The timid goblin territory. Goblins, black iron armor, silver armor. A friend. "Lawrence, I now have an important task for you. Take several nights and investigate the goblin territory. I must know what the Eagle Ridge is up to," Pape Lawrence commanded, his voice low and resolute. "My esteemed father, do you harbor doubts that these black iron armors and silver armors originate from the Eagle's Peak? Yet, that individual from the Dresrosa has only recently ascended to the rank of a pioneering knight," Lawrence expressed incredulously. "There is nothing impossible, Lawrence. The Dresrosa family is formidable, far surpassing us. This individual may very well have secured substantial support from the current Count of Dresrosa. Furthermore, let us not forget that goblins are indeed just a variant of lesser goblins. Some of the larger goblins capture these lesser goblins to forge weapons for them. This area is home to a significant goblin tribe, situated several dozen miles from Eagle's Peak. What reason would compel a scion of Dresrosa to expend great resources to seize a mere gathering of timid goblins? They are not fox maidens, and even as slaves, they would hardly fetch a few gold coins. I cannot fathom any other rationale that would drive that Dresrosa heir to attack this territory." People Lawrence mused with a hint of nostalgia, his expression growing increasingly animated. "A large iron mine, and quite possibly a cluster of goblins. Should I acquire these riches, I might even hope to amass sufficient capital before the kingdom's war, potentially elevating my status to that of a viscount through the ensuing conflict. The mere thought of such an outcome stirs within me an irresistible excitement." As for the Dresrosa heir, he paid little heed. After all, he was merely a fledgling pioneering lord. Even if he were of the Dresrosa lineage and possibly favored by the Count, the support granted to pioneering knights is ultimately limited. Having developed his influence in the northern province for over 20 years and having held the title of baron for more than 15, his strength rivaled that of any inland viscount. If a nascent pioneering lord were unable to conquer this territory, it would indeed be laughable. As for offending the Dresrosa family within the entirety of the northern province, as long as the stakes are sufficiently high, even Marquis Lehman does not concern himself overly much, let alone the Dresrosa family. I understand, father. I shall attend to it at once. Lawrence replied promptly, hastily departing. Watching his son retreat, People Lawrence gazed with anticipation at the moonlit night. "O goddess of life, is this your favor upon me?" he murmured, his expression imbued with longing and hope. Chapter 55. The excited, barren People Lawrence, in a fervor of excitement and expectation, People Lawrence dispatched his eldest son to investigate. While on the other side, after regaining sobriety, Lachos Assad finalized a transaction with Baron People Lawrence, agreeing on 500 gold coins for a set of silver armor and 40 silver coins for a set of black iron armor. Upon the conclusion of the transaction, Lachos Assad exited the Baron's domain, yet he could not shake a sense of unease. The strength of Baron People Lawrence was formidable, marking him as one of the most powerful barons in the main river valley. While he understood the probable implications of the task assigned by Tor, the decision to choose this particular individual left him apprehensive. "I hope nothing goes awry," he whispered, glancing back at the Baron's territory before hastily departing. However, just 5 days later, Lawrence finally gathered some intelligence. This information swiftly made its way to Baron People Lawrence's chamber. There are no goblins left. Additionally, over 100 knights are stationed there. Upon hearing his eldest son's report, People Lawrence's pupils constricted, and he stood abruptly. "Indeed, there are over 100 knights assembled, and I sensed no fewer than 10 formal knights among them," Lawrence affirmed, his expression reflecting his astonishment. 100 knights, including 10 formal knights. This was remarkable. Even within People Lawrence's own domain, he had only 30 formal knights to date, while a burgeoning pioneering lord boasted 10 formal knights. The goddess of life blesses me. It seems my suspicions were correct. There must indeed be a substantial iron mine here. Lawrence, prepare accordingly. We shall act in 7 days. People Lawrence proclaimed decisively. Though uncertainty lingered, the mere possibility was enough to entice him. A large iron mine, and perhaps even a cadre of alchemists. If he could secure this, his entire territories could experience a meteoric rise before the kingdom's war, potentially granting him the chance to be ennobled as a viscount. The prospect alone was exhilarating. "Yes, father," Lawrence replied, his heart racing with excitement, but he quickly consented. Thus, the entire People Lawrence domain sprang into action. Knights began to mobilize, and further information about Eagle's Peak was collected. Amidst Baron People Lawrence's exhilaration, Tor's daily intelligence system also flashed with updates. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. A horde of boars will pass through the northern expanse of your territory in 500 miles. Their leader seems poised to break through to the 3rd tier. 2. In the western domain of Barren Wells, a serf unexpectedly discovered a method to graft bracken roots with fire spirit trees, enhancing the latter's yield. 3. In 7 days, due to the leak of information regarding the large iron mine, Baron People Lawrence plans to strike against you, seizing your mine and obliterating your territory. 4. A slight discord has arisen between the Rosen family and the Drell family at Eagle's Peak. 5. In the upstream area of the main river valley to the west of Eagle's Peak, a horde of earth dragons will be passing through. As the text flickered, Tor couldn't help but smile upon seeing the information he had longed for. This was indeed a strategy to draw the snake from its hole. As a nascent lord, it would be unwise to initiate a reckless offensive, as it would provoke the enmity of neighboring lords. However, Baron People Lawrence's proximity to the mineral wealth made discovery an inevitable affair, rather than wait for the inevitable covetous gaze of his adversary. It was wiser to lure them out and decisively confront them, ensuring no unforeseen complications arose. This would also solidify his foothold in the main river valley. For there is no argument more persuasive than directly vanquishing a noble lord. A smile graced his face, and, as the morning sun shone down, Tor began to mobilize for war. His first action was to gather more personnel for the mine. Although the current workforce at the mine was ample, precautions were still necessary. Apart from Rein, Tor ultimately retained only 30 apprentice knights and 100 reserve knights at Eagle's Peak, withdrawing all others. As for whether these individuals could safeguard the security of Eagle's Peak, Tor harbored no concerns. After all, the true guardians of Eagle's Peak were not these men, but Rein and Neilmorton. As long as Rein steadfastly guards, there shall be no issues at Eagle's Ridge, not to mention the other lords. Even the onslaught of the orc horde would pose no challenge. Rein, the fate of Eagle's Ridge is now entrusted to you. I sincerely hope you shall not disappoint me. Tor spoke earnestly, flanked by hundreds of knights and over 1,000 slaves, representing nearly 90% of Eagle's Ridge's current strength. Rest assured, my lord, as long as I draw breath, Eagle's Ridge shall face no peril, Rein replied solemnly, his expression imbued with unwavering determination. Excellent. I have faith in you. Tor nodded, patting Rein on the shoulder before pulling the reins and leading the contingent forth. Their destination, the mine. The procession was grand and imposing. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the territory of Baron Papellalens, mobilization commenced swiftly. A multitude of knights and slaves assembled, equally impressive in their numbers. Time passed with remarkable swiftness. On the following day, Tor arrived at the mine. Steve had already been apprised of the situation and had begun fortifying the entire area. With the 2,000 reinforcements brought by Tor, arrangements were swiftly made. Tor's arrival did not go unnoticed by Baron Papellalens, who had been closely monitoring the mine. Did you say that Tor Dresrosa is arriving with a substantial force? The Baron's eyes gleamed with surprise. Indeed, more than 2,000. My lord, could it be that our plans have been compromised? Lawrence inquired, his demeanor grave. Unlikely. It may simply be an unforeseen occurrence. The Baron shook his head, momentarily recalling the earlier incident involving Lachos Assad, but quickly suppressed that thought. This was not the time for such considerations. Securing the mine was of paramount importance. Chapter 56, The Mobilization of War. Is an unexpected turn of events? What shall we do next, father? Lawrence asked, looking at his father with uncertainty. Continue to gather our forces. Fear not, this bodes well for us. After all, we cannot ascertain whether those alchemists are at the mine or at Eagle's Ridge. Since he has committed his strength to the front lines, once we vanquish that position, we can swiftly seize Eagle's Ridge as well. The offspring of Dresrosa seems to be highly valued by the family, and should we capture him, the family would likely spare no expense to secure his release. Baron Papellalens suppressed his thoughts, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, father. Lawrence's eyes brightened at his father's words. Soon, the forces of the Papellalens barony were fully assembled. Setting forth on the 7th day toward the mine, the Baron had nearly emptied his stronghold, deploying 100 apprentice knights, over 20 official knights, a single grand knight, and 3,000 slaves, leaving merely 10 official knights and several dozen apprentice knights to defend the barony. Should these forces suffer losses, the stability of the entire barony would be jeopardized. However, Baron Papellalens was confident he would not incur any losses, even when facing the heir of Dresrosa, who was merely a newly established lord. How formidable could he truly be? At most, he would have a single grand knight for protection. What could an official knight, an apprentice knight, or a squire amount to? A family cannot allocate the majority of its strength to a fledgling lord. The family is far too large, and not everyone can be afforded sufficient resources. Particularly, the next heir to the title must possess adequate strength, leaving even less available. For instance, the support from the Lawrence family granted him merely 10 official knights, 50 apprentice knights, and 200 squires. Even if the Dresrosa family was more powerful, such strength could hardly be exaggerated. He felt sufficiently confident, especially since he had now advanced to the rank of Grand Knight, with his eldest son and Knight Commander both at the pinnacle of official knights. With such strength, he felt no fear, not even of established noble lords. Of course, at this moment, Baron Papellalens remained unaware that the support Count Dresrosa had bestowed upon his 9th son was extraordinarily substantial. Coupled with the intelligence he received daily, Tor, as a nascent lord, wielded strength far beyond that of typical lords, even surpassing many noble lords. The Baron's confidence was destined to become a grave miscalculation, yet no one was there to enlighten him. Thousands marched resolutely toward the mine, and soon, news reached Tor regarding the approaching forces. Over 3,000? He mused, his brow furrowing with concern upon hearing the report from Knight. This was not akin to the timid goblins of yore. 3,000 souls, even if the majority were slaves, represented considerable combat potential. More crucially, this signified that Baron Papellalens had likely committed his entire strength, meaning within those ranks could lie over 30 official knights, more than 100 apprentice knights, and potentially hundreds of squires. Even if disparities existed, they were not insignificant. Such power was no small feat in the entirety of the northern province, verging on formidable enough to sweep through the majority of territories. However, it was evident that this did not include him. The strength gathered at the mine surpassed even that which Baron Papellalens had mustered. Their numbers exceeded 3,000, with the count of official knights reaching 30, apprentice knights at 100, and squires numbering 200. With the intelligence gained daily, Tor had amassed numerous enhancements to bolster his life force, and with sufficient merit, he could exchange for these invaluable resources. Over the course of several months, his power had transformed beyond recognition. Such strength, when revealed, would undoubtedly attract the gaze of most noble lords in the northern province. Not to mention he possessed 3 magical crystal cannons. With these at his disposal, he felt assured that the mine would be secure. The might of the magical crystal cannon was beyond the grasp of a mere baron. Even viscounts would struggle to harness such power, reserved only for counts and above. It was this very confidence that emboldened him to lure out his enemies. After all, should the situation spiral out of control, and if he attracted too many foes without the means to resolve the situation, he would find himself in a perilous predicament. Tor would never embark on an endeavor devoid of certainty. The morning sun cascaded down, and the forces of Baron Papelaren were swiftly approaching. Now, less than 20 miles from the mine. At this moment, the entire mining operation was engulfed in a tense mobilization. A considerable number of personnel began to assemble, with numerous deployments already arranged. "My lord, everything has been meticulously organized," Steve respectfully announced, his expression tinged with excitement. This was, after all, the first true war of his life, distinct from previous skirmishes with goblins. This was a genuine confrontation with a noble lord. For him, it also represented a formidable trial. "Excellent. Remember, after the caltrops have impeded their advance, deploy the magical crystal cannons immediately. Following the bombardment, we must advance without delay and capture them all." Tor spoke in a deep voice, his demeanor grave. In this battle, to minimize casualties, he was indeed prepared to utilize the magical crystal cannons. However, he had no intention of revealing them in this encounter. After all, no one could predict how the situation might evolve. Thus, he resolved that everyone under Baron Papelorn's command must be taken captive. None could escape. Only in this manner could he ensure that the secret of the magical crystal cannons remained undisclosed. "Understood, my lord," Steve responded with reverence, his eyes reflecting his fervor. Chapter 57. The Bewildered Baron Papelaren. At the mine, figures were swiftly preparing, while Baron Papelaren and his entourage approached the site with great fanfare. "Father, should we send out vanguard forces to probe the area first?" Lawrence inquired cautiously, observing the surrounding tranquility. "Certainly, Rosen." Baron Papelaren nodded, turning to a knight beside him. "Your orders?" The knight responded promptly. "Take your men and scout ahead," commanded Baron Papelaren decisively. "Yes, my lord." The knights swiftly complied, and soon over 20 riders split off, galloping towards the distance. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. They had evidently been detected, yet encountered no enemy forces along their route. The knights of the Eagle territory seemed to have vanished completely. "My lord, we have not encountered any foes. However, we did discover extensive signs of mining activity." Rosen hurried back to report excitedly to Baron Papelaren. "Ha ha ha, blessed be the goddess of life." Baron Papelaren laughed heartily, his expression shifting to one of exhilaration. No speculation could match the thrill of certainty. If earlier there had only been conjecture, at this moment it was unequivocally confirmed. The signs of mining and all prior evidence indicated that a substantial iron mine lay right here. The lord of the Eagle territory had likely heard of your arrival, father, and retreated in advance. Lawrence chimed in, equally amused. "Ha ha, it seems our neighbor, the heir of Dresrosa, is not a fool after all. I am quite grateful. I never anticipated the existence of a large iron mine here. Should we seize it, our family, the Lawrences, shall once again see the rise of a viscount." Baron Papelorn's smile grew ever wider, his demeanor more relaxed. Nevertheless, considering the formidable presence of the Dresrosa family, the strength of such a large lineage of knights should not be underestimated. Should conflict arise, losses would be inevitable, though he could bear some losses for the sake of a large iron mine. Yet, avoiding casualties altogether would undoubtedly be preferable. Full speed ahead. Baron Papelaren drew his knightly sword, issuing the command. The entire contingent quickly surged forward. As they drew nearer on the hillside, Steve's eyes sparkled with excitement. To ensure that this force was entirely captured, he had withdrawn all surrounding sentries. At that moment, as the contingent approached within striking distance, he raised his hand. In the next instant, boom, 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 the 3 magical crystal cannons erupted with a brilliant blue magic circle, and an instant later, 3 thunderous blasts echoed forth, sending horrific beams of light toward the distance. Not far off, among the approaching forces, Baron Papelaren instinctively sensed something amiss. He looked up just in time for his expression to transform dramatically. "What is this?" The smile on his face morphed into confusion, swiftly replaced by an unprecedented terror that coursed through his entire being. "This is bad." A cry of alarm escaped him. He disregarded everything else and threw himself towards Lawrence, dragging him off their mount. Yet, he was quick to react. Others were not so fortunate. Boom! The thunderous blue light engulfed everything, lightning crackling around them. Over 3,000 souls were instantaneously enveloped. A tremendous roar resounded as earth trees, and dismembered limbs flew in every direction. The power of the magical crystal cannon exceeded imagination. As a strategic resource of the Tulip Kingdom, it could rival even the mightiest of beasts. Faced with mere common slaves and apprentice knights, the consequences were catastrophic. Even with only 3 cannons, it sufficed to be deemed an absolute weapon of mass destruction. The majority of the 3,000 were shredded in an instant. Under the cover of thunder, an overwhelming force obliterated all in its path. Amidst the chaos, the terrifying explosions continued to spread. On the hillside, Steve unsheathed his knightly sword. The Lord has decreed 3 merit points for each kill, 5 for capturing one alive. No one is to be spared. His voice rang out clearly, and in the next moment, Steve led thousands down the slope. The distance of over 1,000 meters vanished in an instant. The 3,000 brought by Baron Paplerin had yet to comprehend the horror unfolding. They were still enveloped in screams, terror, and bewilderment when Steve and his men charged forth. On the ground, Baron Paplerin and his eldest son, Lawrence, were now charred black. Thunder roared, and even as they reacted quickly, Baron Paplerin summoned every ounce of his life force to defend himself. Yet the lightning shattered his protective barrier, leaving him grievously wounded. Lawrence fared worse. His upper body nearly incinerated, his breath on the brink of extinction, despite having fallen, having blocked a significant portion of the lightning. A magical crystal cannon erupted perilously close to them. Had their reactions not been swift enough, it is likely they would have already descended into the abyss. At this moment, they were fortunate to be alive. Many others lay completely scorched. Boom! The thunder continued to crash. The knights and slaves of the Eagle territory charged down the hill, quickly surrounding the remaining forces. Confronted by the throngs of men and horses, the slaves were the first to relinquish their weapons, prostrating themselves upon the ground. A few knights attempted to resist, but were swiftly subdued by Steve and his forces. Ultimately, every soul remained captured. None managed to escape. The terrifying power of the magical crystal cannon rendered all present in a state of shock, hastening the conclusion of the conflict far more swiftly than anyone had anticipated. From inception to resolution, the entire ordeal lasted barely a quarter of an hour. The affair was over. Baron Papylorus arrived brimming with confidence, believing he had received the favor of the goddess of life, only to find himself ensnared as a prisoner. Such an outcome was likely beyond his wildest imaginings. Within the mines, Thor soon received the news. This time, he refrained from charging into battle with his men. The adversaries he faced were not the timid goblins, but a true order of knights. Even with the bombardment of the magical crystal cannon, unforeseen circumstances could arise. He had no desire to encounter any mishap himself. Thus, he chose to remain in the mines, biding his time. When Steve returned with a report, a flicker of joy crossed Thor's face. Chapter 58, Post-War Assessment. Ha ha ha, splendid. Steve, you performed admirably this time. Your merits have increased by 50 points. Furthermore, ensure that Baron Papylorus and his son, Lawrence, receive prompt assistance. Do not let them perish. Listening to Steve's report, Thor could not suppress his elation. He had not anticipated such a significant gain. Over 3,000 individuals. Aside from the hundreds slain by the magical crystal cannon and the few knights killed during the resistance, have been captured, including not only Baron Papylorus, but also his eldest son, Lawrence. This was indeed a remarkable haul. Initially, Thor had merely sought to establish his authority while simultaneously neutralizing any potential threat posed by Baron Papylorus. He had never considered the possibility of capturing the Baron himself. Yet now, having taken him alive, the implications transcended mere displays of power. A multitude of opportunities lay before him. Baron Papylorus was a venerable noble of the northern province, possessing wealth and resources of considerable magnitude. Coupled with the capture of his son Lawrence, this could yield substantial profit, even potentially alleviating his current demographic shortages. How could this not excite him? Yes, Steve responded, promptly departing to manage the post-battle affairs. Although the conflict had concluded swiftly, the matters requiring attention were numerous, particularly the arrangement of the more than 2,000 captives. All of this fell under his purview. As he watched Steve leave, Thor fell into deep contemplation, his eyes glimmering as he pondered his next steps. The current situation unequivocally validated his previous decisions, having triumphed over Baron Papylorus and taken him captive. The initial objectives had been achieved. No noble or pioneering lord in the vicinity of the main valley could afford to ignore his presence. Should he choose to do so, the trade caravans of Rachos could expand throughout the region without issue, flying his banner. His name would become an undeniable force that no local lord could overlook. However, this was contingent upon concealing the existence of the large iron mine. Should it be revealed, it would undoubtedly provoke the covetous interests of surrounding lords and nobles. The allure of such a mine was too potent. Even his victory over Baron Papyloris would not extinguish the greed of all lords. Thus, he found himself at a crossroads, faced with two distinct choices: to temporarily conceal the mine's existence, allowing events to unfold according to his design, or to directly subdue all nobles and pioneering lords in the main valley. If he could accomplish the latter, no issue would stand in his way. Two paths, two directions, two divergent choices, each bearing its own merits and drawbacks. Thor found himself ensnared in deep deliberation. The first option was indeed the most secure, yet it was not without the risk of unforeseen complications. The second option carried significant peril, yet was not without its solutions. On one hand, he had the formidable ally Neil Morton. On the other, he had just captured Baron Papyloris. While the various lords of the main valley were formidable, collectively they did not surpass the strength of Baron Papyloris, and with the aid of the magical crystal cannon, he felt a measure of confidence in addressing them. Thoughts flowed continuously through Thor's mind, while on the other side, Baron Papyloris and his son Lawrence were swiftly receiving medical attention. Though there were no priests in Thor's territory, basic healing magic scrolls were available, along with some fruits imbued with life energy. Their injuries were severe, yet they stabilized relatively quickly, particularly for Baron Papyloris. As a High Knight, his recovery was notably swift. Approximately 2 hours later, his consciousness gradually returned. Upon regaining awareness, he swiftly comprehended his predicament. Defeated, he murmured softly, grappling with the dire state of his body and the reality of his situation, his expression tinged with disbelief. No one could have foreseen that. Just moments ago, filled with hope of capturing Engel Dresrosa, he would now find himself ensnared as the enemy's prisoner. The same fate befell his eldest son, Lawrence. How could he accept such a conclusion? After a moment, he resignedly sank to the ground, for whether he wished to accept it or not, he had indeed lost. He had truly become a captive. A bitter expression creased his face. As an established baron, he was acutely aware of what defeat meant in the northern province. This was not the orderly heartland. Here, all rules were predicated upon strength. He had lost, and if the situation turned dire, his entire domain could face annihilation, particularly since he had led nearly 90% of his forces into this campaign. If Thor Dresrosa were to send forces against his territory now, or even if he simply dealt with the captives, his lands would struggle to endure. He faced a stark choice: either become a pioneering lord once again or await his own destruction. Yet the thought of becoming a pioneering lord, especially with his arrogant and inept younger son, filled him with despair. Regret washed over him. Regret for attacking the Eagle's Keep and for bringing forth his entire strength. Even including his eldest son, Lawrence possessed even greater talent than he. Had he been spared, then even if his own fate was sealed, his son's presence would have safeguarded their domain. Alas, the goddess of life offered him no opportunity for regret. Everything has been firmly established. He could only taste the bitterness of his predicament. Perhaps the sole piece of solace lies in the fact that the offspring of Dresrosa displayed a certain degree of mercy, opting not to annihilate them, but rather offering assistance. Well, one could tentatively label it as mercy. Beyond that, he found himself at a loss for words. The twilight gradually descended, cloaking the world in its embrace. The night quietly approached. The battlefield was swiftly cleared, knights taken captive, while numerous slaves were also directly conscripted into servitude. Although no formal contracts of slavery existed, these individuals had already been deemed property by Thor. Regardless of the choice made, Baron Papyloris would inevitably face substantial reparations, with these captives representing merely a fraction of the total. Yet even Thor could not foresee that, despite appearing to present two choices, there was in fact only one. Chapter 59, New Intelligence. As nightfall approached, another day drew to a close, and the daily intelligence system duly arrived once more. Daily intelligence updated. 1. A herd of boar beasts will pass through the northern expanse of your territory, with their leader seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. 2. In the western part of your domain, within the territory of Barren Wells, a serf has unexpectedly discovered a method of grafting fern roots onto fire spirit trees, thereby enhancing their productivity. 3. As you prepare to seek reparations from Baron Papyloris, his son, a Feralins, deems your demands excessive and contemplates directly inheriting the territory. Consequently, he decides to falsely accuse the Eagle's Ridge of possessing a large iron mine, conspiring with other pioneering lords and nobles to launch an attack on your lands, aiming to ensure his father and elder brother cannot return. 4. To the right of the large iron mine you control, a group of gophers is about to pass by, bringing with them a somewhat withered life fruit from afar. 5. In the upstream of the main river valley to the west of Eagle's Ridge, a group of land dragons will traverse. 6. Lines of text unfolded before him, and upon reading them, Thor's pupils involuntarily constricted. His gaze came to rest on the third piece of intelligence. Thor had never anticipated that, while he was contemplating potential choices, the daily intelligence would present him with such a definitive answer. The so-called choices were merely an illusion. This world harbored fools beyond even his imagination. Seeking reparations was a necessity he must undertake, irrespective of the choice made. After all, capturing a baron could yield substantial reparations, a strategy arguably more advantageous than outright obliterating a baron's territory. Although in the northern provinces, power dictated everything, even if he were to annihilate the Lawrence territory, no one would hold him accountable. However, the problem remained that destroying the Lawrence family might not yield greater rewards. Remaining could allow for more extensive claims. It would be an ongoing process. Furthermore, such actions could tarnish his reputation, which would not bode well for his future endeavors. Under normal circumstances, the territory would be more than willing to concede to his demands for reparations. For compared to the loss of a lord and numerous elite knights, merely compensating with some gold coins was a concession most would readily accept, even if the price was steep. After all, it is the strong that matter most to a lord. Yet, this was only the case under normal conditions. Just as there existed a fool like Urshi in his past life, this world seemed to harbor its own brand of absurdity. There truly were individuals who disregarded their own father and elder brother, as well as the numerous strong figures. At this moment, even Thor found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate his incredulity. It was nothing short of foolishness beyond redemption. It appeared that a decisive action was required. After a moment of silence, Thor let out a soft sigh. He ceased contemplating the first option and began to consider the second. Since there was no choice to be made, he acted with remarkable decisiveness. As for the surrounding lords and nobles, he harbored little concern. The Lawrence territory was the dominant power in the entire main river valley. Other territories, despite housing a few nobles and formidable pioneering lords, were of mediocre strength. He could manage them collectively. At worst, he could transport the remaining 2 magical crystal cannons over. With 5 magical crystal cannons at his disposal, as long as they weren't faced with a large-scale or tribal assault, he would encounter little difficulty. Thoughts flowed through his mind as night gradually passed. The morning sun cast its gentle rays. Thor first sought out the group of gophers, obtaining the withered life fruit. He then sought out Steve. "My lord," Steve spoke with deference. "You are to send men to temporarily transport the 2 magical crystal cannons from Eagle's Ridge. Additionally, send a letter to the Lawrence territory, informing them of their defeat and demanding reparations. Papelloens shall owe 3,000 gold coins, Lawrence 1,000 gold coins, 500 gold coins for each formal knight, and 100 gold coins for each squire, along with 3,000 serfs and 2,000 gold coins in war reparations." Thor stated slowly, the content of his words causing Steve's brow to furrow in astonishment. The 2 magical crystal cannons were manageable, but the crux of the matter lay in the sheer audacity of his demands, which bordered on extortion. The total value could easily exceed 10,000 gold coins, and if the Lawrence territory could manage to pay that sum, it would truly be a miracle. "What? Is there a problem?" Thor inquired with a faint smile, observing Steve's hesitation. "My lord, this price, the Lawrence family likely," Steve began, but hesitated, unable to finish his thought. Nonetheless, the implication was clear. "Just do as I say. You need not concern yourself with this." Thor waved his hand dismissively. "Understood." Steve, filled with questions, bowed and retreated. As he watched Steve depart, a smile crept onto Thor's face. His demand for reparations was indeed aimed at ensuring the other party would not comply. Given that the daily intelligence had already indicated that the Lawrence territory had no intention of paying, it would be prudent to set the bar higher. On one hand, it could further provoke their ambitions to ally with other lords. On the other hand, if he could deal with those other lords, his gains would be even greater. This was Thor's plan and preparation. He would need to return to secure assistance from that particular individual. Thor mused to himself, his thoughts refocusing. With the 2 magical crystal cannons dispatched and considerable forces mobilized to the mine, Eagle's Ridge would undoubtedly be left vulnerable. Thor was uncertain how many people that fool would contact. To be on the safe side, he still needed to confer with Neil Morton to ensure absolute certainty. Although he had previously harbored this intention, it was more rooted in confidence, bolstered by the presence of the 2 magical crystal cannons. Now, the situation was entirely different. After contemplating, Thor swiftly gathered his belongings and set out towards Eagle's Ridge. A day later, His silhouette arrived at the Eagle's domain. Simultaneously, Steve's letter of claim was delivered to the Lawrence territory. When news of Baron Papillon's defeat and subsequent capture reached them, chaos erupted throughout the Lawrence estate. Panic and terror spread like wildfire, and an air of unease permeated the atmosphere. As the wife of Baron Papillon, Renee Black was undoubtedly in a state of heightened distress. Chapter 60, Fools Abound. In the Lawrence territory, Renee Black was genuinely alarmed. Her husband, Baron Papillon, had led a contingent of elite forces to besiege the Eagle's domain, and now he had not returned. Initially, she harbored no worries, for the Lawrence estate was considered the strongest in the entire main valley, and she did not foresee any mishaps. However, the following morning, a letter from the Eagle's domain shattered her composure. "Goodness gracious, this cannot be!" Renee Black exclaimed in disbelief. "Madam Black, nothing is impossible. Baron Papillon has been captured, and we kindly urge you to gather the ransom swiftly, lest the Lord cannot guarantee the Baroness' safety." A knight spoke with a calm smile before turning to leave. Yet, as the knight departed, the contents of the letter ignited a tempest of unrest within the Lawrence estate. Within the castle, chaos reigned. "They have lost their minds. Why not strike back? This is impossible." Renee Black, amidst her turmoil, quickly turned her attention to the letter. Yet, upon reading its contents, her eyes widened in shock, and fury surged within her. What had she just seen? The ransom demand was exorbitant. 3,000 gold coins for Baron Papillon, 1,000 for Lawrence, 500 for each knight, and 100 for each squire, in addition to 3,000 serfs and 2,000 gold coins for war reparations. It was as though the goddess of fate was playing a cruel joke on her. "Mother, this is truly impossible. It is far too much. The Eagle's domain has no intention of releasing Father." Ophelia Lawrence, beside her, also perused the letter, and his eyes suddenly gleamed, not with anger, but with opportunity. Indeed, it was an opportunity. As the second son of the Baron, he held no claim to the estate, especially given that his knightly talents paled in comparison to those of his elder brother. Even though the current Baroness was his mother rather than Lawrence's mother, the outcome remained the same. He had previously felt powerless, but in this moment, hope flickered within him. If his father and elder brother did not return, the claim to the estate would seemingly fall to him alone. Renee Black, hearing her son's words, grew increasingly anxious. She was not of noble birth, merely the daughter of a merchant, and had ascended to her position only due to the untimely death of Baron Papillon's first wife. Faced with such a situation, she found herself at a loss. "Mother, since they lack sincerity, why should we pay the ransom? It likely exceeds 10,000 gold coins." Ophelia feigned outrage, but your father, Renee Black, instinctively began to protest. "Father may not even be alive," he interjected. "Moreover, mother, if father and elder brother return, I will not inherit the estate. Perhaps this is our chance." Ophelia's eyes sparkled as he spoke, his words measured and deliberate. "You," Renee Black gasped, her gaze filled with astonishment as she looked at her son. Yet, after the initial shock, her heart began to race, just as her son suggested. This indeed appeared to be an opportunity. However, her excitement was short-lived, quickly quelled by reality. "No, without your father, a great knight, the estate will soon descend into turmoil." Furthermore, he took a significant number of knights with him. The current strength of the estate cannot hold, and it may even be swallowed by other families of Lawrence. Renee Black was not swept away by her emotions. She quickly recognized the crux of the matter: strength. They were merely the offspring of merchants, devoid of sufficient power to defend their claim. "Mother, it seems you've forgotten that the Habu's trading company can provide protection. For just 1,000 gold coins, we can hire a great knight to guard us for a year. With so many gold coins, rather than handing them over to the Eagle's domain, we should consider paying the Habu's trading company. At least the Lord will not be my brother." Ophelia's eyes gleamed with determination. In that moment, the more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. 1,000 gold coins could hire a great knight for a year. He only needed to allocate 3,000 gold coins to secure 3 years of protection. Coupled with his own training, within 3 years, with the strength of the Lawrence estate, they could restore their former power. He had always believed his abilities were lacking because his father had allocated all resources to his elder brother. However, should he acquire substantial resources, he might swiftly break through to the rank of formal knight, or even ascend to great knight status. At that point, the estate would face no issues. A dangerous thought flickered in his mind. Hearing her son's words, Renee Black's eyes ignited with realization. The matter of inheritance had long troubled her. Once Lawrence inherited the title, their fate was all too predictable, at best. They would be given a sum of gold and cast aside, having grown accustomed to the privileges of a baroness, she was loath to confront such a fate. This indeed seemed to be an opportunity. Mother, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, we could claim that the Eagle's domain has discovered a large iron mine. If we disseminate this information and let the Eagle's domain know it originated from us, then we would face no repercussions. Renee Black felt a rush of excitement. Yet Ophelia's next words sent a chill down her spine, prompting her to rise abruptly. Ophelia, she gazed incredulously at her son. Mother, this is our only chance. If my brother returns, the estate will no longer belong to us. Ophelia replied earnestly, his words icy. Renee Black, after a moment of shock, fell into silence. After a brief pause, she inhaled deeply and resolved herself, even knowing that such a decision would likely prevent her husband from ever returning. For the sake of her son and the entire Lawrence estate, she chose to acquiesce. With his mother's consent, Ophelia sprang into action. He first needed to journey to Lawrence City to engage the Habu's trading company to hire a great knight, along with some formal knights. Then, it will be time to put their plan into motion. Chapter 62, The Calm Before the Storm. Opper commenced his endeavors, envisioning a splendid future ahead. Yet unbeknownst to him, his actions were nothing short of foolish. The Habsburg Trading Company could indeed hire formidable knights for protection, but such guardianship was merely contractual, lacking the intrinsic loyalty of knights who were truly part of one's own domain. This distinction carried immense weight. If the Lawrence territory were to lose its great knights, the repercussions would be dire and nearly inevitable. Unlike the pioneering lords, who could often navigate challenges as long as they possessed considerable wealth and resources, a baronial territory, rich in lands and resources, would falter without its great knights and the strength of numerous knights. Even with hired knights, the preservation of such assets and lands remained a formidable challenge. Of course, Opper was oblivious to this critical reality. He was entirely enraptured by the thrill of soon assuming control over the territory, his territory. Just when he had nearly relinquished hope, he found himself favored by the goddess of life. An unexpected war of expansion had claimed the lives of his father and elder brother, presenting him with a rare opportunity. Faced with this chance, he could hardly contain his jubilation, even contemplating bestowing some gold upon the Lord of the Eagle's Nest. However, that remained merely a fleeting thought. Externally, he feigned anger and sorrow while swiftly consolidating control over the entirety of the Lawrence territory. Fortunately, his father had taken many knights with him, making the task relatively uncomplicated. Once the territory was secured, he promptly set forth towards Lothar City, accompanied by several knights and a substantial amount of gold. Although somewhat naive, he was acutely aware of the territory's current vulnerability. Should word of this situation leak, its demise would be assured. After establishing control, he intended to swiftly amass power, just as he had previously articulated, by traveling to the Habsburg Trading Company to hire additional forces. 3 days later, he arrived at Lothar City in haste. Without a moment's hesitation, Opper expended 2,000 gold coins to enlist a great knight and 10 regular knights from the Habsburg Trading Company. 7 days hence, he triumphantly returned to his territory with his retinue. With the presence of a great knight and 10 regular knights, Opper's confidence surged. He immediately began notifying the other 2 baronial lords in the name of his father, Pape Lawrence. Concurrently, he dispatched a knight to the Eagle's Nest, not to offer a ransom, but to divulge information. 2 days later, Tor encountered the knight dispatched from Opper in the Eagle's Nest. It seems your younger son lacks your intelligence, Baron Pape. Tor chuckled lightly, passing the letter to Baron Pape. At this moment, Baron Pape had physically recovered, though his life force was still suppressed, a task facilitated by Tor's request to Neil Morton, who had obliged without hesitation. Thus, upon receiving the knightly envoy from Opper, Tor brought him directly to Baron Pape. Upon hearing Tor's words, Pape's heart sank. He was all too aware of his younger son's folly. He hastily took the letter. Upon reading its contents, a resounding crash echoed in the room. Fool! Utterly foolish! Even Baron Pape's typically composed demeanor could not suppress a flash of anger, which swiftly morphed into sorrow. His anger stemmed from the utter disbelief that his youngest son could act so recklessly. It was as if he sought the demise of both himself and his elder son. Damn it, Lawrence! He is the future of our family. Even our hope of breaking through to the realm of the great knights. The sorrow lay in the realization that his youngest son had displayed such staggering ignorance. Without him, how could he and Lawrence safeguard their territory? In the northern province, all lords were like ravenous wolves. Lacking the strength to protect their lands rendered them akin to lambs. Any individual with a modicum of intelligence would surely have acted differently. He should have sought to reclaim his son, for only then could the territory truly be preserved. Lord Tor, this is a misunderstanding. That fool does not represent the decisions of our Lawrence territory. If you are willing, you may release Lawrence, I assure you. Upon his return, he will provide you with satisfactory compensation. The waves of anger and sorrow surged within, yet Baron Pape swiftly suppressed his emotions. His immediate concern was to avoid inciting Tor's wrath to the point of annihilation. Baron Pape, you know this is impossible. However, I will not take drastic measures against you for the sake of a fool. For now, continue to reside comfortably in the eagle's nest, Tor replied with a light chuckle. Shaking his head, the notion of releasing Lawrence was absurd. He was no fool. As for executing Baron Pape and Lawrence, he had no such intentions. There was no necessity. And the two could serve a far greater purpose alive. Listening to Tor's words, Pape's expression turned bitter. He could already foresee the impending turmoil that would befall his territory. Feeling utterly powerless to change the course of events, casting a deep gaze at Tor, Pape chose silence. Tor, meanwhile, sank into contemplation. The circumstances mirrored the daily intelligence reports he had received. Opera Lawrence was indeed intent on eliminating his father and elder brother. This betrayal would likely provoke other pioneering lords and nobles to launch an assault on his territory. The clouds of war were undoubtedly gathering. The eagle's nest would soon face its most arduous trials, as he prepared to confront the united forces of rival noble lords. Despite their relative weakness compared to the Lawrence territory, their collective strength should not be underestimated. Yet, if he could endure this onslaught and perhaps even vanquish the noble coalition, the rewards would be unprecedented. He would ascend as the true king without a crown in the main valley, with no one daring to challenge his authority thereafter. Should he manage his affairs astutely, his influence could extend throughout the entire main valley, propelling the construction of his territory to new heights. His eyes sparkled as thoughts flowed ceaselessly through his mind, contemplating his next steps. In the meantime, time quietly slipped away. The knights Opper had sent to the other two noble lords arrived in succession, each taking a moment to absorb the contents of the letter with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 63. The Coalition of Great Nobles. The main valley was among the most fertile regions in the vicinity. Aside from Tor's chosen eagle's nest, there were numerous pioneering lords surrounding the main valley, with the Lawrence family undeniably leading in development, followed closely by the Valmy family and the Grayton family. Although the Valmy and Grayton families may not possess the same formidable strength as the Lawrence family, their status as barons, conferred a decade ago, renders their power equally formidable. Accompanied by the invitation from the Lawrence family, the lords of the Valmy and Grayton families arrived at the Lawrence territory. However, upon their arrival, both lords raised their brows in mild astonishment. It appeared that the Lawrence family had undergone a significant upheaval. The familiar knights from their memories seemed to have vanished, replaced instead by a host of entirely unfamiliar knights. Valmy, have you noticed? Something seems amiss here, Baron Valmy remarked softly to Baron Grayton as they rode. Indeed, something was awry. These individuals appeared to be hired knights from the Habu's trading company, not the knights of the Lawrence family. Baron Grayton nodded, his expression laced with skepticism. They were well aware of the hired knights from the Habu's trading company, who bore distinct insignias that identified them as such. This revelation filled them with intrigue. When had the Lawrence family enlisted the services of the Habu's trading company's knights? What was their intention? The costs associated with hiring the knights from Habu's were not insignificant. Given the current scale, the number of hired knights must be considerable, requiring at least a few thousand gold coins to facilitate. The mere thought of several thousand gold coins left both men astounded. For them, as lords who had risen from humble beginnings, such an amount was astronomical. As their curiosity deepened, they gradually approached the castle of Lawrence. Yet, upon reaching the edifice, they were taken aback. Instead of the expected figures of Pape and Lawrence, they encountered a knight from the Habu's trading company, a knight of considerable rank, no less. The two lords exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts sinking. The annual fee for a knight of such caliber could easily reach 1,000 gold coins. The fact that the Lawrence family had employed such a significant number of knights, including a knight of high standing, suggested that something major was unfolding. Honored lords, your presence has been eagerly awaited. Please, follow me. The knight from the Habu's trading company spoke softly, leading them into the castle. The two lords suppressed their rising apprehension and followed the knight into the grand hall. The castle was vast, far more opulent than their own. Under the guidance of the Habu's knight, they soon arrived at the hall. Yet, once again, Pape and Lawrence were conspicuously absent. Instead, a figure appeared who caused them to furrow their brows. Opie Lawrence. Opie, where is your father? This is hardly the manner of receiving guests. Baron Grayton could no longer contain himself and directed his gaze at Opie. Baron Valmy remained silent, instead observing the surroundings with keen interest. My uncles, I sincerely apologize. But my father is unable to greet you. Opie Lawrence feigned a tone of sadness. Upon hearing his words, both Valmy and Graydon felt their brows twitch involuntarily. Opie, what do you mean? Valmy interjected, unable to restrain himself. My father and elder brother have unfortunately perished in battle. Opie Lawrence lamented with a sigh. What? What did you say? The gravity of his words rendered both Valmy and Graydon utterly speechless. They struggled to grasp the reality of what they had just heard. Baron Pape had fallen in battle. The sheer disbelief began to morph into suspicion as they recalled the peculiarities they had observed along their journey. Their eyes began to shimmer with uncertainty. The stakes involved in a baronial domain, particularly one as established as Lawrence, were undeniably significant. Prior to this revelation, with Baron Pape still alive, they had harbored no ambitions, daunted by his superior strength and the overall might of the Lawrence territory. Yet now, with Pape's demise, the entire strength of the Lawrence domain had been severely diminished. This was undeniably their opportunity. Indeed, my father and elder brother have fallen. My father discovered a large iron mine in the lower Main Valley and set out with a contingent of knights to seize it. But tragically, he and my brother were slain by its lord. I have no choice but to enlist the help of the Habu's trading company to recruit knights and seek vengeance for my father and brother. I also wish to enlist your assistance, dear uncles. Opie Lawrence feigned greater sorrow. Valmy and Graydon, previously lost in thought, now widened their eyes in astonishment, rising abruptly. It was not that they were lacking composure, but rather that the information Opie had just divulged struck them with overwhelming impact. A large iron mine. Such a resource could yield secret silver iron, a source of ceaseless wealth. The potential value was beyond imagination. Possessing a large iron mine could elevate a family to the rank of Viscount. At that moment, how could their hearts not race with excitement? Is what you say true? Is there truly a large iron mine? They pressed, their curiosity piqued. Opie, who is the lord of that territory? The lower Main Valley is not devoid of pioneering lords. Is it? Indeed it is true. Otherwise, my father would not have ventured forth with the elite forces of our territory. As for that territory, it appears to be held by a newly established pioneering lord, having been founded less than 6 months ago, Opie Lawrence explained, nodding slowly. A newly established pioneering lord. Less than 6 months. Valmy and Graydon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, dear uncles, for your assistance. I, Opie Lawrence, am eternally grateful. Opie feigned overwhelming gratitude as he personally escorted them out of the castle. Avenging Baron Pape is our duty, they declared resolutely. Indeed, rest assured, we shall exact vengeance for Baron Pape. That accursed Lord of Eagle Ridge shall be condemned by the goddess of life. Both Baron Valmy and Baron Graydon spoke with unwavering conviction, as if genuinely set on avenging Baron Pape. I'm truly grateful, Opie Lawrence echoed. Amidst this cordial exchange, they parted ways. Yet, upon their departure, both Baron Valmy and Baron Graydon swiftly dispatched knights to investigate the unfolding situation. They are certainly not fools. They would not simply accept whatever Ophelorus declares as truth. Even if the information is undeniably enticing, certain matters require validation before they can find solace. It appears that their quest for confirmation has borne fruit. A few days later, the knights dispatched to investigate returned with news. Indeed, there exists an iron mine at Eagle's Ridge. They uncovered substantial evidence of knights and/or transport from miles away, further igniting excitement in both men. Miles away? It is preposterous. Without a significant iron mine, how could a pioneering lord claim dominion over lands so distant? This undeniably corroborated Ophelorus's claims. Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton swiftly commenced preparations. 3 days later, in Glatton's domain, within the castle, the situation had crystallized. The pioneering lord was a scion of the Dresrosa family. Furthermore, within a span of several miles of his territory lay traces of mining operations, likely the large iron mine discovered by Baron Pape. Glatton spoke in a low tone, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The heir of the Dresrosa family is no trivial adversary. I have inquired and learned that within his dominion, he commands over 100 squire knights, at least 20 formal knights, and a single grand knight. This force rivals the combined might of our 2 territories. Baron Valmy furrowed his brow and responded, Indeed, the Dresrosa family is indeed formidable, a true count family. A pioneering lord of their caliber cannot be underestimated. However, we do not need to engage him directly. We merely need to seize that large iron mine. Glatton, we can certainly proceed in this manner. Within the castle, the 2 engaged in deliberation, while knights from both territories began to assemble rapidly. Compared to the strength of the Lawrence family, they were indeed somewhat weaker. Nonetheless, each territory boasted 5 or 6 formal knights, alongside their own Grand Knight and several dozen squire knights. Additionally, with the inclusion of slaves, their numbers could swell to over 2,000. The combined forces from both territories would exceed 4,000. Meanwhile, as the two territories mobilized, Thor swiftly received word. In truth, the traces of the mine were deliberately leaked by him, aimed at drawing the primary forces of both territories to the mine's location. At that moment, the mine housed nearly 90% of its strength, with 5 magical crystal cannons, close to 30 formal knights, and hundreds of squire knights, alongside thousands of slaves. He was assured of a flawless operation. In stark contrast, Eagle's Ridge was left nearly barren, its remaining forces woefully insufficient. Furthermore, as construction had only just commenced at Eagle's Ridge, he was loath to see it marred by war. Although he had the backing of Neil Morton, he had already discussed matters with him. Unless absolutely necessary, Thor had no intention of calling upon this ally, for the currency of favors is finite. Each use diminishes future opportunities. Neil Morton, a Sky Knight, would be needed elsewhere in the future. At the mine site, 3 days prior, Thor returned with his forces. The days had been spent organizing and preparing for the impending conflict. Now, everything was nearly arranged, merely awaiting the arrival of their opponents. How goes the situation? In a chamber, Thor turned to Steve, who had just entered. My lord, all preparations are complete. The remaining 2 magical crystal cannons have also been positioned. Steve nodded earnestly. Excellent. Should we succeed in this endeavor, every participant will receive double the merit. Thor laughed heartily, his expression tinged with anticipation. If the first battle was to establish his footing, then this confrontation would undoubtedly herald his rise. If he could decisively conquer the remaining 2 noble families, his standing in the main river valley would become unassailable, and he would amass substantial resources to further develop his domain. It was of paramount importance. Thank you, my lord, Steve replied, his excitement evident. Amidst the preparations, tensions flared between both sides. The atmosphere throughout the main river valley became palpably strained. Even other pioneering lords sensed this unease. Time slipped away swiftly, 5 days passing in the blink of an eye. On the 6th day, forces from Valmy and Glatton territories began their march toward the mine, while Aphaloras from Lawrence territory also set forth with a sizable contingent. In seeking vengeance for his father, he too dispatched troops, though his forces comprised merely serfs. Trailing behind the others, his intentions were transparent. Revenge was unlikely. He merely wished for his father and elder brother to perish together. The actions of Glatton and Valmy's lords did not warrant much concern. A Lawrence family stripped of its Grand Knight and reliance solely on hired knights posed no real threat to them. They anticipated that, given a few years, the Lawrence family would inevitably decline and fade into obscurity. After all, how could they sustain the expenditure of 1,000 gold coins each year? Once spent, the Lawrence family would find themselves devoid of funds to cultivate their own knightly strength, leading to an inevitable cycle of decline. Moreover, hired knights lack the loyalty of family knights, as there is no binding contract. In such circumstances, unforeseen events could easily transpire, leaving no one certain of the outcome. At this moment, the Lawrence family presented a lesser threat than their mutual concerns. Chapter 65. The war commences, turmoil in the main river valley. Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton marched forth with great grandeur, and alongside the symbolic deployment from the Lawrence territory, the entire main river valley was thoroughly shaken. Each pioneering lord felt a pang of unease. As the true rulers of the main river valley, the 3 noble lords' alliance instilled anxiety among the other lords. My heavens, what are they planning? Blessed be the goddess of life. Baron Valmy, Baron Glatton, and the members of Lawrence territory. Oh, goddess of life, can anyone tell me what is transpiring? Voices echoed with rising anxiety, a tide of unrest spreading rapidly. Days later, it became evident that the knights from the 3 baronial territories were not converging upon them, but rather heading westward toward a burgeoning pioneering lord. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through them, and once the tension eased, curiosity began to take hold. They remained oblivious to the identity of the lord who had managed to provoke the 3 barons of the entire main river valley. A knight of renown was dispatched by them, which reinvigorated the atmosphere around the main river valley. Even nobles from beyond its borders could not help but cast their gazes in that direction. Yet, both they and most of the individuals on the periphery of the main river valley were utterly unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Although Barons Valmy and Grattan had received the news, they would certainly not divulge such information. As for Athalorn, he was even less likely to do so. The so-called large iron mine was merely a pretext he had conjured, sufficient to deceive the 2 major baronial territories. More accurately, As long as he made Hawk's Ridge aware of his mobilization and enticed other nobles to assault it, that would suffice. In Ophalorn's view, if the Lord of Hawk's Ridge were to learn of this, the prospects for his father and elder brother would be bleak. Consequently, his inheritance of the Loren's territory would face no further obstacles. Of course, at this moment, Ophalorn was unaware that the Lord of Hawk's Ridge, Dresrosa, was entirely unconcerned by these machinations. In fact, his actions had fortified Tord's resolve to make a choice. As night descended, the atmosphere surrounding the main river valley grew increasingly tense. 5 days later, the soldiers led by Barons Valmy and Grattan found themselves merely 30 miles from the mine, poised to arrive within a day. Simultaneously, a multitude of knights began to roam the vicinity, evidently the scouts dispatched by the two barons. However, disappointment awaited them. As before, Tord had summoned all knights back, retreating to the mine without establishing any obstructions along the way, despite his strength being comparable to the combined might of the two barons. With the sole exception of lacking one great knight, he still opted for this course of action. After all, at this juncture, every ounce of strength was exceedingly precious to him, and he could not afford to squander it needlessly. Upon receiving the intelligence from the knights, Barons Valmy and Grattan found themselves in a state of hesitation. "Are you certain there are no ambushes from Hawk's Ridge in the vicinity?" Baron Valmy inquired incredulously of the knight he had sent forth. "Indeed, there are no ambushes at all. They have likely retreated to the mine, or perhaps surrendered." The knight replied respectfully, his expression revealing a sense of relief. "Very well, I understand." Baron Valmy nodded, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. On the other side, Baron Grattan, after receiving the news, felt similarly perplexed. In their shared uncertainty, both men hesitated before deciding to convene. Though both were lured by the prospect of the large iron mine, they were not fools, and they dared not treat the situation regarding Hawk's Ridge and the progeny of the Dresrosa family with any semblance of negligence. After all, that individual had triumphed over Baron Pape. Even though they surmised that the recent battle had likely depleted the opposing forces, caution remained paramount. "Baron Valmy, you must have received word that there are no knights from Hawk's Ridge ahead. This seems rather irregular," Baron Grattan remarked, furrowing his brow as he regarded the entering Baron Valmy, his tone grave. "Not necessarily. Not long ago, Baron Pape launched an assault here. Thus, Hawk's Ridge may have sustained significant damage. Upon learning of our approach, they might have chosen to withdraw," Baron Valmy replied, his brow also knit in concern. Yet, upon hearing Baron Grattan's words, he shook his head, contemplating further. "Baron Valmy, while that is a possibility, I must remind you that the Lord of Hawk's Ridge is not just another pioneering knight like us, but rather a scion of the Dresrosa family, whose strength should not be underestimated. What if, alternatively, that individual has alerted the Dresrosa family?" Baron Grattan pondered, his thoughts igniting, yet he quickly shook his head, speaking with solemnity. "Indeed, they are not like us. However, the Dresrosa family has more than one heir, and their potential support is not to be underestimated. As for notifying the family, you must remember that Marquis Lehman has prohibited the outflow of resources. Compared to that esteemed Marquis, the Dresrosa family is merely a count. This seems rather implausible. Nonetheless, you are correct. It is prudent for us to exercise caution. How about we first dispatch 2 knightly companies to test the waters?" Baron Valmy suggested, shaking his head, and then seemingly struck by a thought, he added, "Indeed, we can certainly give it a try." Baron Grattan's eyes lit up. Soon, the two barons reached a decision to cautiously probe the situation. After all, the true strength of Hawk's Ridge remained an enigma, compounded by the downfall of Baron Pape, which necessitated vigilance. A reckless assault could lead to unforeseen consequences, and they had no desire to share the same fate as Baron Pape. They were merely wandering knights elevated to lordship. Should they fall, their territories would be irrevocably lost, without the opportunity to hire knights from the Habers Trading Company as the Lawrence family had done. The 2 knightly companies swiftly set forth, most comprising squire knights, with only 2 full knights and a handful of apprentice knights among them. Chapter 66, A Mirror Reflection. The knightly companies dispatched by the 2 barons soon arrived at the site of the mine. Observing the sparse gathering of forces, Tord could not help but furrow his brow, his expression tinged with confusion. "My lord, the forces of Barons Valmy and Grattan have halted 20 miles away. They have not advanced," Steve reported respectfully, conveying the information he had gathered. "Understood. Very well, Steve, take 3 full knights, 20 apprentice knights, and the captured peasants to confront them. If we cannot hold them off, retreat immediately without concern for the peasants. They must perceive that our mine is currently very weak, exceedingly vulnerable, and that they could seize it at any moment." Tord's eyes flickered as he quickly grasped the situation, directing his gaze towards Steve, and after a brief contemplation, issued his command. It was evident that Barons Valmy and Grattan were exceedingly wary and sought to test the waters. The reason was likely due to his recent victory over Baron Pape, which had raised their concerns. If that were the case, he would allow them to explore their curiosity. The peasants he had captured, lacking any slave contracts, were nearly impossible to control, making them perfectly suited for testing the enemy's forces. Yes, Steve replied, somewhat perplexed, yet he promptly acquiesced to Tord's orders, harboring no dissent. Soon, the forces were assembled. Thousands of peasants congregated in a chaotic throng, appearing particularly disordered. Under the pressure of the knights, they barely managed to stabilize. Subsequently, Steve drew his knight's sword. By the grace of the goddess of life, may victory bless you all. The words rang out, and in the next moment, a formidable throng surged down towards the mine. The appearance of such a multitude startled the two knightly orders. However, as soon as they discerned the nature of the crowd, smiles broke out on the faces of all the knights. Ha ha! It seems the Eagle's Ridge has indeed lost its strength, resorting to dispatching slaves. The captain of Baron Grattan's knights let out a hearty laugh. Simultaneously, the captain of Baron Valmy's knights also allowed a smile to grace his face. Kill! After exchanging smiles, both drew their knightly swords, their voices resonating. In the next moment, numerous knights followed suit, unsheathing their blades as their steeds began to gallop faster, charging towards the advancing throng. The two knightly orders, though numbering less than 100, plunged into the mass of slaves like wolves among sheep. A significant portion of the slaves was swiftly overwhelmed. Many began to flee in panic, while others, unable to escape the onslaught, were sent flying by the horses. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in chaos. Steve, wielding a knight's lance, bulldozed through the crowd. His prowess as a grand knight rendered him invincible. Even formal knights found themselves forced to retreat under his might. However, it wasn't long before he caught the attention of others. 3 formal knights from both Baron Grattan's and Baron Valmy's orders emerged, surrounding Steve with the intent to eliminate him. With a thunderous explosion of life force, Steve's aura surged, attempting to break free. Yet, the 6 knights held him firmly in place. Although the strength of formal knights paled in comparison to that of a grand knight, their combined efforts were sufficient to restrain him. Many knights alongside Steve were similarly ensnared. Meanwhile, a large number of serfs began their flight the moment the battle commenced. The scene was one of utter disarray, filled with cries of battle, wails of despair, and the sounds of fleeing slaves. Steve's expression darkened. Without further hesitation, he unleashed a tremendous burst of life force, instantly repelling the 6 knights. Retreat! Steve's voice boomed, and in the next instant, he pulled on the reins, hastily retreating. Other formal knights and squire knights followed suit. The chaos of the battlefield allowed for a swift withdrawal, leaving only a few squire knights behind while the rest escaped successfully. After their retreat, Steve quickly led his forces back to the mine, disregarding the fleeing slaves, for Thor had already instructed him to ignore them, and so he did. My lord, Steve, bloodied, addressed Thor respectfully. Well done. That is more than sufficient, Thor replied, nodding as he stood, a glimmer of excitement spreading across his face, accompanied by a smile. On the other side, Barons Valmy and Grattan's eyes lit up. Is what you say true? Grattan's gaze turned to his captain, his breath growing heavy with anticipation. Indeed, my lord. However, there is still a Grand Knight present. The captain of Baron Grattan nodded respectfully, speaking up. A Grand Knight indeed. As expected of the Dreyfus family. Even so, there remains a Grand Knight here. Yet, relying solely on one Grand Knight will not suffice to thwart us. Baron Valmy said with a light chuckle, his face also betraying excitement. This initial probing had yielded responses that were overwhelmingly encouraging. Although Eagle's Ridge retained some strength, it was primarily in the form of slaves, with only a handful of formal knights. Even if a Grand Knight stood in their way, their power was no longer formidable. If it were merely a single faction, some issues may arise. However, with the alliance of 2 houses, overcoming the obstacles would pose little challenge. Barons Valmy and Grattan exchanged furtive glances, thoughts stirring within them. Yet for now, they remained mere musings. After all, the opponent was a scion of the Dreyfus family, whose strength could not be underestimated. Even with confidence in their ability to prevail, they suppressed these thoughts until victory was secured. As former wandering knights who had risen through the ranks, they understood the importance of timing. Soon, they issued a series of commands, and a great multitude began to mobilize towards the mine. The assembled forces were vast, and even without sending scouts, the commotion from afar was unmistakable. On the hillside, observing the advancing throng, Thor could not help but smile. Prepare. Steve, take your men to the right. Mark, lead the remaining forces to the left. Remember, Just as last time, no one must escape. Those who surrender shall be spared, but all who flee will be executed. Thor commanded, issuing orders swiftly. Chapter 67, A Mirror Reflection. With the commands given, over 30 formal knights, more than 100 squire knights, and several hundred reserve knights were dispatched by Thor, dispersing to secure the surroundings. Meanwhile, atop the high platform of the mine, the magical crystal cannons have been loaded with cores, fully charged and ready to fire. On the other side, Barons Valmy and Grattan were invigorated, leading their large forces towards the mine. At that moment, both were already envisioning the immense rewards to be reaped upon seizing the mine. It was a significant iron mine. Securing it would yield unimaginable benefits. As they reveled in their excitement, the throngs approached the mine. Yet, as they drew nearer, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Previously, their probing knightly order had faced resistance led by a Grand Knight. However, this time, even as they approached within 3 miles, not a single soul appeared. Ha! It seems they have all fled. Baron Valmy laughed heartily, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Alas for the signs of Dreyfus. He added, by the way, doesn't it seem to have a peculiar odor? Baron Grattan echoed with a smile, his nose twitching slightly in curiosity. It must be the scent of or from the mine. This was reportedly once the territory of goblins. Those wretched creatures were far too filthy. Baron Valmy dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Indeed, Baron Grattan nodded in agreement, not paying it much heed. After all, during their previous probe, Eagle's Ridge had clearly dispatched all its forces, only to be vanquished by the knightly order they had sent. In such circumstances, why linger? Yet in their excitement, they failed to notice that the surrounding sounds had diminished significantly, and the peculiar odor was not one of foulness. This oversight cost them their final opportunity. As the mining field gradually came into view, a knight seemed to notice something, a look of perplexity crossing his face. What is that? He murmured, although no one paid him any heed. Moments later, blue magical circles illuminated the slopes, their resplendent light casting brilliance across the twilight sky. At this point, even those who had previously been oblivious could not help but take notice. Baron Grattan and Baron Valmy were momentarily taken aback, their pupils dilating in alarm. This is bad, they exclaimed. Just as the words left their lips, a thunderous roar erupted across the heavens, a terrifying tempest of lightning engulfing the surrounding area within 100 meters. Thunder roared, and a searing heat permeated the vicinity as the pre-laid incendiary oil ignited amidst the storm. Thor had recently procured a considerable amount of incendiary oil, which had remained unused until now, as it had not been deemed necessary. This time, however, for a more dramatic effect, Thor had prepared an ample supply. In the midst of the thunderous chaos, the incendiary oil was promptly ignited. The cacophony of explosions and raging flames spread rapidly, plunging everyone into utter disarray. Horses neighed in panic, slaves were thrown into a frenzy, and knights stood bewildered. Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan were among the first to be flung away. Though the tempest of lightning did not strike them directly, their extensive combat experience allowed them to summon life force shields almost instinctively. Nevertheless, the storm was overwhelmingly fearsome. Their insides quaked violently. What widened their eyes and quickened their breath was the sight of knights being reduced to charred remains amidst the lightning storm. As high-ranking knights, they were not in immediate peril unless directly struck, especially given their second-tier magical cores. Yet, others were not so fortunate. Even formal knights found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such rampant force, while apprentice knights would almost instantly be reduced to ashes. Heavens! They gasped, witnessing the annihilation of over a decade's familial legacy before their very eyes, a sight they found utterly unacceptable. Damn it! Curse it! Baron Valmy bellowed, his life force surging forth. Yet, just as he prepared to act, a terrifying explosion erupted near him, sending powerful shockwaves and lightning crashing down upon him. With a splutter, he coughed up blood, and in the next moment, his figure was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the distance. Help! Help! Screams and wails echoed through the inferno. Chaos ensued among the thousands of horses and men. Amidst the turmoil, Steve and Mark emerged from the flanks, leading their forces into the fray. Unlike the previous slaves, these new ones gazed with fervor at the figures amidst the flames, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Each of those figures represented merit points. With sufficient merit, they could attain freedom, acquire women, or even ascend to the ranks of noble knights. Their assembled forces numbered over 5,000, including 2 high-ranking knights and a dozen formal knights, with a total knightly contingent exceeding 500. Yet, under the barrage of the magical crystal cannons, 5 formal knights were instantly obliterated 2 high-ranking knights were grievously injured, and over a third of the knightly contingent perished beneath the onslaught, while many others were consumed by the flames. In this dire situation, Steve's forces swept through the remnants with overwhelming force. The remaining 1,000 slaves surrounded the last stragglers beneath the mine, ensuring no one could escape. Compared to the last encounter, the losses on Thor's side were minimal this time, with only a few dozen slaves perishing, marking a resounding victory. To Thor's delight, like the last time, both Baron Valmy and Baron Grayton had been captured, though their territories were unlikely to be as affluent as the Lawrence domain. Capturing 2 barons assured him substantial gains. An idea suddenly flickered in his mind. Perhaps it was worth exploring. In the aftermath of the battle, as the dust settled, Ophelia Lawrence's forces advancing towards Eagle Ridge were decisively crushed by the knights and slave army led by Rein. Indeed, they were utterly routed. Although he had enlisted a high-ranking knight and 10 formal knights, his contingent consisted of only a few formal knights. Against Rein's formidable forces, they stood no chance. Being swiftly overwhelmed, Ophelia Lawrence was compelled to flee in haste, abandoning 500 to 600 slaves and a dozen apprentice knights. When Thor received the news 2 days later, a smile crept across his face. Avoiding intervention from Neil Morton was undoubtedly the best outcome. As the news spread, he promptly sent word to Rein, instructing him to return to Lawrence City once more. Chapter 68. It is time to discuss war reparations. Time swiftly passed. 10 days later, upon Rein's return from Lawrence City, Barons Valmy and Grayton had already recovered. Thor had also requested Neil Morton to impose restrictions, subsequently placing the 2 barons alongside Baron Pape. Baron Valmy, Baron Grayton? Baron Pape Lawrence exclaimed in bewilderment at the sight of the 2 men who had been brought to him. You're not dead? Valmy and Grayton were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. Hearing their words, Grayton's face darkened. Even if you 2 were dead, I would still be alive. So, you 2 were captured by that Thor Dresrosa? Baron Pape spoke with irritation. This is not our claim. It was your son who stated it. Valmy quickly interjected. Indeed, your son claimed that you were dealt with by the Lord of Eagle Ridge, Grayton chimed in. Through their exchange, Baron Pape swiftly grasped the situation, and the realization only deepened his frown. He had known that his son had conspired with these 2 barons to launch an attack, but he had not anticipated that his son would boldly declare his demise. Curse it! Damn it! Baron Pape could not restrain his outburst. Observing Pape's fury, Valmy and Grayton could not help but smile inwardly. Witnessing someone endure greater misfortune than themselves was undeniably a source of amusement. Creak! It seems the 3 of you have recovered quite well. Amidst the conversation of the 3 men, a gentle sound emanated from the door, heralding the entrance of Thor, who stepped in with a light-hearted chuckle. The sight of Thor elicited a moment of surprise in the eyes of Baron Valmy and Baron Grayton. It was perplexing, for Thor's aura was surprisingly feeble. Indeed, it was exceedingly weak compared to their formidable knightly presence. His essence clearly indicated that he was merely a squire. Yet, the surprise was fleeting, as Papal Lawrence soon spoke. My Lord Thor, I sincerely apologize. I am willing to establish a soul contract, and I assure you that I will deliver the ransom you seek. Please allow me to return to my territory. With a sigh, Papal Lawrence recognized the gravity of the situation following the defeats and capture of Baron Valmy and Baron Grayton. He was acutely aware of the necessity of his actions. Allowing his second son to govern the Lawrence territory would undoubtedly lead to its ruin. Thus, regardless of the cost, he felt compelled to return. That is certainly acceptable. How about this, Baron Papal Lawrence? Should you agree, you may depart at any time. Thor responded with a light laugh, gesturing for Rein to swiftly present a parchment to Papal Lawrence. Upon receiving it, Papal's gaze fell upon the document, and his pupils constricted in shock. You, he exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Baron Papal Lawrence, what say you? Thor chuckled lightly, offering no explanation. Yet, that mere chuckle seemed to drain the resolve from Papal Lawrence. I agree. His voice, now hoarse, bore the weight of resignation. Let us proceed with the contract. Thor nodded, still smiling. Without hesitation, Papal Lawrence drew forth his lifeblood, allowing crimson droplets to fall, and in an instant, an extraordinary magic circle illuminated around him, enveloping his form. By the way, Lawrence, you should also have a copy of the contract, Thor remarked with a chuckle, directing his gaze toward Lawrence, who approached hesitantly. Father? Lawrence could not suppress his curiosity as he received the parchment and read its contents, his eyes widening in disbelief. Sign it. Papal Lawrence sighed, closing his eyes. Hearing his father's words, Lawrence could only exhale softly, allowing his own blood to drip onto the parchment. The ensuing ripple confirmed the establishment of the contract. Thor lifted his hand, and in the next moment, the contract returned to him. At this juncture, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan found themselves ensnared by a sense of trepidation. They were unaware of the specifics contained within the contract, yet they understood that it could not bode well. "My Lord Thor, we must acknowledge our offense. What ransom do you require?" Baron Valmy inquired nervously. "Indeed, my Lord Thor, we are prepared to pay the ransom," Baron Grattan chimed in hastily. "Very well, Rein. Please provide the two barons with the ransom regulations." Thor nodded with a smile, signaling to Rein. "Yes," Rein replied, also smiling as he handed over a parchment. However, this document was not a contract, but merely the terms for the ransom. "No, this cannot be." The two barons exchanged glances, and within moments, Baron Valmy's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "My Lord Thor, forgive my impertinence, but this is utterly impossible." Baron Grattan echoed his sentiment. "What jest is this? The ransom is exorbitant. We require 3,000 gold coins for our release, 500 gold coins for each formal knight, 100 gold coins for each squire, in addition to 3,000 serfs and 2,000 gold coins in war reparations. Such expenditures are far beyond our means. Selling the entire territory might barely suffice. Of course, you need not pay the ransom. Merely signing the contract will suffice." Thor chuckled, gesturing to the document in his hand. "My Lord Thor, might we examine it first?" Baron Valmy proposed, casting a glance at Baron Grattan. "Certainly," Thor affirmed with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, the contract floated towards the two men. They exchanged a look, and Baron Grattan took the document first, opening it. Yet upon doing so, his pupils dilated in shock. "What is it?" Baron Valmy inquired, observing Grattan's reaction. "See for yourself." Grattan handed the contract to Baron Valmy, who was soon engulfed in contemplation. "Heavens, this cannot be!" As Valmy grasped the parchment, disbelief washed over him, and he turned his gaze towards Thor. "Gentlemen, I must remind you that you have no choice. You are not as affluent as the Lorentz family. Should you fall, your territories shall not endure for long." Thor maintained his composed demeanor, a hint of amusement gracing his features. The two men fell silent, their expressions shifting rapidly. The contract proposed by Thor was straightforward. Upon signing, they would be obligated to heed his commands and to send their legitimate heirs to Eagle Ridge to join his knightly order, accompanied by an annual fee of 1,000 gold coins, more accurately described as a tax, albeit couched in gentler terms. Compared to the earlier ransom, this was indeed a reduction. However, once the contract was inked, they would effectively become subservient to Eagle Ridge, a notion they found intolerable. This was the crux of their immediate reluctance. Yet, whether it was Papal Lorentz, Baron Valmy, or Baron Grattan, they found themselves with little recourse. The Lorentz territory possessed a deeper strength. It could not withstand the folly of its leadership. Papal Lorentz understood that entrusting the territory to his second son would likely lead to its demise within 2 years. As for the other two, their situations were hardly better. While their eldest sons remained, they were not as foolish as Papal's second son, and their territories were less formidable. The loss of a great knight and a cadre of elite knights would spell disaster. "I consent to sign the contract," Baron Grattan sighed, stepping forward to affix his signature. "Grattan, you?" Baron Valmy gazed incredulously at his counterpart. "We have no choice." Baron Grattan allowed a soft sigh, shaking his head involuntarily. It appeared that there were two choices, yet in truth, Baron Grattan was acutely aware that he possessed but one viable option. The first choice was utterly beyond his means, for such an exorbitant expenditure of gold coins would necessitate the sale of his entire domain. "Lord Thor, you have triumphed." Upon hearing Baron Grattan's words, Baron Valmy also sighed softly and stepped forward. A hum resonated as ripples spread forth, and in the next moment, a magical array enveloped them. The contract was established. A formidable, binding force surged into them at that instant, compelling their compliance. In the Lorentz territory, Thor need not worry about Baron Pape abandoning his own, for these two were of no concern to him. A prudent decision. "Gentlemen, you may now take your leave. Remember to send your personnel within 7 days, at which point the seals within you will be lifted." Thor chuckled lightly, then raised his hand as the contract soared back into his possession. The three men sighed, and subsequently departed the chamber. Outside, the captured knights and squire knights chose to be released, while the slaves, of course, were retained. Furthermore, these three would have to deliver the slave contracts, which, although begrudgingly accepted, was ultimately unchallenged by them. After all, the strength of these knights was paramount. As long as he could preserve this power, the loss of slaves was a trivial matter. Watching the three groups depart, a smile crept across Thor's face. The contract was an item he had previously sent Rein to procure in Lawrence City, costing him a staggering 1,000 gold coins. However, its significance was extraordinary. The signing of the contract by the three barons signified that their territories had now become his vassal domains, yielding immense benefits without the need for outright annexation. This was sufficient to ensure his absolute dominion over the entire main valley. As for direct annexation, it was not a consideration for the present. After all, the entire Eagle Ridge still had vast areas yet to be developed. To annex territories located miles away at this juncture would not be a prudent choice. Rather, incorporating them into his vassal territories was the most judicious course. On one hand, he could mobilize their forces as a high-ranking noble, and on the other, it would facilitate the integration of the entire main valley, laying a solid foundation for future development. It is crucial to recognize that his ambitions did not stop at barons or viscounts. He aspired to achieve even greater heights, potentially encompassing the entire northern province. Every baron lord capable of rising in the northern province was no mere triviality. Gaining their allegiance could yield unimaginable advantages for his future endeavors. As his gaze converged, he returned to the castle after bidding farewell to the departing individuals. Within the confines of his chamber, he whispered softly, "Now, it is time to focus on development." His thoughts drifted into contemplation as he turned his attention to the map. Creak. The door emitted a soft sound. Anna cautiously entered, delicately placing a platter of fruit down before quietly departing. After a moment, Tor awakened from his reverie, glancing at the fruit beside him and then at the still drawers, a smile blossoming on his lips. It was evident that over the past few months, that half-elf girl had gradually grown accustomed to her surroundings. She no longer contemplated stealing the slave contracts, which was a significant transformation from her previous thoughts of escape. With a smile spreading across his face, Tor once again turned his gaze to the map. The external threats had been resolved. Aside from that one fool on the western side, he had subdued all other areas of the main valley. Although there remained some pioneering lords, the submission of the three noble lords would quell any issues with them. Next, he needed to deliberate on the matter of territory development. As a lord, warfare was not the primary focus. Pioneering was of utmost importance. Moreover, given the fertile nature of the main valley, failing to utilize it effectively would be akin to desecrating the goddess of life. As for how to utilize it, he already had ideas in mind, though he had previously lacked the manpower. However, now, with the three lords providing him with thousands of slaves, he could undoubtedly take action. No, I still require some talented individuals. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tor shook his head. Just as he began to ponder the next steps for development, the three lords gradually returned to their respective domains. In Lawrence territory, upon the return of his father, Opera Lawrence became immediately alarmed. Father! Father! Opera Lawrence stammered, disbelief evident in his voice. However, a dull thud resonated, and in the next instant, Opera Lawrence was sent sprawling across the room. "Do not call me father. I have no son like you," came the furious voice of Pape Lawrence. In an instant, everyone within the castle trembled. Even the Baroness, who was about to speak, lowered her head, her heart filled with trepidation. No one had anticipated that Pape Lawrence would return. Chapter 70. The Astonishing Rachos Assad. Tor was utterly unaware of the happenings in the Lawrence territory, as they bore little relevance to him, nor did he have the inclination to concern himself with them. With the external environment of Eagle Ridge stabilized, it was now undoubtedly time for vigorous internal development. Following 2 battles, he not only acquired a substantial number of slaves, but also witnessed many of them earning commendable accolades, with several attaining the status of freemen. Half a month later, after completing the tally, Tor announced the liberation of 300 serfs. Simultaneously, 20 individuals qualified for entry into the preparatory Knight Order. Such outcomes undoubtedly stirred excitement among both the freemen and serfs of Eagle Ridge. The repeated affirmations kindled a sense of pride within them. Everyone worked with renewed diligence, propelling the construction of the entire territory into a phase of rapid advancement. Half a month later, in the stables, Tor gazed at the exceptionally docile unicorn before him, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that within a mere month, Alan would have successfully tamed the unicorn leader. "Master, this unicorn should be ready to advance in about 6 months. It is now suitable for riding without any issues," Alan reported respectfully to Tor. "Excellent. You have done well. Proceed to Rein. You will register your accolades." Tor nodded, his face alight with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he mounted the unicorn, sensing the added weight on its back. The unicorn did not struggle as it had before. Instead, it remained remarkably calm. This undoubtedly signifies that the other party has been tamed. Thor seized the reins, and the unicorn immediately sprang into motion. Guiding the majestic creature as it galloped through the surroundings, he felt the rush of the wind roaring past his ears. Thor's smile grew ever more radiant. With a unicorn of this caliber at the pinnacle of the second tier, as long as he successfully completed the pact ahead, he could escape even the formidable Earth Knight. Not to mention, the unicorn before him was on the cusp of advancing to the third tier. Once it transitioned into that echelon, it would be more than capable of handling the majority of crises within the northern province. My lord, Sir Lachos has returned. He will arrive at Eagle Ridge in an hour. Just as Thor came to a halt, a knight swiftly approached to deliver the report. Lachos? Excellent. Let's go and greet him. Thor paused momentarily, then nodded, pulling the reins as he directed his steed towards the outskirts of Eagle Ridge, followed closely by several knights. Meanwhile, on the road ahead, Lachos and his entourage were making their grand approach to Eagle Ridge. Within the merchant caravan, Lachos Assad found himself deep in thought. The trade over the past few months had yielded him substantial profits. For the first time, his earnings had surpassed 500 gold coins. This time, however, the sum would far exceed that initial figure. With 3 sets of silver armor, black iron armor, and the supplies he carried, his profits had already exceeded 3,000 gold coins. This could be deemed his most significant windfall since arriving in the northern province. Moreover, it was evident that this was merely the beginning. Although he had been engaged in trade, he had also kept himself informed regarding the war situation. Eagle Ridge had not only defeated the Lawrence territory, but had also vanquished the Lords Valmy and Grattan, emerging as the true, albeit unofficial, king of the entire main river valley. On his previous travels along the trade routes, not every pioneering lord had shown him courtesy. Some had even contemplated seizing his goods. Had it not been for the knights Thor provided, he might have been pillaged. Yet this time, with the news of Eagle Ridge's victories, the pioneering lords along the way treated him with utmost respect, not daring to show any semblance of negligence. The prices they offered for trade were even higher than usual. This had made his current trading expedition far more lucrative than the previous one. Otherwise, with such a vast fortune, he might not have returned alive. Yet beyond the profits, Lachos Assad was far more concerned about the existence of Eagle Ridge. Such a powerful lord filled him with hope, an exhilarating hope that stirred within his heart. Perhaps, I truly can. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and in that moment, thoughts he had never entertained before began to surface. At that juncture, Thor had already ridden over. Upon recognizing the majestic unicorn Thor was mounted upon, Lachos Assad could hardly suppress the contraction of his pupils. My goodness, my friend, you are simply astonishing. Is that a pinnacle second-tier unicorn? Lachos Assad exclaimed, his voice tinged with awe as his gaze fixated on the unicorn. With his discerning eye, he instantly recognized the creature's tier, which left him utterly astounded. This was a unicorn, and a pinnacle second-tier one at that. An extraordinary sight to behold, especially under Thor's command. Indeed, this was an unexpected acquisition from a few days ago. My friend, welcome back. Seeing your smile tells me that this haul has been exceedingly rewarding. Thor replied with a cheerful nod, his demeanor notably casual. Yet, it was this very nonchalance that further stirred Lachos Assad's astonishment. Yes, my friend, thanks to your victory. You know that goods are selling better than ever. Lachos, still in a state of shock, quickly responded. Ah, that is indeed splendid news. Kulme, I have prepared a sumptuous feast. You must be hungry. Thor's eyes brightened, and he chuckled lightly. Indeed, I have not eaten for 6 hours. Lachos laughed in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Thor ushered Lachos into Eagle Ridge. Over the span of 2 months, Eagle Ridge had undeniably undergone significant transformations, changes that were almost tangible. Observing the current state of Eagle Ridge, Lachos found himself momentarily speechless. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous pioneering lords, yet he had never witnessed such a level of development. He could scarcely fathom how Thor had accomplished it. Unlike many other territories that exuded a sense of stagnation, Eagle Ridge appeared brimming with vitality, with both free folk and serfs alike thriving. My friend, your domain never fails to astonish me with each visit. Lachos Assad couldn't help but express, marveling at the sight. Chapter 71, The Unexpected Encounter with Count Engel. The banquet at Eagle Ridge soon commenced, featuring a lavish spread. Lachos Assad and Thor exchanged tales of their recent ventures in trade, while Thor recounted the outbreak of the pioneering war. Their dialogue infused the banquet with a joyful atmosphere. My friend, congratulations. You are now the true, unofficial king of the main river valley. I believe naming our merchant guild the Eagle Guild is an excellent choice. Lachos Assad exclaimed in admiration, as a sudden thought struck him. The Eagle Guild. Indeed, that appears to be a commendable choice. However, this guild is not solely mine. It is also yours. How does Lachos Eagle Guild sound? Thor felt a stirring within as he observed the somewhat anxious Lachos Assad, and a smile graced his face as he spoke. This, my friend, thank you for your generosity. Upon hearing Thor's words, Lachos' expression brightened, and he quickly replied, No, I have stated it before, the guild is mine. And yours, is it not, my friend? Thor chuckled, unconcerned about the name of the guild. In comparison, securing Lachos' alliance was far more valuable. Lachos had proven his capabilities during the previous 2 trading ventures, and Thor would not overlook such talent. In the end, it was merely a matter of a name. The profit distribution would remain unchanged. What truly mattered was binding Lachos Assad firmly to his chariot of ambition. Yes, this is ours, my friend. Lachos Assad nodded enthusiastically, his demeanor filled with exuberance. To tomorrow, I believe the Lachos Eagle Guild will have an even brighter future. Thor responded with a smile, raising his goblet. To tomorrow. Lachos raised his goblet in unison. As the banquet concluded, 3 days later, Lachos set out once more. This time, he bore no silver armor, but instead carried over 300 pieces of black iron armor, along with various items acquired during his recent endeavors. In addition, Neil Morton also departed alongside Rakos Assad. To where, Thor was unaware. He only knew that Neil Morton seemed to require some time away. Naturally, Thor could not prevent this. Although he was losing the formidable power of a Sky Knight, his own domain was now considerably fortified, and he had little to worry about. After bidding farewell to the two, his thoughts once again turned to the construction of his territory, particularly focusing on the vast expanse of fertile land located in the main river valley. This land was extraordinarily rich. However, it remained unclaimed primarily due to the threat of flooding. For the Eagle's Ridge to attain stability, this issue must be resolved. Yet, finding a solution was far from simple. Even with a certain vision in mind, considerable time would be required for refinement. While Thor immersed himself in perfecting his ideas, thousands of miles away in the Frostmoon province, the territory of Dresrosa, Engel Dresrosa received a letter from his son, Thor Dresrosa, a few months later. Esteemed father, I, Thor Dresrosa, your son, under the protection of the goddess of life, have been making steady progress in the development of my territory. However, I have encountered some minor troubles. The Eagle's Ridge now boasts a population of 3,000. With most matters requiring attention, I find myself increasingly fatigued. I hope to receive your assistance, dear father. The words unfolded before Engel Dresrosa's eyes, eliciting a look of mild astonishment. It seems my son is faring rather well. The Count of Dresrosa set the letter aside, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Thor Dresrosa, his 9th son, had not previously captured Engel Dresrosa's full attention. This was partly due to his knightly talents being merely average and a lack of remarkable intelligence. However, to Engel's surprise, before reaching adulthood, Thor had delivered an unexpected delight. He not only advanced to a squire knight upon coming of age, but also managed to recruit a highly promising guardian knight. Moreover, he resolutely chose to become a pioneering knight. In light of this, Engel decided to extend his support, a generous gift, second only to that given to his 2nd son upon his ascension as a pioneering lord, and even more substantial than those bestowed upon other pioneering lords. This was an investment, one whose outcome was uncertain even to Engel himself, given that it was in the northern province. In his generation, apart from Thor, only 3 of his offspring had become pioneering lords, and within a few short years, only 1 remained. Engel could not guarantee Thor's survival. Yet, less than a year later, Thor Dresrosa had sent him a letter seeking assistance in recruiting some administrative officers. Although he merely requested officers, Engel Dresrosa could discern that Thor must have completed the foundational development of his territory and even constructed it quite well. Otherwise, he would not require a multitude of administrative staff. Charlie, Engel mused for a moment before softly calling out to the doorway. My lord, the steward, Charlie, entered, bowing respectfully. Summoned the administrative officers from Dresrosa town. Engel Dresrosa instructed gently. Yes. Charlie nodded and swiftly exited. In the afternoon, a middle-aged man entered the Dresrosa castle. My lord, the administrative officer addressed respectfully. Alvido, I need you to mobilize some administrative officers. They must be adept in handling affairs. How many can you spare? Engel Dresrosa raised his gaze to the middle-aged man, inquiring. Administrative officers? My lord, I should be able to allocate a dozen or so. The middle-aged man pondered briefly before responding. Very well. Select 5. I need them dispatched to assist my fledgling Thor Dresrosa. Engel Dresrosa nodded, issuing his command. Understood. The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised, but quickly acquiesced. Charlie, Engel Dresrosa called again, redirecting his attention to the steward. Gather some carpenters, stonemasons, and laborers. Select 100. Engel Dresrosa issued another directive. Yes. Charlie responded promptly. Soon, the personnel began to assemble swiftly. Knowing his son had completed the foundational development, Engel Dresrosa undoubtedly commenced his second wave of support. This time, he prepared not only 5 elite administrative officers, but also a substantial number of craftsmen. Additionally, he arranged for an increased batch of knights. Although there were not many formal knights, only 10 serving as guards and over 100 as squire knights, he provided 1 distinguished knight, originally intended as a reward for Thor upon becoming a baron. But given Thor's commendable construction efforts, Engel decided to offer it ahead of time. Chapter 72. Reservoir. The joy of harvest. Thor remained oblivious to the fact that his father had prepared another generous gift for him, even providing a distinguished knight as support. After bidding farewell to Rakhas Assad, Thor devoted all his attention once more to the construction of his territory. The 2 wars had concluded, and the external threats, particularly those posed by neighboring pioneering territories, were thoroughly resolved. Not long after, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan sent their hostages, and the entire territory faced no further issues. Consequently, he could wholeheartedly concentrate on development. The first step in territorial construction was, naturally, land reclamation. The main river valley was sufficiently vast, hosting 3 noble lords and 7 pioneering lords. Strictly speaking, including the Emerson family, there were 5 pioneering lords, though they resided a fair distance from the main river valley. The reason for the congregation of so many pioneering lords, sufficient to birth 3 noble lords, was primarily due to the vast emptiness extending northward from the main river, where the river's currents had sculpted a grand, bay-like formation characterized by flat terrain and fertile soil, ideal for large-scale agriculture. Furthermore, the closer one approached the main river, the more fertile the land became. The long-term accumulation of silt had rendered this area into the most suitable plains for cultivation, were it not for the threat of flooding. This region could potentially give rise to several more noble lords. To reclaim a significant amount of wasteland, Thor's first task was to address the water scarcity in this area. Thor had long since devised a solution. The most effective method, without a doubt, was the establishment of a reservoir. Indeed, a reservoir. In Thor's past life, a reservoir typically served as a hydraulic project for flood control, water storage, and flow regulation, utilized for irrigation, power generation, flood prevention, and fish farming. In this era, harnessing nature for electricity generation is undoubtedly impractical. However, utilizing reservoir capacities to retain floodwaters and mitigate the peak flow into downstream river channels is indeed achievable, thereby alleviating flood disasters. Concurrently, it allows for a certain degree of fish farming, contributing to new economic output. This endeavor had been previously overlooked due to the upstream territories being under the dominion of Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton, as well as the insufficiency of manpower at that time. Now, however, this is no longer an issue. Consequently, Thor swiftly organized thousands of slaves, accompanied by dozens of knights, and requisitioned forces from the territories of Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton to commence the construction of a reservoir in the upper reaches of the main river valley. A significant assembly of manpower converged, and the grand construction project commenced forthwith. Although both Baron Valmy and Baron Glatton were somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to acquiesce under the constraints of their contracts. Simultaneously, vast tracts of wasteland in the downstream region of Eagle Ridge were also being developed. With over 6 months remaining until the next flood season, it is anticipated that the reservoir could be completed within that time frame, given the extraordinary capabilities of this world, thus allowing for assured cultivation without fear of inundation. Amidst this cultivation, the first harvest of grains quickly arrived. The composting techniques from Thor's previous life evidently played a significant role here. The initial expanse of cultivated land yielded a bountiful harvest of wheat. Throngs of slaves and freemen gazed excitedly at the plump ears of wheat on their land, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. My heavens, this is simply unbelievable. 300 pounds. Indeed, 300 pounds. Blessed be the goddess of life. Our Lord is truly remarkable. On the land, the harvesting slaves and freemen sparkled with excitement, for the yield of wheat far exceeded their expectations. In their memories, even during the best of harvests, an acre would yield only around 200 pounds. Yet now it had reached 300 pounds, almost double what they had anticipated, leaving them in disbelief. Many felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Within the castle, 300 pounds, you say? Thor furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. He had endeavored to transplant certain techniques from his past life. Yet this world was inherently different, and without modern fertilizers, the wheat yield could never reach the levels he once knew. In fact, it might not even approach 1/10 of that. In certain northern regions of his previous life, the wheat yield per acre could reach approximately 100 gene, while in southern regions, it generally ranged between 800 to 1,000 gene. This world's acre is nearly double that of his past, while the pound is roughly equivalent to 1 gene. Thus, the yield per acre here amounts to only about 150 gene, which is pitifully low. My lord, this is already a remarkably high yield. In the Frostmoon province, our land yields only 200 pounds, and sometimes even less than 150. Rein, still brimming with excitement, gazed at Thor with admiration. All right, you may leave to make arrangements, and ensure the grain is dried and stored promptly, Thor instructed, choosing not to dwell on his dissatisfaction. The arrival of this harvest signified a substantial influx of grain into storage, which is incredibly precious in the northern provinces. During this period, his greatest expenditure had not been on slaves. Despite the considerable gold spent on them, it paled in comparison to the ongoing consumption of grain. Had this batch of grain not been harvested, he would have had to consider procuring more. Although he had a steady stream of gold flowing in from the trade established with Larchos, the sustainability of that gold was uncertain. With this recent harvest, there was no longer an urgent need. He could afford to develop steadily. While he was not entirely satisfied with the grain yield, he had cultivated a considerable amount of land previously, and with additional areas being developed, a continuous output could be anticipated. He could now barely achieve self-sufficiency. It seemed imperative to find ways to enhance the grain yield as much as possible. In this world, it appeared that the elves might possess the capability to achieve that. Thor murmured to himself, recalling certain insights gleaned from his previous readings. Compared to humans, elves are undoubtedly the favored children of nature, endowed with the ability to accelerate plant growth and transformation. Relying solely on the methods from his past life would evidently be insufficient. This world is fundamentally different, and achieving such effects is already the limit. To enhance further, he must rely on the methods native to this realm. As he pondered the elves, Thor could not help but think of the half-elf girl. Yet, he could not ascertain whether she would possess such effects, as she was merely half-elf, not a full elf, and she had not fully submitted to him. Chapter 73. An imminent crisis, an acre yielding merely 300 pounds, was something he could not accept under any circumstances, as it implied that a vast number of laborers would be forever bound to till the land, making the development of his territory an exceedingly protracted endeavor. Thor had no intention of spending centuries, let alone millennia, cultivating a family. Thus, it became evident that the grain yield must be increased. A flurry of thoughts coursed through his mind, and Thor quickly formulated a plan. Regardless of whether Anna could assist, he could certainly try. If successful, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits, propelling the development of his territory onto a true expressway. Even if it failed, he stood to lose nothing. However, before he could act, new intelligence compelled him to abandon his forthcoming plans and ideas, leaving him with no time to experiment. The stars adorned the night sky, casting a serene ambience over Eagle Ridge, where all was quiet. As was his custom, Thor opened his daily intelligence system. Having grown accustomed to utilizing his powers, he now routinely accessed the daily updates at the break of dawn. Today was no exception. Daily intelligence updated. 1. A herd of boar beasts will traverse 500 miles north of your territory, and the leader of these boar beasts appears poised to break through to the 3rd tier. 2. In the western part of your territory, within Baronwell's domain, a serf unexpectedly discovered a method to graft fern roots with flame trees, significantly enhancing the value of the flame trees. 3. 3 months hence, due to tribal warfare, a bull-headed tribe will be defeated, and its leader will lead the tribe into the main river valley, creating a significant upheaval for all lords developing in the main river valley. 4. A slight discord has arisen between the Rosen family and the Darren family in Eagle Ridge. 5. A group of earth dragons will pass through the upstream area of the main river valley, located to the west of Eagle Ridge. 6. As the lines of text unfolded before him, Thor suddenly stood up, his complexion shifting drastically. Bull-headed creatures, damn it! How could they appear in the main river valley? And at this moment, the words escaped his lips involuntarily. At this moment, Thor was utterly unable to maintain his composure. The most formidable threat to the northern province undoubtedly stemmed from the beasts and orcs, among which the orc menace was particularly daunting. Unlike the beasts, the orcs had developed a considerable level of civilization, and their strength was formidable. Apart from the goblins, who were relatively easier to deal with, most tribes of orcs posed challenges that even the most seasoned knights found insurmountable. No, it would be more accurate to say they were simply beyond handling. Each orc tribe boasted a population of at least several thousand, sometimes reaching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Even the most ordinary of orcs, such as minotaurs and werewolves, were not adversaries that typical lords or even barons could contend with. Moreover, every orc warrior possessed a strength comparable to that of squire, and the leaders of orc tribes were at least second-tier, if not third-tier entities. Fortunately, it was rare for typical lords to encounter large-scale orc incursions, as the kingdom's elite legions guarded the borders of the northern province, making it difficult for orcs to cross. This provided a semblance of safety for the lords. However, in 3 months, he would have to confront an orc tribe. Even Thor found himself somewhat alarmed. Although his current strength was considerable, it was not sufficient to face an entire orc tribe, even one that had been defeated. Especially troubling was the fact that Neil Morton had departed just half a month ago, leaving his stronghold, Eagle Ridge, in a precarious situation. Damn it. Are the Falcon Knights merely idle? Thor couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his expression betraying a growing anxiety. After a year of development, his investment of effort and resources in Eagle Ridge had surpassed all expectations. He had made significant progress here, and to abandon it recklessly would mean an indeterminate wait before he could establish such a foundation again, if ever. In this circumstance, relinquishing Eagle Ridge was clearly out of the question. Yet the threat posed by the Minotaurs was palpable. No, he had to devise a plan. Eagle Ridge could not be forsaken. Thoughts raced through his mind, intertwining with one another. Thor was rapidly contemplating his next course of action. Since abandoning Eagle Ridge was not an option, he had to strategize on how to respond. A defeated orc tribe, and merely a tribe of Minotaurs at that. While dangerous, it was not entirely insurmountable. The best course of action was to notify the Falcon Knights. As the kingdom's most elite order stationed in the northern province, they bore the responsibility of cleansing the orc tribes. However, that was a matter for 3 months hence, and, at present, he had no knowledge of the whereabouts of this Minotaur tribe or how to communicate his concerns. Moreover, while the Falcon Knights had a duty to act, it was merely that, a duty, they might not necessarily intervene. Otherwise, the northern province would not witness the annual demise of so many lords. In addition, he could assess the strength of this Minotaur tribe. His power was not limited to his own forces. He also had the potential to unite the strengths of the Lawrence, Valmy, and Grayton territories. By combining their forces, if the Minotaur tribe was not overwhelmingly powerful, they might indeed be able to contend with it. At this moment, Thor felt a flicker of relief, grateful that he had not exterminated the 3 major lords earlier. Had he done so, he would have had to concede to this crisis with no other options. At least, he still had a glimmer of hope. After all, the reports indicated merely an assault, not annihilation, suggesting that the Minotaur tribe might not be excessively strong. There was still information to be gathered. He hoped for further intelligence in the days to come. Thor muttered to himself, his heart racing with anxiety. As night fell, the dawn's sunlight spilled across the land. Thor swiftly issued commands and dispatched personnel to inform Rakhas Assad, urging him to investigate any traces of the Minotaur tribe. Even after these actions, Thor remained uneasy. Regardless of their effectiveness, he sent several knights towards the Falcon Knight stronghold. Although it was highly likely that the Falcon Knights would remain inactive, what if they did not? In such a crisis, even a 1 in a million chance warranted pursuit. Of course, this was merely a trial run. Thor did not forget that his primary focus should still be on his own preparations. He began to fortify his defenses and expended substantial resources to bolster the strength of his subordinates. He even initiated large-scale procurement in Lorne City, liberally spending the considerable gold he had recently acquired through trade. It was a joke. If he survived this ordeal, the gold would be inconsequential. If he did not, it would serve no purpose at all. Chapter 74. A month's time, crisis approaches. An immense amount of gold was being spent, and the gold acquired was now being utilized for procurement. Time, under Thor's management, flowed steadily, and soon a month had passed. Throughout this month, the main river valley appeared eerily tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. Thor had successfully subdued the 3 major nobles, and even the other lords in the valley dared not harbor any designs against Eagle Ridge. The 3 major nobles, having signed the contract, refrained from further action. Any violation would entail consequences beyond their capacity to bear. In this world, the laws of the goddess of life permeated the skies, ensuring that all contracts established under her authority could not be breached. However, while the main river valley remained relatively calm, other regions were far from peaceful. In the northwest of the valley, chaos reigned. A vast conflagration engulfed an entire territory, and cries of distress echoed throughout. This was evidently the domain of a noble lord. Yet, this once thriving land was now ablaze, filled with fleeing inhabitants. An hour prior, this territory had been besieged by a Minotaur tribe, resulting in the immediate death of Baron Rothschar, the lord of the land, and the subsequent fall of the entire territory to the orcs. Within the domain, a multitude of citizens were torn apart by the orcs, while women were captured. Unless fate intervened, these women would soon become breeding tools for the Minotaurs. Unlike beasts, orcs and elves shared no reproductive barriers with humans, and due to the unique nature of the orcs, they typically captured human females for reproduction. Some orcs even employed secretive arts to drain the life force of human women, perpetually producing offspring. This Minotaur tribe, having suffered defeat in tribal warfare, was now forced to flee. Though they escaped, their losses were catastrophic, and they urgently required a replenishment of their numbers. This baronial territory was undoubtedly their target. The outcome exceeded expectations, unfolding with remarkable ease. Blessed by the Titan god, the leading Minotaur exclaimed, his expression a blend of savagery and exhilaration amidst the flames. From within the burning houses, the anguished cries of women echoed. The fire illuminated the scene as nightfall gradually descended. Throughout the entirety of the territory, not a single trace of the living remained. A colossal bonfire blazed high, above which emerged grotesque, charred figures, glistening with sizzling oil. Their entrails, carelessly discarded, lay strewn beside them, while the mouths of Minotaurs dripped with saliva. From the dwellings, small Minotaurs began to emerge. Within those rooms, countless women had met a tragic demise. This night was destined to be a revelry for the Minotaurs. The second piece of news swept through the northern province like a whirlwind. Instantly, all the noble lords of the northwest found themselves gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Some lords even commenced a hasty evacuation, while others urgently dispatched letters of plea to the Falcon Knights or sent envoys directly. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The messages sent out vanished into the abyss, and the dispatch forces could not even reach the Falcon Knights. This outcome undoubtedly plunged everyone in the northwest into utter chaos. More individuals began to abandon their territories, even those they had painstakingly built over the years, investing vast sums of gold. In that moment, such considerations became trivial. After all, lost territories and gold could be regained, but if lives were lost, everything would be irrevocably gone. This turmoil even spread from the northwest to more distant lands. In the midst of establishing trade routes, Rakhas Assad swiftly received this alarming news. Upon learning of it, even he was taken aback. It was not merely the Minotaurs that startled him. More significantly, Tor had cautioned him about this very issue a month prior, as if he possessed foreknowledge. This revelation left Rakhas in a state of shock. In his astonishment, he dared not delay. He began to gather information rapidly. Once he had comprehended the situation, he hastily set aside his commercial pursuits and returned to the Eagle territory. Half a month later, Rakhas Assad reappeared at the Eagle territory, ready to report the situation to Tor. Just a second-tier Minotaur tribe? Tor remarked, a hint of surprise in his gaze directed at Rakhas Assad. In the realm of orc tribes, there exists a stringent hierarchy, or rather, humans have imposed a strict classification. Tribes comparable to Great Knights are designated as second tier, while those on par with Earth Knights are classified as third tier. The revelation that the Minotaur tribe was merely second tier intrigued him. Unlike goblins, Minotaurs can ascend to a maximum tier of 4. Second-tier Minotaur tribes are indeed quite rare. Moreover, how could a second-tier Minotaur tribe pose a significant threat to the main river valley or to him? In theory, the threat was negligible. Second-tier tribes, though they might struggle against third-tier orc tribes, could easily be dealt with. Yes, merely second-tier, but likely a remnant of a defeated third-tier Minotaur tribe, which made it somewhat more formidable than an ordinary second-tier orc tribe. It was said that there were around 7 or 8 second-tier Minotaurs, including 2 peak second-tier Minotaur leaders. Rakhas Assad nodded, his tone tinged with caution. Understood, Tor affirmed, his face reflecting comprehension. He surmised that the second-tier tribe was likely a remnant of a third-tier defeat. After all, even in defeat, they had once been a third-tier tribe, thus posing a natural threat to the main river valley and the Eagle territory. Now, Rakhas, my friend, I need you to keep a close watch. Taking a deep breath, Tor spoke gravely to Rakhas Assad. Very well, I shall take action. Rakhas Assad nodded without hesitation. At this moment, he and Tor were bound by mutual interests, and he too wished to avert any calamity befalling the Eagle territory. Rakhas Assad swiftly departed once more, while Tor began to strategize. The danger was indeed considerable. However, as he had anticipated, it was not insurmountable. By rallying the forces of the main river valley, particularly the 3 noble families, and with the aid of 5 magical crystal cannons, he believed he could not only withstand the impending Minotaur attack, but possibly repel it. Despite the presence of 7 or 8 second-tier Minotaurs, and one at the peak of that tier, the 4 great knights of the territory already numbered 4, and with Rein, who was nearing the strength of a great knight, they totaled 5. In terms of high-end combat capability, they were not far behind the Minotaurs. Although the magical crystal cannon's power was limited due to the second-tier magic cores, they would still prove advantageous. Chapter 75. The family's reinforcement arrives. The information Rakhas Assad brought back allowed Tor to exhale in relief. The situation was not as dire as he had envisioned. Thus, he completely abandoned the notion of relinquishing his territory, redirecting all his focus to fortifying its defenses. Time continued to slip away. Soon, another month had passed, drawing closer to the date described in the intelligence regarding the Minotaur assault. Furthermore, more news arrived through Rakhas. In less than a month, 2 baronial territories and 7 exploratory lordships had been obliterated, leading to the further bolstering of the Minotaur tribe, which had grown from an initial 7 or 800 to over 3,000, and still counting. A vast number of noble lords across the northwest began to flee. Even neighboring territories saw many nobles taking flight. The main river valley was not exempt from this turmoil, experiencing some ripple effects. Fortunately, the distance still provided a degree of safety. People remained anxious but had yet to take any action. Within the castle, Tor scrutinized the map in silence. Unlike the other lords and nobles of the main river valley, he was far from optimistic. The persistent warnings from intelligence had made it abundantly clear that the next target for the Minotaurs was the main river valley. Despite the considerable distance between them, they would soon arrive. With their numbers on the rise, by the time they reached their destination, the Minotaurs could very well exceed 5,000, possibly even 6 or 7,000. Although these Minotaurs were conjured through arcane means and thus lacked true strength, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Ordinary folk could not contend with them, requiring at least knights and perhaps apprentices to effectively confront them. 5,000 Minotaurs represented a daunting threat. Alice, summon Rein. To a commandant. Withdrawing his gaze from the map. Yes, my lord. Anna, at the door, promptly replied and hurried away. Moments later, Rein entered the chamber. My lord, he addressed respectfully. Take my orders and head to the mines. Instruct Steve to halt all mining operations. Within 10 days, ensure the magical crystal cannons are transported to the Eagle territory. And evacuate all other personnel. Tor swiftly issued his command. The large iron mine was indeed crucial. Currently, it provided a steady monthly income of approximately 400 to 500 gold coins. In the present circumstances, if the safety of the Eagle's territory is not assured, even abundance of gold will be rendered meaningless. It would be far wiser to withdraw from the mines and consolidate all resources to confront this impending crisis. After all, there is currently no need to worry about any daring attempts to seize control. Although Rein was somewhat taken aback, he did not voice any objections and promptly acquiesced. A day later, Rein arrived at the mines and conveyed the news to Steve. Upon receiving the information, Steve's expression shifted with surprise. Are you certain this is what the Lord has decreed? He inquired, his gaze fixed on Rein. Absolutely. The Lord conveyed this to me personally. Rein affirmed, his demeanor tinged with gravity. Very well. I understand. I shall act immediately. Steve responded, refraining from further inquiries. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he too opted for unconditional obedience in such a situation. Swiftly, all operations at the mines ground to a halt. 5 days later, all activities ceased entirely. A significant number of slaves and knights congregated. Even a host of goblins were assembled. Under Steve's leadership, they made their way back to the Eagle's territory. 2 days later, they arrived at their destination. With this newfound strength, Thor felt a measure of relief. He commenced reorganizing, particularly concerning the 5 magical crystal cannons. Simultaneously, he began to arm Steve and the other knights of the order. As Thor busied himself, the 3rd month was swiftly approaching its end. According to intelligence reports, the Minotaurs would launch an assault on the entire main river valley territory within 10 days. Just as Thor prepared to reach out to the other lords, an unexpected surprise arrived first. Indeed, it was a pleasant surprise. Outside the Eagle's territory, a sizable contingent was making its grand approach. This force was sent by Count Engel Dresrosa in support of his son, Thor Dresrosa. Not only did it include 5 adept officials well-versed in various matters, but also 100 craftsmen of diverse skills, 10 formal knights, and over 100 squires. Additionally, there was a Grand Knight among them. Helos, as the Grand Knight, naturally assumed the role of the leader for this expedition. He was unfamiliar with Master Thor. Unlike Michael, who was a member of the Eagle Knights, Pelos had little interaction with the progeny of Engel Dresrosa. In his recollections, he had only encountered Master Thor once or twice. He had some reluctance regarding this command, feeling as though he had been exiled. After all, he was a Grand Knight, and at just over 30 years of age, he could attain much within the Dresrosa family. The resources and training available were unparalleled elsewhere. Yet now, he was ordered to accompany Master Thor in expanding territories, and he could easily envision the challenges that lay ahead. However, despite his inner resistance, he dared not voice any dissent in the presence of Count Engel. He had little hope for his own future. He could only wish that Master Thor did not possess any of those wretched flaws. With a sigh, Pelos resigned himself to this expectation and ordered his team to quicken their pace. They had already departed from Luzern city for 7 days. If they hurried, they might reach the Eagle's territory today. As time passed slowly, dusk began to descend. At last, we are almost there, Pelos exclaimed, glancing at the map, relieved that nearly 2 months of effort was soon to culminate. As he allowed himself a moment of ease, he soon crossed through the nearby thicket, revealing a stunning sight ahead. First came a majestic castle, followed by sprawling fields of golden wheat. Damn it, have I taken a wrong turn? Pelos momentari froze, unable to suppress a curse. At that moment, he could not fathom that this prosperous territory belonged to Master Thor Dresrosa. After all, it had not yet been a year since that young lord had become a pioneering lord. How could his domain have grown to such an extent? The only plausible explanation was that he had indeed taken a wrong turn. Chapter 76, The Turbulent Main River Valley. Thor never anticipated that in merely requesting a handful of officials, his father would bestow upon him such a bountiful gift. Not only did he receive the 5 officials he had asked for, but each was among his father's most capable aides. Furthermore, there were over 100 craftsmen and a Grand Knight. The former were crucial for the ongoing development of the Eagle's territory, while the latter represented a significant force in the northern province, especially with the imminent threat of the Minotaurs. The addition of a Grand Knight would considerably enhance his chances of defense. Thor was astonished, but Pelos, as the leader of this contingent, was even more taken aback. Upon first witnessing the scale of the Eagle's territory, Pelos felt as though he had wandered into the wrong place. Only when Thor and his entourage came to greet them, ushering them into the Eagle's territory, did Pelos's mouth drop open in utter disbelief. This was indeed Master Thor's domain. But how was that possible? In less than a year, how could Master Thor's territory have developed to such a degree? As one of the leaders of the Eagle Knights, Pelos was acutely aware of the situation in the northern province. After all, the Dresrosa family had sent numerous individuals to become pioneering knights, and many had undertaken ventures to the northern province. Yet, in his understanding, even the first few young lords had taken nearly 2 years to establish a foothold, with one still struggling after 3 years. Despite the apparent substantial support from the Count, this progress seemed exceedingly rapid, almost dreamlike. Master Thor, Pelos opened his mouth, but words falter halfway. Pelos, you should address him as Lord Steve, interjected, frowning with discontent. Lord, my heavens, forgive my offense. You have truly astonished me. You see, I initially thought those wretched brokers had led me astray. Pelos quickly apologized, bowing respectfully before Thor. Not at all. Steve, please take Pelos and help him acclimate to the Eagle's territory. Additionally, the fledgling knights will be temporarily assigned to him. Thor said with a smile, not overly concerned. After a moment of contemplation, he issued the command. Given Pelos's recent arrival, he could not afford to grant him too much authority, but as a Grand Knight, he should not be wasted. The Squire Knights were a perfect fit for Pelos's temporary command. Yes, Steve nodded promptly in agreement. My lord, I take my leave. Pelos expressed his gratitude, his spirits lifted. He had not anticipated that upon his arrival, Thor would entrust him with a fledgling Eagle Knight order. At this moment, having grasped the entirety of Eagle Ridge, Pelos dared not harbor the slightest notion of underestimating its significance. After issuing directives and making arrangements for Pelos, Thor commenced organizing a myriad of craftsmen. At this juncture, Eagle Ridge was sorely lacking in various resources, and the arrival of these artisans would significantly address the considerable void therein. More importantly, with these craftsmen on board and provisions accompanying them, Eagle Ridge was on the cusp of achieving a commendable degree of self-sufficiency. This fact held immense importance, particularly within the northern province, where the challenge of attaining such autonomy was formidable. Numerous pioneering lords and noble figures populated the northern province, yet very few could claim the ability to sustain themselves independently. Should Thor succeed in this endeavor, the benefits would undoubtedly be monumental, with gold coins standing out as the most conspicuous reward. It must be noted that a substantial amount of resources currently required procurement from Luzern City, resulting in significant expenditures each time. Not to mention the potential for trading corresponding goods, which could yield a considerable influx of gold coins. Thor regarded these prospects with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, as Thor busied himself, the time for the Minotaur assault on the main valley, as described in the intelligence reports, drew ever closer. News of the Minotaurs had finally reached the main valley. Not merely as rumors, but as a reality. A Minotaur tribe had breached the defenses and entered the northern province. Any pioneering lord with access to information channels was already aware of this development. However, until now, most lords of the main valley had not taken it too seriously. After all, the information about the Minotaur tribe was rather distant, and the main valley was not aligned in the same direction as the defensive line. Beyond lay the northern glaciers, and it was rare for orc tribes to venture into the main valley. Yet this time was different. 3 days prior, the Sunset Territory, located merely 100 miles from the main valley, had been attacked by the Minotaur tribe, leading to the annihilation of 3 pioneering lords' domains. This revelation struck the main valley like a heavy bombshell, plunging all into a state of panic. Damn it, how could this happen? Those accursed orcs never ventured to the main valley before. My heavens, what do we do? Are we to flee? This is the territory we have painstakingly built over years. The lords of various territories were engulfed in confusion, trepidation, and hesitation. Even the 3 noble lords could not maintain their composure. Particularly, Baron Valmy and Baron Gladden were gravely concerned, as they were closest to the site of the Minotaur attack. If the Minotaur tribe were to head in their direction, they would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt of the assault. Thus, the moment the news reached them, the 2 barons convened. Damn it, is the goddess of life playing a cruel jest on me? Who can tell me how those filthy Minotaurs came to the main valley? Shouldn't they be heading south? Are we to abandon our territory? Baron Valmy exclaimed incredulously within the confines of Gladden Castle. Such news was nearly unbearable for him. Over a decade, an entire decade, had he toiled here, and now it seemed he must relinquish it all. How could he accept such a fate? Those detestable Minotaurs might not even reach this place. Baron Gladden, furrowing his brow, pondered for a moment before speaking hesitantly. Even as he uttered these words, he felt a twinge of uncertainty within himself. No, the likelihood is slim. Around the Sunset Territory, we're the only ones here. Those wretched orcs surely cannot be heading toward the northern glaciers. That place is inhospitable except for titans, and none have survived. Baron Valmy shook his head with a bitter smile. His words rendered Baron Gladden momentarily silent. Chapter 77, New Intelligence. The castle fell into a heavy silence. Both barons now refraining from speaking, their expressions notably grim. After a brief moment, Baron Gladden finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Perhaps we still have a chance. That Minotaur tribe might merely be a defeated faction from tribal warfare, lacking in strength and seemingly devoid of third-tier Minotaurs. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the castle. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Baron Valmy shook his head with a wry smile, interjecting, impossible. Even if they are merely a defeated tribe, they are not something we can contend with. Even without third-tier Minotaurs, the number of second-tier Minotaurs is undeniably substantial. Baron Valmy, having spent considerable time in the northern province, was acutely aware of the orc tribe's formidable nature. As he articulated, even a defeated orc tribe was beyond their capacity to combat. They possessed great knights, who could indeed confront second-tier orcs, but that depended on numbers. A solitary second-tier orc, or even 3 or 4, could be managed. However, a Minotaur tribe would not consist of merely 3 or 4 second-tier orcs. It could easily number 7 or 8, or even more, even if it were a defeated tribe. But we cannot truly abandon our territory. Baron Gladden sighed, slowly continuing. If we do not give up, there may still be hope. Baron Valmy seemed to ponder something, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Hope? Baron Gladden instinctively inquired. Yes, there's hope. Do you remember the heir from Dresrosa we encountered previously? Baron Valmy replied, nodding. What of him? Baron Gladden's expression darkened momentarily, as he recalled the humiliation he had endured, having been forced to sign a contract. He is different from us. He evidently has the support of the Dresrosa family, and even possesses a magical crystal cannon. Surely, he would not wish for his territory to fall. If we unite, along with other pioneering lords, we may indeed have a chance to withstand them. Baron Valmy spoke softly, and, as he continued, his eyes sparkled with hope. This truly seemed like an opportunity. Listening to Baron Valmy's words, Baron Gladden's previously sullen expression gradually brightened, and he began to pace back and forth. Baron Valmy did not interrupt him. Moments later, he exclaimed, a magical crystal cannon and great knights. There's indeed a possibility. Yes, precisely. I have no desire to forsake my territory. Let us approach Baron Pape for a discussion and simultaneously summon the other pioneering lords. Afterward, we shall reach out to Lord Thor to see if he would be willing to assist us. If he agrees, we shall heed his call without reservation, fulfilling whatever he requires. Baron Glatton halted, his expression shifting as he resolved to act. Very well, let us depart at once. Baron Valmy nodded, echoing his agreement. For in the face of their territory, these concerns paled in significance. The two swiftly commenced their actions. A day later, Baron Glatton and Baron Wamy have arrived at Lawrence Castle. At this moment, Pape Lawrence is engulfed in a state of panic. Despite his formidable strength surpassing that of Baron Wamy and Baron Glatton, he finds himself utterly incapable of confronting the orc tribes. The notion of relinquishing his territory is equally unacceptable to him. Thus, upon the arrival of Baron Glatton and Baron Wamy, especially after discerning their intentions, Pape Lawrence's eyes brightened with hope. He readily acquiesced to their plans. With the alliance of the three nobles of the main river valley, other pioneering lords were swiftly summoned. After articulating the intentions of the three noblemen, the majority of the lords, with only a few hesitating, resolved to unite. The preservation of their territories is paramount for each pioneer, and after years of toil, none would willingly forsake their hard-earned lands unless absolutely necessary. Having settled these matters, the three barons then proceeded to Eagle Ridge. Meanwhile, Tor, at Eagle Ridge, remained oblivious to the developments. After arranging the personnel as instructed by his father, he commenced further preparations for supplies. Reports from Lachos Assad began to flood in, and as time drew nearer, Tor grew increasingly anxious. Particularly, a piece of news that arrived 3 days prior startled him profoundly. Compared to Baron Wamy and Baron Glatton, he was acutely aware of far more information. After all, Lachos' recent trading ventures provided him with intelligence that was unparalleled by others. This knowledge only served to heighten Tor's trepidation. Currently, the number of the Minotaur tribe had not only surged rapidly, but there were also 10 second-tier Minotaurs, with 3 reaching peak second-tier status. Such formidable strength was insurmountable. Presently, even with Pelos, the number of High Knights in the entire main valley scarcely reached 5. While the magical crystal cannons might repel 10 second-tier Minotaurs, they would undoubtedly falter against the 3 peak second-tier Minotaurs, given Tor's limited second-tier magic cores, which were also few in number. Damn it, must I truly flee? Tor mum ulit. His complexion darkening in the wake of his alarm. The situation appeared to be far graver than he had anticipated. The impending onslaught could very well be catastrophic. As Tor furrowed his brow in contemplation, time slipped into the early hours of the morning. Ding! The intelligence system has been updated. Would you like to open it? The mechanical voice echoed, as customary. Open. Tor suppressed his rising anxiety and instinctively spoke. As his words fell, a hum resonated. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. 500 miles north of your territory, a herd of boar beasts will pass through. 2. In the western part of your territory, within Baronwell's domain, a serf has made an unexpected discovery. 3. In 7 days, due to tribal warfare, a Minotaur tribe will suffer defeat, and its leader will lead the tribe into the main valley, creating a significant upheaval for all pioneering lords in the region. 4. A slight discord has arisen between the Rosen and Derlin families at Eagle Ridge. 5. 6. 30 miles south of the Northern Ice Glacier in the northern main valley, a natural spirit is set to be born in 5 days. 7. Chapter 78, Natural Spirit. A series of listings materialized. As usual, Tor's gaze swept over each one, his mind racing with thoughts on how to navigate the impending crisis. Just as his thoughts flowed, the content reflected in the intelligence caused his pupils to constrict sharply. A natural spirit, he murmured in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Spirits, in this world, are undoubtedly synonymous with nobility. Each spirit is inherently a master archer and mage. Much like Anna, who, although merely half-elf, possesses remarkable magical talent. Tor never anticipated that a spirit would soon be born near his territory, and not just any spirit, but the rarer natural spirit. During his time away from the Dresrosa castle, he had perused a multitude of texts, gaining considerable knowledge of the world. He understood the distinctions among spirits. According to historical records, spirits are categorized differently. Excluding the unique existence of half-elves, the primary distinction lies between forest spirits and natural spirits. Forest spirits are typically born from the tree of life, nurtured by its fruits, and possess innate magical abilities, along with an inherent affinity for plants. If Alan's affinity encompasses all living beings, then forest spirits possess an unparalleled bond with flora, excelling in that realm. Natural spirits, however, differ fundamentally from forest spirits. While they're both classified as spirits, they're not strictly the same entity. Natural spirits are embodiments of the elements, each birth being a blessing from the goddess of life, endowed with the power to command elemental forces and possessing a profound affinity for those elements. If forest spirits are characterized by powerful magical aptitude, then natural spirits embody magic itself. Moreover, natural spirits can forge symbiotic contracts with forest spirits, allowing both parties to flourish. Initially fragile, natural spirits benefit from the relative strength of forest spirits, who are under the protection of the Tree of Life, thus providing natural spirits with essential growth opportunities. When forest spirits acquire a natural spirit contract, they can enhance their own talents and potential, evolving into even more formidable beings. Reflecting on this intelligence and considering his half-elf maid, Tor's expression bore an uncharacteristic peculiarity. There exists neither a Tree of Life nor other spirits in this vicinity. This intelligence appears to be an opportunity bestowed upon his half-elf maid. Had he not purchased Anna, she might have been acquired by the Lord of the Northern Province, and, by a stroke of fate, forge a contract with the natural spirit. Securing such a contract would elevate her from the confines of slavery, as the higher-level symbiotic contract would completely supersede the inferior slave contract. Truly, the goddess of life has smiled upon him, he whispered, shaking his head. Having lived 2 lives, in an era flooded with information, Tor understands better than most that individuals favored by the divine have always existed in this world. Rein exemplifies this, as does Anna. Indeed, beyond them, there are many more, albeit hidden within the vast crowd. This is hardly surprising. As his thoughts swirled, he prepared to delve deeper in his subsequent matters. However, his actions soon came to a halt. His gaze once again fell upon the intelligence. Perhaps it is worth a try, he murmured, and the notion in his mind became too compelling to resist. A flurry of ideas raced through him. The night gradually waned, and morning dawned, with the sun's rays spilling forth. A new day dawns once more, and the entire Eagle Ridge is once again enveloped in a flurry of activity. Inside the castle's chambers, a gentle knock resonates upon the door. Come in, a soothing voice beckons. Creak. The door emits a soft sound as Anna enters, bearing a platter of fruit. Master, your fruit, Anna cautiously announces. Thank you, place it here. Also, Alice, please wait a moment. Thor nods, seemingly indifferent. Anna carefully sets the fruit aside, her expression tinged with confusion, yet she remains still. Once Thor finishes his tasks, he gestures for the surrounding servants to withdraw, and then turns his gaze toward the young woman. He remains silent, and the room descends into an eerie hush. Anna's heart begins to race. Master, she stammers, her voice trembling as she feels her heart pounding violently. In the instant her words escape, Thor's light laughter fills the air. Alice, should I refer to you as Anna, or perhaps Anna Karenina, the half-elf maiden from the enchanted forest? His words carry a subtle smile, yet they strike like thunder, reverberating throughout the space. You. Anna's eyes widen in disbelief as she looks up at Thor, her exquisite features momentarily marred by a flicker of panic. Though she quickly suppresses it. What are you saying, master? Her voice quivers, her body trembling. She knows all too well the fate that befalls elves among human nobility. The reason she chose to remain and not attempt another escape was the perceived safety here, yet it now seems that assurance is crumbling. What do you mean? The Karenina family, one of the 3 great ducal houses of the kingdom. It is said that years ago, the second son of Duke Karenina returned from the enchanted forest with a beautiful elf. Need I elaborate further? Thor speaks with a semblance of amusement. He has not been idle during this time. The illustrious name of Karenina, coupled with the mention of an elf, makes uncovering the truth a trivial task. In reality, he had known from the very beginning. He simply chose not to disclose it. Fear flickers in Anna's eyes. However, in the next moment, Thor swiftly gestures, and an object hurtles toward her. Startled, Anna instinctively raises a wall of flames, retreating in alarm. Yet her body suddenly halts. With a whoosh, the shadow collides with the firewall, flames engulfing it instantaneously. As the darkness is consumed, light intertwines around her, and the unseen bonds that had held her captive dissipate in that fleeting moment. Anna freezes, her exquisite visage painted with astonishment as she stares at the burning shadow. Rendered momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond or what to do. She had initially intended to flee, accepting that death would be the worst outcome. Yet now she stands paralyzed. Chapter 79. The Submission of the Half-Elf Maiden. Impressive firewall technique. You have managed to instantaneously cast a first-tier spell. Amidst the silence and Anna's bewilderment, Thor clicks his tongue, speaking with a hint of admiration. Anna's face still bears an expression of confusion. and she wishes to speak, but finds herself at a loss for words. You've done well these past few months. I shall annul your slave contract. As many serfs have been released, surely it cannot solely be a restriction upon you. As for your identity, I am indifferent. Whether you are an elf or a scion of the Engel family, here you possess but one title, a subject of me, Engel Dresrosa. By the way, I am merely releasing you from your status as a slave, but I do not grant you permission to leave. You still must work for me for a few more years, lest I incur a loss. Prepare yourself. I shall be departing shortly, and you will accompany me. Thor speaks with a light-hearted tone, showing little concern. The appearance of a natural elf presents him with an opportunity to maximize his interests. Thus, he sees no harm in fostering goodwill in advance. Over time, he has gleaned a fair amount about the elf maiden before him. Despite having endured considerable hardship, she remains remarkably kind and pure. Such circumstances are bound to elicit gratitude from her, and should their upcoming endeavors unfold favorably, it may well lead to her complete submission. Yes, master, I shall work diligently. Tears glisten in Anna's eyes. The trials faced by the Engel family, the dangers of her flight, have instilled in her a deep sense of wariness towards all. While Eagle Ridge brings her peace, it also fosters tension. Initially, she yearned to escape. Yet the tranquility of her surroundings made her reluctant to leave. Even though she must repeatedly conceal her half-elf features through magic, she chose to remain. Today's sudden exposure fills her with panic and fear, yet the outcome surpasses her expectations. Not only does Thor refrain from harming her, but he even nullifies her slave contract, leaving her profoundly touched. Master that. Tears well up in her eyes as Anna instinctively seeks to speak again, but Thor interrupts her. Enough. Go prepare yourself. There shall be a surprise shortly, and it is up to you to seize it. He waves his hand, his words firm. Very well. Anna, though puzzled, nods and ultimately exits, unable to suppress a smile upon her face. In that moment, the anxiety that had plagued her for so long begins to dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable sense of security. Thor's visage grows ever clearer in her mind as the young woman joyfully strides into the corridor. Moments later, outside the castle, Thor has summoned a considerable number of knights. This time, he does not bring Rein, but instead has called upon 10 official knights. This force is more than sufficient. Master, Anna appears, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Can you ride? Thor inquires, glancing at her. For this occasion, he has also brought along a peak second-tier unicorn, which now exhibits an even more robust aura, evidently nearing a breakthrough. Additionally, the other 10 knights are mounted upon first-tier peak unicorns. Hearing Thor's question, Anna shakes her head. Though she is a scion of the Engel family, she has never learned to ride. At that time, no one in her family knew of her existence, let alone trained her. As she shakes her head, Thor effortlessly lifts her onto the unicorn. A startled cry escapes her lips as the presence of the young man envelopes her, intensifying her fluster. Master, Anna instinctively calls out. Hold on tight. We ride. Thor paid no heed to the words that echoed around him, swiftly gripping the reins. The group set off immediately. The unicorn galloped forward, feeling the jostle beneath and the searing warmth of Thor's presence, stirring ripples of emotion within the young maiden's heart. Gradually, a smile emerged upon her lips. For reasons she could not fathom, leaning against Thor brought her an inexplicable sense of tranquility, easing the anxiety that had long plagued her. The tension in her body began to dissipate. The dawn's light cascaded down as the party hastened towards their destination. The location described in the intelligence report was indeed distant. Situated in the northern main valley, 30 miles south of the northern glacier's Great Canyon, approximately 200 miles from the Eagle's domain. Even with a unicorn of peak first-order strength, reaching their destination would require nearly 2 days. Fortunately, there remained ample time before the foretold emergence of the nature spirits, allowing them to proceed without haste. As night fell, time gradually transitioned into the following day. On that morning, in the Eagle's domain, Baron Grayton, Baron Walmy, and Baron Pape arrived at their destination. Is Lord Thor not present? Upon hearing the words of Sir Rein, the three were momentarily taken aback, their faces betraying rising anxiety. Sir Rein, do you know where Lord Thor is gone? A calamity is truly looming over the main valley. Yes, Sir Rein, please hasten to find Lord Thor, they urged, their expressions increasingly frantic. The semblance of calm they had briefly enjoyed vanished in an instant. Even if they united with other pioneering lords, their collective strength would be insufficient to withstand the impending threat. In the midst of their alarm, a figure approached. Gentlemen, there is no need for panic. The Lord has already given instructions. Here, take a look at this. Pelos spoke, instantly capturing the attention of the three barons. As their gazes converged, The pupils of the three barons contracted, their hearts trembling with astonishment. For in that moment, they sensed that Pelos, like themselves, was a Grand Knight. If their memories served them correctly, they had previously encountered a Grand Knight named Steve in the Eagle's domain. This revelation implied that the Eagle's domain boasted not just one, but potentially multiple Grand Knights. Overwhelmed by both shock and elation, the three exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope emerging in their eyes. "My lord, what is this?" Baron Pape inquired hesitantly, instinctively glancing at the parchment in Pelos's hand. "Gentlemen, you will understand once you look," Pelos replied, gesturing once more. The three shared a glance before Baron Pape took the parchment. As the words came into view, a sigh of relief escaped him, followed by a smile as he passed the parchment to the others. Upon reading, the other two also exhaled in relief. Chapter 80. The Emergence of Nature Spirits. 200 miles north of the Eagle-S Ridge, they found themselves in the domain of the Northern Glacier, a place shrouded in legends of the fallen frost giants from the Mythic Age. Compared to the northern province, this area was far more frigid, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. Here, aside from a few rare plants and creatures, it was nearly inhospitable to any race. Even at the southernmost edge of the glacier, the biting chill forced the unicorns to exhale warm breaths, while Thor felt a bone-chilling cold that even suppressed his life force. Suddenly, ripples radiated outward as a magical array ascended around Anna, enveloping Thor in a gentle warmth. "Thank you," Thor murmured softly, fully aware that Anna had intentionally cast this spell. "No need for thanks," Anna replied quietly. Thor smiled and continued alongside the unicorns. As dusk fell, they finally reached their destination, a canyon enveloped in glacial ice, with snowflakes delicately drifting down from the sky. Thor began instructing several knights to set up camp. After more than 2 hours, they settled in. "From now on, be vigilant. Report any anomalies immediately," Thor commanded, aware that while the intelligence provided a relatively complete overview, it was still lacking in specifics. He knew only of this canyon. However, the birth of nature spirits would undoubtedly provoke significant elemental fluctuations, which they would be able to detect. "Understood," came the chorus of responses as the group settled into a watchful wait. Time passed swiftly, and the following day brought evident changes to the canyon. The first noticeable alteration was the temperature, which plummeted dramatically. The previously scattered snowflakes began to intensify, rapidly obscuring visibility within the canyon. The extreme cold compelled the formal knights to summon their life forces, while Anna found it necessary to cast 2 layers of fire magic upon herself and Thor. By the third day, the snowstorm intensified, and the temperature continued to drop. Anna and Thor's fire magic escalated to 5 layers. Yet even this was barely sufficient against the overwhelming chill. It was at this moment that Anna finally grasped the impending event. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing as she glanced at Thor, her lips subconsciously pressing together in anticipation. An undeniable thought emerged in her mind. "Let us proceed. It must be at the heart of the canyon," Thor whispered, encouraging the group to move forward amidst the swirling snow. "Yes, yes," Anna instinctively responded, following Thor as they forged ahead. Battling against the fierce storm proved exceedingly challenging, and the layers of fire magic began to waver precariously. Within a mere 20 meters, a sharp crack echoed, and the outermost magical barrier shattered. Instantly, the icy cold began to seep into the next layer of magic. Before they could traverse another 10 meters, yet another barrier broke apart. A ripple surged forth as Anna began to chant a spell, but Thor shook his head, signaling her to halt. He too paused, and before them, the relentless blizzard transformed into a swirling vortex, enveloping the world in an icy expanse. Witnessing this scene, Anna could no longer contain her excitement. If she had previously harbored uncertainties, in this moment, she was unequivocally certain that this was undeniably the scene of a natural spirit's birth. A natural spirit. Indeed, it was the essence of a natural spirit. The significance of such a being was beyond imagination. "Master," amidst the swirling winds and snow, only the movement of lips could be discerned. Anna felt a blend of anxiety, trepidation, and anticipation, her gaze towards Thor reflecting a subtle shift. "Go," Thor whispered, signaling Anna to halt her movements. Taking a deep breath, Anna suppressed her inner excitement, bowing slightly towards Thor. With a flourish of her hand, she unleashed the magic she had prepared, ushering in a wave of warmth that further dispelled the chill, and then she stepped forward once more. The protective light around her began to flicker. Soon, the third magical barrier shattered. Yet, the girl's movements did not waver. She pressed on, imbued with exhilaration and anticipation. At the very heart of the canyon, amidst the convergence of countless storms, a diminutive, translucent figure began to materialize within the snowstorm. As time passed, Thor's heart raced with tension. Natural spirits, unlike forest spirits, were favored by the goddess of life. They could not be bound by contracts or subdued. The only contracts they entered were symbiotic agreements with forest spirits, initiated by their own will. He was powerless to capture or exploit them. Thus, he could only invest in Anna, contingent upon the natural spirit entering into a contract with her. After all, Anna was not a purebred forest spirit, despite his conjectures. The outcome remained uncertain. Should the natural spirit refuse to contract with Anna, his investment would be rendered futile, inducing a sense of urgency in him. Yet, at this moment, there was little else he could do. Time continued its relentless march. Anna's silhouette grew increasingly distant, gradually obscured by the swirling storm. The snowfall intensified, the coldness becoming ever more oppressive. The nights surrounding them, with their formidable life force, began to surge forth. Even the three magical barriers enveloping Thor began to falter. Moments later, a crack resonated, and the third magical barrier shattered once more. In the blink of an eye, the icy chill encroached upon the fourth magical barrier, eroding nearly a third of its strength. At this rate, within a mere 10 breaths, the fourth barrier would inevitably succumb. Once that barrier fell, he would have to contemplate retreat. Given the current frigid conditions, his meager life force as a novice knight could scarcely withstand such an onslaught. Exposed to the terrifying storm, his body would be rendered immobile. The passage of time persisted. The storm raged on. Another crack. After 10 breaths, the fourth magical barrier shattered as well, and the cold seeped through the fifth and sixth barriers, advancing towards him. Even with 2 magical shields, they could only hold for 30 breaths at most, perhaps even less. Chapter 81. Symbiotic Contract. The icy breath spread relentlessly. Snowflakes began to coalesce into a massive tempest. The storm expanded, transforming the entire world into a blinding expanse of white. Outside, Thor and his comrades watched anxiously as events unfolded. Meanwhile, at the very center of the canyon, within a realm entirely shaped by the storm, a colossal vortex began to take form. At the vortex's epicenter, an extraordinarily pure and highly condensed water element coalesced, fundamentally different from ordinary water. It carried an aura of cold so profound that it seemed capable of freezing all existence. Anna advanced slowly, her protective barriers having shattered beyond 4 layers, leaving only a faint, flickering remnant. Yet, she continued to move forward step by step. A crack. The last magical barrier disintegrated entirely. The ice began to creep over her form. Great goddess of life, heed my call, the summons of the child of nature, and the opportunity for coexistence with all living things. Her lips, now pale, still uttered the incantation. Though her voice was soft, it seemed imbued with a certain magic, piercing through the storm and the distance to reach the vortex. Within the vortex, the ethereal figure seemed to solidify momentarily. However, at that instant, Anna found herself immobilized. The extreme cold began to encase her body, spreading from her skin throughout her entire being. Was she unable to succeed? This singular thought echoed in Anna's mind as her consciousness began to fade. Yet, at that moment, a hum resonated. Suddenly, at the vortex's core, a pale blue magical circle illuminated. Simultaneously, beneath Anna's encased form, another pale blue magical circle flickered to life. As both magical circles glowed, a torrent of overwhelming water elements, no, it was more accurate to say a higher echelon of ice elements, began to converge. Boom! The storm expanded dramatically. The intense cold surged forth, not dispersing but rather converging toward Anna and the vortex's epicenter. In that moment, the very fabric of reality began to freeze. Even the life force could no longer endure. Outside, my lord, we must leave immediately, a knight urged, struggling to speak. Indeed, my lord, it is growing increasingly frigid. The magical barrier can scarcely endure. Another knight echoed. Wait a moment. Thor gritted his teeth, glancing at the wavering magical shield, and made his decision. In response to Thor's determination, several knights felt anxious but could only bide their time. Time continued to flow. Crack! Another layer of the magical barrier could sustain no more, shattering with a thunderous crash. With this layer gone, only the final magical barrier remained, and it was anticipated that it would not last beyond 3 breaths. Yet unexpectedly, the surrounding storm began to diminish. That intense chill gradually receded. No, it was not retreating. Rather, it was all converging inward. What is this? Thor sensed the shift instantly, his gaze snapping towards the center. A flicker of joy crossing his features. Others soon noticed as well. sounds of astonishment rising around him. However, Thor paid them no mind. His eyes fixed intently on the distance, seemingly validating his thoughts. A ripple spread forth, and in the next moment, a pale blue magic circle unfurled across the heavens. Following this, a second pale blue magic circle emerged. The magic circle shimmered with an icy radiance, enveloping the entire sky. At that moment, the surrounding snow and cold vanished entirely. Anna's figure floated gracefully in midair, encircled by the delicate blue magic circle. A minute later, a diminutive pale blue silhouette surged forth from another magic circle, darting towards Anna as position. Buzz! At that instant, the magic circle seemed to activate, unleashing an even more formidable surge of ice element. The disguise enveloping Anna dissipated, revealing her fair skin, exquisite features, pointed ears, and a flowing gown adorned in pale blue, surrounded by a flurry of ice elements. Above her, a tiny ice blue figure floated joyfully. It bore a resemblance to a human, its skin translucent and crystalline. It was no larger than a palm. It appeared to don a double-layered braided crown, with deep blue, diamond-like spots adorning its inner ears, body, and tail, contrasting vividly with its pale blue form. Its tiny hands and feet bore deep blue patches, resembling boots, while two pairs of delicate blue wings fluttered gently, exuding an endearing charm. At this moment, it joyfully circled around Anna. From now on, we shall be partners. May I give you a name? Anna opened her eyes, a glimmer of excitement gracing her beautiful visage. Certainly, we are indeed partners. The ice sprite chimed in a cheerful voice, its newly born essence filled with curiosity. Then, you shall be called Nicole. My name is Anna, Anna declared with a smile. Nicole has a name now. Anna. The ice sprite rejoiced even more. At this moment, Anna couldn't help but smile as well. Having forged a symbiotic contract with the ice sprite, she had undergone a complete transformation into an elf, akin to a nature spirit, no longer merely a half-elf. Simultaneously, her magical aptitude surged to a remarkable height. She felt as though she could now wield higher-tier magic. Moreover, the advantages did not cease there. Certain aspects, even she could not fully comprehend at this moment. The symbiotic contract, being the highest form of pact, held unimaginable benefits. This was especially true when the contract's target was a nature spirit. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards Thor in the distance, and a thought stirred within her, leading her to make a decision. Nicole, I wish to forge a symbiotic contract with someone very important to me. Is that permissible? Anna inquired, her eyes fixed on the exuberant ice sprite. Of course. Anna's important person is also Nicole's important person. The ice sprite fluttered, beaming with joy. Its innocence prevented it from overthinking. Having signed a contract with Anna, it would unconditionally trust her. Anna nodded in agreement with a smile. In the next moment, the ice elements swirled around her as she floated towards Thor. Chapter 82. A talent finally elevated, the breakthrough to formal knight. Surrounded by swirling ice elements, Anna's figure descended gracefully, captivating the attention of every formal knight present, including Thor. In that instant, Anna appeared extraordinarily beautiful. Her delicate features and stunning visage, clad in ice blue attire with two pointed ears, were enough to draw all eyes. Master, do I look beautiful? This is truly me. Anna spoke with a gentle smile, her entire being radiating joy. Congratulations. Thor, regaining his composure, could not help but nod with a smile. Hee, I owe this to you, master. Anna has a gift for you. Anna replied playfully. A gift? Thor's expression turned slightly puzzled as he instinctively questioned her. Just as his words fell, the pale blue magic circle beneath Anna glowed brightly. Simultaneously, a similar magic circle illuminated beneath Thor's feet. What is this? As the magic circle shone, Thor felt a jolt of surprise, instinctively preparing to react, but Anna's gentle power began to seep in, enveloping him as if he had plunged into a warm ocean. At the same time, the ice sprite danced above their heads. Countless ice elements began to intertwine around them. Thor felt a surge of power flowing endlessly from within, spreading through his limbs and core. His life force began to surge rapidly. Having reached the pinnacle of a trainee knight, he was very close to becoming a formal knight. However, it was expected to take another year or so to achieve this breakthrough. Yet at this moment, as his life force continued to amplify, his life seed began to solidify. A wave of icy energy enveloped him, and a life seed gradually took form from the ethereal. Simultaneously, a more potent surge of life force erupted forth. Boom! The surrounding snow and wind were swept up, and Thor's aura transformed in that instant. Is this a breakthrough? The master is about to break through. Several formal knights initially looked puzzled, but soon their eyes widened in shock. For at that moment, Thor's aura had unmistakably reached the level of a formal knight, not merely a recent breakthrough. With the life force within him surging, his aura intensified further. The life force contained in the life fruit he consumed days prior surged forth dramatically. His aura continued to elevate, and the life seed burgeoned. Formal Knight early stage. Formal Knight mid-stage. Formal Knight late stage. Formal Knight peak. Boom! A more overwhelming life force surged forth. As this life force surged, the icy aura began to spread outward. Layers of frost forming beneath his feet. With Anna having formed a symbiotic contract with the ice sprite, and then with Thor, the sprite's powers flowed not only into Anna, but also into Thor, transforming his physique. His innate qualities began to undergo a metamorphosis. His talent continuously elevated. Even his life force started to exhibit changes. Within the magic circle, countless ice elements intertwined, gradually flowing into Thor's being. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had closed. The surrounding formal knights instinctively spread out, encircling Thor protectively. As night fell, and the stars began to adorn the heavens, Thor slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his once golden eyes had shifted to an ice blue hue. Simultaneously, countless ice elements began to swirl around him. Like Anna before him, his aura stabilized at the peak of a formal knight, mere steps away from becoming a grand knight. More importantly, as previously noted, his knightly qualities had undergone an almost complete transformation. At this moment, his aptitude could hardly be deemed inferior to that of Rein. Within the life force flowed an essence imbued with the element of ice. Additionally, it granted countless unimaginable benefits. For instance, longevity. The lifespan of humans barely extends to a century, unless one can transcend to the realm of the Saint Knights. Even the Sky Knights struggle to surpass 120 years. In stark contrast, elves often enjoy lifespans that reach a millennium. Moreover, due to her pact with the nature spirits, Anna, despite being only half-elf, possesses an even longer lifespan. Just how long? Perhaps no one truly knows. Following the sharing of life, Thor felt his own lifespan stretching into a vast expanse of time. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, perhaps even longer. This time, he could truly claim to have reaped unimaginable rewards, ones he had never anticipated. Talent, longevity, strength, these were precisely what he needed most at this moment. The former required no elaboration. Only with sufficient talent could one journey far. As for longevity and strength, they were even more self-evident. In the entire northern province, strength was of paramount importance, especially with the imminent threat of the Minotaurs looming ever closer. Taking a deep breath, Thor quelled the tumult of emotions within him and turned to Anna, speaking softly. "Mistress, this is Anna's gift." Anna playfully winked, her smile radiant. Thor nodded in appreciation, choosing not to elaborate further. Anna, I must rest now." The ice sprite flitted about, appearing somewhat fatigued, before merging into Anna's brow. As the ice sprite entered, a crystal of ice blue diamond materialized upon Anna's forehead, and the icy essence surrounding her intensified further. "Let us depart. We must return, lest the main valley descend into chaos." Thor urged softly. Anna nodded in agreement. The group then tidied up and commenced their journey back. Meanwhile, the main valley, as Thor had predicted, was on the brink of turmoil. Days passed, and more news flooded into the main valley, the most pressing of which was the Minotaur tribe's approach, drawing ever nearer. If previously there had been a semblance of hope, at this juncture, they could ascertain that the Minotaurs were indeed heading straight for the main valley. Although they had contemplated staying to confront the threat, unwilling to relinquish their territory, and Thor had instilled some confidence in them, the continuous absence of Thor, paired with the encroaching Minotaurs, left even the noble lords increasingly restless, not to mention the pioneering lords. In truth, since yesterday, several pioneering lords had begun to flee, and today, their numbers had swelled. Thor, however, showed no signs of returning. Such a scenario could not help but instill a sense of panic among the three noble lords. Chapter 83. Return, the first main conference. At Lawrence Castle, Baron Gladden and Baron Walmy reconvened. Yet at this moment, their anxiety had intensified compared to a few days prior. Baron Pape, has he yet to return? And has the Eagle territory truly not evacuated? Baron Gladden could not contain himself and spoke first. Indeed, the pioneering lords of the main valley, who had previously promised to resist alongside us, now number only 3. The rest have fled, Baron Walmy chimed in. Days had passed, further deepening their concern. He is still not returned. However, the Eagle territory has indeed not evacuated. Baron Pape of Lawrence mirrored their unease. Had he not been utterly convinced of the Eagle territory's stability, he would have been unable to contain his own anxiety. As the Minotaurs drew ever closer, it was no longer a matter of whether they could maintain composure, but rather one of the imminent crises they were about to face. Let's go and investigate. We can wait no longer. Once the Minotaur tribe arrives, if we lack sufficient strength, we will be unable to fend them off. We must prepare for evacuation, Baron Glatton declared after a brief moment of contemplation. Indeed, this time, it is beyond our capacity to confront, Baron Pape of Lawrence replied, nodding in agreement. With Baron Pape's acquiescence, Baron Walmy naturally had no objections, and the three swiftly made their way toward the Eagle territory. A day later, they arrived once more at the Eagle territory, but the outcome remained unsatisfactory. Lord Thor has not yet returned. Baron Pape of Lawrence could no longer restrain himself from inquiring again. Yes, Baron Pape, it may yet require some time. The Lord has assured that he will return within 10 days, Rein responded gravely, fully aware of the impending events. Even he felt a tinge of anxiety. 10 days. This, Baron Walmy instinctively began to speak, only to be restrained by Baron Glatton. Thank you, Sir Rein. Baron Glatton pulled Baron Walmy aside and offered his gratitude to Thor. Once the three had departed, Baron Glatton remarked, 10 days. I fear within 3 days at most, the Minotaur tribe will arrive. His voice bore a hint of bitterness, and his expression was one of helplessness. The two exchanged glances, laden with reluctance, but ultimately could only nod in resignation. The Minotaur tribe was not something they could contend with. 10 days was already insufficient. Thus, they had no choice but to concede. At worst, they would pay a sum of gold as a ransom, which was preferable to perishing entirely here. Just as they prepared to leave, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance, and the ground began to tremble. The entire Eagle territory grew tense. However, amidst the anxiety, figures began to emerge from afar. The three were the first to recognize the newcomers. Upon seeing the leading figure, they momentarily froze, then a glimmer of joy spread across their faces. It is Lord Thor. He has returned, Baron Glatton exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. The other two also revealed their delight, while the guards of the Eagle territory quickly relaxed their vigilance. Soon, a unicorn, accompanied by the group, arrived at the Eagle territory's entrance. Greetings, Lord Thor. Greetings, Lord Thor. Lord Thor. The three, brimming with joy, hurried forth to pay their respects. Yet, in the instant of homage, their pupils involuntarily constricted. You have broken through. Lord Thor, stunned and incredulous. Baron Pape of Lawrence gazed at Thor, even feeling compelled to sense the changes in his aura. His exclamation caught the attention of others, revealing the shifts in Thor's presence. A look of astonishment inevitably crossed the faces of the three individuals. Not long ago, their counterpart was merely a squire. Now, he had ascended to the rank of a full-fledged knight. My apologies for keeping you waiting, my lords, Thor remarked with a smile, unfazed by their exclamations. Your Grace, you flatter us. It has been but a fleeting moment. The three responded hastily. My lords, let us forego further pleasantries. The Minotaurs are poised to attack, and we must proceed to our discussions. With that, Thor dismounted from his unicorn, handing it over to his attendant, and led the trio back into the Eagle Castle. Nodding in agreement, the three followed suit. Upon entering the castle, Anna swiftly descended to make preparations, while the four took their seats. Your Grace, are you aware of the scale of the impending Minotaur assault? Baron Glatton inquired as soon as they were seated. I possess some knowledge. The Minotaurs have likely employed arcane means to bolster their ranks, and I estimate their numbers to be around 6,000 to 7,000, Thor replied, pondering the situation. Indeed, while these magically augmented Minotaurs may merely be ordinary in strength, they were vastly different from goblins. Even the average human male would struggle against them. A contingent of knights would be necessary, and as of now, the count stands at approximately 7,000. You are aware that even combined, our preparatory knights do not reach such formidable numbers, and without the presence of a Grand Knight, our situation appears dire, Baron Valmy remarked, his expression laden with concern. Your Grace, do you believe we stand a chance against this crisis, or should we abandon our territory and pay the Kingdom a penance? Baron Papelorns interjected more directly. The Kingdom of Tulip has established regulations. Any knight may become a frontier knight, but once one assumes that title, they must safeguard their domain. Should they forsake it, a substantial sum must be paid to the kingdom to atone for the loss of territory. This sum is indeed considerable, and no one would wish to part with it unless absolutely necessary. Yet if we cannot withstand this moment, we may have no other choice. The three spoke, their eyes turning towards Thor. Realizing the weight of their trepidation and anxiety, Thor understood the necessity of calming their spirits. Without their unwavering support, Even his newfound strength would struggle to withstand this looming crisis. Lords, allow me to share my thoughts. Thor's voice resonated, and the surroundings fell silent. Chapter 84. The Power of Strength. My lords, we certainly possess an opportunity. This is merely a tribe of minotaurs that experienced a setback in their warfare. Even if their numbers have been restored, the minotaurs spawned through magic cannot rival true minotaurs. With the strength of our three houses combined, we can indeed withstand them. Furthermore, do not forget that participating in the war against the orcs provides a chance for honor and elevation in rank. Compared to the kingdom's wars, this endeavor is significantly more manageable. If we abandon our position now, how shall we confront the kingdom's wars and the orc wars that follow? Unless you all wish to relinquish your noble status and revert to being wandering knights. Thor's words, though softly spoken, left the three lords momentarily at a loss for words. The orc wars were unpredictable, yet the kingdom's wars occurred every century, determining the dominion and strength of each realm, a reality no noble could escape. To retreat now would be an option, but the kingdom's wars offered no such reprieve. This was a compulsory reality for the nobility, and those unable to partake would face the loss of their titles. The thought of forfeiting their hard-won status as barons was an intolerable prospect. Your Grace, should we withstand this calamity, I, Papillorns, shall fully adhere to your commands, Baron Papillorns declared solemnly. Your Grace, I, too, from the Valmy territory, stand with you. Baron Valmy and Baron Gladton echoed, rising to affirm their commitment. My lords, you speak too highly of me. However, it is indeed imperative that we unite to confront this challenge. Very well, my lords, would it be possible to gather all knights? Thor suggested, a smile breaking across his face as he observed their expressions. After a moment of contemplation, Baron Papillorns nodded in agreement. Understood, Your Grace. I shall rally all knights forthwith. His words signified a resolute decision. Despite the risks involved, he recognized the necessity of action. Having made his choice, Baron Papillorns' resolve was clear. If Thor had truly intended to take action, he would have done so in previous conflicts. There was no need to wait until now. As the three barons exchanged glances, they too nodded in agreement. They were determined not to abandon their hard-won status, even if it meant clinging to a thread of hope. With their commitment secured, further discussions unfolded smoothly. After some deliberation, the three took their leave. As Thor watched them depart, he began his final preparations. These preparations did not involve reaching out to other frontier lords. Compared to the three barons, their capabilities were limited, and he suspected that the other frontier lords in the main river valley had likely fled, leaving uncertain numbers behind. Time was of the essence. Instead, he opted to assess his own strength as well as Annis. The symbiotic contract had transformed both their powers. He was eager to ascertain the extent of his abilities and whether he could withstand a Grand Knight. As the three moved to implement their plans, Thor approached Steve and Pelos, assigning one to gauge Anna's capabilities while the other would test his own. In the training grounds, the two stood ready. My lord, is this truly necessary? Pelos hesitated, feeling a mix of anxiety and surprise. He had not anticipated that the lord would suddenly wish to spar and evaluate his prowess. While he marveled at the rapid ascension of his lord from squire to knight, he nonetheless felt apprehensive about facing him, a Grand Knight. Fear not. It is merely an assessment, Thor replied with a reassuring smile, displaying no concern. Although he was currently at the pinnacle of knighthood, the infusion of ice elemental life force made him feel as though he surpassed that rank. Very well, my lord, do take care. As the life force surged forth, it charged towards Thor with great intensity. A frigid aura emanated from Thor's icy gaze, accompanied by a chilling life force that enveloped him, even causing wisps of white mist to materialize around his knight sword. In the next instant, he moved, dashing towards Pelos. Boom! The two great swords clashed in midair, unleashing a powerful explosion of life force. Undoubtedly, Pelos the Great Knight's life force was immense, overpowering Thor's in an instant, forcing him to stagger back. Yet, the icy essence began to creep from Thor's great sword, spreading towards Pelos' blade and even encroaching upon his life force. What is this? Pelos' expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated. However, the chilling aura continued to expand, layers of frost radiating from his body. Even the breath he exhaled was swiftly frozen, rendering his form somewhat rigid. This is bad. Pelos' face paled, his extensive combat experience sensing the imminent danger. In that fleeting moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Be careful. Thor chuckled softly, and in the next moment, he vanished into the air, reappearing above, bringing his sword down once more. The chill spread, and the life force surged. Pelos attempted to evade, but but it was too late. He could only raise his knight's sword to block again. Boom! The great swords collided anew, and the life force clashed once more, this time with even greater intensity. The coldness on Pelos's sword transformed instantaneously into ice, spreading from his blade to envelop his very being. Clang! The knight's sword fell to the ground. Pelos hurriedly retreated, yet a surge of frost settled upon his shoulder. "You have lost." Thor's voice rang out with a light laugh, a hint of joy evident in his expression. "My lord, you." Pelos, feeling the chill upon his neck, bore an expression of bittersweet astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, in that instant, a terrifying wave of cold abruptly erupted from afar. Boom! In the next moment, layers of ice began to spread rapidly, enveloping the area ahead within mere moments, blanketing it completely in white mist. Chapter 85. The Minotaurs are approaching. In another training ground, the icy aura spread, rapidly lowering the surrounding temperature, the ground already encased in a thick layer of frost extending over 100 meters. At the center, Steve found himself frozen solid. Anna gasped in surprise and hurriedly dispelled the spell. As the chill receded, a soft crack echoed, and the ice encasing Steve shattered, allowing him to stagger out in a disheveled state. "Steve, ha ha ha, you two have been defeated." At that moment, Pelos's voice boomed with mirth, laced with schadenfreude. "Bibs." Steve's mouth twitched, casting a wary glance at Anna. In that moment, he was utterly bewildered by what had transpired, having been completely frozen. Had it not been for the swift dispelling, he felt as if his very life force was dissipating. "Indeed, Anna, this ice spell can even freeze a great knight." Meanwhile, Thor's expression brightened with delight. Anna's power seemed to surpass his expectations, her spell's range extending over 100 meters, rendering the formidable Steve utterly defenseless. "My lord." Anna felt a touch embarrassed. Thor chuckled and shook his head, then turned his gaze to Steve and Pelos. "All right, Steve, Pelos, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, the three barons will summon their knightly orders, so be ready to integrate. Additionally, Steve, have you prepared what I requested?" His tone grew serious. "Yes, it is ready. The western side of the main valley can be opened at any time. Furthermore, all the fire oil has been properly arranged." The two responded promptly, with Steve speaking solemnly. "Good. Remember, I hope there will be no unforeseen incidents this time." Thor nodded in satisfaction. Knowing the Minotaurs were on the verge of invasion, Thor had made extensive preparations, including selecting a suitable battlefield and maximizing his advantages to best confront this looming crisis. "Yes," Steve and Pelos answered swiftly. Thor then commenced the final arrangements and personnel deployment. A day swiftly passed. On the following day, Baron Papelolen's, Baron Walmy, and Baron Glatton's knights gathered as promised, their numbers exceeding Thor's expectations. Baron Papelolen's brought 13 formal knights, over 70 apprentice knights, and more than 300 reserve knights. Baron Walmy contributed 7 formal knights, 30 apprentice knights, and 200 reserve knights, while Baron Glatton presented 5 formal knights, 20 apprentice knights, and 300 reserve knights. It was evident that the three barons had previously concealed a significant amount of strength. Now, in response to this crisis, they had summoned all available forces. However, it was not only the three barons' might that had amassed. The remaining 2 pioneering lords, Lehos and Assad, also brought forth their own contingents. Lehos had developed a substantial force during this time, while the 2 remaining pioneering lords possessed notable strength as well. Consequently, the official knights of the Eagle's Nest surpassed 70, with apprentice knights reaching 300 and reserve knights numbering at 1,500. In the outside world, such power would rival that of some formidable viscounts. Within the entire northern province, aside from Marquis Lehman and a few top-tier pioneering lords, their strength was nearly unmatched, capable of sweeping through a significant portion of the northern province. Yet, despite this, the three barons felt a sense of unease. Particularly when they convened and realized that only 2 pioneering lords remained, their apprehension deepened. Originally, they had planned to gather the entire strength of the main valley, but now, with several pioneering lords having fled, they were undeniably short-handed, leading to their anxiety and concern. Yet, at this point, they had no alternative choices left. For today, the Minotaur tribe was merely 20 to 30 miles away from the main valley, and by tomorrow morning at the latest, they would arrive. There was no time to escape. Moreover, with the substantial gathering of knightly forces, even if they wished to flee, Thor would not permit it. Those damn fellows actually ran away. Did they think they could escape unscathed? Losing their territories and failing to pay the ransom, they would soon face the kingdom's wrath. Baron Glatton could not help but curse inwardly, his expression filled with fury. Now, what we need to consider is not this, but how to respond. Let us hope that Lord Thor has a plan. Papalorens let out a soft sigh, his expression imbued with a palpable sense of concern. Indeed, Baron Valmy nodded in agreement. At that moment, both were engulfed in a wave of anxiety and trepidation. The only glimmer of hope lay with Thor and the Eagle-S domain. Time slowly progressed, while they remained tense and engaged in preparations for the Eagle-S domain. 30 miles away, thousands of minotaurs amassed, swiftly advancing toward the main river valley. By the grace of the Titan God, we are finally nearing our destination. Atop the peaks, gazing into the vast, snowy expanse, a particularly towering minotaur exclaimed with fervor, "Chief, once we cross the main river valley, we shall enter lands abundant with humans, where our offspring can flourish." An aged minotaur echoed his excitement, his gaze fervently fixed on the distant, icy realm. There lies the bounty bestowed upon us by the Titan God. If we can seize it, our clan could rival the might of the behemoth. Such a prospect is irresistibly enticing, compelling us to traverse human lands despite the risks. Though their journey had been remarkably smooth thus far, it was merely due to the fact that the human warriors were preoccupied and had not taken notice of them. This should not be mistaken for immunity. Should they divert their attention, not only would the entirety of their tribe be at risk, but even the most formidable clans would face easy annihilation. The moment they stepped into human territory, the specter of destruction would accompany them. They needed to cross the human lands quickly, ideally before the human champions could respond. Let us hasten our departure. Remember, we require more offspring. Only then can we receive the Titan God's blessings. The Minotaur chief nodded, issuing swift commands. Thus, thousands of Minotaurs surged toward the main river valley. Chapter 86. The Defeated Minotaurs. As time passed, a multitude of knights congregated in the Eagle-S domain, while an influx of news heightened the tension for Papalorens, Valmy, and Rein, leaving even the three pioneering lords feeling a sense of unease. In this escalating situation, the Minotaurs drew ever closer. Simultaneously, Thor's preparations reached their culmination. The following day, he set forth with 3 barons, 2 pioneering lords, along with Steve and Pelos, a grand procession of knights trailing behind them. This assembly represented the entirety of the forces in the main river valley, their destination being the lower reaches of the valley. Faced with the Minotaur horde, Thor opted not to engage in a defensive strategy. Such an approach would allow the Minotaurs to disperse and attack other territories, presenting him with overwhelming challenges. Thus, he resolved to prepare for an ambush instead. 5 magical crystal cannons had already been transported to the forefront. Genial, you will lead the 1st and 2nd Knight regiments to the right side of the forest ahead, awaiting my command. Omri, you will take the 3rd and 4th regiments to the left side of the forest, also awaiting my command. Upon arrival, Thor swiftly issued his orders. Yes, yes. The 2 responded promptly, and soon the massive Knight regiment was significantly diminished in number. Just as everyone was ready, a resounding roar echoed from afar. Dust swirling in the air. Despite a month of continuous rain, the recent rare clarity began to dry the ground. Ahead, Minotaurs started to emerge from the canyon. When they beheld the dense formation of knights, a moment of surprise crossed their faces. However, they soon realized that there were no formidable warriors among the knights. Ha ha! Those damned humans have dared to strike. By the grace of the Titan God, let us crush them. Excited voices resonated among the Minotaurs. Each Minotaur's pupils transformed to a fierce crimson. Faced with the ominous horde, the knights felt a wave of apprehension. Lord Thor, Baron Papalorens, could not contain his gaze towards Thor. The others mirrored his concern. Fear not, we shall manage. When those 2nd-tier Minotaurs charge, I trust you all to hold the line. Thor spoke solemnly. Understood. Papalorens, Valmy, Rein, and the other 2 pioneering lords exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. This had been previously discussed, and naturally, they held no objections now. Yet, after their agreement, anxiety lingered. Such a multitude of Minotaurs was not easily dealt with, and at this juncture, they had no path of retreat. The instant they acknowledged their roles, a humming sound erupted. The 5 magical crystal cannons ignited, casting a soft blue magical array. In the next moment, a thunderous roar ensued as the cannons unleashed their terrifying might. Boom! The colossal sound reverberated, thunder cascading down. The throng of Minotaurs was instantly enveloped, and once trapped, their forms were obliterated by the thunderous onslaught. Although the 2nd-tier magic cores could not maximize the cannon's effects, they were sufficient for large-scale extermination of the lower-tier Minotaurs, particularly those that were magically spawned. Even a 2nd-tier Minotaur was caught off guard, suffering immense damage from the thunder. However, in the wake of this initial barrage, figures from the Minotaur horde surged forth, charging fiercely toward the Knight regiment. The number had risen to 13. Clearly, during this time, a new second-tier Minotaur had emerged. Boom! Boom! The magical crystal cannons blazed again, the terrifying roars echoing once more. 2 more second-tier Minotaurs fell victim to the onslaught. Yet, following this second wave of cannon fire, 11 Minotaurs broke free from the canyon and ascended the slope. Should these second-tier Minotaurs breach the Knight regiment? The outcome was all too predictable. The current number of true knights among them was scant. Engage, Thor declared, and in the next moment, he charged forward wielding his Knight-S sword. Behind him, Steve and Pelos followed closely. The remaining 3 Baron Lords and 2 Pioneering Lords exchanged looks, grasping their knights' swords and rushing into the fray. 8 against 11, with 3 of them being peak second-tier warriors. There was little hope of victory. Yet Thor remained composed. With a surge of icy life force, he positioned himself to confront one of the peak second-tier Minotaurs, while Steve and Pelos engaged the remaining 2 peak warriors. Initially, they found it exceedingly arduous to contend with the 3 peak-tier Minotaurs of the Second Order. Even with Thor empowered by the essence of icy vitality, the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. Similarly, Steve and Pelos were not faring much better. However, a series of magical auras began to illuminate around them. Behind them, Anna was enveloped in a surge of magical elements, her incantations resonating through the air, the winds of freedom, the storm of thunder, the realm of 1,000 hands. The unreachable, the shadow of the Dark Lord, the unreflective, the celestial archer, the path of radiant brilliance, the winds that ignite the sparks, gathering in unison, devoid of confusion. Adhering to my guidance, the 8 light projectiles, along with the 9 celestial paths, swiftly dissipated into the distance like a pale glow. Subtle yet radiant, the murky sigil emerged, exuding a rebellious and frenzied aura, which was both manifest and denied. A multitude of enhancement spells enveloped the trio, continuously augmenting their presence and unleashing the essence of life, momentarily equalizing their power with the 3 peak-tier Minotaurs. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 Minotaurs were intercepted by 5 Pioneering Lords, who managed to halt 7 of them. The last 2 encountered a cadre of formal knights who similarly barred their advance. Yet, this merely constituted a temporary impediment. Thor and his companions could not sustain it for long. Lacking the strength of the formal knights, it was utterly impossible to withstand the impending onslaught of thousands of Minotaurs. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, with magical rings swirling around them, the frigid atmosphere expanding, even affecting the bodies of the peak-tier Minotaurs. Thor, however, remained undeterred, persistently unleashing his power. He needed to wait. This was not the opportune moment. Boom! The rumble of the magical crystal cannons continued to resound. The formidable force of thunder enveloped the surroundings, while amidst the thunder, a sea of flames began to spread. A copious amount of incendiary oil was ignited. Thor was well aware of the specific direction of the Minotaur invasion from his daily intelligence reports, and he had long since prepared for this. For instance, the entire vicinity had been coated with incendiary oil. At this moment, amidst the roaring thunder, the area gradually transformed into a blazing inferno. The flames engulfed many Minotaurs, sending a number of them into disarray. Chapter 87. The Deluge of 7 Armies. The sea of flames spread. The Minotaurs suddenly found themselves in a state of panic. These Minotaurs, after all, were merely birthed through secretive methods. They paled in comparison to true Minotaurs. In fact, in a certain sense, they could only be regarded as beasts, not as true Orcish kin, destined solely for sacrifice rather than as genuine members of a race. Faced with the raging inferno, their primal instincts kicked in, driving them into a frenzy. Although some authentic Minotaurs were present, they were scarcely noticeable among the thousands of agitated ones. This outcome undoubtedly incited a sense of urgency among the peak-tier Minotaurs. Damn it! A peak-tier Minotaur bellowed with a fierce voice, and in the next moment, a blood-red aura surged from its form. Boom! The powerful aura erupted, sending Pelos hurtling backwards. With a splutter, he coughed up blood, the magical rings around him momentarily wavering. With Pelos knocked back, the Minotaur charged toward the knightly order, intent on destroying the magical crystal cannons. Yet before it could act, Pelos surged forward once more to intercept it. Boom! The formidable essence of life exploded anew. At that moment, Pelos gritted his teeth, beginning to draw upon his own life essence. Simultaneously, a crimson aura began to rise from the second-order Minotaurs, their strength escalating. Thor's expression shifted. He could no longer hesitate. Even though he needed a little more time, there was no room for delays. "Mark," he called out. In the next instant, a magical crystal cannon from the Knightly Order shot skyward, ascending into the heavens. Boom! In the sky, the brilliance of the magical crystal cannon blossomed, and thunder cloaked the firmament. Even from dozens of miles away, it was distinctly perceivable. In the distant upstream of the main river valley, Lachos Assad stood guard with his contingent, facing an immense dam, spanning over 100 meters in length and reaching 50 meters in height. This was the fruit of Thor's collaborative efforts with the three baronial territories in recent times. In the extraordinary realm, such grand endeavors became remarkably straightforward. The moment the thunder manifested in the sky, Lachos Assad wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, knights from his order hurled prepared magical scrolls onto the dam. Boom! Boom! The tremendous roar erupted, and a powerful energy instantaneously tore apart the entire dam. Within it, the vast reservoir of water that Thor had meticulously gathered surged downward in a cataclysmic torrent. The main river, now at flood stage, compounded by a month of relentless rainfall, had amassed a staggering volume of water. As the dam burst, the deluge cascaded downward, enveloping everything in its path. The water surged like a stampede of wild steeds, imbued with the power to obliterate all in its wake. In the blink of an eye, it surged over 100 meters, sweeping away vast areas, uprooting trees and debris, and anything within sight as it rushed toward Thor's eagle territory. On the battlefield, the sea of flames continued to spread, while the second-order Minotaurs unleashed their fury. The knights of the main river valley were clearly struggling to hold their ground. Amidst the chaos, some elite Minotaurs began to extinguish the flames, and the recent heavy rains had rendered the air exceedingly humid, diminishing the effectiveness of the incendiary oil. Boom! A figure was sent flying. Blood trickled from Pelos's lips, his consciousness wavering. Had it not been for the protection of his silver armor, that blow would have undoubtedly felled him. At this moment, he was not alone. Steve's silver armor bore cracks as well. This was silver armor, yet it seemed inadequate to withstand the onslaught. Thor's complexion paled as layers of radiance enveloped his golden armor, attempting to shield against the peak-tier Minotaur's ferocity, but the magical auras surrounding him had already shattered. Lord Thor, we can scarcely hold. Not far off, Paplons faced two peak-tier Minotaurs, his expression betraying his anxiety. Others were faring no better, particularly the two pioneering lords. They had indeed reached the rank of Grand Knights, yet it was a struggle. Confronting ordinary second-tier Minotaurs proves to be a formidable challenge, let alone the second-tier Minotaurs currently unleashing their arcane powers. The situation has become increasingly dire, as the forces are steadily retreating. It is likely that it will not be long before these 11 second-tier Minotaurs overwhelm the entire Knightly Order. In this extraordinary realm, it is the might of the strong that holds paramount significance, rather than mere numbers. A single peak second-tier Minotaur possesses the capacity to annihilate an entire territory, just as a single Earth Knight can effortlessly obliterate a second-tier Orc tribe. This is the predicament faced by Thor and his companions. The peak second-tier Orc proves to be a daunting adversary to withstand. Should they falter, the ramifications for the entire main valley defense would be catastrophic, potentially leading to the collapse of the Knightly Order as it stands. Thus, it is imperative to contain the threat at all costs. While the three of them managed to restrain 3 peak second-tier Minotaurs, the remaining 9 present an altogether different challenge, particularly as these Minotaurs begin to wield their arcane arts, augmenting their strength. Should they fail to hold their ground, this Knightly Order may incur devastating losses. This situation starkly contrasts with previous encounters. Earlier, several formal knights could restrain Steve when he had just achieved his breakthrough and was not employing lethal force. Now, however, facing the Minotaurs, the outcome deviates entirely. Presently, there are only a handful of formal knights, tasked with confronting 2 second-tier Minotaurs, and the losses are palpably evident. This has incited a sense of urgency among the 3 barons and the 2 pioneering lords. Yet, in response to their anxiety, Thor remains silent, lacking the luxury of time for discourse. Within him, the icy life force surges forth, enabling him to fend off the peak second-tier Minotaur before him. Though he continues to retreat, he steadfastly holds his ground. Finally, in the midst of yet another clash, Thor suddenly perceives something, a flicker of hope illuminating his features, prompting an immediate pivot. In that same moment, the peak second-tier Minotaur engaged with him seems to sense it too, instinctively halting its movements, its gaze drawn to the direction Thor is now facing. At that instant, as both turn their heads, an earth-shattering roar reverberates, overwhelming their senses. While a relentless torrent surges forth in the distance, engulfing their entire field of vision and capturing the attention of all present. The flood roars, darkening the skies, wielding unparalleled power that obliterates everything in its path, targeting the thousands of minotaurs ensnared in the inferno.